C-1577 None of you will be able to escape Little World, a tall mountain that was thousands of miles high. Yang Fann waited patiently for the arrival of the other rank 5 top-level true god in the small group, waiting for their arrival so that they could wipe out this small group in one fell swoop. There were a total of 18 rank 5 top-level true god. If he could devour and refine all of them, it would be enough to double the strength of his body, or even more. Even the illusory void world could be condensed. It was not impossible for him to directly step into the heavenly venerate second layer realm. Rumble suddenly, Yang Fann's eyes moved. A strange light flashed in his eyes, and there was a vague heat that was difficult to conceal. 3 billion light years away from the peak, there was a terrifying expert that was 10 times, 100 times more terrifying than a rank 5 top-level true god. It was approaching the peak at a terrifying speed of 1 million light years per second. Rank 7 top-level true god. This was a rank 7 top-level true god, and not the rank 7 top-level true god who had just advanced. Looking at his clear objective, it was obvious that he was here for the group of top-level true god experts. If his guess was correct, this man must have captured a member of this team and interrogated him about the secret communication technique of this team. Then, he followed the clues and came to find them. As for the fact that this man had discovered the situation in the mountain 3 billion light years away, Yang Fann would never believe it. He was just a mere rank 7 top-level true god. His soul could cover tens of millions of light years, that was his limit. Did he really think that the suppression of this world was a joke? 10 million feet high, in the belly of the mountain. Unknowingly, a concealed space had been opened up. 15 rank 5 top-level true god warriors were gathered here, and the strongest 3 among them seemed to have the potential to break through to the rank 6 top-level true god, as if they could break through at any time. This team could be considered strong. If they were in the Xianxia system, they would be ranked in the top 60, or even the top 30. It had to be said that compared to these native chosen, these top-level true god in Xianxia system were indeed much weaker. If not for the presence of Yang Fann, this year's examination, they were just a bunch of supporting roles, becoming the stepping stones for native chosen. It has already been so many days, why hasn't Xianxia and the other 2 arrived yet? A mighty young man dressed in golden divine armors, who looked like a Vajra warlord, frowned slightly and said, "That's right. It has been more than half a month. Xianxia and the others should be here by now. Could it be that something unexpected has happened?" Rank 5 top-level true god. Although they weren't considered weak, they could only be considered above average. There were many people who could deal with them. Let's wait for another 3 days. If Xianxia and the others haven't arrived yet. A quasi-rank 6 top-level true god who was wearing a green robe thought for a moment and decided. However, before he could finish his words, he heard an arrogant voice. It came from outside the spatial zone. Hehehehe. I have finally found him. 15 rank 5 top-level true god, it wasn't in vain for me to make this trip. Not good, I've been discovered. In an instant, the hearts of all the rank 5 top-level true god trembled. Although this small space was simple and crude, they had made some preparations and set up layers upon layers of concealing formations. Even some of the peak rank 6 top-level true god found it hard to find the small space within the belly of the mountain. The strength of the newcomer could be seen from this. He was at least a peak rank 6 top-level true god, or even rank 7 top-level true god. Not necessarily. If he was a rank 6 top-level true god, it would be fine. With their strength, they could still fight him, but if it was rank 7 top-level true god, they would be in trouble. Even with the combined strength of 15 of them, it would be difficult for them to defeat him. Why haven't you come out yet? Don't tell me you want me to invite all of you out. It's a blessing, not a disaster. If it's a disaster, we can't avoid it. We have to face it. The 15 rank 5 top-level true god took a deep breath and walked out resolutely. In the time it takes to breathe, 15 people appeared on the void. Rumble. A brilliant lightning bolt descended from the sky, and a majestic figure appeared in front of everyone. The figure was wearing a blue divine armor, and his body was surrounded by lightning. His aura was domineering, as if he was the king of lightning that controlled all the lightning in the world. With just a thought, he could activate the sky law and destroy everything. Chi under his wild and violent pressure, the voids in all directions started to crack. It's you, Blizzard Lightning. The 15 rank 5 top-level true god's pupils contracted, and a hint of determination flashed across their faces. The thing that they didn't want to see the most had happened. Blizzard Lightning wasn't just a rank 7 top-level true god. He wasn't even an ordinary rank 7 top-level true god. He had already advanced to rank 7 top-level true god a billion years ago, and his strength was far greater than that of their small group. Cheng Mao, how did you find us? A rank 5 top-level true god asked. They had a deep understanding of the terrifying suppression of Little World. A rank 5 top-level true god like them could only cover tens of thousands of light years. Even if Blizzard Lightning was stronger than them, he wouldn't be able to find them so easily. It's easy to find you all. While they were talking, a corpse appeared in Cheng Mao's hand. To be precise, it was a corpse. Ah, second brother, Cheng Mao, you beast, how dare you, I will kill you in an instant. One of them burst out with a heart-wrenching cry, as if he had lost his parents. His figure moved, and he was ready to lunge at Cheng Mao to avenge his brother's death. Tai Shang, calm down. Don't be impulsive. A few rank 5 top-level true god nearby hastily pulled him back. Cheng Mao was rank 7 top-level true god, and a puny rank 5 top-level true god like you was just courting death by charging at him. At that time, it doesn't matter if you die, but if you infuriate this Cheng Mao, it will be a huge burden to us. Then, you would be blamed for your death. Most of these small groups were formed in a hurry to take the exam. As for how many feelings they have, only God knew. Cheng Mao, what are you going to do? A quasi-rank 6 top-level true god asked. How is it? Of course, it's to send you all on your way. A cruel smile appeared on Cheng Mao's face. He didn't put the 15 of them in his eyes at all. Otherwise, he wouldn't have come out so openly. Instead, he would have chosen to launch a surprise attack and kill a few of them while they were unprepared. The quasi-rank 6 top-level true god's pupils shrank, and a hint of determination flashed across his eyes. He said in a threatening tone, Cheng Mao, don't you go too far. We aren't people to be trifled with. If we really had to fight to the death, you wouldn't feel good either. Worst comes to worst, it'll be a life and death struggle. If you want our lives, even if we die, we'll definitely bite off a piece of your flesh. Right, a life and death struggle. The other rank 5 top-level true god agreed with him one after another. Their eyes were filled with determination, as if they were going to fight Cheng Mao to the death. Now was not the time to be weak, otherwise, the only thing waiting for them would be death. They knew very well what kind of person Blizzard Lightning was. Kekaki, a life and death struggle. Just the likes of you trash. Cheng Mao sneered. A bunch of ants that weren't even ranked 6 top-level true god wanted to fight him to the death. What a joke. If it was 15 ranked 6 top-level true god, it would be more like it. Cheng Mao, you. Before the quasi-ranked 6 top-level true god could finish his words, a mocking voice came from all directions. Aren't you tired of saying so much? Don't worry, none of you will be able to escape today. Who is it? Get out here. C-1578 suppressing a peak rank 7 true god assessment world, above the void. Who is it? Get the hell out here. Blizzard Lightning's expression changed. He let out a loud shout, and the terrifying power of thunder wreaked havoc in the sky. It was like the fury of the god of thunder had destroyed everything. However, deep in his pupils, there was a flash of deep fear. The strength of the person who had approached him without anyone noticing could be clearly seen. Even if he was inferior to the person, it was likely that he was not much weaker. If he were to launch a sneak attack on him directly, the consequences would be unimaginable. At this moment, he might have already been heavily injured in one go. As for the 15 rank 5 top-level true god opponents, their hearts were in their throats. One Blizzard Lightning was already enough for them. Now that there was another hungry wolf, they wouldn't be able to live. It was fortunate that they were unlucky. Judging from the mysterious man's words, he shouldn't be on the same side as Blizzard Lightning. Otherwise, they wouldn't have to fight him. They would just stick their necks out and wait for death. Rumble. A dark shine cut through the void, and Yang Fann stepped into the air and arrived. If it was anyone else, they would naturally wait for Blizzard Lightning and the 15 rank 5 top-level true god warriors to fight until both of them were severely injured. Then, they would come out and clean up the mess, and then sit back and reap the rewards. After all, whether it was Blizzard Lightning or the group of rank 5 top-level true god warriors, their strength wasn't too weak. However, Yang Fann wouldn't do such a thing. Whether it was the 15 rank 5 top-level true god warriors or Blizzard Lightning, they were his prey. If they were to fight until both sides suffered heavy losses, how many strength of original life would he lose? The strength of original life provided by a dead true god and a living true god were two completely different concepts. Moreover, in a life and death battle like this, one might not be able to leave behind a complete divine body. It was very likely that one would be crushed into powder and turned into dust. If a few top-level true god were to be destroyed, he would suffer a great loss. Unknowingly, Yang Fann had already regarded all these top-level true god warriors as his belongings. It's actually a river aborigines, he really gave me a scare. Blizzard Lightning was stunned for a moment, then he relaxed his body. He had never taken river aborigines seriously, even if it was rank 7 top-level true god, who was the strongest amongst them, he was confident that he could defeat them. The native in front of him wasn't one of them. The reason why this barbarian could approach him without making any noise must be because of some secret technique or the power of a divine weapon. In the next second, rumble, a terrifying killing intent flashed in Cheng Mao's eyes. How dare a puny little river aborigines provoke his god of thunder? This was simply a disgrace to him. Only fresh blood could wash up the shame. Lowly barbaric man, how dare you scare me? What audacity! Die now! A cruel smile flashed across Cheng Mao's face. Rumble, rumble, the heavens and earth changed color. The entire void had turned into a terrifying thunder prison. Thunder rumbled and lightning dragons roared, crushing towards Yang Fann. Cheng Mao didn't hold back in this attack. Rank 7 top-level true god's terrifying power was revealed in an instant. This is the Thunder Prison world suppressing scripture that Cheng Mao specializes in. It is indeed terrifying. That barbarian is finished. What should we do? Should we attack? This. The 15 rank 5 top-level true god exchanged glances. Although they also looked down on river aborigines, the current situation was different. Blizzard Lightning was determined to kill them all. The enemy of an enemy was a friend. River aborigines was able to release them. If he could join forces with river aborigines, their chances of winning might also increase by a few points. At this moment, ant-like thing, you still dare to resist? A deep disdain flashed across Yang Fann's eyes. Rumble. The power of the void in Yang Fann's body was pushed to the limit. Although he didn't use the 9 revolutions divine devil body, with the strength of a 4th grade top-level true god stage body as the foundation, and with the help of the 10 layers of power of the void, Yang Fann's strength had almost reached the limit of rank 7 top-level true god, infinitely approaching the rank 8 top-level true god. Break for me! The void twisted, and a terrifying heaven-sheltering big hand crushed towards the endless thunder prison. Grug grug grug! Wherever the giant hand passed, all of the lightning, thunder, and lightning would strike. All of them would be destroyed. Facing the terrifying power of nearly 10 million trillion of little world, Blizzard Lightning, who could barely control 30 million of little world's power, could not organize much of an effective resistance. He destroyed everything in his path with a single strike. Ah, how could this be? How could you be so strong? Blizzard Lightning let out a heart-wrenching wail. Both of his eyes were about to burst out from his eye sockets. He couldn't believe it. He really couldn't believe it. He was just a lowly river aborigines, how could he possess such mighty strength? This power was infinitely close to the rank 8 top-level true god. Even amongst the tens of thousands of native chosen, he was able to enter the top 20, or even the top 10. Roar! I don't believe it! Fake all fake! Break for me! Rumble. Rumble. Lightning crazily flashed around Blizzard Lightning's body. Endless phenomena of thunder appeared around him. It was dazzling and dazzling, like the descent of the ancient Thunder Emperor, judging all living things. This was Cheng Mao's strongest attack. It was a deadly attack that was unleashed by burning his potential at all costs. Its power was so terrifying that it had exceeded 5 million trillion of the power of Little World. Unfortunately, it was all in vain when faced with Yang Fann's terrifying strength, which was almost at the rank 8 top-level true god. Poochie poochie! The entire thunder prison was blasted apart and turned into powder. A shrill wail was heard, and Blizzard Lightning's entire body was shattered into pieces. Kai. He had just been reborn, but now he was captured by Yang Fann with a single palm strike, and was being suppressed by him. Ah, how could this be? He was suppressed, and Blizzard Lightning was suppressed just like that. How is this possible? How is this possible? No, this isn't real. This isn't real. Everything seemed to take a long time to describe. In fact, it only took a breath of time for Yang Fann to suppress Blizzard Lightning. By the time the 15 rank 5 top-level true god regained their senses, Blizzard Lightning had already been completely suppressed by Yang Fann. In an instant, the rank 5 top-level true god let out a cry of disbelief. That was Blizzard Lightning, one of the top 100 expert amongst all their geniuses. How could he be suppressed so easily? They could still accept the fact that it was top-level Heaven's Pride who attacked them. However, the man in front of them was just a lowly river aborigines. How could he have such mighty power? In the center of Kunyu City, in the glorious divine palace, the group of domain god sovereign stared at a small area in the center of the hologram in disbelief. Within the small area, Yang Fann and the 15 rank 5 top-level true god were clearly visible. All of them had some understanding about this batch of geniuses. At least, they had heard about the top 100 geniuses. Blizzard Lightning was not only one of the top 100 geniuses. He was also not ranked at the bottom, he was ranked 86th. He had originally thought that there would be no one amongst the river true gods who would be a match for him, but he had never imagined that there would be such an expert hidden within. Even if it was native chosen, there wouldn't be more than 20 people who could suppress Blizzard Lightning with a single strike. However, there was one person whose expression was the same as usual. It was Guide Mo Feng. When he saw that it was Yang Fann, he had already expected this outcome. He even suspected that Yang Fann was hiding something. His true strength was not limited to this. It was very difficult for a quasi-rank 8 top-level true god to be so calm under his pressure. Sigh, it's a pity that I was born in the Xianxia system and have wasted countless of my potential. It will be very difficult for me to break through to the position of domain god in the future. C-1579 capture crazily in the center of Kunyu City, in a glorious divine palace. The group of domain god sovereign was slightly shocked by Yang Fann's performance, but they didn't pay too much attention to him. Although Yang Fann had a cultivation base close to the rank 8 top-level true god, so what? His birth decided everything. Yang Fann's status as a native of Xianxia system had almost decided his future. Compared to native chosen of AIMA realm continent, these river aborigines were far inferior, especially in terms of inheritance. There was no comparison between them. In order to break through, these natives had taken countless detours and wasted a lot of their potential. Geniuses of the same level. If one were to say that native chosen of the AIMA realm continent had a 10 chance of breaking through to the domain god realm, there might only be one or even lower genius born in the Xianxia system. Although Yang Fann had the combat strength of a rank 8 top-level true god warrior, he was still able to enter the top 20 of all examinee. However, his final achievement was probably only at the first rank 9 top-level true god. It was virtually impossible for him to break through to the domain god realm. To domain god sovereign, rank 9 top-level true god was just a slightly stronger ant. Without the potential to break through to the domain god realm, they wouldn't even give him a second glance, let alone accept him as their personal disciple. In the assessment world, Yang Fann didn't know that domain god sovereign had already paid attention to him, but unfortunately, all of them rejected him in the end. Of course, even if Yang Fann knew about it, he wouldn't care too much about it. He even hoped that they would reject him, so that he wouldn't have to bother rejecting them in the end. A low-level domain god wanted to become his master. What kind of joke was this? If it was those high-level domain god, it would be more like it. Fortunately, no one knew what Yang Fann was thinking. Otherwise, he would have fainted from anger. You really have a big heart. High-level domain god, you really have the nerve to think of this. Do you know that there are only a few high-level domain god in the entire AIMA realm continent? There are only a few of them in the public, and even if you add those old monsters who have been living in seclusion, it would still be difficult for you to surpass 20 of them. You actually want to become a disciple of a high-level domain god. After suppressing Blizzard Lightning, Yang Fann turned his gaze and looked at the 15 rank 5 top-level true god who were still in a state of shock. He wanted to suppress Cheng Mao. He would never give up this fat piece of meat. Not good, this guy has his eyes on us. In an instant, the rank 5 top-level true gods' hearts skipped a beat, and an extremely despairing aura enveloped their bodies. We are no match for him. Run now. Boom boom boom. Without any hesitation, the 15 rank 5 top-level true god used all their strength to escape in all directions. Even Blizzard Lightning was instantly killed by that guy, let alone these rank 5 top-level true god warriors who were 10 times stronger than Cheng Mao. Staying here would only be courting death. It would be useless even if he used the forbidden arts at all costs. Trying to escape, naive Yang Fann smiled disdainfully. A terrifying force that even rank 7 top-level true god was terrified of swept out with Yang Fann's body as the center, covering the area with a radius of hundreds of millions of light years, completely sealing the 15 rank 5 top-level true god warriors. No, spare me please, spare me, spare me. Bastard, you're courting death, my Yongning and family will never let you go. Waves of wails and cries for mercy, curses, and curses rang out. A group of 15 rank 5 top-level true god warriors were thrown into the divine dragon tower by Yang Fann like trash, and were suppressed. Rumble. Very quickly, the mysterious seals were once again formed by Yang Fann. He did not forget that there were 18 people in this small group. Apart from the 15 people he had just suppressed, there was also the person he had suppressed and the one killed by blizzard lightning. There was also another person. However, what disappointed Yang Fann was that even after using a few secret techniques, he still couldn't get in touch with that rank 5 top-level true god. It seemed like that man was most likely dead by now. In assessment world, rank 5 top-level true god was still somewhat dangerous. Since blizzard lightning could kill one of them, it was also possible for the others to do the same. But luckily, I still have this big fish. If a small group was formed by rank 7 top-level true god, the weakest member of the group would be a peak rank 6 true god. If they could capture Cheng Mao in one fell swoop, their harvest would be huge. In the next second, boom, with a flash of blue light, blizzard lightning was carried out by Yang Fann. He started to interrogate blizzard lightning about the whereabouts of his small group. 15 minutes later, a hint of disappointment flashed across Yang Fann's face. This blizzard lightning was actually a lone wolf. He didn't even form a team and wasted so much effort on him. In the end, there was nothing he could do. Yang Fann could only use the spiritual sense to search for a new target. A year passed in the blink of an eye. It was unknown whether it was because he had exhausted all his luck last time or for some other reason. In the past year, he hadn't even seen a shadow of a ghost. Within the Divine Dragon Tower, there were only blizzard lightning and 17 other top-level true god warriors. Very quickly, another month passed. Rumble. Suddenly, Yang Fann's eyes lit up, and he couldn't help but curse. Fuck, I finally caught him. The next second, Yang Fann couldn't wait to tear open the spatial zone and teleport over. It had been more than a year. It had been a long time. The total time of the first round of the examination was only a few hundred years. Poochie. When Yang Fann appeared once again, he had already appeared in front of a rank 6 top-level true god from the Chengluo mansion. Not good. The rank 6 top-level true god's facial expression changed abruptly, and without saying a word, he didn't even hesitate to use his trump card to save his life. He had a deep understanding of the toughness of the spatial barrier in the assessment world. With his cultivation base and strength, he was able to drink as much milk as he could. He couldn't even move it, but his opponent was able to tear apart the space and teleport. One could imagine how terrifying his strength was. He was far from being his match. Boom, with his life-saving trump card, the rank 6 top-level true god's speed couldn't be described as slow. His speed instantly doubled. Compared to some rank 7 top-level true god, he was even faster. Unfortunately, he had encountered Yang Fann. It wasn't easy for him to encounter such a big fish. How could Yang Fann let him escape? Poochie. A terrifying heaven-sheltering big hand descended from the sky, suppressing the rank 6 top-level true god in one fell swoop. However, it was a pity that this man was just like blizzard lightning, a lone ranger. Fortunately, Yang Fann had already prepared himself, so he wasn't too disappointed. It had been more than a year, and if there really was a team, they would have gathered together a long time ago. 3 months later, Yang Fann opened his business again. It was still a team. There were a total of 8 people. With a rank 6 top-level true god as the leader, the other 7 were rank 5 top-level true god warriors. Without another word, Yang Fann suppressed all 8 of them with a single palm. 3 years after entering the assessment world, the number of top-level true god warriors suppressed by Yang Fann in the Divine Dragon Tower had reached 52. 10 years later, the number of top-level true god captured by Yang Fann had doubled, surpassing 200 in one go, reaching 213 people. And as time passed, the number continued to increase. Whether it was rank 6 top-level true god or rank 7 top-level true god, as long as they appeared in front of Yang Fann, none of them would be able to escape. C-1580. Finally I caught him. Time flies. It had been 20 years since the start of the exam. It could be said that the entire little world was filled with endless killings. In order to attract the attention of Domain God Sovereign, Each and every top-level true god was trying their best to show off their abilities. Especially those quasi-8th and rank 8 top-level true god warriors, most of them had turned into killing gods, crazily killing the other examinee. Whenever they encountered their examinee, as long as they were not their clansmen, their friends were basically dead. Of course, there were also people who chose to hide their whereabouts. They only wanted to live for 100 years and pass the first test successfully. For example, many of the second, third, and fourth grade top-level true god personal disciples chose to find a place to hide. They really didn't dare to dream too much. If they could protect their own lives, they would burn incense. Humans knew themselves well. In the eyes of those rank 6 and rank 7 top-level true god, their tiny bit of strength was merely a group of aphids that could be killed with a casual wave of their hands. Even if they formed a team, it would be useless. The gap between 2 or 3 levels was not so easy to make up for. Unless their numbers could be multiplied by 10 or 100 times, they would not have the strength of rank 6 or rank 7 top-level true god. However, in this way, they would die faster. The more people there were in a group, the higher the possibility of them being exposed, and the more experts they would attract. Compared to that, it was easier to hide their whereabouts by themselves, and it was much safer. The little world wasn't a small place, especially after the spiritual sense had been greatly suppressed. It would take tens of thousands of years to search the entire little world, even if it was a rank 9 top-level true god. As long as he was careful, he was confident that he could pass the trial. In the end, the true difficulty of the first test was whether he could suppress his greed or not. Being the personal disciple of the realm god, this was a chance to reach the heavens in a single bound. At that time, it was hard to say whether domain god sovereign would succeed, but a rank 9 top-level true god was a sure win. There were a lot of top-level true god in Chengluo Mansion, but most of them were below the 7th order. They were at the mid-low rank top-level true god realm, and there were only 10 of them who were at the advanced top-level true god realm. Especially rank 9 top-level true god, there wouldn't be more than 10,000 of them. Many big families and major powers only had one rank 9 top-level true god guarding them. Even among the 10 major powers in the first palace, third palace, and 6 sects, rank 9 top-level true god warriors could be an elder and sit on the ground. Not just anyone could resist the temptation of this day. Assessment world, in a great wasteland. The two groups were confronting each other, both of them were native chosen. Although there were only 8 people on one side, each of them had a profound cultivation base, and the weakest was a quasi-rank 6 top-level true god who had broken through to the rank 6 top-level true god with a single step. The leader was a peak rank 6 top-level true god, and their opponent had an absolute advantage in numbers. It was more than double their number, and there were 17 of them in total. Among them, there were 4 rank 6 top-level true god warriors, and the remaining 13 were all rank 5 top-level true god warriors. For a moment, no one dared to make the first move. The difference in strength between the two sides wasn't huge. If they were to fight to the death, even if they could win, they would be able to kill 1,000 enemies and lose 800 of their own. Just at this moment, kekekeka, GGGA, waves of eerie laughter rang out from all directions, causing one's hair to stand on end. The next second, kai, waves of blood that seemed to be able to corrode everything surged towards them like tidal waves. Ah, blood sea, this is the Morrow's sea of blood. Not good, it's the blood fiend is here, flee immediately. In an instant, the two groups of people who were confronting each other. It was as if a mouse had seen a cat, and their expressions changed. Their eyes were filled with terror. Shui Sha was the top 10 genius amongst them, peerless evildoer. He had broken through to the rank 8 top-level true god hundreds of millions of years ago. Even though the two of them had abandoned their past grudges and joined hands to deal with Shui Sha, there was no way they could win. Moreover, they had always been bloodthirsty and would never leave anyone alive when they attacked. Kekekekeki. The aphids wanted to run away in front of your blood fiend lord, but they didn't exist. Obediently join your Lord Blood Fiend army. Ah no, Lord Shui Sha, please spare my life, please spare my life. Lord Blood Fiend, please spare me. Please, spare me. Woo. I don't want to die, I don't want to die. Roar Blood Fiend, you beast, you're going to die a horrible death. Blood Fiend, I'm going to kill you. Kill Eclipse Sword Technique. In an instant, within the Blood God Mist, a group of top-level true gods struggled in pain and begged for mercy. Many of them were even more determined and chose to self-destruct. Even if they had to risk their souls, they were unwilling to become the blood devils of the blood fiend. They were truly living a life worse than death, unable to reincarnate for the rest of their lives. On a boundless lake, a terrifying giant spirit that looked like a mad devil was crazily slaughtering. Ha 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 ha. Meeting me, Shi Huan, is the greatest misfortune of your lives. Other than the people of my Shi family, everyone else must die. Kill 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 Shi Huan, you dare to kill me. I am the young master of Ma family. I, the Fujihara Ma family, will never let you go. Ah, I can't accept this. I haven't become the personal disciple of the domain god yet. How can I die? How can I die? Shi Huan, you beast, you'll get your retribution, you'll get your retribution. In a mountain range, a man was fleeing for his life. The blood essence within his body was burning at a terrifying speed. Behind him, several light years away, a brilliant sword light was rapidly closing in. Vaguely, one could see a white sword god, the sword chi soaring through the heavens. Yao Kun, you won't be able to escape. Today next year will be your death anniversary. On a boundless plain, a tall and imposing giant man suddenly turned into a terrifying giant spirit that was over 10,000 miles tall, and started a massacre in all directions. All the top-level true god warriors around him, whether they were rank 5 top-level true god warriors or rank 7 top-level true god, none of them were a match for him, and they were all killed by him. Ha 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 ha. I, Gao Shang, am the strongest. I am the direct disciple of the domain god, and I will definitely be the strongest. Ha ha ha. Time flowed like water. In the blink of an eye, half of the time for the examination had passed. Yang Fann attacked in all directions, crazily capturing everything. After 50 years, the number of top-level true god imprisoned in the Divine Dragon Tower had exceeded 1,000. Among them, 58 were rank 3 top-level true god warriors, and the most were 4th grade top-level true god warriors. 583 of them were rank 5 top-level true god warriors, while the rest were rank 5 top-level true god warriors. There were 321 of them, rank 6 top-level true god warriors, 72, and rank 7 top-level true god. There were only 13 of them. Among them were native chosen from AIMA realm continent, and top-level true god from Zhuanghe system. Yang Fann wouldn't show mercy to them just because they were from the same hometown. If they were from Guangling River system, that would be more like it. However, there was a flaw in the beauty. Among the thousands of top-level true god warriors, there wasn't even a quasi-rank 8 top-level true god warrior, let alone a rank 8 top-level true god warrior. Soon, another 20 years passed. Another 346 top-level true god warriors had appeared in the Divine Dragon Tower, but unfortunately, there was still no sign of any rank 8 top-level true god warriors. On top of a huge river that was several light years wide. Rumble. Yang Fann waved his hand and suppressed a rank 6 top-level true god. Suddenly, his eyes turned and shone with excitement. Rank 8 top-level true god, I finally caught him. C-1581 Zan Shui Sha Assessment World, a boundless lake. However, he didn't know that this lake had already turned into a sea of blood. Within this sea of blood, dozens of top-level true god were struggling with all their might. Among them, there were also a few acquaintances of Yang Fann. They were none other than Yang Fann's friends. They were Bada, who had once fought Yang Fann, and rank 7 top-level true god. In the past 70 years, Bada's team had pretty good luck. After dozens of battles, only 2 quasi-rank 7 top-level true god were killed. On the other hand, there were a lot of experts that were suppressed by them. Even rank 7 top-level true god was killed by them, and more than 10 rank 6 top-level true god warriors were killed by them. One by one, the number of dried-up bags rose. As native chosen, each and every one of them was a tycoon. Even some rank 5 top-level true god warriors had a net worth of at least 10 billion high-level divine stones. Those rank 6 and 7th grade warriors were even more terrifying. There were also many who had a net worth of more than 10 billion high-level divine stones. They had even plundered nearly 1,000 top-level divine stones. Not only did it make up for their consumption in interdimensional space, it also made up for it. Among the 2 quasi-rank 7 top-level true god who had fallen, one of them. It was White Dragon Sword God, Kong Hanyi, who had lost miserably to Yang Fann, and White Dragon Sword God, who had lost to the heavens. In the last 3 million years, White Dragon Sword God hadn't made any progress at all, and his entire body was covered in. Other than the white dragon divine sword and a lifeblood divine artifact, there were no other treasures. In the 8 great perspective rank 7 top-level true god, whoever was the weakest. If he was the second, no one would dare claim to be the first. It was normal for him to die. But today, all the good luck seemed to have come to an end. First, they encountered Native Chosen, a powerful team. Although there were only 2 of them, each and every one of them was overly powerful. 1 versus 2, or even 1 versus 3. They weren't even at a disadvantage. The other 12 rank 6 top-level true god weren't weak either. If it weren't for the fact that they had 1 rank 7 top-level true god to help the other 6 quasi-true gods, they would have already killed several of them. This was one thing, but they were unlucky enough to run into a monster like Xianxia. Compared to several decades ago, Xianxia's Blood Sea Devil art was even more profound. His strength had increased by several levels. Within the Morrow Sea of Blood, the strength of many blood devils had reached the rank 7 top-level true god realm. There were even 3 blood devils who had reached the rank 8 top-level true god realm. They were able to fight against 26 top-level true god warriors from their 2 big teams alone, but they were still able to gain the upper hand. Some rank 6 top-level true god warriors who were slightly weaker were in a precarious situation. The divine light around their bodies was dim, as if it wouldn't take long before their divine bodies were corroded by the Morrow Sea of Blood, and they would become part of the blood devils. They would be under the control of the blood devil for the rest of their lives. Kekaki 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 GG. 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 Aphids, give up your futile struggles and obediently become a member of my blood demon army. Above the sea of blood, Xianxia laughs. Strangely, this is a person wearing a blood-red armor. Young man who has a strange blood hair. His entire body was emitting a brutal and murderous aura. It was as if devil god from hell had been born for the sake of killing. With just a glance, he could make the soul collapse, and not even a single resistance thought could be ignited. At this moment, there was an unconcealable excitement in his bloodthirsty eyes. It was the first time in 70 years that he had encountered such a great harvest. 18 peak rank 6 top-level true god and 8 great rank 7 top-level true god, if they were all refined into blood devils. The power of his Morrow Sea of Blood would increase by at least half a level. Right at this moment, Poochie, the space in front of Xianxia was torn apart like a curtain. In the next moment, Yang Fann's figure appeared out of thin air. His eyes were faintly flickering with traces of excitement. A peak rank 8 top-level true god, 8 great rank 7 top-level true god, and 18 rank 6 top-level true god. This was also the biggest fat piece of meat Yang Fann had encountered in all these years. Putting aside everything else, just this rank 8 top-level true god blood fiend alone was comparable to his harvest of 12 to 20 years. A rank 8 top-level true god. I never thought that there would be an expert like you amongst all of you aboriginals. Blood fiend's eyes shone with a blood-red light. He looked at Yang Fann as if he was looking at the fattest and most beautiful prey. Only rank 8 top-level true god like them could teleport in examination space. The heavens are really looking after me. First, I encountered so many rank 6 and rank 7 top-level true god, and now, I have actually sent another rank 8 top-level true god. This is going to happen soon. If he could refine this rank 8 top-level true god into a blood devil, he would have 4 8th order blood devils under his command. At that time, who among the young generation would be a match for him? Within the Morrow Sea of Blood. Ah, it's Yang Fann. There's always a way out. We can be saved, we can be saved. Brother Yang, save us. Please, save us. Bada and the others who were in despair immediately felt a jolt in their minds. A ray of hope burst out from their hopeless hearts. Others might not know how terrifying Yang Fann was, but they knew it very well. He was definitely one of the top expert amongst the rank 8 top-level true god, or perhaps even the rank 9 top-level true god. Although this blood evil was terrifying, it might not be Yang Fann's match. Besides, these people were no pushovers. Blood evil wanted to suppress them. Hong Long. In the center of Kunyu City, in the glorious divine palace. 24 domain god sovereigns' eyes immediately focused on the scene. 70 years had passed, and this was the first time a rank 8 top-level true god had collided with each other. It had to be said that they had somewhat underestimated Yang Fann. His combat strength had already reached the rank 8 top-level true god, and it was not as simple as just breaking through. A newly broken rank 8 top-level true god would definitely not be able to teleport within the assessment world as easily as he did. This little world was personally built by them, and they knew very well how strong the spatial barrier inside was. Everyone, who do you think will win this battle? Although that little guy also has a rank 8 top-level true god cultivation base, his strength is at most 20 million trillion of the little world's strength. However, Xianxia is different. He has already mastered the Blood Sea Devil art, and with the help of the Blood Devil army, his strength is considered the top amongst all the rank 8 top-level true god warriors. That little guy is definitely not a match for Xianxia. He is able to break through to the rank 8 top-level true god in the Zhuanghe system. This little guy is also a generation's monster. If he was born in the AIMA realm continent, his current strength would not be any weaker than Xianxia's. But now, he is far weaker. Even with the help of that group of rank 6 and rank 7 top-level true god. It is likely that he will not be a match for Xianxia. It is a pity for this little fellow. 24 domain god sovereign, including Guide and Mo Feng, who knew Yang Fann the best. None of them had high hopes for Yang Fann. The strength of Blood Fiend could be said to be in the top 5, or even the top 3 among the tens of thousands of native chosen. There was more than one rank 8 top-level true god that was suppressed, just like the 3 8th grade Blood Devils. All of them were refined by the rank 8 top-level true god that he had suppressed. One of the Blood Devils had mastered 30 million trillion of little world's power when he was alive. Now, with the help of the Maro Sea of Blood, the power it could unleash had increased by a lot. Even a rank 8 top-level true god who had mastered 50 million trillion of little world's power might not be a match for him. Among the young generation, there were very few who could fight against the Blood Fiend. C-1582 The nemesis of Blood Demon's assessment world, above the Blood Sea. Yang Fann and Xianxia confronted each other from afar. Rumble, rumble. An endless stench of blood filled the air around the Blood Fiend, corroding the voids in all directions. It made him seem like a god of slaughter from hell, and his ferocious might overflowed into the heavens, causing one's heart and soul to tremble. It seemed as if the dangers of stupidity and desire to move lay dormant within every single cell in his entire body. Slaughter, barbarism, ruthlessness, and cruelty. Ordinary 3rd and 4th top-level true god. With just a glance, one's mind would collapse, and they wouldn't be able to put up any resistance. On the other hand, Yang Fann was as calm as usual. His chi was calm, and there wasn't a single trace of the powerful chi that a rank 8 top-level true god should have. His entire body was emitting the chi of a concept that had returned to its original state. If it wasn't for the fact that he had teleported here, no one would have thought that he had returned to his original state. He was a mighty rank 8 top-level true god. Kekaki being able to cultivate to the rank 8 top-level true god in the Zhuanghe system, you have some skills as well. However, your path has come to an end. Xianxia let out a strange laugh. He was overbearing and didn't put Yang Fann in his eyes at all. He was just a native of the Zhuanghe system. Even if he was lucky enough to break through to the rank 8 top-level true god, his combat strength would only be at the bottom of many rank 8 top-level true god warriors. It wasn't like he had never killed a rank 8 top-level true god like this before, and there was more than one of them. I'll leave these words to you. Today next year will be your death anniversary, Yang Fann sneered, showing no signs of weakness. Aphids, very good, you have successfully infuriated me. I will let you know what despair is. We are both rank 8 top-level true god warriors, but the gap between us is like a heaven and earth, cloud and mud. A fierce light flashed in the blood-red eyes of the Blood Fiend. Without waiting for Yang Fann to speak, he attacked first. Rumble. The sea of blood churned, causing huge waves to surge towards Yang Fann. SSSs. 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 The terrifying blood corroded everything. Wherever it passed, voids, air currents, and so on and so forth. Everything was corroded into slag. HMPH, a petty trick. Yang Fann sneered and circulated the 9 revolutions divine devil body. The aura around his body started to rise rapidly. However, Yang Fann didn't use his full strength. Instead, he only used the power of the first revolution of the 9 revolutions divine devil body. Under the eyes of everyone, especially those domain god sovereign, Yang Fann subconsciously chose to conserve his strength. Others might care about the identity of the personal disciple of the domain god, but Yang Fann disdained it. He would always keep a secret. If domain god sovereign really wanted to harm him in the future, he would have the strength to resist. Of course, even if it was only the first cycle 9 revolutions divine devil body, it had also increased Yang Fann's strength by several times. His strength had exceeded 30 million trillion of the little world's strength, which was close to 4,000 trillion of the little world's strength. Chi chi chi, boundless light of God and devil burst out from all the hair on Yang Fann's body. It was dazzling and dazzling. Wherever the divine light passed, all the blood would be turned into ashes. It was impossible for him to get close to Yang Fann. It was as if the area within 10,000 miles was a forbidden area. In the center of Kunyu City, in the glorious divine palace, the hearts of the domain god sovereign trembled slightly. They had never thought that Yang Fann would actually hide such a trump card. We have underestimated this little guy. Unfortunately, he has encountered the blood fiend. Although the strength that Yang Fann displayed made their eyes light up, they still didn't think that Yang Fann had the ability to fight against the blood fiend. In fact, it was an extravagant hope that Yang Fann, who was surrounded by the Morrow's sea of blood, could even escape. Above the Morrow's sea of blood, Shui Sha's eyes narrowed, and a solemn expression faintly flashed across his face. The power that river aborigines had unleashed had somewhat exceeded his expectations. He was able to enter the top 10 even among them, native chosen. He could even reach the top 5, but very quickly. That solemn expression was replaced by traces of excitement. The stronger the strength of this hexy native, the stronger the strength of the blood demon refined from him would be. Ants, let's cry out in despair under my blood demon army. A ferocious smile emerged on his face. Apart from a portion of the rank 6 and rank 7 top-level true god strength that was needed to suppress the Morrow's sea of blood, all the other blood demons were thrown over by Shui Sha. They surrounded Yang Fann, including 3 rank 8 blood demons, 36 rank 7 blood demons, hundreds of rank 5 and rank 6 blood demons, and more than 1,000 low-rank blood demons. With the help of the Morrow's sea of blood, each blood demon had an immortal body. As long as the blood sea didn't die, the blood demons wouldn't die. It was truly terrifying. Even some rank 8 top-level true god warriors who could control 60 billion and 70 billion of the little world might be destroyed by them. Good timing. Yang Fann wasn't surprised when he saw the mighty army swarming toward him. Instead, he was delighted. Rumble. The great Tao of Devour was circulated to its limit by Yang Fann. Terrifying devouring black holes appeared out of thin air, crazily devouring the blood demons and the surrounding Morrow's sea of bloods. Heaven swallowing earth devouring great art, heaven swallowing earth devouring great Tao, swallowing everything in the world. Although these blood demons were extremely evil, in truth, they were still energy. In an instant, Yang Fann's cultivation base and the power of the body increased at a terrifying speed. Compared to those top-level true god warriors, these blood demons that were completely formed from the power of the blood source were extremely easy to devour. The difficulty of devouring them had dropped by 1,000 times, or even 10,000 times. Not only that, but also, with the continuous replenishment of the Morrow's sea of blood, the strength of origin provided by them was not much weaker than those top-level true god warriors of the same grade. Initially, he thought that he would only be able to suppress one rank 8 top-level true god, 26 7th and rank 6 top-level true god at most. He never thought that there would be such a good thing. At this moment, these top-level true god warriors had become supporting characters. The Morrow's sea of blood and the blood devil army were the real big shots. The energy within was so vast that it was several times stronger than those top-level true god warriors, and it was even easier to devour them. Puchi low-grade blood devils were quickly devoured, turning into flying ashes that were once again nurtured within the Morrow's sea of bloods. It caused the entire Morrow's sea of blood to drop at a speed visible to the naked eye. This is the great Tao of Devour. Shui Sha's expression changed abruptly. To the blood sea devil arts that he cultivated, the great Tao of Devour was absolutely a great nemesis. Of course, everything was relative. Water countered fire. But when the fire reached a certain extent, how could it not counter water? Blood Evil's blood sea devil art was the same. It wasn't like he hadn't fought a top-level true god who specialized in devouring great Tao before. However, all of them were crushed by his powerful strength. It was destroyed. However, he had never thought that Yang Fann's attainment in the great Tao of Devour would be so profound. It was definitely something he had never seen before in his life. Adding the fact that Yang Fann's cultivation base was not inferior to his, Shui Sha knew that he had really encountered a huge problem this time. In the center of Kunyu City, in the glorious divine palace, The group of Domain God Sovereign was in an uproar. They thought that Yang Fann wouldn't be able to escape this time, and in the end, just like the few rank 8 top-level true god warriors, Yang Fann would be reduced to a new blood devil. He would sink into the abyss forever, and he would be controlled by the blood devil. Who would have thought that Yang Fann would actually hide such an ability? That terrifying great Tao of devouring, even some rank 9 top-level true god who specialized in the law of devouring were only like this. This little guy really hid it well. This time, Xianxia said, Domain God Sovereign, whose hair and beard were all white, let out a soft sigh. The great Tao of Devour had almost completely suppressed Blood Evil's army. The most terrifying part about the Blood Sea was the undying and indestructible Blood Demon army. It could be said that the Blood Demon army was completely suppressed by Yang Fann. However, he didn't think that Yang Fann would be able to keep Yang Fann here. After all, the Blood Fiend's cultivation base was still there. If he wanted to leave, except for the true rank 9 top-level true god, no one would be able to stop him. 1 minute later, Xia's face was terrifyingly dark. In just 1 minute, his Morrow's sea of blood had dropped by nearly 3 meters. Although it was only a drop in the ocean for the huge Morrow's sea of blood, it was not even 1/1000th of the Morrow's sea of blood. But how long had it been? What if he was given a few months, or even a few years? He had used up countless years, slaughtered countless experts, and finally managed to obtain a Morrow's sea of blood of this scale. He would definitely cripple it. Once he lost the Morrow's sea of blood, as a peak rank 8 top-level true god, he would immediately become a bottom-tier existence amongst rank 8 top-level true god warriors. Most of his abilities were above the Morrow's sea of blood. However, Xianxia was extremely unwilling to leave just like that. The rank 6 and rank 7 top-level true god that he had trapped with great difficulty had all turned into bubbles. 2 hours later. No, we can't continue like this. Xianxia finally made up his mind. He had to make a decision. Although these rank 6 and rank 7 top-level true god were fat meat, the Morrow's sea of blood was his foundation. In the next second, Xianxia gave Yang Fann a fierce look, as if he wanted to engrave Yang Fann in his mind. Just you wait 1 day, I will refine you into a blood devil you want to leave. Be good and stay here. It wasn't easy for him to encounter such a great opportunity that could allow him to improve his strength in a short period of time. How could Yang Fann let him slip away under his nose just like that? Rumble. Beams of nomological light shot up into the sky from Yang Fann's void world. They were like terrifying heavenly pillars that pierced through the heaven and earth. Fortunately, Yang Fann still had his rationality. He wasn't blinded by the benefits in front of him. He knew that there was a group of Domain God Sovereign staring at them. They had only used half of the power of law, but even so, the power of the devouring black hole had increased by several times. Bitch, this little guy actually hid such a terrifying power. Bitch at this scheming. C-1583. Soon he was about to die in the center of Kunyu City, in the glorious divine palace. All of Domain God Sovereign's eyes were wide open. A few of the Domain gods even swore. They thought that they had overestimated Yang Fann, but who would have thought that? This wasn't even his full strength. This was hidden. This was an unfathomable scheme, truly unfathomable at this moment. The aura that erupted from his body had almost stepped into the threshold of the rank 9 top-level true god. The Domain gods seemed to have already expected the tragic outcome of Xianxia when they encountered such a scheming person, and the fact that the Blood Sea Devil art was suppressed by the Devour Great Tao. Unfortunately, this Xianxia was truly a pity. It was even impossible for him to escape. As one of the young geniuses of the Chengluo mansion, there were several Heaven's Pride experts. Previously, many of them had high hopes for Xianxia, and even had a hidden intention to take him in as a disciple. With this Blood Devil's talent, if they continued to nurture it, they would at least have the confidence to break through to the position of Domain God in the future. Although the chance of breaking through to the 3rd level wasn't very high, it was the exact opposite. Most rank 9 top-level true god didn't even have the chance to break through to the half-step god realm, much less the chance of breaking through to the 3rd level. Generally speaking, it was already considered pretty good to have 1 out of 100 rank 9 top-level true gods successfully breaking through to the god realm. However, the heavens didn't fulfill one's wish. No matter how hard he racked his brain, he would never have thought that there was actually such a deep-sea crocodile hiding in River Aborigines' group. Very quickly, Domain God Sovereign's eyes lit up. Many Domain God Sovereign had summoned his subordinates and sent them to interdimensional space to gather information about Yang Fann, especially the age of his entry into interdimensional space, which was of utmost importance. To be able to cultivate to the rank 9 top-level true god in the barren land of the Zhuanghe system. His talent was absolutely frightening. It was very likely that he wasn't any weaker than the domain gods like them. If he didn't enter the interdimensional space for more than 10 billion years, it wouldn't be a bad choice for him. Of course, if the time limit was exceeded, he would have to consider whether or not he should accept Yang Fann. Although the cultivation environment of the interdimensional space wasn't as good as the cultivation environment of the AIMA realm continent, however, with the help of many supreme treasures, it was not much different. At least, it was not inferior to the birth of some small families. If it was within 10 billion years to grow to this realm, even if he had taken a few detours earlier, he had used up a lot of his potential, and the remaining potential was not much inferior to top-level heaven's prides. He still had a pretty good chance of breaking through to the domain god stage in the future. He wouldn't embarrass them by taking him under his tutelage. Assessment World, above the Senluo Blood River. Rumble, rumble. Under the blessing of the 300 laws, the power of Yang Fann's devouring black hole instantly doubled, firmly locking down the Morrow Sea of blood below. Waves of blood that blotted the skies were swallowed up by the devouring black hole, turning into pure strength of origin that surged into Yang Fann's body, strengthening his divine body. Bitch it, why is this guy still hiding? Shui Sha's facial expression changed. The blood source energy in his body surged crazily, wanting to take back the Morrow Sea of blood. However, it was all in vain. The terrifying power of devouring filled the entire void, sealing the sky and earth, firmly suppressing the Morrow Sea of blood. Bitch it, bitch it, bitch it. Shui Sha's face twisted like a devil from hell. His eyes were filled with Yang Fann's as he looked at Yang Fann. He wished he could eat Yang Fann's flesh and drink his blood. There was a trace of regret in the depths of his eyes. If he knew this would happen, he wouldn't have provoked this barbarian. Currently, he could leave. As long as he was willing to give up on the Morrow Sea of Bloods down below, he would basically be crippled once he lost the Morrow Sea of Bloods. His battle prowess would be reduced by about 70 to 80%. Most importantly, the Morrow Sea of Bloods were his foundation. They had fused with nearly half of his source. Once he lost it, not to mention breaking through to the position of domain god, even breaking through to the rank 9 top-level true god would become a huge mystery. As for wanting to become the disciple of domain god sovereign, it was an extravagant hope. No matter what, the Morrow Sea of blood must not be lost. Rumble, rumble. For a moment, Shui Sha was in a dilemma. Yang Fann would not be polite with him. He circulated the heaven-swallowing earth-devouring great technique to its limit. The devouring black hole crazily devoured, causing Yang Fann's body's strength to increase at a speed visible to the naked eye. In just a short 2 hours, the strength of his body had increased by several trillion, no less than that of a rank 3 top-level true god. This was exhilarating, truly exhilarating. How many years had it been since he had advanced by leaps and bounds like this? At this moment, Yang Fann really wanted to risk everything and unleash all of his combat strength. With his fastest speed, he could devour all of the Morrow Sea of Bloods. At that time, his strength would definitely increase by 10-fold or even 100-fold. Just thinking about it was enough to make him excited. However, in the end, Yang Fann suppressed this impulse. These top-level true god warriors were nothing. Even if all of Examinee were to gather together, Yang Fann wouldn't fear them at all. With his invincible divine body, he was confident that he could suppress all of them. At most, it would take him a little more time. However, he had no choice but to defend against the domain god sovereign of the 10 major powers. If he really unleashed all of his combat strength, Yang Fann couldn't guarantee that they wouldn't harbor any evil intentions towards him. The hardest thing to predict in this world was the human heart. Sometimes, it was easy to cause trouble if one was too talented. The universe was huge, and there were all kinds of strange things. Although there were only a few sect forces that tried to seize the fortuitous encounters of their disciples, it wasn't that they didn't have one. Not all major powers were like the Blue Moon Palace. They didn't have any evil thoughts, but instead, they were able to protect him and help him grow. Currently, he couldn't even deal with a single domain god sovereign, let alone a group of them. Before he truly grew up, he had to keep a low profile as much as possible. In any case, this blood fiend was already a fat piece of meat on the chopping board. If he allowed it to be slaughtered, it would at most take him a few more days. There were still about 30 years left until the end of the first stage of the examination, and he still had plenty of time. 1 day, 3 days, 5 days, 7 days. Time passed quickly. A month had passed. The Morrow Sea of Blood had already shrunk by 1,000,000 feet. The entire Morrow Sea of Blood had shrunk by a size. At the bottom of the Sea of Blood, the despair in Bada and the other rank 6 and rank 7 top-level true gods' hearts had been completely dispersed. The defeat of the Blood Fiend was certain, and they wouldn't be able to escape for long. The anxiety in the Blood Fiend's eyes became more and more obvious. 1% of the Morrow Sea of Blood had been devoured, and his vital energy was faintly injured. This won't do. I can't continue like this. Suddenly, a fierce light flashed across Xiao's eyes. He was like an enraged beast, and the ferocity in his heart was completely ignited. Beast, if you want to eat it, I'll let you eat enough. Rumble. In that instant, Xiao gave up on resisting. He even took the initiative to push the Morrow Sea of Blood, causing endless waves to surge towards the devouring black hole. His idea was very simple. He wanted to use the vast source energy of the Blood Sea to forcefully blow Yang Fann up. If he ate too much, he would die from bursting. No matter how heaven-defying the great Tao of Devour was, if his divine body couldn't keep up with it, he would still be courting death. As for his Morrow Sea of Blood, its energy was boundless. It wasn't any weaker than the energy of many rank 9 top-level true god warriors, and it might even surpass them. He didn't believe that such a vast energy wouldn't be enough to kill this bastard. Oh, you want to kill me with this amount of energy? Yang Fann rolled his eyes and immediately understood what Xiao was thinking. If it was any other rank 8 top-level true god or even rank 9 top-level true god, he would be in danger. This action of Xiao could be said to have hit their weak spot. For example, that mortal. No matter how big their appetites were, could they still eat food that was as heavy as their own weight, or even several times heavier than their own weight? It was simply impossible. It was the same for top-level true god like them. Not to mention devouring everything, even swallowing one level at a time would be difficult. But if you want to blow me up, you can only say that you're thinking too much. Not to mention the heaven-devouring earth-devouring technique was incomparably heaven-defying. Those Blood Sea strength of origin still hadn't surged into his body. It had already been completely refined. Even his god and devil's body was not something that could explode with such a tiny amount of energy. Even if it was 10 times or 100 times more, Yang Fann would still be able to withstand it. The terrifying defense that was chasing after the domain divine artifact wasn't just a saying. Perfect. I think the refining speed is a little slow. You are really a good person. After sending a good person card to Xiao in his heart, Yang Fann silently became rich and accepted the gift from Xiao. In order to prevent Xiao from noticing anything unusual, a hint of pain appeared on Yang Fann's face. Good, let's see how long you can last. Instantly, Xiao's spirit shook. He knew that he had made the right bet. The next second, rumble, 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 an endless amount of the origin energy of the Blood Sea crazily surged towards Yang Fann as if it was free. 1 day, 3 days, 5 days, 7 days. Soon, another half a month passed. Yang Fann's face began to distort, as if he was being tortured by the torture of being dismembered. Soon this beast is about to die. HMPH, you're not greedy enough to swallow an elephant. Beast, this is what you'll end up like. C-1584 Fight Assessment World, above the Morrow Sea of Blood. Rumble, rumble. Xiao's face was ferocious, like a devil from hell. Both of his eyes were filled with madness. The blood energy in his body was pushed to the limit, and endless waves of blood surged crazily towards Yang Fann. Evil creature, you are about to reach your limit. I will send you one last time. However, he was incomparably shocked in his heart. Half a month had passed. Under his proactive push, nearly 3 layers of blood origin force surged into the devouring black hole. This energy was so vast that it was almost no less than the energy of a peak rank 8 top-level true god who controlled 90 million trillion tons of energy from the little world. Even some rank 9 top-level true god warriors would be crushed by this energy. However, Yang Fann was able to withstand this energy. His divine body was extremely strong. He had already surpassed a lot of rank 9 top-level true god warriors. Fortunately, he couldn't hold on any longer. In the next second, an incomparable enmity flashed across Xiao's eyes. Evil creature, I'll make sure to make good use of your soul later. I'll let you know what it means to beg for death. Otherwise, it will be difficult to dispel the anger in my heart. 3 layers of Morrow's Sea of Blood, a total of 3 layers of Morrow's Sea of Blood. Just thinking about it made his heart bleed. The hard work he had put in over hundreds of millions of years had almost all been for naught. His strength had fallen by more than a level. From the moment he was born until now, he had never suffered such a huge loss. Fortunately, as long as this evil creature died, his losses could still be recovered. Otherwise, he would definitely cry to death. On the other side of the Morrow's Sea of Blood, Yang Fann's face was scrunched up and twisted to the extreme. It was as if his entire body was enduring a terrifying pain that was difficult to describe with words. In fact, Yang Fann was extremely happy in his heart. With the cooperation of this blood devil, it was totally different from forcefully devouring it. The efficiency had increased by more than 10 times, or even 100 times. In just half a month's time, it had devoured nearly 3 layers of Morrow's Sea of Bloods. Awesome! It was truly his mother's pleasure. 50 trillion. It had caused Yang Fann's body's strength to increase by 50 trillion. He didn't dare to imagine that his combat strength had increased by more than 10 times at this moment. If Yang Fann was willing to, even if he didn't use any of his trump cards, he would be able to suppress this blood devil with ease. However, Yang Fann still managed to suppress the foolish desire in his heart. It was better not to stimulate those domain god sovereign's heart too much. Although the great Tao of Devour was profound, it was absolutely impossible. In a short 1.5 months' time, it had increased his strength by dozens of times. Otherwise, the great Tao of Devour would have become the #1 great Tao of the 3000 great Tao long ago, instead of being at the back of the top 10 great Tao. In any case, with the cooperation of the Blood Fiend, at most, he would only be able to hold on for a month and a half, and then he would be able to completely devour the Morrow's Sea of Blood. For such a short period of time, taking a risk was totally not worth it. Furthermore, at this point in the examination, several tens of thousands of top-level true god had already fallen. It was not easy to find a new target. Sometimes, it was hard to find a top-level true god even after a year or so. Time passed by slowly. Soon, another 10 days passed. The madness in Xianxia's eyes gradually faded. There was a trace of doubt in the depths of his eyes. 10 days had passed, and that fellow had devoured 2 more layers of his blood sea. Logically speaking, his divine body should have exploded a long time ago, and the soul should have fallen into the blood sea forever. However, even though this fellow had a painful expression on his face, he didn't show any signs of exploding or dying. Could it be that there was a trick behind it? But very quickly, Xianxia shook his head with all his strength, and he did his best to shake off the trace of hesitation in his heart. At this time, he already had no way out. The fifth level of the Morrow's Sea of Blood had already been devoured. It had completely shaken his foundation, and even part of his origin had been devoured. If he gave up now, he basically wouldn't be able to break through to the domain god stage for the rest of his life. Once he lost the potential of a domain god, would those high and mighty domain god sovereign take a fancy to him? Furthermore, even if he was willing to give up, he was afraid that he wouldn't be able to take back the Morrow's Sea of Blood. From the start, it was either you or I who died between them. There was definitely no third way. Roar! I don't believe it. You can devour the entire Morrow's Sea of Blood. Rumble. A fierce light flashed in Xianxia's eyes as he continued to madly push the Morrow's Sea of Blood, causing massive waves to surge into the heavens. 1 day, 2 days, 3 days. Swish swish swish, tiny cracks began to appear on Yang Fann's divine body. In fact, those cracks even seemed to be expanding. In an instant, Xianxia's somewhat desperate heart burst out with rays of hope, dispersing the endless darkness. Ha ha ha, he could not hold on any longer. This bastard is finally going to be unable to hold on any longer. The final winner is me. It has to be me. Rumble. Another 2 days passed. The cracks on the Yang Fann's divine body could be clearly seen. It was as if there was a possibility that it would completely collapse in the next second. As for the boundless Morrow's Sea of Blood, it had clearly shrunk by more than half. In the center of Kunyu City, in the glorious divine palace, numerous signaling jade talismans cut through the voids, shooting towards the numerous domain god sovereign. 2 months had passed, and the people of the 10 major powers had finally obtained the information about Yang Fann from the interdimensional space. Of course, it wouldn't take much time to obtain the information. The main thing was the teleportation time. What How is this possible? Am I seeing things? 3 million years, that Yang Fann only entered the interdimensional space 3 million years ago. When he first entered the interdimensional space, he already had a rank 8 top-level true god. This. Suddenly, Domain God Sovereign's eyes widened. 3 million years, only 3 million years. This had completely exceeded their imagination, let alone the fact that they had already reached the rank 8 top-level true god before entering the interdimensional space. If it wasn't for the fact that he knew his subordinates, he wouldn't have lied to them. Besides, even if someone lied to them, it wouldn't be possible for everyone to lie to him. They really couldn't believe what had just happened. In the Xianxia system, breaking through to the rank 8 top-level true god was an incredible monster. Not even those divine children could do such a thing. The AIMA realm continent was different from the Xianxia system. Not everyone could call someone a son of God. Only the sons of the 36 kings of divine country and the supreme son of AIMA domain lord had the right to be called son of God. Furthermore, he had to be one of the top monster geniuses. Otherwise, he wouldn't have the right to be conferred the position of the son of God. If anyone else dared to call themselves the son of God, that would be a capital offense. If they were not careful, even the race behind him would be in trouble. It could be said that every son of God was the top monster genius in the AIMA realm continent. There was no comparison between him and the blood evil spirits. As long as he did not die prematurely and attain the Tao domain divine realm, it was only a matter of certainty. It was not impossible for him to break through to the middle level domain god. If this Yang Fann was born in their AIMA realm continent, he would have been on par with them by now. It wouldn't be difficult for him to break through to the domain god stage or even surpass them. Unfortunately, it was a pity. After spending so much time in Xianxia system, he had consumed a lot of his potential. But soon, the eyes of the domain god sovereign lit up. Even though a peerless monster had used up a lot of his potential, Hong Long. It was only a matter of time before he could become a Tao domain god in the future. He could even advance to the middle level domain god. There was a slight possibility. It was enough to become the successor of their legacy and the hope of the sect in the future. Although there were many domain gods in their palaces, 3 palaces, and 6 major sects, they were all at the low-level domain god. Not to mention the Chengluo mansion, there wasn't even a single middle-level domain god in the entire Luoyang county. No matter which faction it was, as long as there was a middle-level domain god, they would immediately become the leader of the Luoyang county. At that time, even the ruler of the divine kingdom of the heavens, celestial race, wouldn't dare to provoke them. Cough cough. Everyone, I am cultivating the great Tao of Devour. That Yang Fann has joined my sect, it is the will of the heavens. A sinister old man who was wearing a long black robe and had eyes that looked like a black hole in the universe, which could devour all light, coughed lightly and said, "Brother Zhong Ying, you're wrong. I'm similarly adept at devouring the Grand Tao. It's best that I accept this piece of unpolished jade. Both of you, our Zhong Linkun is the #1 person in our Chengluo mansion who can devour the Great Tao. This Yang Fann should have joined our sect. The divine arts of our serene Civ Palace is dark, and it can devour divine arts. He is the #1 person in the Chengluo mansion who can devour the divine arts. Yang Fann should be a disciple of our sect. Everyone, leave this kid to our virtual element palace. With our resources, we can definitely help him grow at the fastest speed possible and break through to the position of domain god." Supreme Yan Wei, what you said is wrong. Leave this kid to us, the 100 Soldiers Hall. He will also be able to grow quickly. That's right. Our Eon Divine Sect will also do our best to gather all of our resources, allowing him to advance to the domain god realm as quickly as possible. In an instant, the entire hall became a vegetable market. No one gave in to anyone as they all wanted to take Yang Fann under their tutelage. Although their relationship with 1 palace, 3 palaces, 6 sects and 10 major powers had always been good and even formed an alliance to fight against the other prefectures, there was still internal competition. It was hard to find a person like this godchild level monster in the entire Chengluo mansion, or even the Luoyang county. Whoever obtained this godchild level monster would be able to ensure the prosperity of the major powers for an entire era, or even more. There was no reason for them to give in to him. In the end, it almost turned into a full-fledged martial art. Cough, cough, cough. Everyone, please calm down. It's not too late for you all to wait for Yang Fann to pass this tribulation before coming back to fight for Yang Fann. c. 1585. All of them were suppressed in the center of Kunyu City, in the glorious divine palace. Domain god Gui Yi shook his head and smiled bitterly. These few big shots only cared about competing. They didn't even bother to see what Yang Fann's current situation was like. Whether or not he could survive this test. It was still unknown. On the Morrow Sea of Blood, the cracks on Yang Fann's body could be clearly seen, as if his body could explode at any time. In an instant, the entire divine palace fell silent. Domain god Sovereign's heart tightened, and his eyes were fixed on the hologram in the center of the hall. Yang Fann's situation wasn't looking good. If he couldn't hold on, no matter how noisy they were, it would all be in vain. However, this Yang Fann really did know how to stop when things were good. After swallowing half of the Morrow Sea of Blood, he chose to stop. How could he end up in this situation? Now, he couldn't stop even if he wanted to. Soon, another day passed. Chi-chi drops of golden blood slowly dripped down from Yang Fann's skin. His divine body seemed to be on the verge of collapse, and he was in imminent danger. Brother Gui Yi, can you stop them? A domain god sovereign hesitated for a moment and asked. It was definitely a great loss for the first palace, 3 palaces, and 6 sects to die here. As for whether it was fair to the Blood Fiend, that was not something he needed to consider. With the potential of the Blood Fiend, even if they were to nurture it with all their strength, the possibility of it advancing to the 3rd level domain god would not exceed that. Advancing to the middle level domain god was an extravagant hope, and whether or not it could break through to the rank 2 low level domain god was a huge problem. Although it was only a difference of 1 level, the difficulty of breaking through wasn't small either. Otherwise, out of the hundreds of domain gods in the 10 major powers, most of them wouldn't be first-grade low-level domain god. There was no comparison between god-child level monster and Yang Fann. In an instant, all the other domain god sovereigns' eyes were focused on domain god Gui Yi. Although he didn't say it clearly, the meaning behind it was obvious. Even if they couldn't take Yang Fann as their disciple, he would still be a disciple of the Shengluo Alliance. At that time, once Yang Fann matured, as a member of the Alliance, he would be able to break through to the middle-level domain god. Alright, this. A hint of hesitation flashed across domain god Gui Yi's eyes. An ordinary Heaven's Pride evildoer, even a genius like Shui Sha would die if he died. However, a god-child level monster like Yang Fann might not even appear in an entire era. If he died before he even achieved his goal, his heart would ache. However, as the chief examiner, he had the obligation to maintain the fairness of the exam. Otherwise, once this news spread, it would be a huge blow to his and the Shengluo Alliance's reputation. Brother Gui Yi, don't hesitate anymore. We can't afford to lose Yang Fann. That's right, Brother Gui Yi, the most important thing is to protect Yang Fann. Let's wait and see. Yang Fann is still able to persist. Perhaps, with his own strength, he might be able to survive this tribulation. After a moment of silence, domain god Gui Yi said slowly, let's wait and see. If there is really an accident, I will save his life. In the end, god-child level monster still gained the upper hand because of his talent. In the entire Chengluo mansion, there was only one person who could barely be called god-child level monster. He was the master of Virtual Element Palace, the biggest power in Chengluo mansion, and also the number 1 person in Chengluo mansion, Sovereign Xuanyuan. Compared to such a peerless demon, his face was nothing. Furthermore, this was the Chengluo mansion. So what if those families and powers had any objections? In this place, the Shengluo Alliance was the true god. Of course, it would be best if Yang Fann could rely on his own strength to survive. Upon hearing this, the surrounding domain god sovereign heaved a sigh of relief. Domain god Gui Yi was rank 2 domain god, and he could be considered as one of the top amongst all rank 2 domain god. Of the 24 people present, he was the undisputed number 1 expert. With him taking care of them, Yang Fann naturally wouldn't have to worry about his life. However, each and every one of them still stared intently at the enormous hologram. If there was any accident, they would be able to remedy it in time. The poor Shui Sha was still fighting with all his might. He had no idea that he had already become an abandoned child. Even if he could win this battle, he would still be crippled. As long as Yang Fann was still alive, there was no way he could recover the blood ocean origin he had lost. As for the current him, he had already lost nearly 7 layers of Morrow Sea of Blood, and his origin was severely damaged. In the future, Not to mention breaking through to the domain god realm, he might not even break through to the rank 9 top-level true god. World of cultivators was a cruel place. It was all because of his own inborn talent. 1 day, 2 days, 3 days. Soon, another 7 days passed. Yang Fann seemed like he could explode at any time, but what made Xianxia despair was that his body wouldn't explode. He kept insisting. At this moment, anyone with some insight could tell that there was something wrong with Yang Fann. However, Xianxia didn't care about that anymore. It could even be said that he didn't think about it on purpose. Instead, he kept comforting himself. He was just a little bit away from it. He just needed to put in more effort. That guy was dead for sure. In the end, the winner would definitely be me. It will be me. At this moment, he could no longer turn his head. Even if he knew it was wrong, he could only walk to the end with one heart. Without the Morrow's Sea of Blood, he would never be able to reach the position of domain god. To Xianxia, even if he could save his own life, it would be a fate worse than death. Rumble Yang Fann's body's power was increasing rapidly. 100,000 trillion of little worlds power. 100,000 trillion of little worlds power. 105,000 trillion little worlds power. 110,000 trillion of the power of the little world. 120,000 trillion of the little world's power. 140 million meters of the power of the little world. On the contrary, the Morrow's Sea of Blood was shrinking at a terrifying speed. In the end, it was no longer the size of a small world. Chi. At this moment, a divine light flashed on Yang Fann's body. The crisscrossing cracks instantly disappeared without a trace. There was only a tiny bit of Morrow's Sea of Blood left, and Yang Fann no longer needed to feign civility with this Xianxia. In the center of Kunyu City, glorious divine palace. As expected, Yang Fann was pretending all of this just to numb that blood fiend. The group of domain god sovereign had a look of realization. They had already had their suspicions a few days ago. After that, they had almost devoured that blood sea origin. If it was any other true god, their bodies would have exploded long ago. This divine body is even worse than some rank 9 top-level true god. It's worthy of being called god-child level monster. A red-robed domain god sovereign praised. Suddenly, he changed the topic and said, "Everyone, just treat it as me owing you all a favor. How about letting Yang Fann join me? Supreme Gu Ning, your favor is not worth that much. Besides, you aren't cultivating the Devour Great Tao. If Yang Fann follows you, it will be a waste of heaven's gifts." That's right, Supreme Being Gu Ning, you should just forget about it. God-child level monster, this is a rare encounter even in an entire great era. You can't just let it be ruined like this. Brother Gu isn't good at devouring the Great Tao, but in our Tongshuan Hall, we are good at devouring the Great Tao. There are many people here, so I won't let this piece of unpolished jade go to waste. Old man Jie Yun, is there anyone in Tongshuan Hall who is good at devouring the Great Tao? The dark divine arts of the secluded palace is the #1 divine arts in the Chengluo mansion. Everyone, Yang Fann is the true reason why he joined the Dark Ocean sect. Everyone in the world knows that the Spirit Kun Sovereign is the #1 devouring sovereign in the Chengluo mansion. Very quickly, the group of domain god sovereign once again quarreled over Yang Fann's ownership, causing domain god Gui Yi to have a headache. However, he also understood in his heart that no one would choose to give up on a son of God peerless evildoer. Even the other 2 domain god sovereign from the 100 Soldiers Hall were fighting with them until their faces turned red. Assessment World. Rumble Yang Fann had finally devoured all of the Morrow's Sea of Bloods. Grug. Almost at the same time, he struck out with his palm, suppressing the blood fiend with his palm. After losing the Morrow's Sea of Blood, the blood fiend's combat strength was reduced to less than a tenth of its original. It was even weaker than an ordinary rank 8 top-level true god. How could it still have the strength to resist Yang Fann's attack? Even if Yang Fann didn't use the explosive power of the body, and only maintained his strength at the quasi-rank 9 top-level true god, it would still be the same. We are saved, we are saved. Xianxia, you'll have your day as well. Retribution, all of this is retribution. Ha ha ha. The moment Bada and the other 26 rank 6 and rank 7 top-level true god broke free from the Morrow's Sea of Blood, they immediately erupted into cheers. This time, it was really too dangerous. Each and every one of them had walked towards the gates of hell. Especially when they saw Yang Fann suppressing the blood demon with a single palm strike, each and every one of them had a look of relief on their faces. In the next second, Brother Yang, we will never forget your great kindness. In the future, as long as you greet us, we will not hesitate to climb the mountain of swords and plunge into the sea of fire. One by one, they stepped forward and expressed their gratitude to Yang Fann. Even the group of native chosen who had always looked down on the natives of Hexi had done enough. No matter how much they looked down on the local people of Hexi, they still had to do it on the surface. There's no need to climb the mountain of blades and dive into the sea of flames. I hope that all of you won't hate me later. Yang Fann smiled playfully. What? Bada and the others' hearts skipped a beat. Vaguely, there seemed to be something bad about them that was about to happen. Right at this moment, rumble, a heaven-sheltering big hand appeared out of thin air, shattering the space around it and grabbing towards Bada and the others. C-1586 100 Years of Survival Rumble. A playful smile appeared on Yang Fann's face, and he sent a palm strike towards Bada and the other 26 rank 6 and rank 7 top-level true god. It was true that the Blood Fiend was his target, but these rank 6 and rank 7 top-level true god were also his prey. Each rank 6 top-level true god could at least increase the strength of his little world by 1,000 trillion. Some powerful rank 7 top-level true god could even increase the strength of his little world by 10,000 trillion. How could he let them go just like that? He really thought that he would be able to save his own life just by saying a few words and treating Yang Fann like nothing. Was he a good person who didn't ask for anything in return? Why is it like this? No, brother Yang, we are also from the Zhuanghe system, we are together woo. No, don't kill me. Please, let me go. Let me go. Someone save me, I don't want to die, I don't want to die. In an instant, the faces of Bada and the other 26 men changed drastically. They had never thought that Yang Fann wouldn't let them go even after suppressing the Blood Devil. He had truly just escaped from the tiger's mouth and entered the wolf's den. Be obedient and become my nourishment. Yang Fann let out a ferocious laugh, but he remained unmoved. The heaven-sheltering big hand continued to crush down, and countless spatial zones were crushed into pieces. So what if they were from the Zhuanghe system? He didn't believe that Bada and the others had never killed a top-level true god who was also from the Zhuanghe system in the past 70 years. In the assessment world, whether it was native chosen from the AIMA realm continent or top-level true god from the Zhuanghe system, they were all his prey. Talking about friendship with him was really overthinking. If you want to blame someone, blame yourself for not being strong enough. Weak was the original sin. This was the eternal truth. Yang Fann, you beast, I'm going to kill you. Beast, even if I have to die, I'll bite off a piece of your flesh. Kill return to origin great technique die purple flame true thunder break faceless divine fire strength of origin, burn. Amidst the wails of despair, 26 rank 6 and rank 7 top-level true god were fighting against a common enemy. All kinds of trump cards were being used. Many of them were even burning their bloodline potential to forcefully increase their cultivation base and strength, wanting to withstand Yang Fann's deadly palm strike. Unfortunately, the reality was so cruel. 26 of them couldn't even fight against the Blood Demon. If it wasn't for the fact that the Blood Demon wanted to refine them into Blood Demons, they would have been killed by the Blood Demon long ago. So, how could they be a match for Yang Fann, who could even suppress the Blood Demon? All of their efforts were in vain. In less than a breath's time, Puchi true gods, divine fire, sky water, holy light. All of these were destroyed. Yang Fann, you beast, you're going to die a horrible death beast. Just you wait, I won't let you go even if I become a ghost. My Chen family, divine fire sect, mountain river sect. I will not rest until I kill you. The Chengluo mansion is so big, there is no place for you to hide anymore. The sad cries of the weak Yang Fann smiled with disdain. With a wave of his vast magical energy, he completely sealed off the power of these 26 people. Like throwing trash, he threw them into the divine dragon tower. Regarding the threat of these people, Yang Fann didn't take it to heart at all. He, Yang Fann, wasn't the one who was scared out of his wits. Besides, during these 70 years, along with the suppression of a large number of native chosen in AIMA realm continent, he didn't know anything about AIMA realm continent like when he first came here. At least, he had gained a lot of understanding about the situation in the Chengluo mansion. In the vast Chengluo mansion, the strongest was none other than the Chengluo alliance formed by 1 palace, 3 palaces, and 6 sects. Even the divine dynasty of the heavens had to give them some face in Chengluo mansion. As for the other families and powers, they were very weak. Even if all of them joined forces, they were still far from being a match for the 10 major powers, the weakest of them all, the sect. The strongest amongst them was only a few rank 9 top-level true god warriors. They were able to sleep soundly under their beds. The Chengluo mansion was the territory of the Chengluo alliance. There was nothing much about rank 9 top-level true god warriors. However, Domain God Sovereign was different. They would never allow Domain God Sovereign, who was not a part of the 10 major powers, to establish his roots in Chengluo mansion. As long as a new domain god appeared, he would either be absorbed by the Chengluo alliance or expelled from the domain. Some of the stubborn ones would be directly suppressed and killed. As for those rank 9 top-level true god, Yang Fann didn't put them in his eyes. Besides, his strength had increased tremendously. This time, Yang Fann had made a huge profit. After devouring the blood river, his body's strength had exceeded 100,000 trillion of the little world's strength. It was almost 150,000 trillion of the little world's strength. This strength, Hong Long. At this moment, if he threw away all his worries and unleashed his full combat strength, even Yang Fann wouldn't know where his limit was. But there was one thing he was sure of. No one below the domain god realm would be a match for him. Even if he were to challenge some domain god sovereign who had a higher cultivation base than him, he would have to fight them again and again. At least, in Guide's hands, Yang Fann had full confidence that he would be able to escape even if he wasn't a match for him. In AIMA realm continent, he had finally escaped from the category of aphids. Phew. Taking a deep breath, Yang Fann calmed the surging emotions in his heart. The test hadn't ended yet, and his strength could still advance further. In the next second, rumble, an invisible spiritual sense energy suddenly emerged from Yang Fanshihai's body. After swallowing the Maro's sea of blood, not only had Yang Fann's power of the shell improved by leaps and bounds, it had also increased by more than 100 times, and his strength of soul had also improved by a lot. One should know that the Blood Devil army was formed from top-level true god soul, and each and every one of them could be said to be the purest form of mental energy. At this moment, compared to the 70th level of the Blood Devil army. Many years ago, Yang Fann's strength of soul had more than doubled. Although he didn't know if he could be compared with those domain god sovereign, he was afraid that no one in the rank 9 top-level true god could be compared to him. It seems like with the improvement of my strength of soul, the suppression of this world has also been released. Before this, he could only cover a radius of nearly 10 billion light years. Even if his strength of soul had been increased by several times, covering a radius of 30 billion light years was the limit. But in fact, he had covered an area with a radius of nearly trillions of light years. The search range had expanded by more than 10 times, 100 times. Unfortunately, this was a vast and boundless little world. It was still a drop in the ocean even though it was close to a trillion light years away. Furthermore, after 70 years of continuous killing, examinees' number had decreased by a lot. It was already considered not bad if he could still have half of it. It was absolutely not an easy task to find a new target. After half a year, Yang Fann finally found a small group. It was a small group of women. There were not many of them. There were only 5 of them. All of them were devastatingly beautiful. The aura on their bodies was pure and holy, making people feel as if they did not dare to profane them at first sight. If it was any other top-level true god, they might have their eyes on them, but they wouldn't necessarily kill them. However, Yang Fann was different. So what if she was a goddess? Did he devour too many goddess in his life? Without any hesitation, Yang Fann only needed to launch an attack. These 5 goddesses were all peak 6th grade true gods who controlled 500,000 trillion of the power of the little world at the very least. The strongest of them could control 3 million trillion of the power of the little world, but this wasn't a small piece of fat meat. How could he let them slip away under his nose? Ah, don't. Spare me, young master. I'm willing to do anything for you, including my body. Woo woo woo. Please, young master, please let me go. As long as young master doesn't kill me, I'm willing to serve you for the rest of my life. At the moment of life and death, each and every one of the proud daughters of heaven had abandoned their reserved goddess and started flirting with her. They only hoped that Yang Fann would spare their lives, even if they were to be reduced to the lowliest female slave. They were willing to do so. Female slave. There's no need for that. Yang Fann's voice was extremely cold. Beauty, it was just a bunch of pink skeletons. His cultivation base and strength were what he wanted. If he really liked beauty, With his extraordinary status in the Guangling Realm Island, any kind of beauty that he couldn't get was just that his cultivation base was slightly weaker. At the center of the Kunyu city, in the glorious divine palace, a group of domain god sovereign had unknowingly given up on quarreling. It wasn't because they had already decided who Yang Fann would belong to. None of the major powers had given up on this kind of divine son, a peerless monster. In the end, it was still a domain god sovereign who raised a question, and that was why they had given up on the fight. All of them had been fighting here for a long time. Had they asked for Yang Fann's opinion? What if Yang Fann was not willing to worship them? Ordinary geniuses naturally didn't have the right to choose. Even Blood Fiend and the other top-level Heaven's Pride didn't have the right. It was their luck that Domain God Sovereign had taken a liking to them and accepted them as his personal disciples. However, Yang Fann was different. He was a son of God, a peerless monster. He definitely had the right to choose who he wanted to acknowledge. Time flowed like water, and soon, 10 years had passed. Within the Divine Dragon Tower, another 156 top-level true god appeared. However, the more time passed, the lesser Yang Fann's harvest would be. Sometimes, after a year, he might not even be able to open his business once. Unknowingly, the 100-year period quietly passed. Alright, time is up. The first round of the assessment ended just like that. No one was allowed to make a move. All of a sudden, a dignified voice swept across the entire little world. C-1587 second stage of the exam. Time flies, 100 years have passed. Swoosh swoosh swoosh, a top-level true god with a low cultivation base walked out of his hiding place. Swoosh, the first trial had finally passed, and he had survived. They had successfully survived, although it was only a short 100 years, but it gave them the feeling that compared to 1,000,000 years, 10 million years was a lot longer. Every day, they were on tenterhooks. They were deeply afraid that one day, a 5th or rank 6 top-level true god would find them and slaughter them. These days were truly not for humans. Fortunately, they had managed to survive. Although they had no fate with the domain god's personal disciple, as long as they could live, it was better than anything else. Only by living could there be hope. If they lost their lives, so what if domain god sovereign took a fancy to them? Assessment world, on a desolate land. A hint of disappointment flashed across Yang Fann's eyes. 100 years had passed in such a short period of time. Fortunately, there was no one else in the desolate land. Otherwise, he would have been angered to death. We all wish for the exam to end early, but you actually thought that the time was too short. Are you for real? The more time passes, the lesser the gains. In the last 20 years, Yang Fann's gains could be said to be pitifully little. He only managed to capture 56 top-level true god, which was a far cry from the previous 10 years, no, 5 years. Fortunately, the 56 top-level true god weren't weak. The weakest among them was at the rank 6 top-level true god, while the weakest was at the rank 6 top-level true god. Rank 7 top-level true god had 12 of them, and even 2 of them were at the quasi-rank 8 top-level true god, who had just broken through to the rank 8 top-level true god. Of course, it was understandable. In the last 20 years, they still dared to wander in the outside world. Most of them had some confidence in their own strength. Ordinary 4th and rank 5 top-level true god warriors had either been killed or found a secret place to hide. One must have the ability to come out and roam freely. Otherwise, it would be because he felt that his life was too long. It was a pity that he hadn't met a rank 8 top-level true god. Otherwise, it would have been perfect. Yang Fann had tasted the sweetness from that blood fiend. In less than 3 months' time, his cultivation base and strength had increased by more than 100 times. Now that he thought about it, Yang Fann felt that it was unrealistic. Currently, he had not just started cultivating, but his combat strength was comparable to a top-level true god. Not to mention, his combat strength had increased by 100 times within 3 months. Even if it was 300 years, or 3,000 years, Yang Fann would never dare to dream about it. Right at this moment. Alright, all of you, examinee, do not resist. I will bring all of you away immediately. Domain god Gui Yi's voice rang out once again, and it was so loud and mighty that it covered the entire little world. In the next second, buzz buzz, a mighty force that made one unable to muster up any resistance enveloped the entire little world. This strength. Yang Fann's eyes lit up. Although the strength shrouding his body was powerful, it wasn't impossible for him to break free. He didn't even need to use all his trump cards to break free. It seemed like his prediction was correct. Even if he was still no match for Domain God Sovereign, he wouldn't be as powerless as before. One breath later, time and space changed, the stars changed. Yang Fann discovered that he had once again returned to the transfer square. At a glance, the crowd around him had become much more sparse. Furthermore, it wasn't an ordinary number. It wasn't an exaggeration to say that less than 1 out of 10 people survived. It was a tragic scene. Previously, when Native Chosen and the top-level true god of the Xianxia system were together, there were nearly 70,000 of them. But now, there were less than 6,000 people in the square. It was truly tragic. However, what surprised Yang Fann was that there were more than 1,800 top-level true god from the Xianxia system. This ratio was a little too high. The survival rate was almost 2 levels higher than Native Chosen from the AIMA realm continent. But soon, Yang Fann's face revealed a flash of understanding. It was understandable when he thought about it. The top-level true god in Xianxia system. They were all old monsters and wily old foxes who had lived for hundreds of millions of years. They had experienced countless storms and dangers in their lives, and they knew how to protect themselves the most. On the other hand, these Native Chosen were all much stronger than River Series true gods of the same level. Under the protection of the various large families and factions, it wasn't an exaggeration to say that they were flowers in a greenhouse. Furthermore, each and every one of them was someone with a higher heart than the heavens. All of them wanted to be favored by Domain God Sovereign. They wanted to enter the territory of the Divine Gate and find a place to hide. It was even more unbearable than killing them. Without that power, they would still come out and roam aimlessly. If they didn't die, who would die? While Yang Fann was looking around, the other examinee were also looking around. Very quickly, many of Native Chosen's hearts skipped a beat, especially the few rank 8 top-level true god warriors. Their faces were filled with disbelief. There was actually no sign of that bastard, Xianxia. How was this possible? Who was Xianxia? He was the most powerful man in Chengluo Mansion, top-level Heaven's Pride. Although he wasn't the strongest amongst all the rank 8 top-level true god warriors, he was still the strongest. The Blood Devil Army. They were immortal, and they fought one-on-one. Almost none of them were a match for him, even if they could defeat him. They would never be able to kill him. How could he die in the assessment world? What was going on? Could it be that Blood Fiend had provoked public anger and attracted several top-level Heaven's Pride to attack him? Unknowingly, the eyes of the rank 8 top-level true god warriors collided with each other. Each of them had a trace of doubt in their eyes. As for the fact that Xianxia was killed by river aborigines, none of them had ever thought about it. Just those locals from the West River, each of them was as weak as an aphid. How could they possibly have the power to threaten the Blood Fiend? What kind of joke was this? Poochie. Suddenly, the void distorted and Domain God Gui Yi's figure appeared out of thin air. Congratulations on passing the first round of the test. Now, you have 100 years to recuperate. In 100 years, the second round of the test will begin. Nearly half of the 6,000 examinee present were injured. Many of them were even seriously injured, and had even injured their origin. If they did not rest and recuperate properly, they would immediately begin the test, and would most likely leave behind some unrecoverable Dao injuries. As soon as he finished speaking, Domain God Gui Yi's body moved, and he disappeared without a trace. However, before he left, Domain God Gui Yi took a deep look at Yang Fann, who was in the crowd. It seems like my performance in Assessment World has attracted the attention of these Domain God Sovereign. Yang Fann's heart slightly tightened, but he did not regret it. If he did it again, he would still do it. If he kept a low profile and only looked for those 4th and rank 5 top-level true god warriors to attack him, he would not have his current strength. Besides, this wasn't necessarily a bad thing. There were only a few forces that bullied their disciples and robbed their disciples of their fortune. Not far from Transfer Square, in a small palace, Yang Fann sat cross-legged. The Chengluo Alliance had made thorough arrangements. They had built many small palaces around the Transfer Square for examinee to rebuild. The entire palace was protected by a formation. Even some rank 7 top-level true god would have to put in some effort to break the formation. It was enough to ensure the safety of the group of examinee. The next second, rumble. Yang Fann's soul moved, and he began to count his gains from the past 100 years. For the past 100 years, he had always wanted to hunt more top-level true god warriors, so he didn't have the mood to count the treasures. Grug grug grug. One space treasure after another was violently swept away by Yang Fann. Soon, the smile on Yang Fann's face became more and more obvious. Putting aside the bunch of paupers from Zhuanghe system, these native chosen. However, each and every one of them was extremely rich, and the weakest was a 4th grade top-level true god. Their net worth was more than 1 billion high-level divine stones. Some of them were rank 6 and rank 7 top-level true god. Their net worth was hundreds of billions, and that was especially true of Shui Sha. It was unknown how many top-level true god they had killed, and how much wealth they had. Conservatively speaking, his net worth was no less than 50 trillion high-level divine stones. It was terrifying. Adding all the treasures together, Yang Fann's net worth had exceeded 100,000 trillion high-level divine stones. This time, he had really made a fortune. One should know that the wealth of many rank 9 top-level true god warriors might not even be half of his. Of course, to Yang Fann, the true harvest was still those top-level true god warriors. Among them, there were 68 rank 3 top-level true god warriors. 4th tier top-level true god warriors. 762, 573 rank 5 top-level true god, 176 rank 6 top-level true god, 39 rank 7 top-level true god, and 1 rank 8 top-level true god. If he could absorb all of these top-level true god warriors, the strength of his body would definitely double or even more. Rumble. A beam of light flashed, and a rank 3 top-level true god warrior fell into the devouring black hole. In an instant, countless power of devourings exploded out, crazily devouring the rank 3 top-level true god strength of original life, strengthening his body. Less than a month had passed. Pucci. The rank 3 top-level true god had used up the last trace of his strength of original life and turned it into a flying ash. His cultivation base and strength had advanced by leaps and bounds, and Yang Fann's Devour Great Tao had also advanced by leaps and bounds. A mere rank 3 top-level true god wouldn't be able to last long in his hands. Half a year. 1 year. 3 years. 10 years. 50 years. Time passed slowly. During this period of time, many domain god sovereign arrived in front of Yang Fann's palace. They wanted to get in touch with this god-child level monster. It would be best if they could take Yang Fann under their tutelage. However, what disappointed them was that Yang Fann had been in seclusion all this time. It wasn't that no one wanted to knock on the door, but in the end, they gave up on this idea. If this caused Yang Fann to be dissatisfied, the loss would outweigh the gain. Alright, 100 years have passed. Everyone, gather at the square. The second round of the examination will begin immediately. C-1588 Fate Stairwell, Kun Yu City, a palace near Transfer Square. Rumble. Yang Fann slowly opened his eyes. The terrifying golden light seemed like Devil God had created the world and destroyed everything. At this moment, even rank 7 top-level true god, who was standing in front of Yang Fann, would have his divine body pierced through and his soul destroyed. He was extremely ferocious. Time passed really quickly. 100 years had passed just like that. Yang Fann let out a slight sigh. He didn't feel anything, but the time had come. After the examination, he would go into seclusion once more. It was about time for the 9 revolutions divine devil body to break through to the 4th transformation huge perfection. With his current wealth, buying a few thousand inferior top-level divine artifacts was nothing more than a drizzle of rain. In fact, he didn't even need to buy top-level divine artifacts. The top-level divine artifacts in his hands were enough for him to cultivate the 9 revolutions divine devil body to the 4th transformation huge perfection. The only flaw was that the divine weapons that he had plundered from those top-level true god were at least high-grade top-level divine artifacts. Most of them were high-grade top-level divine artifacts. If he really wanted to use these top-level divine artifacts to cultivate the 9 revolutions divine devil body, the amount of time he would need to spend would increase by dozens or even hundreds of times. Without hundreds of millions of years, he would not be able to cultivate these 9 revolutions divine devil bodies to the 4th transformation huge perfection. Sometimes, the grade of a divine tool was too high, and it was also a huge problem. Shaking his head slightly, Yang Fann shook his head to get rid of the worry of happiness. Then, he moved his body and walked towards the transfer square. Rumble. Almost at the same time, streams of light would slash through the void from time to time, shooting towards the transfer square at lightning speed. In less than 3 breaths' time, all of examinee had arrived at the transfer square. Many of them had only managed to stabilize their injuries. It wasn't easy to heal an injury of the origin. This was especially true for top-level true god like them, who were able to heal their injuries in one go. It took 100,000 years, a million years. These were all normal matters. However, at this moment, they could not care less. It was not easy for them to pass the first test. If they were eliminated because of their absence, they would regret it for the rest of their lives. Phew, I wonder what the test is this time. It can't be that it's still the same as the first stage. Allowing us to fight as we wish, right? That shouldn't be possible. In the past tests of Shengluo Alliance, the content of each round is different. Very quickly, top-level true gods started discussing amongst themselves. Speaking of the first round of tests, they still felt some lingering fear. It was really too tragic. Nearly 70,000 top-level true god warriors were the last to survive. There were less than 6,000 of them, and only 1 out of 10 survived. If this happened again, they really didn't have much confidence that they would be able to survive the second round of the test. Silence. A cold voice descended from the sky. Domain god Gui Yi appeared on top of the void. In an instant, the entire transfer square was silent. Even the sound of a pin dropping could be heard. As a cultivator, I want to walk further in the cultivation world. Strength, realm, combat strength, means, will and comprehension, talent. All of these things were indispensable. However, there was another thing that was equally important. That was a person's luck, which could also be said to be luck. Anyone, anything. One had to pay attention to one's luck, and that was the luck expert. Being loved by the universe for his entire life, not harmed by any calamities. Even if there were some calamities, they would always turn bad luck into good luck. Soaring into the sky, on the other hand, those who had lost their luck. Even if they achieved success in a short period of time and became kings, they would still be able to become kings. Domain god Gui Yi spoke frankly and frankly. Today, the test will be your luck, and you want to become a disciple of 1 palace, 3 palaces, and 6 sects. Only the great fortune. The second round actually tests our luck. Yang Fann's heart slightly tightened. Could it be that this domain god Gui Yi was the master of the great Tao of fate? He could predict our luck. But thinking about it, it was impossible. Among the 10 great Tao of ultimate, the great Tao of time was illusory and unpredictable. The fate great Tao was similarly profound and unfathomable. It was extremely difficult to comprehend it. It was not the slightest bit inferior to the grand Tao of time. It even surpassed it. The number of true gods that Yang Fann had swallowed was no longer small. However, not a single one of them cultivated the great Tao of destiny, not even those who had a basic understanding of it. It wasn't only Yang Fann who didn't believe it, the other 6,000 examinee also didn't believe that domain god Gui Yi could control the legendary great Tao of fate. In fact, no one in the entire AIMA realm continent could control the great Tao of fate. The little world had at least 360 complete laws, while the dimensional realm had at least 640 complete laws. The AIMA realm continent was considered one of the best in the dimensional realm, and it had a total of 981 complete laws. However, there weren't any fate laws in it. To control the great Tao of destiny in the AIMA realm was simply an extravagant hope. It should be using some kind of divination method to calculate our destiny. There were still many people in the entire Chengluo mansion who could calculate the arcane art like this. According to the legends, domain god Gui Yi specialized in the great cycle returning to 1-star technique. This was one of the top divination techniques in the Chengluo mansion. Even if it was placed in the 36th divine country of the AIMA realm continent, it would still be a first-rated divine arts. This was also the reason why monogamy was named. Right at this moment, domain god Gui Yi's voice sounded once again, all examinee, get ready. The stairway to fate has appeared. The next second, rumble, rumble, boundless golden light burst forth from within the void. Finally, it transformed into rows upon rows of stairs that glittered with golden light. There were no more than 5,864 rows of stairs, which corresponded to 5,864 examinee. Each row of golden stairs had 99 steps, and each step was dozens of meters apart. Finally, they connected to a mysterious palace that had appeared out of nowhere. The palace wasn't very big, only about 100 acres of farmland. However, it gave off a dreamy feeling, as if it was the legendary river of fate. It gave off an unreal feeling. There are a total of 5,864 rows of fate stairways here. All 5,864 of you, choose one. Remember, each person can only choose one fate stairway. This is the rule. Those who violate the rules will be directly eliminated. Domain God Gui Yi's voice sank, making people feel compelled to do as he said. Very quickly, 5,864 examinee went up one fate stairway each. Apart from the different serial numbers, there was nothing special about each of the stairway to fortune. The unknown number 444 was the serial number of the fate stairway below Yang Fann. The content of this test is very simple. As long as you can pass through the 99 steps of the stairway to fortune and reach the destiny's heavenly palace above, you will pass the test. Domain God Gui Yi spoke again after seeing that everyone had reached the stairway to fortune. Is it really that simple? It's impossible. A trace of doubt flashed across the eyes of the group of examinee, and their faces were filled with disbelief. The last round of the test wasn't easy to pass. As long as they stayed in assessment world for 100 years, they would be able to advance smoothly. However, the final result was that out of the 70,000 top-level true God, only 5,864 of them remained. Thinking about this result now, they couldn't help but feel a chill run down their spines. If time could be reversed, they would have to make another choice. They might not have the courage to participate in the exam. Becoming a member of one palace, 3 palaces, and 6 major sects was their chance to leap over the Dragon Gate. If they could gain the favor of Domain God Sovereign, they would be able to reach the sky in a single bound. However, compared to their own lives, all of this was insignificant. This so-called air transport assessment wouldn't be an easy place to live. Sure enough, as everyone had expected, Domain God Gui Yi was silent for a moment, then he said in a cold tone. However, if you want to advance on the stairway to fortune, you must draw the karmic card. According to the instructions of the karmic luck card, those who disobey, eliminate them immediately. Let me remind you, there are countless opportunities on the stairway to karmic luck. Similarly, there are also countless dangers, people with great fortune. It could not be said that one could pass through the stairway to fortune in one go. On the contrary, it might be the end of the soul. In an instant, many of examinees' hearts were filled with concern. Could he really pass through the stairway to fortune? Of course, there were also many people who didn't care about it. They were all people with great fortune, and they had encountered many fortuitous encounters throughout their lives, turning misfortune into fortune. This time, there wouldn't be an exception. They would definitely pass the trial smoothly, or even reach the heavens in a single bound, and reach the destiny's heavenly palace. At that time, it would be possible for Domain God Sovereign to gain a lot of points in his heart. Even if a person with great fortune strength was slightly weaker, those Domain God Sovereign would still make an exception and accept him as their disciple. Although luck was vague, it was not untraceable. Master and disciple, father and son, were often connected by luck. On the destiny staircase 4444, Yang Fann's expression did not change. Even though the path of destiny was mysterious and had its own destiny, Yang Fann believed that his fate was up to him. Even if the stairway to fortune was really dangerous, he believed that with his current strength, he would be able to turn the situation around and turn the crisis into safety. The most important thing in world of cultivators was strength. When his strength reached a certain realm, even the mysterious great path of destiny would have to submit to his invincible iron fist. Examinee number 1, get ready. The God of Fortune card has appeared. Buzz in front of examinee number 1, the void twisted, and then 9 palm-sized cards appeared. Each card was covered with a layer of mysterious mist, making people unable to see the details of the cards. Even with Yang Fann's eyesight, he could not do anything about it. As for the other examinee, there was even less of a need to talk about them. Alright, number 1, examinee, which God card you choose, inject your spiritual energy into the God card. Now, I announce that the second round of the examination will officially begin. C-1589 Elimination of Cultivation in the center of Kunyu City, in the glorious Divine Palace. All the Domain God Sovereign were looking forward to it. One spiritual consciousness after another was firmly locked onto the entire transfer square. I wonder how the luck of Yang Fann is. He must be a man with incredible luck to be able to break through to the rank 8 top-level true God in this barren land of Zhuanghe system. That's right. This man must have great luck. He might very well be a son of the Zhuanghe system's era. Perhaps, he will be able to reach the heavens in a single step and pass through the air transport assessment in one fell swoop. Domain God Sovereign and the others were talking and laughing. They had complete confidence in Yang Fann. A monster that could break through to the rank 8 top-level true god in the Zhuanghe system, if one were to say that it wasn't the favorite monster of the heavens and earth. They wouldn't believe it even if they were beaten to death. Look, the second round of the examination has begun. Transfer square. Rumble. Examinee hesitated for a moment. His spiritual energy moved and covered the third fortune divine card in an instant. The next second. Rumble. Rumble. The karmic luck card began to spin rapidly, releasing dazzling light before finally transforming into 10 dazzling characters. In an instant, an ancient and mysterious voice descended from the sky, resounding throughout the entire transfer square. Examinee, please proceed to the 10th step. Phew. Examinee's heart relaxed slightly, although it was not as if he had reached the sky in a single step. If he could reach the Destiny's heavenly palace directly, he would be able to advance 10 steps in one go. His luck was pretty good. One should know that the entire Destiny staircase was only 99 steps. If he could get 10 calories every time, as long as he could pass the 10th round, he would be able to reach the top of the Destiny's heavenly palace. Next, examinee number 2, examinee. Yang Fann's eyes lit up when he saw the rich figure on the second stairway to fate. He did not expect to meet someone he knew. The fat man wasn't a stranger. He was the fatty Zhu who sold the basic information of the interdimensional space to Yang Fann at the price of 1,000,000 fatty Zhus. One had to admit that fatty Zhu was a lucky man. 200 years ago, Yang Fann looked at this fatty Zhu. His cultivation base was barely able to control the strength of 6,000 trillion little world. Among the many examinee, it's not the bottom of the pack, and it's not that far off, either. However, at this moment, not only had Fatty Zhu successfully broken through to the rank 5 top-level true god, he had also broken through to the rank 5 top-level true god. It wasn't as simple as just breaking through to the next realm. His strength was almost 30,000 trillion of the little world's strength. Among the many rank 5 top-level true god, he was worthy of being called an expert. It could be seen just how great his harvest in the last 100 years of survival was. Yang Fann was right. In the first round of the exam, it would not be an exaggeration to say that Fatty Zhu had gotten lucky. As soon as he entered the assessment world, Fatty Zhu dug an underground space and hid himself. Fatty didn't have any good points, but he knew his own limitations. He knew that the personal disciple of the domain god wasn't someone a 4th grade top-level true god like him could covet. In the assessment world, if he were to be reckless, he would only feel that his death wasn't fast enough. However, he didn't expect that he would encounter another fortuitous encounter after hiding like this. There were actually 2 rank 6 top-level true god warriors who were fighting to the death in his hiding place. Moreover, both of them had similar strength and means. They actually fought to the death, and both of them suffered heavy losses. In the end, they were able to gain an advantage for Fatty Zhu. It could only be said that one had to be lucky. There was no way one could stop them. In just 100 years of effort, he had used up a lot of treasures from the 2 rank 6 top-level true god warriors, causing his cultivation base to jump by 3 levels. Furthermore, this was because the time was too short, and he didn't have the time to convert all the treasures into his own strength. Otherwise, his strength would improve by leaps and bounds, and it might even be possible for him to break through to the rank 6 top-level true god. Those 2 rank 6 top-level true god weren't simple. They were both peak rank 6 top-level true god experts, and each of them could control the strength of 800,000 little world. Fatty, my luck has always been pretty good. I think it won't be bad this time. After encouraging himself, Fatty Zhu gritted his teeth and used the strength of soul to wrap around a fortune divine card. Rumble. A brilliant 4-colored divine light shot up into the sky, dyeing the entire void. Strangely, there were no words. Instead, a white jade pill bottle fell towards Fatty Zhu. Congratulations to examinee for drawing the 4-colored treasure card. He has obtained a heavenly astral divine pill, which can allow rank 5 top-level true god warriors to grow 3 levels of the soul. Ha 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 ha, I knew it. I, Fatty Zhu, am a blessed man. A good 4-colored treasure card, a good heavenly astral divine pill. Good, good, good. Fatty Zhu held onto the single token tightly. His face was filled with pleasant surprise, and there were many top-level true god warriors around him who had looks of envy on their faces. Fuck, this Fatty is really lucky. That was the heavenly astral divine pill. Everyone in the world knew that if one's cultivation base was good, it would be difficult to increase one's cultivation base. A top-tier divine pill that could increase the strength of a third-level rank 5 top-level true god strength of soul, even some rank 7 top-level true god would be tempted by it. Its value was so high that it was comparable to a top-tier top-level divine artifact, or perhaps even more. When it comes to me, my luck is unparalleled. A rank 6 top-level true god in a blue robe clenched his fist. He still chose a fortune divine card, ha ha ha. Carp Dragon 9 leaps. He jumped 3 steps and passed the 27th step of the stairway to heaven. As expected, I am that person with great fortune. Looks like the second round of the assessment is not a big deal. Ha ha ha, my luck is pretty good. Tricolor treasure card, glazed body forging pill. With this divine pill, my divine body will definitely improve by leaps and bounds. What a great secret technique. If I can cultivate it successfully, my combat strength will at least double. I can even fight rank 7 top-level true god. A great opportunity, a great opportunity. Time passed by slowly. Soon, 2 hours had passed. At this moment, it was examinee's turn. No one encountered any danger. The one with the worst luck also drew a 3-god card. Many people, like Fatty Zoo, drew treasure cards and obtained treasures that could move rank 6 and rank 7 top-level true god. One of them, who was extremely lucky, actually drew a quasi-domain divine artifact. One should know that the domain divine artifact was the ultimate treasure used by domain god sovereign. Even without the help of the domain god, the power it could unleash was enough to suppress most rank 9 top-level true god warriors. Although the quasi-domain divine artifact was far from being as precious as the domain divine artifact, it was still not something that the top-level divine artifact could compare with. It was a supreme treasure that even rank 9 top-level true god warriors would be tempted by. Once the spear-shaped quasi-domain divine artifact was successfully refined, it was likely that not many of the young generation would be a match for rank 7 top-level true god. Sigh, it's actually just a entry 8 god card. Looking at the dazzling entry 8, examinee's face was filled with disappointment. Although entering the 8 god card was considered not bad, compared to those treasure cards, it was still far from enough. Alright, it's finally my turn. With my luck, no matter what, I have to have 4 colored treasure cards. Maybe it's a 6-colored treasure card. Examinee, number 862, had an excited look on his face. At this moment, he had long regarded this examination as a lucky draw. As for the danger that monogamy mentioned, he had long forgotten about it. Not only him, but the other examinee were also not in a good state. Their eyes were burning with passion, and they wished that they were the ones who drew the lottery now. 861 people had passed, but none of them were in any danger. They didn't believe that their luck would be so bad. Many of them even suspected that the so-called danger was just a scare from monogamy. How could there be any danger? If what he said was true, it would be as dangerous as what he said. Someone would have suffered a disaster a long time ago. Rumble. Number 862's strength of soul collided with a fortune divine card. In the next second, a ray of light shot up into the sky, but it was different from the previous dazzling rays of divine light. This ray of light was extremely dark, as if it represented absolute darkness, giving people a creepy feeling. I'm sorry, number 862 examinee. Your fate is full of ups and downs, your luck is deteriorating, you have to remove the god cards in your hand, your billions of years of cultivation has been wasted, all of your cultivation has been erased. What? All your cultivation has been erased? No, that's impossible. I am the son of destiny. How could I possibly lose my destiny? It's fake. This must be fake. Examinee suddenly let out a wail of horror and despair. His eyes bulged out and were about to burst out of his eye sockets. He couldn't accept it at all. Rumble. What responded to him was a terrifying devil light that instantly covered his entire body. In the next moment, a terrifying scene happened. Examinee's cultivation base was decreasing at a speed visible to the naked eye. Rank 6 top-level true god. Rank 5 top-level true god. Rank 3 top-level true god. First grade top-level true god. High-level true god. Middle-level true god. Low-level true gods. Empyrean. The Holy King. In the end, he became an ordinary person without any cultivation base. If it wasn't for the fact that his divine body was still there. At this moment, his longevity had long dried up, and he had turned into ashes. Ah no, my cultivation base, return my cultivation base to me, return it to me. It was wiped away. All of his cultivation had been wiped away. How could it be like this? How could it be like this? C-1590 curse. The atmosphere in the huge transfer square was very strange and scary. Apart from the mournful wails of the 862 examinee, the entire square was filled with silence. Each and every one of them had their eyes wide open. Their eyeballs were about to fall out of their eye sockets. There was no doubt on their faces. The cultivation base of the 862 examinee had been erased. His billions of years of hard work had been wasted. How could this be? Shouldn't the air transport assessment be able to pass the second trial so easily? Many of them had indescribable fear in the depths of their eyes. To a top-level true god like them, wiping out their cultivation base was even more unbearable than killing them. Furthermore, they could clearly see that not only had examinee lost his cultivation base, his foundation had also been completely erased, and he wouldn't even be able to cultivate again in the future. Perhaps those high and mighty domain god sovereign had a way, but this tiny bit of hope could basically be ignored. Putting aside the fact that he didn't have the qualifications to come into contact with domain god sovereign, even if he was lucky enough to meet a domain god sovereign who wasn't related to him, what right did domain god sovereign have to help him? Did he really think that every single one of domain god sovereign was that selfless good person? This rank 6 top-level true god was finished. He was completely finished. On the stairway to fortune 4444. What a powerful cultivation level card. This is a nightmare. Yang Fann's expression was unprecedentedly solemn. If I draw the cultivation level card as well. Could it be? Once the void world was destroyed, one's cultivation base would be erased. Although he wouldn't be reduced to a cripple like that rank 6 top-level true god. With the help of the powerful 9 revolutions divine devil body, he would still be crushed. He could even fight a rank 9 top-level true god warrior, but there was no void world that was the foundation of a cultivator. Once the void world was completely wiped out, he would never be able to attain the Tao and become a god for the rest of his life. Not to mention advancing to the domain god realm, or even surpassing the domain god realm. He would truly stand at the peak of the universe. No, that's not right. Suddenly, Yang Fann frowned slightly. This was the stairway to fate. In the end, it was just a small trick that domain god Gui Yi had come up with. With his current strength, it would be very difficult for domain god Gui Yi to kill him. At most, he could suppress him. It was basically impossible to erase his cultivation base, let alone a small test. I'm afraid I have somewhere I want to cross. Thinking about it carefully, the power of that demonic light. It was at most comparable to a full-force attack from a top-level rank 9 top-level true god, and wiping out a rank 6 top-level true god was a small matter. However, was it really that far from being able to deal with him? Even if his strength was 10 times stronger, he still wasn't qualified to do so. He must have thought too much. No matter how profound the Tao of Destiny was, it couldn't possibly surpass domain god Gui Yi's limit. Furthermore, it wasn't the Tao of Destiny that he controlled. It was just a small branch of it, the Tao of Divination. With this thought, Yang Fann's tightly furrowed brows eased up a lot. Number 863, Examinee, draw the Fortune Divine card. My luck is not bad at all. This time, it will not be an exception. It will definitely not be an exception. Number 863 comforted himself. He gritted his teeth and the strength of soul emerged from his body. It wrapped around a Fortune Divine card. Rumble. A terrifying dark shine shot into the sky. Not good. The heart of number 863, Examinee, immediately trembled. Wasn't that the same person who exploded with a strange dark shine and his cultivation was forcefully erased? Could it be that I will also become a cripple from now on? No, this is impossible. I have always been blessed with great luck. How can I be so unlucky? At this moment, number 863, Examinee, possessed by the god of misfortune, the heavenly tribulation has descended, and the end of the falling stars has come. No, that's impossible. How could I have possessed the god of misfortune? It's fake. It must be fake. All of a sudden, Examinee's mournful wails came to a halt. His entire person had already arrived at a desolate wasteland. The next second, rumble, rumble. The meteors that were over 100 kilometers in diameter were like raindrops, tearing through space and smashing towards Examinee. Each and every one of these meteors was as powerful as rank 7 top-level true god's full-powered strike. Countless of them rained down on those rank 8 top-level true god warriors. It was the end of the world. Furthermore, examinee was only a quasi-rank 6 top-level true god warrior. He barely managed to take one of the meteors, and his entire body exploded. After that, he was completely wiped out, and his soul was completely destroyed. What a terrifying apocalyptic meteorite. If I were to encounter it, I'm afraid. The surrounding examinee sucked in a breath of cold air. Both of his eyes were filled with fear. At this moment, they no longer had any thoughts of looking down on the air transport assessment. Monogamy wasn't wrong at all. There were countless opportunities in the air transport assessment, but the dangers were equally terrifying. If one wasn't careful, one would be in danger of dying. Number 864, examinee, is full of bad luck. He has been reborn from a calamity. 3 calamities and 9 calamities are hard to come by. Number 869, examinee, has lost all of his luck. He has been possessed by the god of decay. Under the apocalypse of doomsday, it was unknown whether it was really luck or whether number 862, examinee, was truly a jinx that had descended upon the world. The people behind him were all influenced by him. His luck had plummeted, and there were 81 examinee in a row. None of them were lucky, and they were the luckiest. His cultivation base had also been cut off from the first grade. His hundreds of millions of years of hard work had become useless. Luckily, his foundation was still there. If he wanted to rebuild it, it would take at most millions of years. If he was willing to spend more resources, it might even shorten the time. Unlike the 862 examinee, who couldn't even do it. The most unfortunate one among them wasn't even facing a tribulation. He was directly killed by a death card. It was simply too terrifying. At least, the others had resisted even if they died. However, he didn't even have the time to resist. He silently turned into ashes, as if he had never appeared in this world. He was truly unable to die in peace at this moment. Even Yang Fann felt his scalp go numb. He didn't know if he could withstand it. However, Yang Fann had made up his mind in his heart. If he was unlucky enough to hit the killing card, he would immediately activate the 9 revolutions divine devil body with all his strength without saying anything. It would depend on whether his mysterious killing power could kill him or not. As for whether he would expose his true strength, Yang Fann couldn't care less. He was about to lose his life. Who had the leisure to care about whether he would expose himself or not? No, I'm not participating, I'm not participating. Sir, I forfeit, I forfeit. Examinee, number 944, let out a hysterical wail. He was afraid, he was truly afraid. What did it mean to become a disciple of 1 palace, 3 palaces, and 6 sects, and become the personal disciple of the domain god? All of these would be like going to hell. The world was vast, and he was the one who had the biggest life. Anyone who was willing to join the air transport assessment would be the one to participate. In any case, he wasn't going to accompany them any longer. Number 944, examinee, forfeit. The examination forfeited, stripped of all strength. Unfortunately, sometimes, you can't give up just because you want to. Ah, what? No, no. Examinee, number 944, let out a miserable wail. His cultivation base had fallen dramatically. Rank 5 top-level true god. Rank 3 top-level true god. First grade top-level true god. Ah, I won't give up, I won't give up. I'll take it, I'll take it. Unfortunately, everything was over. The exam wasn't something that you could go back on your word just because you wanted to. High-level true god, you can't go back on your word just because you want to. Middle-level true god, low-level true gods. Empyrean. Not only had his cultivation base dropped to the worldly realm, but his strength of divine body had also been extracted and taken away. In the blink of an eye, he had aged at a speed visible to the naked eye. Poochie. The white-haired 880 examinee, whose face was covered in wrinkles, had completely turned into a flying ash. A dignified rank 5 top-level true god with countless longevities, yet he had died due to the exhaustion of longevities. This was a great irony. Phew. Not bad. Luckily, he was the first to arrive. Otherwise, what? Many of the examinee felt a lingering fear, especially the number 945 examinee. He had a look of relief on his face. He was the one who had almost died. The number of people who wanted to give up was not limited to 945. Rumble. A dazzling golden light shot into the sky. Ah, it's not black light, it's not black light. Examinee, number 881, immediately jumped up. The dark shine represented an unknown. All the black light that appeared on Examinee's body, none of them were not unlucky. Let's go in too. Woo woo woo. I don't need to die anymore. I don't need to die anymore. At this moment, the dignified top-level true god actually had tears in his eyes. However, no one in the surroundings laughed at him. In fact, all of them couldn't help but heave a sigh of relief. The devil curse had finally been broken. If this continued, they would surely collapse. Time slowly passed. One by one, Examinee continued to draw luck cards. There were lucky ones, those who drew treasure cards, and even those with great luck. The rock was 10,000 miles away, reaching the clouds. With just one step, they had reached the 981st step of the stairway to fortune. They were only a step away from reaching the top, but there were also many unlucky ones. From time to time, some people's cultivation would be wiped out, or they would be completely wiped out. Under all kinds of disasters. However, in general, there were no more 81 cards that appeared in a row. At most, there were only 10 people who were unlucky at the same time, which was barely acceptable in the hearts of everyone. In the blink of an eye, half a day had passed. It was Examinee's turn to draw the Fortune Divine card from No. 4443. C1591 Fortune Plunder card Kun Yu City, Transfer Square. Half a day had passed in the second round of air transport assessment. As long as Examinee passed the 4443rd trial, Yang Fann would be next. Unwittingly, Yang Fann felt a trace of nervousness in his heart. Although he had absolute confidence in his own strength, the stairway to fortune was really unfathomable and unpredictable, making it hard for him to guard against it. It was like the doomsday tribulations of the falling stars, doomsday hurricane tribulations. The Nine Suns world incinerating tribulation was nothing to him. Danger could be seen. At most, Ming Dao and Ming Spear would fight with him. With his own strength, Yang Fann was confident that he could pass the trial smoothly. However, he was still confused about many calamities. In the end, Examinee died silently. In this world, the most terrifying thing was the unknown. Rumble. A brilliant golden light shot into the sky. The 4443 strength of soul of Examinee had finally wrapped itself around a Fortune Divine card. Finally, it transformed into two huge golden words, Enter 3. Phew. At that time, Examinee, number 4443, let out a long sigh. Although it wasn't a treasure card, it hadn't improved much. But compared to those disaster cards, he was already very lucky. It's almost my turn. My luck shouldn't be bad. Yang Fann muttered softly. However, it was clear that his confidence was lacking. In these few million years, it could be said that he had been through countless bloody battles along the way. If one were to really talk about luck, it really wasn't very good. It could even be said that he had some bad luck. If not for his strength being strong enough, heaven swallowing earth devouring great law, if he was heaven defying enough, he would have turned into a pile of dirt a long time ago. It could not be more dead. From the sobbing blood continent to the spiritual martial arts continent, then to the origin continent, the Guangling Realm Island, and the Guangling Realm Island. The opponents he had encountered. Every single one of them was a top power in the region, and none of them were easy to deal with. In the center of Kun Yu City, in the glorious divine palace, the listless domain god sovereign immediately became alert. Without realizing it, all of Examinee, including the rank 8 top-level true god top-level heaven's pride, had become insignificant figures in their hearts. All of their attention was focused on Yang Fann alone. As long as they could take down Yang Fann alone, it would be better than recruiting 10, or even more top-level heaven's pride. Look, it's going to be Yang Fann's turn soon. This is really exciting. Shi Huan and the others are able to travel 10,000 miles, and even reach the 981st step of the Stairway of Fortune. I think Yang Fann, this monster, will definitely have a much more prosperous luck. There will be 8 to 9 generals who will reach the sky and reach the Destiny's heavenly palace in a single bound. That's right. Godchild level monster, like Yang Fann, has 10 times, 100 times more luck than Shi Huan and the others. I can't wait any longer. Look, Yang Fann is going to draw his card. On the stairway to fortune 4444. Phew. Yang Fann took a deep breath. He moved the strength of soul and rammed into one of the fortune divine cards. Rumble. In an instant, a strange blood-red light shot up into the sky. It was like a terrifying blood river that pierced through the heavens and the earth. Ah, why is it a blood-red pillar of light? What exactly is going on here? From all directions, a group of examinee. Suspicion climbed onto their faces. The light pillar that had appeared before. There were almost 3 types of light pillars. One was the God cards of progress, and the other was the God cards of progress. The more golden the light was, the stronger it was. The previous improvement would be more. The second was the color card, and the second was the color card. It was also the treasure card, which had 2 colors. 3 colors, 4 colors. The more colorful the divine light was, the more valuable the treasure was. The most precious treasure that had appeared now was the quasi-domain divine artifact level spear. It was a 7-colored divine card, and finally the disaster card that caused examinee's expression to change when he heard it. It was a black light, and the black light was getting thicker and thicker. It meant that the disaster was getting heavier and heavier, and it was also called the nightmare card by everyone. The death card. However, this blood-colored divine light was the only one that did not exist. Moreover, this bloody light gave them a very bad feeling, as if a great calamity was about to descend upon them from the underworld. Right at this time, that thick and heavy sound of great Tao descended from the sky, engulfing the entire square. Number 444, Examinee, draw the Fortune Plunder card. You need to fight with the opponents arranged by the underworld. The winner is king, the loser is bandit, and the winner will seize all of the opponent's luck. In the center of Kunyu City, in the glorious divine palace. It's actually a fortune-seizing card, but it does make sense. A domain god sovereign nodded slightly. Although it wasn't as they had imagined, it wasn't as simple as ascending to the heavens. He could directly pass the test, or perhaps, an even more precious 8-colored light would appear. The 9-colored treasure card rewarded Yang Fann with a true domain divine artifact. However, when he thought about how Yang Fann cultivated the great Tao of Devour, he felt that it was quite suitable for Yang Fann's path. The master of the great Tao of Devour. Which one of them didn't harm others and benefit themselves by plundering all the way here? I just don't know which unlucky bastard will become Yang Fann's opponent. Yang Fann, this little guy, his attacks are not ordinary. They had witnessed Yang Fann's performance during the first stage of the test. He was a person who did not have any inhibitions. No matter what kind of background he had, it would not work in front of him. If he met Yang Fann, he would only end up being ruthlessly suppressed. The Karmic Plunder card. Will the brave one win in a narrow path? Ha ha ha. I like it. Yang Fann's eyes lit up. The nervousness in his heart disappeared without a trace. The thing that he was least afraid of was a battle. Amongst all the examinee present. Which one of them was his match? If he was willing to. When he unleashed all his combat strength, he would suppress all of them with a single palm. It was not difficult at all. This first step was stable. I wonder who my opponent will be. Yang Fann licked his lower lip. There was a faint trace of excitement in his eyes. It would be great if he could hit a rank 8 top-level true god. Rumble, another bloody light descended from the sky and landed on number 2348's body. Number 4444, Examinee, your opponent is number 2348. The next second, with a flash of blood, Yang Fann found himself standing on top of a large arena. In front of him stood a stalwart figure. This man was wearing a black Qilin armor. His body was covered with blood qi and killing intent. Although he was far from being as strong as the blood qi, he couldn't be underestimated. His qi was as powerful as Bada and the others. This was a rank 7 top-level true god, a rank 7 top-level true god who controlled 2 million trillion of the little world's power. It's actually Shu Long. This river aborigines is finished. However, this Shu Long fellow is really lucky. Not only did he draw a 3-colored treasure card, he also obtained a triple transformation soul condensing pill. Now, he can even seize the fortune of this savage. In the next round, his fortune will probably prosper even more. Perhaps he might even be able to obtain a 7-colored treasure card in one go. The group of native chosen looked at Yang Fann as if they were looking at a dead man. Shu Long was rank 7 top-level true god. Among the remaining native chosen, even if he couldn't make it into the top 100, he could still make it into the top 150. If he was placed among these river aborigines who didn't even have a single rank 7 top-level true god, he would be an invincible existence. There was no suspense in this battle. It all depended on how many strikes river aborigines could withstand from Shu Long. A bunch of idiots. Did they really think that Yang Fann is us? Yang Fann's abnormal behavior is not something you all can imagine. Kekaki, just wait and see. What kind of dredging is this? He's going to die for sure. I can't wait to see how dumbfounded they are right now. However, Fatty Zhu and the other top-level true god were completely different. Each of their eyes were filled with ridicule. Others might not know how powerful Yang Fann was, but they did. Before entering the interdimensional space, he was already a monster rank 8 top-level true god monster. He had cultivated bitterly for 3 million years, and his strength was at least at the top of the rank 8 top-level true god. A mere rank 7 top-level true god wanted to fight against it. It was really ridiculous. Thinking about it, the expressions of these locals from the AIMA realm continent must be very interesting. The geniuses of the AIMA realm continent looked down on the many river-type true gods. They were the same as well. They were extremely unhappy with native chosen. They were just a bunch of greenhouse flowers. If they were all like them, growing up in the river, not to mention the 5th or rank 6 top-level true god, it was still unknown whether they could break through to the top-level true god. Perhaps, they would have long been buried in the long river of history, and whether they could find their graves or not. It was a huge mystery. Void Arena. Shu Long looked down at Yang Fann from above and said proudly, "Hehehehe. I never thought that I would be a match for you, this aphid worm. Looks like you, this aphid worm, will have some good fortune in the future. You will become a formidable opponent who will grow into a cost-effective leader. However, you have met me in advance. This is the end of your life. Now, kneel down obediently and kowtow to me. I might be able to give you a quick death, or else." Hehehehe. C-1592. They plundered all along the way on the Void Arena. Shu Long looked down at Yang Fann from above, his voice full of contempt. He didn't put Yang Fann in his eyes at all. He was just a puny little river aborigines. With just a wave of his hand, he could erase him from this world. How could he care about that? If this aphid obediently listened and surrendered without putting up a fight, it might even give him a quick death. Otherwise, there were many methods in this world that would let him know what regret was. Poochie. When Yang Fann heard this, he was immediately angered. An ordinary rank 7 top-level true god who only controlled 2 million trillion, he really didn't know where he got his confidence from to dare speak to him in such a manner. What's wrong? Are you not convinced? Shuya frowned, and a wisp of displeasure flashed across his face. Rumble. However, what responded to Shu Long wasn't Yang Fann's explanation, but a swift and fierce palm strike. Yang Fann didn't have much time to waste with such an ant. Yang Fann didn't use too many methods in this palm strike. He only used the power of his body and 2 layers of power of the void. But what kind of strength did Yang Fann have right now? He had cultivated bitterly for 100 years. Yang Fann had successfully refined 68 rank 3 top-level true god and 92 4th grade top-level true god, causing the power of Yang Fann's body to increase. It had successfully surpassed the power of 150,000 trillion little world. Not only that, after refining those top-level true god little world, the power of the void in Yang Fann's body also increased by several times, almost making Yang Fann's cultivation base. He had broken through to the second Empyrean heavenly sovereign. Even though it was only 2 layers of power of the void, the power of this palm strike had far exceeded 5 million trillion of the power of the little world. It was nearly 6 million trillion of the power of the little world. It was more than double the power of the peak of the cultivation path. Not good. How could this be? Shu Ran's expression suddenly changed. An extremely ominous omen swept across his heart. See. Roar break myriad beast godly fist roar. In that instant, the roars of dragons, phoenixes, and beasts could be heard without end. Qilin, divine dragon, white tiger, fire phoenix. Countless divine beasts flashed around Shu Long's body, and he punched out with his fist. It was as if the strength of 10,000 beasts had been added to his body, tearing apart the sky, and his fiendish aura soared into the sky. The atmosphere was majestic, and the wind and clouds were surging. A dying struggle. Yang Fann sneered. Rumble. The terrifying palm force was like a hot knife cutting through butter, crushing everything in its path. Poochie. Poochie. The images of countless divine beasts, like phantoms, all disappeared. Ah, no, my luck is unparalleled, my luck is boundless. How could I lose? I'm not willing, I'm not willing. With an extremely unwilling wail, Shu Long was completely suppressed by Yang Fann. Number 4444, Examinee wins. That heavy sound of great Tao sounded once again. Almost at the same time, Yang Fann faintly felt that there seemed to be some kind of strength that was added to his body. Perhaps it was the power of that person's luck, but this feeling was not bad. Suppress. Suppress it. One palm, just one palm. Gulp. Gulp. Am I seeing things? This. How is this possible? A strange blush appeared on the faces of the group of native chosen. They had just said that the Hexi native was no match for Shu Long. The result was good, it hadn't even been a breath's time. Shu Long was mercilessly suppressed, and his face was slapped. It was really a loud slap. At the same time, Shu Long was not a weakling. This strength was capable of suppressing him with a single palm strike. He could be considered as one of the top amongst the numerous rank 7 top-level true god. Even if he was placed in native chosen's group, he would still be able to enter the top 60. I really didn't expect that there would be such an expert among these natives. We have underestimated this group of natives. I told you to look down on us. Let me tell you, there are Zhuanghe systems in our Zhuanghe system as well. Many river series true gods raised their heads high. They were also from the Zhuanghe system, so they were proud of Yang Fann's victory. Soon, it was examinee's turn. Just like Yang Fann, this examinee also came from Zhuanghe system, but his luck was obviously a bit bad. Rumble, a dark shine shot up into the sky. Disaster card. Annihilation, starlight, tribulation. Ah, how could this be? My luck is unparalleled, and I've had countless fortuitous encounters in my life. How could I possibly get a disaster card? Amidst the despairing wails, endless starlight fell from the sky like raindrops, striking towards him. Every single ray of starlight was comparable to one of rank 7 top-level true god's attacks. As for examinee, he was only at the rank 5 top-level true god, but with just a single ray of starlight, he was severely injured. He was barely able to withstand the starlight from the 3 paths, and then he was completely destroyed. After nearly an entire era of bitter cultivation, he was turned into a stream of water. Sigh, what a pity, sometimes, it was not bad to stay in Zhuanghe system and be an overlord. It was better than losing one's life. The examination continued. There was a continuous golden glow and colorful lights flashing. In the midst of it, there were also black lights that accompanied it from time to time. A day passed. 5,864 examinee had passed one round of the air transport assessment. During this period, 532 people had drawn disaster cards, and the total number of people who had died was 398. It didn't seem like there were many of them, not even examinees level. However, don't forget, if you want to clear the air transport assessment. But now, apart from those who had used the heaven-defying luck to draw the Peng Cheng Wanli card and went straight to the 9,981st step of the stairway to heaven, there were also those who had reached the 9,981st step of the stairway to heaven. Most of them had only gone up a few steps. According to this progress, there were not more than a dozen rounds of air transport assessment. They were afraid that they would not be able to go up the Destiny's heavenly palace. One round of nirvanic extermination. 398 people. After a dozen rounds, how many people would be left? The cruelty of the air transport assessment was no less than the first 100 years of survival. In an instant, the entire transfer square was filled with a layer of gloominess. Many top-level true god regretted that they should not covet the position of the domain god's direct disciple, much less participate in the exam. Now, even if they wanted to quit, they wouldn't be able to do it. The 944th examinee was still vivid in their minds. If they gave up, they would only think that they didn't die fast enough. May the great Tao bless me, don't let me draw that disaster card. Number 1, examinee, come forward and draw the fortune divine card. Following the sound of the heavy sound of great Tao, the second round of the air transport assessment began once again. Soon, it was Fatty Jew's turn again. Perhaps this Fatty was really blessed by the goddess of luck. A bright golden light flashed, and a 9 heavens leaping carp card appeared in front of him. Ha 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 ha, Fatty, I knew it. I am that person with great fortune. My carp has jumped 9 heavens, and I have jumped 3 steps. I am only 72 steps away from the Destiny's heavenly palace. Number 226, examinee. Lucky star shining brightly. Draw a 3-colored treasure card. Reward, 3 turns divine pill refinement, 1 divine pill. Number 568 examinee has unparalleled luck. He has drawn the 6-colored treasure card and is rewarded with the Zanya wheel pill. Number 111 examinee, possessed by the god of decay. He has drawn the black disaster card and the mental demon tribulation has descended. Number 2256 examinee, the unlucky god has descended. He drew the Black Calamity card and the 5-colored God Thunder Tribulation has been drawn. Number 3268, Examinee. Undefeatable Luck. Golden Improvement card drawn. 10,000 miles long, straight up to the 9 heavens. Hiss. It's another Peng Cheng Wanli card. Peng Cheng Wanli cleared the level twice directly. This luck is truly invincible. As expected of Sword God Unparalleled, Qin Wushuang. No wonder he's the number 1 youth in Chengluo Mansion. At that instant, in all directions, countless top-level true God took a deep breath, but many of them had expected this. Sword God Unparalleled, Qin Wushuang, was publicly acknowledged as the number 1 young man in the Chengluo Mansion. According to the legends, he was the reincarnation of an ancient mighty figure, and was born with a great fortuitous encounter. The divine sword descended from the sky and automatically recognized him as its master. Along the way, he encountered many fortuitous encounters. This luck was not something they could compare with. Even Shi Huan, who was also top-level Heaven's Pride of Chengluo Mansion, and Gao Shang and the others were inferior to him. What a pity, what a pity. Looking at the white sword god in front of Destiny's heavenly palace, a hint of pity flashed across Yang Fann's eyes. This white sword god, its strength was already very close to the rank 9 top-level true god, and it even relied on the powerful attack of the sword god. Among all the examinee present, it could be said that no one could beat him. If he could be suppressed and devoured. Hong Long, number 3812, examinee, is full of bad luck. He drew the Black Disaster card and erased his cultivation level. Number 4122, examinee, good luck. He drew a 5-colored treasure card and was rewarded with a top-level divine artifact, 9 Dragons God Pagoda. Rumble. A strange bloody light shot into the sky once again. Number 4444 examinee, if you meet a brave man on a narrow path, the winner will be the one who draws the Luck Plunder card. You will once again have a decisive battle with your opponent in the dark. What? It's the Fortune Plunder card again. Could it be that Yang Fann has been plundering all the way to the Destiny's heavenly palace? This is the first one, and this is the second Fortune Plunder card. There aren't so many coincidences in this world. It's very likely that this little guy is going to carry out his plan of plundering all the way to the end. Everyone, let's wait and see. C-1593 scared in the center of Kunyu City, in a glorious palace. Domain God Sovereign and the others were deep in thought. Yang Fann had drawn a Fortune Plunder card in the first round, and now in the second round, it was still a Fortune Plunder card. How could there be so many coincidences in this world? This little guy, Yang Fann, was probably going to carry out his plan of plundering to the end. Meeting such a dark star, it seemed like the other examinee were going to have a tragedy. Among the examinee present, none of them thought that there was anyone who could be a match for Yang Fann. Even if it was Qin Wushuang, who had the title of the number 1 youth in the Chengluo Mansion of Chengluo Mansion, if he were to fight Yang Fann, he would definitely lose 8 to 9 times. The strength of both sides might not be equal, but Yang Fann had a monstrous physique. It was a big bug. Everyone knew that the weakest part of the sword cultivator was its defense. The slash of Yang Fann's sword didn't matter much, but the punch of Yang Fann could take away your life. It was obvious who would win and who would lose. Transfer Square, Destiny Staircase 4444. Good, it's the Fortune Plunder card. Again, a golden light flashed in Yang Fann's eyes. To him, there was nothing more exciting than the Fortune Plunder card. This air transport assessment was exactly what he wanted. Rumble. A ray of bloody light descended from the sky, instantly enveloping a native chosen. Number 4444 examinee, your opponent is number 2387 examinee. It's him, the young master of Luo family, Luo Yu. With Luo Yu's cultivation base and strength, he will definitely be able to defeat that river aborigines. That's right, Luo Yu is one of the top geniuses of Chengluo Mansion. That river aborigines will certainly not be a match for him. The group of native chosen started discussing amongst themselves. In the battle, Yang Fann had suppressed Shu Long with a single palm strike, causing their faces to crack. This time, they had to get back at him. Presumably, the young master of Luo family, Luo Yu, wouldn't let them down. Although Luo Yu wasn't a rank 8 top-level true god like Shi Huan or Gao Shang, he was only slightly weaker than them. He could be said to be a top-tier expert below the rank 8 top-level true god. Amongst rank 7 top-level true god, almost no one was a match for him. River Aborigines' strength, although it wasn't bad, it was only close to 6 million trillion of the little world's strength. Compared to Luo Yu, it was still far from enough. Don't know what you are talking about. Yang Fann's power is not something you can imagine. Just wait and see. This Luo Yu won't be able to escape the fate of Shu Long. That's right. The one who will win in the end will definitely be Yang Fann. The true gods of the upper Thousand River system did not want to be outdone, and they all began to mock him. Unknowingly, this was no longer a battle between Yang Fann and Luo Yu. It had become a battle between native chosen and the true gods of the river system. On the void arena, Yang Fann and Luo Yu stood opposite of each other. This was a 26-year-old young man. He wore a bright white silver armor and held a platinum silver dragon spear in his hand. His entire body was glowing with a divine light. It made him look like a divine general of the heavenly palace who had descended to the mortal world. His aura was unparalleled and he was the king of the world. Yang Fann, you can be considered to have some talent to be able to kill Shu Long, that trash. However, meeting me is the greatest misfortune of your life. Luo Yu's pride was unparalleled. Her voice was calm, as if she was stating a certain fact. You ants, you have no ability at all, yet each and every one of you are proud of yourselves. I really don't know where your sense of superiority comes from. A hint of ridicule slid across the corner of Yang Fann's mouth. It was really a mystery of confidence. Could it be that they were born in the AIMA realm continent? It was ridiculous. Golden Origin Sorceress and the others came from the only eternal world, the eternal great world. Were they proud of themselves? In the end, the AIMA realm continent was just a dimensional realm. In the universe, a dimensional realm like this, even if there were 1,000,000 of them, there would still be a few 100,000 of them. It was nothing. Aphids, you will pay the price for your words. A hint of anger flashed across Luo Yu's eyes. The next second, rumble. The white gold and silver dragon spear in his hand moved, thrusting towards Yang Fann. This spear seemed ordinary, but it had already returned to its original state, filled with boundless killing intent. Under the rank 8 top-level true god, if one didn't have a supreme treasure protecting them, no one would be able to block this deadly spear of his. Looks like Luo Yu's silver dragon spear Dao has improved a lot these years. The victor has already been decided. That river aborigines is dead for sure. A rank 8 top-level true god's eyes lit up, and he immediately sentenced Yang Fann to death. Aphids, a frog at the bottom of a well, die for me. Yang Fann shouted. The power of the void in his body had been raised to the 4th level. In an instant, Yang Fann's strength had increased by several folds. He threw out a punch, and his strength was almost 30 million trillion of the little world's strength. He didn't have any combat skills or secret techniques. He just used brute force to crush Yang Fann. In the face of absolute strength, everything was futile. No matter how profound your spear Dao was, I will break it with just a single punch. Ah, impossible, this isn't true. How can an aphid like you have such power? Rumble. A terrifying and invincible fist slammed into the white gold and silver dragon spear. Vaguely, he could hear the howl of a silver dragon. The entire spear was extremely twisted. Luo Yu's entire body was sent flying. Countless mushroom clouds rose from his body. It was like 3 calamities and 9 calamities, the end of the world. This wasn't the end. Yang Fann struck out his palm once again, grabbing Luo Yu. Ah, stop, I am the young master of the Star Luo family. How dare you? Luo Yu let out a shrill wail. He was severely injured by Yang Fann's punch, and he couldn't put up any resistance. He could only rely on the power of his own family in order to arouse the fear of Yang Fann. Bai Kai. Yang Fann raised his sharp brows and mercilessly suppressed Luo Yu with his palm. Putting aside the fact that he didn't know anything about the Star Luo family, even if he did, so what? How could he, Yang, be afraid of the Luo family? It was fine if the Luo family didn't come. If they really dared to come, Yang Fann wouldn't mind letting them become nourishment for his growth. Silence for a moment. The entire transfer square became silent. Even Fatty Zhu and the other river gods were stunned. Although they knew that Yang Fann would definitely be able to suppress Luo Yu. However, Luo Yu was still one of the strongest rank 8 top-level true god experts. Yang Fann would need to spend some effort to do so. Who would have thought that with just a single punch and palm strike, the arrogant Luo Yu would be crippled and suppressed? That relaxed look was not much harder than pinching an ant to death. As for those native chosen, needless to say, their eyes were wide open like fish eyes. How could this be possible? That was the cold-faced silver spear Luo Yu, the top expert below the rank 8 top-level true god. How could he possibly lose? This river aborigines isn't simple at this moment. Shi Huan, Gao Shang, and the other rank 8 top-level true god revealed solemn expressions. The strength that Yang Fann had just displayed could already threaten them. Even top-level Heaven's Pride, who was ranked at the bottom of the ranking, had a look in his eyes. It was only Qin Wushuang from the Destiny's heavenly palace. His facial expression didn't change at all. He was like a high and mighty god looking down at all living beings. It was as if nothing in the world could move him. Rumble. The air transport assessment was still continuing. They would not stop because of Yang Fann's performance. Soon, another half a day passed. Number 5856 examinee, Lucky Star Illumination, Golden Progress card drawn. As number 5856 examinee once again ascended the rank 6 stairway, the second round of the air transport assessment ended. As for the 8 examinee behind him, sorry, they had already drawn disaster cards in the first round, turning into ashes. Compared to the first round, the number of people who had died in the second round of the exam was much less than the number of people who had died in the first round. However, there were also 356 people who died in the second round. Time slowly passed. It was the third day of air transport assessment. The remaining 5,000 examinee and another 3,000 people had drawn their fortune divine cards. 2 of them were lucky enough to arrive at the Destiny's heavenly palace. One was a rank 7 true god and the other was a rank 8 top-level true god. Compared to the River Series true gods, Native Chosen was still the most favored by the heavens and earth. As for Yang Fann's acquaintance, Fatty Zhu was also very lucky. He drew another 9 Heavens Leaping Carp card and connected it to the 27th step of the stairway to heaven. With this speed, he passed 2 rounds. He would be able to reach the Destiny's heavenly palace. 4 hours later, on the 28th step of the 4444 Fate Staircase, Yang Fann looked around. There were still 3 more people left before it was his turn. He was really looking forward to it. After suppressing Luo Yu and robbing her of her luck, everything that belonged to him would become Yang Fann's possession, including his position on the stairway to fortune. One had to admit that Luo Yu's luck was pretty good after 2 draws. First, she drew a carp leaping to the 9 Heavens card, then she drew a 5-colored treasure card and obtained a top-level divine artifact. 1 minute later, rumble, another pillar of blood-colored light shot into the sky. Ha ha ha, as I expected, it's the Fate Plunder card again. I wonder who my opponent is this time. Yang Fann laughed and looked around examinee, as if the hunter was looking at some fat prey. It would be wonderful if I could get one rank 8 top-level true god. Bitch it, why is it this Fortune Plunder card again? May the great Tao bless me, please don't be me. Don't be me. C1594 Crazy Plundering Kunyu City, Transfer Square. The surrounding examinee, except for those rank 8 top-level true god warriors, all of them lowered their heads, not daring to look Yang Fann in the eyes. Their eyes were filled with unconcealable panic. They were praying in their hearts. The great Tao was protecting them. This dark star must not hit them, he must not hit them. Even the quasi-rank 8 top-level true god Luo Yu was easily suppressed by Yang Fann. His strength had definitely reached the rank 8 top-level true god. He was definitely not someone these small arms and legs could deal with. Once they were hit, there was only one way left for them, and that was to be mercilessly suppressed. Rumble and evil blood red light descended from the sky, and instantly enveloped a top-level true god. Phew. It's not me. This is great in an instant. All the top-level true god in the surroundings heaved a long sigh of relief. As long as their fellow Taoist didn't die, they wouldn't allow anyone else to live or die. The 3321st Sky Stairwell. This was Yang Fann's opponent this time. He was also a native chosen. It was unknown if he had fought these native chosen or if it was because of some other reason, but all the opponents Yang Fann had drawn were from Chengluo Mansion. However, at this moment, this opponent was completely frightened out of his wits. In his eyes, there was only fear and panic. His legs and stomach kept trembling, as if they would collapse at any moment. His mouth kept muttering, "Why is it me? Why is it me?" Chi 2 rays of bloody light flashed past. Yang Fann and the number 3321 examinee entered the void arena. Looking at the opponent who was constantly trembling, Yang Fann frowned. There was a hint of disappointment in his eyes. In the previous 2 rounds, one was rank 7 top-level true god, and the other was a quasi-rank 8 top-level true god. In Yang Fann's match, thinking about it, this time, he wasn't even a rank 8 top-level true god. No matter what, he had to be a quasi-rank 7 top-level true god. Never had he thought that it would be such a fifth-order ant. The gap between them was more than 10 times, 100 times. At this moment, the rank 5 top-level true god finally managed to control the fear in his heart and hurriedly shouted. I admit defeat, Lord Supreme. I admit defeat, I admit defeat. Even though he admitted defeat, in the future, maybe he would have bad luck and be possessed by a god. When he goes out, he will step on dog shit, and when he drinks, his teeth will be stuck. But it was still better than losing his own life. This was a peerless, fierce man who could even kill Luo Yu in an instant. It was not something a rank 5 top-level true god like him could fight against. To put it bluntly, the ferocious man could easily kill him with just a single move of his finger. Fuck, he actually admitted defeat. Bitch it, does this guy even have the pride of a top-level true god? Yang Fann glared at him. There was a hint of regret in his eyes. Although rank 5 top-level true god warriors were not as strong as those rank 7 top-level true god, after devouring and refining him, it was enough to increase the strength of his body by a few hundred trillion. Once he admitted defeat, everything would be in vain. If he knew this earlier, he wouldn't have given him the chance to open his mouth and suppress him. This kid is really startled. That's right, admitting defeat is not a bad choice. Next time, if we meet that dark star, we can also choose to admit defeat. Examinee's eyes lit up. Number 3321, Examinee, had given them a clear path. If I can't beat you, I can't just admit defeat. I can't just admit defeat. That dark star still dared to attack. Right at this moment, number 3321, Examinee has admitted defeat. He will be eliminated and robbed of everything. Heavy sound of great house are sweeping across the square. The next second, rumble, rumble, a mysterious energy instantly enveloped Examinee, number 3321. In an instant, his cultivation base began to weaken at a speed visible to the naked eye. Rank 5 top-level true god. 4th grade top-level true god. 1st grade top-level true god. High-level true god. Middle-level true god. Low-level true gods. Ah, how could this be? Didn't you take away your destiny? How could he take away his cultivation? This. After this, how can we admit defeat? The surrounding examinee was dumbfounded. The outcome of admitting defeat was exactly the same as that of surrendering. On the void arena. Good, not bad. Yang Fann was immediately delighted. Although he had only obtained the luck of the rank 5 top-level true god and his space treasure, he now had such an example. It could be said that he had completely cut off the possibility of the others admitting defeat. Using one rank 5 top-level true god to cut off the other examinee's path of retreat. After thinking about it carefully, it wouldn't be such a loss. In the time it takes to breathe, Yang Fann once again climbed the rank 6 stairway. The luck of this rank 5 top-level true god was neither good nor bad. Normally, 3 rounds of the air transport assessment was equivalent to climbing the rank 6 stairway. In fact, he didn't even get a chance to draw a treasure card. However, this was exactly what Yang Fann wanted. If a certain someone with great luck managed to draw the Peng Cheng Wanli card, Yang Fann was afraid that he would regret it. If he advanced to the next level, how would he be able to seize the luck of another person and suppress a top-level true god? Rumble rays of dazzling divine light continuously shot into the sky. There was golden light, colorful light, and black light. Examinee quickly drew the fortune divine cards. Soon, the third round of the examination came to an end. This made the group of examinees slightly relieved. In this round, a total of 168 people had fallen. Compared to the first round, the second round of the air transport assessment had obviously declined. Half a day later, the fourth round of the air transport assessment was halfway through. Fatty Zoo number 2's luck was pretty good. He drew a minor Joe Heavenly card and directly advanced to the 30 rank 6 stairway. He was only a step away from breaking through to the 8th step of the stairway to heaven, and he would be able to break through to the next level. 2 hours later, rumble, yet another streak of bloody light shot into the sky. It's coming again. Who will be the one drawn this time? Please don't be me. Please don't be me. Otherwise, I will be finished. In an instant, Examinee's heart tightened. He could not admit defeat even if he admitted defeat, and he could not beat him. This was completely forcing them to die. Number 4444 Examinee, your opponent is number 5231 examinee. Ah, how could this be? How could it be me? Woo you'd have bitterly cultivated for 3 trillion years, could it be that I'm going to die here? I can't accept this, I can't accept this, His Excellency Yang Fann, spare me please, for the sake that we are all from the Zhuanghe system, I beg of you let me go. You'd begged bitterly. He would never dare to admit defeat. The outcome of examinee number 3321 was still vivid in his mind. At this moment, he could only hope that Yang Fann would be merciful and spare his life because of his fellow countrymen. Rumble. What responded to him was a heaven-sheltering big hand. Spare your life. What kind of joke is this? Do I know you? In the next second, Yang Fann once again went up the 5th step of the stairway to heaven. Compared to these native chosen, the luck of these old folks was. Up until now, there were more than 1,000 of them. Apart from a few dozens of people who had climbed the stairway to heaven, most of them were still at the 20th step. Some were even lingering on the steps to clear the levels. Who knew how many more rounds of card draws they would need? The 5th round of the examination. Fatty Zhu would draw his card first. As for examinee no. 1, the disaster card that he had drawn in the previous round had been wiped out. He had turned into ashes. This round, Fatty Zhu's luck was a bit bad. He only managed to draw 1 disaster card, which was in the top 9. However, it also allowed him to successfully ascend to the Destiny's Heavenly Palace, becoming the 16th person to ascend to the Destiny's Heavenly Palace. He was also the first true god to clear the level. This luck was really good. As long as he didn't die midway, he would be able to accomplish great things in the future. Poochie. Yang Fann waved his hand and suppressed a rank 6 top-level true god native chosen, then he once again ascended the 8th step of the Stairway of Destiny. 1 day later. Rumble. A rank 7 top-level true god was mercilessly suppressed by Yang Fann. Bitch it, why is this guy so slow? It's already the 6th round, why is he still only at the 45th step of the Stairway to Heaven? According to this turtle speed, if we want to wait for Dark Star to go to the Destiny's Heavenly Palace, we will have to face a few unlucky people. The surrounding top-level true god were gnashing their teeth in anger. They wished they could wait for Yang Fann to come. He would immediately ascend to the Destiny's Heavenly Palace and pass the 2nd round of the examination. His existence was like a devil's sword hanging above their heads. His existence would take their lives at any moment. Especially those who had only ascended a few steps or more, their hearts were in their throats. After 6 rounds, Yang Fann had hit the mark. However, they were all like them, only able to ascend a few steps or a dozen steps. Very quickly, another day passed. Number 4444, examinee, your opponent is number 666. Ah, how could this be? My luck is invincible. I drew a 7-colored treasure card and 2 6-colored treasure cards. 3 5-colored treasure cards, how could it be me? No, I don't believe it. This isn't true, it definitely isn't true. C1595 instant kill of a peak rank 8 true god Kun Yu City, transfer square, the 66th sky stairwell of fortune. A heart-wrenching wail burst out from rank 7 top-level true god's mouth. This man was none other than the lucky one who got the quasi-domain divine artifact in the 1st round. Initially, he thought that his luck was unparalleled. He got a 7-colored treasure card once, a 6-colored treasure card twice, and a 5-colored treasure card. Among all the examinee, except for a few people, not many could be compared to him. He had never thought that he would actually meet that dark star. Could it be that all of this had been prepared for this dark star? No, this wasn't real, it wasn't real. I don't believe it, I don't believe it. Rumble. No matter how he shouted, the reality was just that cruel. With a flash of blood, he was directly brought onto the void arena. This Dong Rui is really unlucky to meet such a dark star. Indeed, he was just about to rise, but who would have thought that he would end up benefiting Dark Star in the end? This is the cruelest thing in the world. What a pity, what a pity. Many examinees' eyes flashed with pity. If Dong Rui was given some time to refine the quasi-domain divine artifact, his combat strength would definitely improve by leaps and bounds. It wasn't difficult for him to challenge someone stronger than him, but now that he had encountered that monster, everything would become an extravagant hope. Of course, all of them heaved a sigh of relief in their hearts. Their lives would be saved for the time being. On the void arena, Yang Fann and Dong Rui confronted each other from afar. This was a white-robed sword cultivator that looked to be in his 30s. His white robe fluttered in the wind, his eyebrows were sharp, and his eyes were bright. He had a heroic aura, but on the surface, it could not hide the fear in his heart. Rank 7 top-level true god, not bad. Yang Fann's eyes lit up slightly. He was like a hunter looking at the fattest and most beautiful prey, but he had not seen rank 7 top-level true god in a few rounds. Compared to those 5th and rank 6 top-level true god, rank 7 top-level true god was nothing. The benefits rank 7 top-level true god gave him were more than 10 times stronger. As for the quasi-domain divine artifact, Yang Fann didn't really like it. Currently, his body defense seemed to have the potential to surpass the top-level divine artifact. Once he pushed the 9 revolutions divine devil body to its limit, the defense of his divine body would increase by 100 times. Even if it wasn't as strong as the real domain divine artifact, it wouldn't be much different. The quasi-domain divine artifact was completely useless in Yang Fann's hands. It was a pity that it was useless, and it was only used to exchange for divine stones. Yang Fann, as long as you don't kill me, everything in my hands is yours. It's all yours. Trembling, Dong Rui gritted his teeth and said, at that moment, he finally understood what was going on. Everything else was an external object, even if it was a quasi-domain divine artifact. Now that the divine tool was gone, he could think of a way to acquire it. However, if he lost his life, everything would be over. Yang Fann sneered. Without saying anything else, he sent a palm strike toward Dong Rui. This fellow was thinking very well. Even if you don't hand it over, do you think that all the treasures in your hands won't be mine? Ah, don't. Spare me with a despairing wail. Dong Rui exerted all of his strength to try and block that deadly palm strike. Unfortunately, everything was just wishful thinking. In rank 7 top-level true god's eyes, he could only be considered an ordinary person. The gap between him and Yang Fann was like the difference between a firefly and a bright moon. It was like the difference between heaven and earth. It was simply not something he could resist. Pucci Dong Rui's entire body was grabbed by Yang Fann. He had completely sealed off all of his energy, and like a piece of trash, he was thrown into the Divine Dragon Tower. In the next second, Yang Fann's position went up to the 9th step once again, reaching the 54th step of the stairway to heaven. 2 hours later, the 7th round of the air transport assessment had come to an end. Currently, among the 586-4 examinee, less than 4,000 of them were still on the stairway to fate. Among them, 86 of them had successfully passed the 99 steps of the stairway to fate and reached the Destiny's heavenly palace. As for the rest of them, they had successfully passed the 99 steps of the stairway to fate and reached the Destiny's heavenly palace. All of them were eliminated one by one. The rate of loss was so high. It was close to the 4th level. It was really frightening. It was only the 7th round. Fortunately, the chances of winning the disaster cards in the next few rounds had significantly decreased. Especially in this round, including Dong Rui, who was suppressed by Yang Fann, only 96 people had been eliminated. This made the group of examinee heave a sigh of relief. At this rate, the number of people who would die in the next few rounds should be even fewer. The examination was slowly carried out. Half a day later, it was Yang Fann's turn again. Rumble. The familiar blood-colored pillar of light once again shot into the sky. It's the karmic luck grasp card again. This Yang Fann is really going to plunder all the way to the end. May the great Tao bless me, don't draw me, don't draw me. Rumble. As the numerous examinee silently prayed, another blood-colored pillar of light descended from the sky. Number 4444 examinee, your opponent is number 5118 examinee. What? It's actually him. Good, there's going to be a good show to watch now. If we can kill that dark star, we will all be free. In an instant, the entire transfer square boiled up. Number 5118, examinee, was none other than the top-level heaven's pride of native chosen, the one known as the Desolate Bear King, Gao Shang. According to the legends, this man possessed the bloodline of the Desolate Bear, an ancient divine beast. His innate divine strength was unparalleled, and his strength was terrifying. Among all the top-level heaven's pride in the Chengluo mansion, he could be said to be one of the top 3. Although Yang Fann was powerful and could be considered one of the best rank 8 top-level true god warriors, it would be hard to say if he would be able to fight this Gao Shang. This battle could be said to be the peak of the battle. Even the unparalleled sword god Qin Wushuang, who had always been calm and collected, had a strange look on his face. On the stairway to fortune 4444, Yang Fann's eyes lit up. He had finally met a rank 8 top-level true god. Furthermore, it was a body cultivator that specialized in body cultivation. The strength of original life in its body was so strong that even an ordinary rank 9 top-level true god wouldn't be much weaker than it. This was truly a great nourishment. If he was devoured and refined, it could at least increase his strength by tens of thousands of trillion in Little World. In the center of the Kunyu city, in the glorious divine palace, Domain God Sovereign was also in high spirits. Look, the two of them are on the void arena. Who do you think will win in the end? Yang Fann or Gao Shang? It should be Yang Fann. In the previous battle with Shui Sha, Yang Fann's strength was infinitely close to the rank 9 top-level true god. After absorbing the Maro Sea of blood of Shui Sha, Yang Fann's strength must have improved a lot. Although Gao Shang is also ranked in the top 5 of the young generation, he is only comparable to Shui Sha. Indeed, in this battle, Gao Shang's chances of winning will not exceed 2 levels. The group of high-level true god warriors were talking amongst themselves. Almost no one had high hopes for Gao Shang. Furthermore, deep in their hearts, they didn't wish for Gao Shang to win. Although Gao Shang was the number 1 top-level heaven's pride in the world, he was just like Shui Sha. At most, he would only be able to reach the 3rd level. After breaking through to the position of Domain God, there was no hope for him to break through to the middle-level Domain God stage. Compared to Yang Fann, there was a huge gap. Void Arena. Yang Fann and Gao Shang confronted each other from afar. Gao Shang was a great man with a height of more than 30 feet. His entire body was like a sea of blood, his eyes were like the sun and moon, his head was like a mountain, and behind him, there was also a terrifying giant green bear. It was roaring towards the sky, and a terrifying murderous aura covered the surroundings, causing one's soul to tremble. Ha 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 ha. Yang Fann, meeting me, Gao Shang, is your biggest misfortune. Today, I will use your blood to create a ferocious image of me. Among the young generation, I, Gao Shang, am the strongest. Gao Shang's voice sounded like devil god's roar. Terrifying sound waves rolled like tidal waves, destroying everything. In all directions, large pieces of space were shattered into pieces. If you want to step on my upper position, you're just a piece of trash. How dare you? Yang Fann sneered. The power of the void in his body no longer held anything back. It immediately unleashed the power of the 12th layer. Rumble, rumble. In that instant, the aura around Yang Fann's body rose steadily and crazily. His entire person became like a towering mountain that blotted out the sky and covered the sun. Ah, how is this possible? This pressure. This pressure. The arrogant Gao Shang's expression changed. This terrifying pressure gave him a feeling that it was even more terrifying than facing the number 1 sword god of the young generation, Qin Wushuang. Rank 9 top-level true god, he had definitely broken through to the rank 9 top-level true god. Aphids, come and die. A ferocious expression flashed across Yang Fann's face as he sent a palm strike towards Gao Shang. This palm strike was like chaos. Devil God had destroyed the heavens and earth. His terrifying strength seemed like it was going to blow up the entire arena. Arg bastard, the blood of the Bear King, burn it for me in an instant. An ominous sign of collapsing enveloped Gao Shang's entire body. Rumble. The bloodline of the Azure Desolate Bear, which had originated from the ancient desolate lands, began to burn madly within him. At this moment of life and death, Gao Shang couldn't care less. What potential didn't he have? The most important thing was to block this deadly palm strike and protect his own life. Puchi Puchi, a terrifying power was like a landslide and tsunami, growing inside Gao Shang's body. In an instant, he turned into a terrifying giant bear that was tens of thousands of meters tall. He looked like the legendary king of the earth, the Azure Desolate Bear, who had descended from the sky and stepped on the earth. His divine power was invincible. Roar, break for me. C-1596. There was such an operation. Void Arena. Rumble. The fist and palm collided. A terrifying energy tide seemed to be on the verge of exploding everything. Swish swish, the entire Void Arena began to tremble violently. There were faint cracks on the surrounding barrier, as if it would collapse in the next second. Gao Shang, the ancient desolate Bear King, had used up all of his potential at all costs, burning the bloodline of the Azure Desolate Bear in his body. His strength was truly terrifying. It had exceeded a trillion of the power of the little world, and was comparable to the full-strength strike of a rank 9 top-level true god. However, there was always a stronger person who was stronger than the stronger one. There was still a mountain that was higher than the previous one. The power of the void, when used to its maximum power, was compared to Yang Fann. What? That power was nearly 300 million trillion of the little world's power. It was truly terrifying. Even amongst the rank 9 top-level true god warriors, it could be considered expert. In less than a breath's time. Grug grug grug, it was unknown how many tens of thousands of meters of his right arm was like a wall that had exploded. It was covered with spider webs, crisscrossing, and terrifying cracks. Very quickly, they spread all over Gao Shang's body. Facing such a terrifying force that was 3 times stronger than his own, Gao Shang didn't have the slightest strength to resist. It was simply a one-sided suppression. Rumble, rumble, endless mushroom clouds began to rise from Gao Shang's body. The bone-chilling sounds of bones breaking were so frequent and continuous. Clusters of golden divine bloods that looked like lakes were scattered all over the place. Ant-like thing, you still want to use me as a stepping stone and obediently become my nourishment for my growth. With a ferocious laugh, Gao Shang, who had fallen to the ground, was grabbed by Yang Fann, and was suppressed by him. For a moment, the entire transfer square was terrifyingly silent. It was as if even the head examiner of this examination, Monogamy, had been frightened. He was no longer the same as before, urging the next examinee to come. It was only after a long while that they started whispering. Gulp, gulp. Insta-kill. The desolate bear king, Gao Shang, was instantly killed just like that. I can't be seeing things, right? How is this possible? It's an illusion. This must be my illusion. How could something like this happen? At this moment, not to mention those native chosen, even Fatty Zhu and the other river gods widened their eyes in disbelief. Who was the desolate ancient bear king Gao Shang? He was heaven's pride, who was ranked in the top 5 among native chosen. His terrifying strength was at the top of the rank 8 top-level true god. Even an ordinary rank 9 top-level true god warrior would have to put in a lot of effort to suppress him. If they were careless, they would have to pay a price. No matter how abnormal Yang Fann's monster was, it was impossible for him to suppress him with a single palm. In front of Destiny's heavenly palace, the unparalleled sword god Qin Wushuang, who had always remained calm as if nothing had happened, finally had an obvious change in his expression. His eyes were filled with seriousness. This Yang Fann was probably his biggest rival. He was well aware of Gao Shang's strength. Although he wasn't a match for Gao Shang, he still wanted to kill him with a single strike like Yang Fann. He didn't have much confidence. In the center of Kunyu City, glorious divine palace, the group of domain god sovereign were also incomparably shocked. Although they had predicted that Gao Shang was no match for Yang Fann, they had never thought that this would be the outcome. The power of nearly 300 million trillion in Little World is more than 2 times stronger than the power of his battle with Xianxia. As expected of god-child level monster. His speed of growth is so fast that it makes one's hair stand on end. I'm afraid that he will be able to take that step in less than billions of years. If it was any other quasi-rank 9 top-level true god, absorbing the Maro Sea of blood and increasing their combat strength by a few levels would already be their limit. In an instant, their combat strength would increase by nearly 3 times. It was something that they wouldn't even dare to think about. This speed of growth was simply heaven-defying. In the next second, no way, no matter what, our sect has to take down this Yang Fann, my virtual element palace is going to take him down. The group of domain god sovereigns secretly made up their minds. No matter how much they had to pay, they had to accept Yang Fann as their disciple. Soon, another 10 breaths passed. The surrounding examinee finally accepted this frightening reality. Looking at Yang Fann on the stairway to fate, traces of respect unknowingly climbed into their eyes. This guy was simply a monster. The Zhuanghe system was such a barren land, but he was able to break through to the rank 9 top-level true god. A monster like this had completely exceeded their imagination. Ever since the Shengluo Alliance started distributing the 10,000 realm medallions, no one had ever been as abnormal as Yang Fann. This was truly unprecedented and unprecedented. Ah, I understand now. Xianxia, blood fiend, died in Dark Star's hands. Suddenly, a top-level true god exclaimed, instantly attracting all of examinees' attention. Hiss. I'm afraid this is really the case. What Dark Star did? A rank 8 top-level true god's heart trembled, and he seemed to be deep in thought. Previously, he thought that it was Xianxia who had provoked the public, causing a few of them to attack at the same time. But now, it seemed like all of this was just a matter of course. The real murderer was Dark Star. Gao Shang's strength wasn't any weaker than Shui Sha's, but he couldn't even withstand a single strike from Dark Star. So, it wouldn't be difficult for him to kill Shui Sha. Gulp gulp. In an instant, the fear in everyone's eyes intensified. Fortunately, this pervert was about to clear the level. After plundering the luck of the ancient Bear King, Gao Shang, Yang Fann went straight to the 99 steps of the Stairway of Destiny. At this moment, he was only a step away from reaching the Destiny's heavenly palace. It was only a matter of one round. The devil's sword hovering above their heads would be completely released. I hope I'm not that unlucky fellow. As the group of examinee regained their senses, the examination continued. Rumble, rumble. One by one, the examinee continuously drew the divine cards of fortune. From time to time, some unlucky fellows would let out cries of despair as they died under the various tribulations of death. 2 hours later, the 8th round of the examination came to an end. The group of examinee had lost another 106 people, 26 of them had successfully reached the top of the Destiny's heavenly palace and successfully advanced. Very quickly, the 9th round of the examination began. Number 11, examinee, has great luck. He has drawn a 5-colored treasure card and is rewarded with a 6 revolutions soul refining pill. Number 368, examinee, with unparalleled luck, has successfully reached the top of the Destiny's heavenly palace. Number 936, examinee, possessed by the god of misfortune, drawn the black calamity card, the catastrophe of the gods and demons. Number 1888, examinee, luck is shining upon him. He drew the golden progress card and reached the top of the Destiny's heavenly palace after reaching the 10th step. Number 3112, examinee, fate is full of ups and downs. He drew the black disaster card, judgment of gods. Number 4121, examinee, has a great fortune. He has drawn a 4-colored treasure card and is rewarded with a top-level divine artifact, Netherworld soul-killing sword. We're about to reach that Dark Star again. We only need this one more time. We'll be safe soon. May the great Tao bless us. This is the last time. Don't be me. Don't be me. As they approached number 444, the hearts of examinee in the surroundings gradually rose to his throat. There were even a few rank 8 top-level true god who had yet to reach the top. Their strength was even weaker than Gao Shang's. One could imagine the result of facing Yang Fann, Dark Star. Other than being mercilessly suppressed, there was no other possibility. Unknowingly, in the hearts of examinee, Yang Fann was synonymous with death. On the 4444 stairway to fate. I hope you can arrange a rank 8 top-level true god for me. Yang Fann was also praying silently. Currently, he had already reached the 99th step of the stairway to heaven. This round would be his last round. Compared to those Amphioxus, these rank 8 top-level true god were much stronger. Time passed by. After the time it takes for an incense stick to burn. Finally, it was Yang Fann's turn. Rumble. Yang Fann's strength of soul moved, smashing towards the 3rd destiny god card as usual. In the next second, rumble, a dazzling beam of divine light shot into the sky, piercing through the heavens and the earth. It was actually gray light. What on earth was going on? The surrounding examinee had a surprised look on his face. Shouldn't it be blood light? Why did it become a gray light that had never appeared before? Vaguely, there seemed to be an ominous feeling surging into their hearts. It was as if something bad was about to happen to them. At this moment, a thick sound of great Tao sounded once again, sweeping across the entire transfer square. Number 4444, examinee, luck fluctuated, god of decay possessed him, drew the origin card of all things, and plundered all of luck, returning to the starting position. Fuck, why is there such a thing? No, don't take away his luck. Don't take away his luck. No, woo woo woo. How can this be? How can this be? The great Tao is unfair, the great Tao is unfair. C1597 The tribulation of a peak rank 8 true god transfer square. All of examinees' faces were filled with despair. Many of them even let out heart-wrenching wails. It wasn't easy for Dark Star to reach the 99 steps of the Stairway of Destiny. Just as he was about to reach the top, the devil swords hanging above their heads. It would disappear completely. Never would they have thought that. What a fucking creation card, this fucking god possession, come out. Look at me if I don't beat you to death, It's completely because I don't want to die enough. If it wasn't for the tragic fate of the person who abandoned his power that was still vivid in their minds, at this moment, they really wanted to quit. This so-called air transport assessment, whoever wants to come, who wants to come and who wants to come, who wants to come and who wants to come. In any case, they wouldn't be able to keep him company anymore. They had never seen such a shameless person. Could he still be a little shameless? If he favored Dark Star, he wouldn't be so biased. On the Destiny's heavenly palace, over 100 lucky ones unconsciously patted their chests. Their faces were filled with joy. It was fortunate that they were lucky enough to reach the Destiny's heavenly palace early on, otherwise, they would have been played to death by that illusory fate. The initial card of all creation, seizing the clear luck. 0. To think that he could think of such a thing. In the center of Kunyu City, glorious divine palace. The group of domain god sovereign were also unable to react in time. How could the air transport assessment play like this? Monogamy was getting more and more playful. Many of them had the same thought in their minds. Did monogamy know that Yang Fann wanted to devour them? Did he purposely do this to secretly befriend Yang Fann and form a good relationship with him? If that was really the case, then it would be too cunning of his mother. However, there was a faint trace of envy in his heart. The value of a good relationship between god-child level monster and him would definitely not be lower than a low-level domain divine artifact. It might even be better than that. If I had known earlier, I would have competed for the position of head examiner back then. Unfortunately, it was truly a pity. On the Destiny Staircase 4444. Yang Fann was slightly stunned. There was such an operation. But soon, his heart was filled with wild joy. Ha ha ha, what a good myriad beginning card. This card was good to the extreme. Other people wished they could finish the 99 steps of the Destiny Staircase as soon as possible so that they could leave the Sea of Misery as soon as possible. Yang Fann was the exact opposite, wishing that the Destiny Staircase had 999 steps, 9,999 steps. These top-level true god were all living divine pills. How could a mere 8 top-level true god satisfy Yang Fann's appetite? What luck, possessing the body of a fallen god. This was a great fortune in the next second. Yang Fann walked down the stairs with quick steps. He almost hummed a tune, but when the footsteps fell into the ears of the top-level true god warriors around him, it sounded like heavy hammers were pounding on their chests. The blows made them unable to breathe. A small person obtaining success was truly a small person obtaining success. Heavens, can't you just send down a divine punishment and take away this monster, so as to prevent him from harming the people of the world? Number 4486, Examinee, has a great fortune. He has drawn the 5-colored treasure card and is rewarded with a 9 transformation body forging pill. This was a first-class divine pill in Chengluo Mansion. 1 divine pill was enough to raise a top-level true god divine body by 1 grade, and it would greatly increase his strength. However, there wasn't a single trace of joy on the rank 6 top-level true god's face. No matter how good the treasure card was, it was useless. At this moment, all he wanted to do was to pass through the Destiny Heavenly Stairs and reach the top of the Destiny's Heavenly Palace as soon as possible. With that dark star around, perhaps his luck would become his life-threatening talisman, and all his treasures would become his wedding gift. Examinee was the best example. 1 7-colored treasure card, 2 6-colored treasure cards, and 3 5-colored treasure cards. This luck could almost be considered heaven-defying. Only the unparalleled sword god, Qin Wushuang, who was the first to reach the top of the Destiny's Heavenly Palace, was able to suppress him. But the result was that Dark Star had taken advantage of him for nothing. Ha ha ha, it's a carp leaping up the 9 heavens card. I've reached the top, I've reached the top. Ha ha ha, ha ha. Rank 7 top-level true god's voice was indescribably carefree. He had finally escaped the sea of bitterness and no longer had to suffer the torment of fear. Ha ha ha, I have also reached the top. I am saved, I am saved. 1,000 miles per step, I'm ashore. Ha ha ha, may the ancestors bless me, I don't have to die anymore. How could this be? Their luck is too good. They reached the top again. Are you for real? Are they trying to give us a way out? The remaining examinee cursed in his heart. Every time examinee reached the top, he would give them a greater pressure. If there was one less person, they would have a greater chance of being targeted by Dark Star. This was completely pushing them into a dead end. Why isn't the person at the top of the mountain me? The Great Tao is unfair, the Great Tao is unfair. How am I inferior to them? An hour later, the ninth round of the air transport assessment was coming to an end, and examinee was running out of time. It was not because of this round of examination, but because too many people had drawn disaster cards. The soul had been destroyed, but because there were too many people who had reached the top of the Destiny's heavenly palace. It was unknown whether it was because of Yang Fann's robbed luck, but among the thousands of examinee behind Yang Fann, there were usually 6 out of 10 people who had successfully passed the 99 steps of the stairway to heaven. They went up to the Destiny's heavenly palace. This was not the end. The 10th round of the air transport assessment had begun, and there were still a large number of examinee who had successfully reached the top. Basically, there was 1 out of 2 of them. The invisible pressure spread among the remaining examinee. It was close to 1 in 4,000, and in an instant, it became 1 in 1,000. This probability did not increase by just a little bit. In fact, this probability continued to increase. Rumble. A dazzling bloody light shot into the sky from Destiny's stairway 4444. Fate Plunder card. It really is a Fate Plunder card, although he had already guessed that Yang Fann, Dark Star, would most likely draw the Karmic Plunder card, but when all of this became reality, the thousands of examinees' hearts still couldn't help but jump. It was as if he had just eaten a yellow lotus. An indescribable bitterness filled his heart. What air transport assessment? They were simply here to rob Dark Star. If it wasn't for the fact that Yang Fann came from Zhuanghe system, they would have suspected that Yang Fann was the illegitimate son of monogamy. Otherwise, why would he favor him so much? Ah, it's young Netherworld Demon Lord. It's over, another top-level Heaven's Pride is finished. This Yang Fann is the bane of top-level Heaven's Pride. Although young Lord Nether was one of the top 10 young men in Chengluo Mansion, top-level Heaven's Pride, a rank 8 top-level True God expert, when compared to that monster, they were on completely different levels. On the Void Arena, ha ha ha, another rank 8 top-level True God. Luck. What luck? Yang Fann burst into laughter. His eyes were filled with a scorching light. He had obtained another tens of thousands of trillion worth of energy from the little world. If this continued, Hong Long, Yang Fann, I am the young master of the Nether Ghost race. If you dare to hurt me, my Nether Ghost race will never let you go. Young Master Nether Demon pretended to be calm. Dao, the Nether Ghost race. The Nether Ghost race was a large clan in the Chengluo Mansion. Although their power was far from being as great as the First Palace, Third Palace, and 6 sects, they were still not as powerful as the Nether Ghost race. On the surface, they were rank 9 top-level True God. It was said that the ancestor of the Nether Ghost race had more than 10 of them. He was making his final breakthrough, and it was hard to say when he was going to break through to the Domain God stage. So noisy, the cold shine in Yang Fann's eyes flashed, and he thrust his palm toward the Netherworld Demon Lord. Ah, Yang Fann, I'll fight you to the death. Yang Fann's heartlessness had ignited the brutality of the Netherworld Demon Lord, causing him to let out a hysterical wail. All of the devil cheese on his body were burning crazily, and he unleashed a deadly attack. Unfortunately, it was only barely comparable to Gao Shang's final attack. In front of Yang Fann's invincible strength, there was no way he could stir up any waves. Pucci, the endless devil cheese, demonic light, and devils were all destroyed. Young Netherworld Demon was like a little chicken as he was grabbed by Yang Fann. Sigh, another top-level Heaven's Pride. A Domain God Sovereign shook his head slightly. A hint of pity flashed across his eyes. He had taken a liking to this young Devil Lord before this. His talent was only slightly inferior to Blood Evil. He was almost confident that he would be able to break through to the Realm God realm with 2.5 levels of confidence. And just like him, he also practiced demonic cultivation techniques. He had a vague idea of taking him under his tutelage, but his plan was unable to keep up with the changes. Before he could put his plan into action, he ran into Yang Fann, this Dark Star. Time passed by slowly. 1 hour later, the 11th round of the air transport assessment began. At this moment, there were less than 800 people taking the test. Half a minute later, it was Yang Fann's turn again. Within a breath's time, a heart-wrenching wail erupted from the mouth of a rank 8 top-level True God. Ah, how could this be? My luck is invincible, how could it be me? I don't believe it. I don't believe it. Gulp. No way. Another rank 8 top-level True God. Don't tell me that fate wants Dark Star to kill all the remaining rank 8 top-level True God in one fell swoop. C-1598 Collapse Kunyu City, Transfer Square. A hint of doubt appeared in the eyes of all the top-level True God warriors. Could it be that this mysterious power of destiny really wanted Yang Fann, Dark Star, to take care of the other rank 8 top-level true god warriors? First, it was that young master Nether Devil, and now, he had drawn a rank 8 top-level true god warrior. It was the young city lord of the Azure Mysterious City, Xianxia. Moreover, when the destiny staircase of young devil lord Nether and Xianxia was combined, it was a total of 98 steps. It was just enough for Yang Fann to reach the 99 steps of the destiny staircase. This matter was a bit too much of a coincidence. However, the remaining 400-plus examinee unknowingly revealed a trace of excitement in his eyes. Especially when he looked at the remaining 2 rank 8 top-level true god, there was a deeper meaning to it. If the next few rounds were to really be carried out, it would be too wonderful to deal with those rank 8 top-level true god experts. Fellow Taoist Death, I won't die. As long as I can keep my life, I don't care if they are top-level Heaven's Pride or not. So what if they are dead? Anyway, it's not like I'm the one who killed them. Even if the major powers behind them wanted to take revenge, they would still go to Yang Fann, Dark Star. Soon, as long as he could hold on for 3 rounds, he should be able to reach the top of the Destiny's Heavenly Palace. Currently, they were not far from the Destiny's Heavenly Palace. Many of them had already reached the 80th step of the Stairway of Destiny. Facing the strange gazes of the crowd, Han Ziyuan and Lu Wenyuan could only feel a chill running up their spines. Could it be that it was really as they said, the power of destiny was going to make Yang Fann suppress all of them? No. This was impossible. Impossible. I have always been blessed with unparalleled luck, and I have had countless fortuitous encounters. I have been through danger after danger, so how could I die prematurely here? It's fake. This must be fake. But for some reason, there was a faint uneasiness in their hearts. It was also top-level Heaven's Pride. Putting aside the fact that Qin Wushuang was the publicly acknowledged #1 person among them, what about Shi Huan and the others? Why did they go to Destiny's Heavenly Palace so early, leaving them on the stairway to destiny? Logically speaking, with their luck, they should have already passed the level of the air transport assessment. On the void arena, roar with a hysterical roar, Qing Zanyi completely erupted. His entire body was burning with raging divine fire. However, he directly ignited his potential and origin, unleashing his most terrifying attack. The most profound great Tao was derived from every pore and cell in his body. The path of retreat had been cut off, and Yang Fann, this dark star, obviously wouldn't let him go. Since that was the case, why not fight with all his might? HMPH, even if you are a rank 9 top-level true god, if you want my life, I will bite off a piece of your flesh. Rumble. The divine spear in his hand was like a demon dragon that could destroy the world, destroying everything. This spear was a true life-risking spear. Either you die or I die. Unfortunately, in the face of absolute strength, everything was so powerless. The power of the void in Yang Fann's body moved and easily broke Qing Zanyi's fatal strike. The terrifying palm force continued to press down on Qing Zanyi like a hot knife cutting through butter. Ah, little son Yang Fann, you will die a horrible death. My Qing Zan clan will never let you go. Time passed very quickly, and it was Yang Fann's turn again. Rumble. A gray divine beam shot into the sky, shooting straight into the clouds. Ah, it's the All Creation card. It really is the All Creation card. This. Han Ziyuan and Lu Wenyuan are probably really going to die this time. The surrounding top-level true god looked at Han Ziyuan and Lu Wenyuan, who were 2 of the 8 great top-level true god. There was a hint of emotion and playfulness in their eyes. Even the dignified top-level Heaven's Pride of Chengluo Mansion had such a day. The world was truly unpredictable. The creation card of all things, it's really the creation card of all things. Could it be that Dark Star's next target is really? No, this isn't real. It's going to be my turn soon. I will definitely reach the top of the Destiny's Heavenly Palace. I will definitely be able to. Ah, 7-colored treasure card. No, I don't want the quasi-domain divine artifact. Heavens, are you really not going to let me live? If it was in the past, Han Ziyuan and Lu Wenyuan would be overjoyed. Even if it was top-level Heaven's Pride like them, if he could refine a quasi-domain divine artifact, his strength would surely improve tremendously. At that time, he wouldn't lose the ability to fight Qin Wushuang. However, now, the supreme treasure that they had longed for in the past had given them a feeling of impending doom. So what if it was a quasi-domain divine artifact? Even if it was a real domain divine artifact, if it couldn't reach the top of the Destiny's heavenly palace, everything would be just a dream. Unless they could immediately refine the quasi-domain divine artifact, but was that possible? Not to mention rank 8 top-level true god like them, even a peak rank 9 top-level true god would need thousands of years to completely refine a quasi-domain divine artifact. 2 hours later. Rumble. A streak of blood-red light erupted from Destiny's stairway 4444. Who is Dark Star's opponent this time? It's Han Ziyuan, it really is Han Ziyuan. Han Ziyuan and Lu Wenyuan, these two geniuses, are really going to die. Although he had already guessed that the opponents Yang Fann had robbed were most likely Han Ziyuan and Lu Wenyuan, however, he truly believed that all of this would become reality. Everyone couldn't help but be shocked. This was already the 4th top-level Heaven's Pride. If this was the Blood Fiend who died in the first stage, then it would be 5 top-level Heaven's Pride. One should know that in the Chengluo mansion, there were only 12 of them in the first stage. Furthermore, Lu Wenyuan was afraid that he wouldn't be able to escape. 12 top-level Heaven's Pride had been wrapped in half of the circle. It was truly brutal, and it made people's hair stand on end. At this moment, many of the examinee felt somewhat fortunate that he wasn't that top-level Heaven's Pride. Otherwise, he might have died here today. Void Battle Ring. Yang Fann, you beast, I won't let you go even if I become a ghost. There was no doubt about the curse of the enmity. Han Ziyuan was like a little chicken that was easily captured and suppressed by Yang Fann. Am I next? Could it be that I really can't escape calamity? Lu Wenyuan's eyes were blank and his heart was filled with fear. I still have a chance. I still have a chance. I'm only 18 steps away. As long as I have a carp leaping to the 9 heavens card, no. Even if it's just a 1000 steps card, I'll be able to clear the level. 6 colored treasure cards. 6 colored treasure cards again. Woo. Just what did I do to offend you, that you have to treat me so cruelly? Woo. Lu Wenyuan had been through countless fortuitous encounters throughout his life. He had turned misfortune into fortune time and time again. How could he be a stepping stone for others? He was also a lowly river aborigines. He was unwilling to accept this. He was truly unwilling to accept this. Sigh, another top-level Heaven's Pride is about to die. A top-level Heaven's Pride like this was a rare encounter in hundreds of millions of years. Every one of them had the potential to break through to domain God Sovereign. It was sad that they died just like that. What a pity. However, the remaining hundreds of examinee were all excited and almost burst into laughter. After seizing Han Ziyuan's luck, Yang Fann was now on the 68th step of the stairway to heaven. As long as the next round was Lu Wenyuan, he would be able to clear the stairway to heaven's destiny. Finally, they no longer had to be on tenterhooks. They were deeply afraid that if their luck wasn't good, they would have to face Yang Fann, Dark Star. Time passed quickly. Another hour passed. The 11th round of the air transport assessment had begun. This should be the last few rounds of the air transport assessment. There were less than 100 top-level true god warriors who were still in the midst of the assessment. Most of them had already reached the 90th step of the stairway to heaven. They were only a few steps away from reaching the top. I have reached the top. I have reached the top. I have reached 9 calories. Destiny's heavenly palace, here I come. Everyone, I'll take my leave first. I'll see you in Destiny's heavenly palace, Although he had already expected that Yang Fann's next target would most likely be Lu Wenyuan, he would be able to escape the sea of misery first. That would be for the best. He wasn't afraid of 10,000. He was just afraid of 1 in 10,000. Fate was the most unpredictable. What if he gave Dark Star another all-creation card to clear his own destiny? Destiny's heavenly palace, I'm here as well. And me. 15 minutes later. It was Yang Fann's turn again. As expected, under everyone's gaze, the second blood-red divine light enveloped Lu Wenyuan in an instant. Heavens, why are you so cruel? Woo. I don't want to die, I don't want to die. On the void arena, Yang Fann stood proudly, while Lu Wenyuan no longer had the demeanor that top-level Heaven's Pride should have. His entire body was like a pile of mud as he collapsed onto the ground. He wailed, Woo. His Excellency Yang Fann, please, don't kill me. Don't kill me. I can acknowledge you as my master, I swear. I will pledge my loyalty to you, my lord. From now on, I am your dog, my lord, you are merciful. Please spare my little dog's life. Woo. C1599 predetermined to be number 1 Void Arena. Top-level Heaven's Pride of Chengluo Mansion, Lu Wenyuan, wailed and begged. He no longer had the demeanor of a peerless genius like top-level Heaven's Pride. He even swore loyalty to Yang Fann and became Yang Fann's slave. He only hoped that Yang Fann would show mercy and let him live. Young Devil Lord Nether, Han Ziyuan, and the others had suffered one after another. This caused Lu Wenyuan to feel panic and uneasiness in his heart. It was like a landslide or a tsunami that was raging in his heart, causing him to collapse completely. At this moment, he had no other thoughts. He only wanted to live under Yang Fann's hands. Because of this, all the pride and dignity of top-level Heaven's Pride had been thrown out of his mind. This person is really Lu Wenyuan. This. Am I seeing things? This is my Chengluo Mansion's top-level Heaven's Pride. In all directions, all the top-level true god warriors had a look of disbelief on their faces. Their mental strength was really too weak. Even those rank 5 top-level true god warriors had never been as shameless as him, and they even spared his little dog life. He really didn't know how he had said such shameless words. As the young master of the Lu family and the pride of top-level Heaven's Pride of Chengluo Mansion, did he really not want any of it? Qin Wushuang, Shi Huan, and the rest of the top-level Heaven's Pride's faces were filled with disgust. They had actually become equally famous as such a soft egg. It was truly a disgrace to their top-level Heaven's Pride. If it wasn't for the fact that the situation wasn't right, they would have had the urge to attack and suppress Lu Wenyuan's impulse, saving him the trouble of embarrassing them. As the leading figure amongst the young generation of Chengluo Mansion, even if he had to die standing. In the center of Kunyu City, in the glorious Divine Palace, Sai Lu Wenyuan was completely crippled. Domain God Sovereign shook his head slightly. Lu Wenyuan's pride as top-level Heaven's Pride had been completely broken. His potential had basically come to an end. Even if Yang Fann was soft-hearted and let him go, it was still unknown whether he would be able to reach the rank 9 top-level true god in his lifetime. As for Domain God Sovereign, he didn't even need to think about it. The path of cultivation was the path of fighting against the heavens. It was a path of 3 calamities and 9 calamities, and it was filled with countless dangers. There wasn't a single person who wasn't afraid of it. No matter how great the fortuitous encounter was, one's achievement was still the limit. Void Arena. You don't deserve to be my slave. Yang Fann smiled coldly. His eyes were filled with disdain. He was afraid of death and begged for mercy. This was the emotion of a man. In countless worlds, and countless living beings, how many could survive without being slapped to death? However, it was the same for Lu Wenyuan, who was afraid of dying. There was only one family left. He, Yang Fann, was not a person who specialized in collecting trash. It was better for this soft bone to obediently become nourishment for his own growth. It could also be considered to be used by trash. In the next second, rumble, Yang Fann waved his right arm and sent a palm strike towards Lu Wenyuan. Ah, no sir, please spare my life, please spare my life. Ah. I don't want to die, I don't want to die. Lu Wenyuan, who had been scared out of his wits, couldn't muster up any strength to defend himself. He hadn't even used the full power of the 10th level yet. He wasn't much stronger than some quasi-rank 8 top-level true god warriors, so how could he defend himself from Yang Fann's deadly palm strike? In an instant, all of his strength was sealed by Yang Fann, and he threw it into the Divine Dragon Tower like a piece of trash. Rustle, rustle, a powerful force of fate poured into Yang Fann's body like a great river. It directly dragged him past the 31st step of the fate stairway and reached the Destiny's heavenly palace. Well done, this is the outcome of this soft bone. Qin Wushuang and the rest of top-level Heaven's Pride had a look of relief on their faces. Good, then Dark Star has finally cleared the level. Phew. This time, I am safe. Woo. It's not easy, it's really not easy. At the same time, the remaining few dozen or so examinee let out a long sigh of relief. One of them felt relieved that the deadly sword above them had finally been removed. Of course, Yang Fann was also very satisfied. There were a total of 5 rank 8 top-level true god warriors. If he could absorb all of them, he might be able to break through to the rank 9 top-level true god, but it wouldn't be difficult for him to increase the power of the little world by 300,000 to 400,000. It could be said that he, Yang Fann, was the biggest winner in the second trial of the air transport assessment. Time passed by slowly. Soon, another hour had passed. After another round of the air transport assessment, there was no longer a single top-level true god on the stairway to fortune. It was unknown whether it was because Yang Fann was no longer suppressing him. Or was it because of some other reason? The remaining examinee didn't manage to draw the black disaster card, and all of them successfully made it to the Destiny's heavenly palace. But even so, the air transport assessment's final loss was still quite cruel. Of the 586-4 examinee, only 1,781 people remained standing. The number of people who had died had reached 6 levels, close to 7 levels. This was only the second round. In the past years, there had been 4 rounds in the Shengluo Alliance's assessment. How many people were left in the end? It was hard to say. 500, 300, or even less. Many top-level true god had already started to give up. It wasn't easy for them to cultivate to such a level. If they didn't want to die, they really didn't want to die. However, when they thought about the consequences of those who abandoned their power in the air transport assessment, they swallowed the words that were about to come out of their mouths. If they were like those who abandoned their power, their cultivation base would be stripped away, and their longevity would dry up and they would die. They would really be stupid. Poochie. The void twisted and Monogamy's figure appeared once again. It's done. I declare that the second round of the examination is over. You will have 100 years to rest and recuperate. In 100 years, the third round of the examination will begin. After giving the group of examinee 100 years, Monogamy disappeared without a trace. He came and left in a hurry. Transfer Square, in an exquisite palace nearby. Yang Fann sat with his legs crossed. As usual, he started counting the rewards he got from the second round. Rumble. The spiritual power that even rank 9 top-level true god warriors were shocked by suddenly emerged from his body and swept away the spiritual powers one by one. There was nothing much to say about those few 5th and rank 6 top-level true god warriors. Their value was limited, and they only had a few tens of billions of high-level divine stones. The real big shots were still young Lord Nether Demon, the ancient desolate Bear King, and top-level Heaven's Pride. They didn't let Yang Fann down. In the first trial of examination space, they had fought hard for 100 years, and each of them had accumulated a considerable amount of wealth. Almost no one's wealth was below the Blood Fiend. For example, Gao Shang, who had the highest net worth, had nearly 100,000 trillion high-level divine stones. The combined wealth of the 5 great top-level Heaven's Pride had increased Yang Fann's wealth by more than 300,000 trillion high-level divine stones. Adding the wealth that Yang Fann originally had, even if it was placed in the many rank 9 top-level true god, there wouldn't be many people who could compare with him. After exhaling a mouthful of foul air, Yang Fann focused his mind and continued to devour the 4th grade top-level true god. These were all worldly possessions. The most important thing was to improve his own strength. Yang Fann never dared to forget this point. Otherwise, without sufficient strength, even if he had 1,000,000 trillion or 10,000,000 trillion fortune, he would still be a fat sheep waiting to be slaughtered. Wealth must be protected by sufficient strength, or else sooner or later, it would become a disaster. Swoosh. A ray of light flashed past, and a 4th grade top-level true god appeared in front of Yang Fann. Rumble, rumble, rumble. An endless amount of strength of original life flowed into Yang Fann's body through the devouring black hole, strengthening his strength, causing his body's strength to rise at a steady rate. In the center of Kunyu City, in the glorious divine palace, 24 domain god sovereign gathered together. Brother Gui Yi, what brings you all here for? That's right, Brother Gui Yi, what is the matter? The group of domain god sovereign looked at Monogamy with a strange expression. They still wanted to find an opportunity and see if there was any other way to get in touch with Yang Fann. If they could get in touch with this monster Yang Fann first, that would be the best. Unexpectedly, Monogamy called for them. Everyone, I am looking for you today mainly because of Yang Fann. Monogamy looked around and said, for Yang Fann, isn't that little guy in seclusion? What can it be? Could it be that your 100 soldiers hall is going to give up recruiting Yang Fann? If that's the case, then we will have to thank you. Cough, cough, cough. Monogamy choked and coughed. He rolled his eyes speechlessly. Give up on Yang Fann. To think that all of you could think of such a monster. Unless all the supreme beings in 100 soldiers hall had their heads squeezed by the door, only then would they choose to give up. Everyone, you all have seen Yang Fann's strength. The strength of nearly 30 million trillion of Little World was amongst the many ranked 9 top-level true god warriors. They're not weak at all. Monogamy thought to himself, then went straight to the point. If they said it again, it was hard to say what they would say. And the terrifying divine body, even if it's compared to our realm god physique. I'm afraid, it's not much weaker. With his strength, it could be said that no one in this batch of examinee was a match for him. Therefore, I have decided that in the third round of the arena match, Yang Fann will take first place and advance to the next round. What do you all think? C1600 The fourth round of the assessment ahead of time in the center of Kunyu City, in the glorious divine palace. Monogamy pondered for a moment and said the decision in his heart, he would make Yang Fann the champion of the third trial, the arena match. Yang Fann's ferocious performance had really frightened him. If he allowed Yang Fann to participate in the third round without any restrictions, Qin Wushuang and top-level Heaven's Pride would definitely lose a few more members. Although Qin Wushuang and the others' talent was far from being comparable to Yang Fann's, and even Qin Wushuang, who was called the number one youth in the Chengluo mansion, was inferior to him, each of them was still a first-class monster prodigy in the present world. It was a rare encounter that happened once every 10 billion years. After their nurturing, they had at least 2 levels of confidence that they could advance to the domain god realm. Even if they couldn't advance, they would be the weakest in the future. He was also a peak level 9 true god, and he would be a great help to the first palace, 3 palaces, and 6 sects. There were many rank 9 top-level true god warriors in the Shengluo alliance, but there weren't that many top-tier experts. It would be a pity if they died in Yang Fann's hands just like Shui Sha and the others. 6 top-level Heaven's Pride had already died. To be honest, this was a huge loss. Of course, this matter had to be approved by the other domain god sovereign. The examination was a major event that was common among the 10 major powers of 1 palace, 3 palaces, and 6 major sects. It was definitely not a matter of 100 soldiers hall alone. Although he was the head examiner of this year's examination, he didn't have the right to act on his own. So it's because of this. I thought that your 100 soldiers hall would withdraw from the battle of Yang Fann. Really, you made me happy for nothing. What a pity. What a pity. Many domain god sovereign shook his head with a look of pity on his face. I'm not an idiot, how can I quit the competition? Monogamy cursed in his heart, what do you all think of my suggestion? Upon hearing this, the group of domain god sovereigns stopped joking. They knew that it was impossible for the 100 soldiers hall to withdraw from this matter. What they said just now was merely teasing monogamy. All of them were old monsters who had lived for hundreds of millions of years. How could they not understand the concerns in monogamy's heart? The next second, the corners of many domain gods' mouths curled into a wry smile. Yang Fann's talent was the first time they had seen him. However, his attack was a little ruthless. There were 6 top-level Heaven's Pride, and among the young generation of Chengluo Mansion, there were only 12 of them. With Yang Fann's strength, it would be a little unfair if he continued to participate in the arena match. Yang Fann deserves to be the first. I have no objections. I have no objections either. Among the group of examinee, including Qin Wushuang, no one is a match for Yang Fann. It doesn't matter if the arena match doesn't have any suspense. I agree. I agree. Domain God Sovereign pondered for a moment and agreed. Yang Fann's cultivation base had already far surpassed those native chosen. Letting him continue to participate in the arena match was just a waste of time. Unless Qin Wushuang and top-level Heaven's Pride used the forbidden arts or the forbidden pill at all costs, there might still be a chance for them to turn the tables. However, the arena match was forbidden to use any forbidden items or even one-time treasures. They were here to recruit disciples, not trash who had exhausted all their potential. Alright, since everyone agrees, I will announce Yang Fann's advancement at that time. Monogamy clapped his hands and said. Right at this moment, a domain god sovereign frowned and reminded, everyone, don't you think that we are being too optimistic? If we were to directly advance, do you think that Yang Fann would accept our offer? Perhaps, he might even be hated by the little guy. Upon hearing this, the hearts of the domain gods skipped a beat. Yeah, will Yang Fann accept our invitation? Phew, it's a good thing. Mi Zan, you reminded us in time. We were too optimistic. The first place was directly decided. The other examinee would definitely be able to wake up laughing even in his dreams. However, if it was Yang Fann, it wouldn't be a problem. Given the little guy's greed, he had probably set his eyes on Qin Wushuang and the other top-level Heaven's Pride a long time ago. If he really ruined his good thing, and allowed him to advance to the next level, perhaps his good intentions would really turn into bad things. As for the other geniuses, they could only bear grudges. If an ant-like thing really dared to jump out and stab him, they could just directly destroy it. However, Yang Fann was different. That was a divine son, a peerless monster that was rarely seen in an era. He was the hope of Shengluo Alliance. If he really bore a grudge against him, it wouldn't be a joke. At that time, although he wouldn't have to worry about his life, he would have to pay a hefty price. Furthermore, they were all preparing to take Yang Fann under their tutelage. It was too late for them to please Yang Fann, so they wouldn't dare to offend him. But what should Qin Wuxuang and the others do? If he didn't let Yang Fann advance and let him continue participating in the arena match, it would only be a matter of time before he met Qin Wuxuang and the others. With Yang Fann's ruthlessness, how could he let them go? This could be said to be the common disease of the master of devouring. Devouring had become their instinct, they would never let go of a prey. Everyone, why don't we make a rule that the arena match is not allowed to kill anyone when the time is right? This is not appropriate, not appropriate. In the past tests, there were always people who couldn't help but kill. If we suddenly give the order to stop, I'm afraid it will cause people to criticize us. If we arouse Yang Fann's suspicion, we might end up making a fool of ourselves. Furthermore, Yang Fann didn't kill them. He only suppressed them. Of course, everyone knew very well in their hearts. This was only temporary. As long as Yang Fann took some time, it would be the time when Shui Sha and the others died. If Qin Wuxuang and the others meet Yang Fann, they will just admit defeat. This Shi Huan and the others might be fine, but I'm afraid Qin Wuxuang won't admit defeat so easily. Indeed, based on my understanding of Qin Wuxuang, it's even harder to make him admit defeat. As the number one youth in the younger generation, Qin Wuxuang had his own pride. Furthermore, as a sword cultivator, he had always been straightforward and never asked for anything from others. If he didn't even dare to draw his sword and admit defeat, Qin Wuxuang's sword Dao would basically be crippled. In this life, he basically didn't want his sword Dao to improve too much. And amongst the remaining 6 top-level Heaven's Pride, the one they attached the most importance to was Qin Wuxuang. Even without their nurturing, he would still be able to break through to the 4th or 5th level with a certainty of advancing to the Domain God realm in the future. It could be said that it was a Domain God seed, which was more than a level stronger than the other top-level Heaven's Pride. One Qin Wuxuang was almost comparable to the other 5 top-level Heaven's Pride. This won't do either. That won't do either. Fortunately, the two of them had decided to leave the arena match alone. Domain God Sovereign stood up and said with a gloomy expression on his face. Thousand Peak Supreme Being, what did you just say? Not the arena match, ha ha ha, I have an idea. A thought flashed in Domain God Sovereign's mind, and he burst into laughter. Ganyan Supreme Being, what idea have you come up with? Everyone, why should we continue with the arena match? Anyway, Brother Gui Yi didn't tell us what the next stage would be. Yang Fann wouldn't know if we cancel the next stage. That's right. Why must we hold the arena match? What Gan Yun said is right. We can totally cancel it. The arena match mainly wanted to witness the actual combat strength of those top-level Heaven's Pride. Now, with Yang Fann, God-Child level monster, as their witness. These top-level Heaven's Pride were secondary. Besides, we have more or less seen their techniques in the first round of the examination. It doesn't matter whether they hold the competition or not. Domain God Sovereign echoed one after another. To be honest, it was no longer important whether the third round of the examination was true or not. With Yang Fann, God-Child level monster in front of them, in this era, these top-level Heaven's Pride were destined to be nothing but a green leaf that served as a foil to Yang Fann. If that's the case, we will cancel the arena match and proceed to the final round. Monogamy pondered for a moment and made a decision. He and the others were doing this for their own good, so that they wouldn't be harmed by Yang Fann. Near the transfer square, in an exquisite palace, Yang Fann had no idea that he had unknowingly created a new history. It was definitely the first time in the history of Shengluo Alliance that someone had cancelled a round of the test because of a single person. It was unlikely that there would be a second time in the future. God-Child level monster wasn't a cabbage by the roadside. It was already a great fortune for a prefecture to have one. Rumble. Yang Fann's body glittered with divine light, and strange phenomena could be seen everywhere. His aura was incomparably divine, and a terrifying pressure crushed everything. Swoosh swoosh swoosh, the fourth grade top-level true god continuously used up the last trace of the strength of original life, and turned it into flying ashes. Yang Fann's strength was increasing at a terrifying rate of 50 trillion per year in the little world. Fortunately, there was no one else in the palace, and the group of domain god sovereign didn't dare to peek at Yang Fann's cultivation. Otherwise, they would definitely be scared to death. Not to mention the 500 trillion little world's strength every year. Even if it was 100,000 years, it would still be 100,000 years. In a million years, they might not be able to increase the strength of the little world by 50 trillion. The time limit of 100 years is up. Everyone, gather at the transfer square. The third round of the examination will begin immediately. C1601 Yang Fann was panicking Kunyu City, transfer square. Within an exquisite palace nearby, Rumble Yang Fann slowly opened his eyes. They shone with a bright divine light, like the first ray of light when the world first opened, illuminating and devouring everything. A terrifying pressure flashed across Yang Fann's body, suppressing the universe and condensing the sun and moon. Even those top-level heavens pride who dared to approach Yang Fann at this moment would be crushed to the ground by the terrifying pressure, shivering. Terrifying, truly terrifying. After 100 years of seclusion, Yang Fann had devoured a total of 102 fourth-grade top-level true god. The power of the pure body had increased by another 5,000 trillion. Of course, this wasn't the main point. The main point was that after devouring the 102 fourth-grade top-level true god in Little World, the void world within Yang Fann's body had finally taken a crucial step, and he had successfully stepped into the heavenly sovereign second-layer realm. Although it was only a small breakthrough, it was no different from taking a big step for a monster like Yang Fann. Its overall combat strength had increased by more than 5 levels. It was truly terrifying. If it was any other top-level true god, every advancement would take 10,000 years or a million years, let alone 5 levels. Even if they were given 10 billion years, they might not be able to do it. If this news spread out, the entire AIMA realm continent would shake 3 times. After letting out a breath of foul air, Yang Fann's chi was gradually restrained, returning to his normal state. At a glance, there was no trace of the chi that an expert should have. He was like an ordinary person who did not know any cultivation path. The next second, Yang Fann slowly stood up and headed towards Transfer Square. I wonder what the test will be this time. When he thought about the benefits he had gained from surviving the first and second stage of the air transport assessment, Yang Fann couldn't sit still anymore. It would be great if he could suppress a few top-level heaven's pride. Especially the unparalleled sword god Qin Wushuang. He had been longing for this sword god for a long time. If he could devour and refine him, the benefits would be no less than the blood fiend. One breath later, Yang Fann slowly stepped onto the transfer square. In an instant, the entire transfer square became silent. Over 1,000 top-level true god warriors. Whether it was native chosen from the AIMA realm continent or top-level true god from the Zhuanghe system, every single one of them looked at Yang Fann with an indescribable respect. This was a peerless dark star who had suppressed the 6 top-level heavens pride lords. Wherever he went, everyone would retreat. Almost no one dared to look Yang Fann in the eyes. They were deeply afraid that Yang Fann, this dark star, would set his eyes on them. At that time, it would be too late to regret. 3 breaths later, 1,781 people had cleared the level. All of them appeared on the transfer square, quietly waiting for Monogamy's arrival. Many of the examinees' heart was filled with concern. From time to time, traces of anxiety and uneasiness flickered in their eyes. No matter if it was the 100 years of survival or the second round of the air transport assessment, none of them were simple. It seemed like the third round of the examination was no exception. He didn't know how many people would be left in the final round of the exam, out of the 1,781 people. Sigh, God bless me, I hope I can pass this round smoothly. Poochie. Suddenly, the void twisted and Monogamy appeared out of thin air. First of all, I would like to congratulate all of you for passing the test. All of you are qualified to join the Shengluo Alliance. Monogamy looked around and said, What? We have passed all the tests just like that? I didn't hear it wrong, right? Didn't you say that there is still a third round? How did it pass? Am I dreaming? Otherwise, how could such a thing happen? The top-level true god couldn't believe their ears. This happiness came too suddenly. It made them feel as if they had fallen into a dream. Within the void, Monogamy took a deep look at Yang Fann, who was in the crowd. Initially, it wasn't that easy to pass the third stage. In the arena match, at least half of the people would be eliminated. However, there was a freak like Yang Fann. In order to ensure their safety, those few top-level Heaven's Pride had forced them to finish the test ahead of time. Forget it. Those who had passed the 2 tests could be considered as people with great luck. They were barely qualified to join the Shengluo Alliance. Alright, all of you, be quiet. Although all of you have already obtained the qualifications to enter the alliance, there will still be a final test. This test will affect which of the 10 major powers, 1 palace, 3 halls, and 6 sects you will enter, as well as your status in the various major powers in the future. In an instant, all the top-level true gods' hearts froze. They had no idea what the final test was. Was it difficult or not? 1 palace, 3 palaces, 6 sects. Although they were all members of the Shengluo Alliance, the difference in strength between them was huge. The number 1 virtual element palace was almost equal to the total strength of the 6 major sects. Joining the virtual element palace and joining the 6 major sects. Joining the virtual element palace and joining the 6 major sects were 2 completely different concepts. Furthermore, the status of each major power was also divided into different levels. Whether they would be able to enjoy the good food in the future or eat the spicy food, it could be said that it would depend on this final test. At this moment, Monogamy spoke once again. The final test is very simple. It will test your cultivation time. The shorter the time, the greater your talent and potential will be. When the time comes, you will be able to enjoy the benefits of entering the various major powers. The resources you will receive will also be greater, and you will even be able to join the various major powers directly. The disciple of a supreme being. Examining cultivation time, Monogamy's words sounded reasonable. The shorter the cultivation time, the better. That naturally represented high talent and great potential. It was perfectly normal for one to receive the love of the 10 major powers and be fostered by the various major powers. They couldn't just let them waste 10 times or even 100 times more resources to nurture a trash that had exhausted all of his potential. It's not like they're your parents. The Shengluo Alliance doesn't have the obligation to do so. However, when these words fell into the ears of the 600 River series true gods, it was a completely different meaning. All of their faces instantly changed, and they began to frown. If one were to say that it was only a test of one's innate talent, comprehension ability, or one's own bloodline and root bone, they were confident that they wouldn't be any weaker than native chosen from the AIMA realm continent. One should know that those who could cultivate to the top-level true god in the Zhuanghe system were all the top monster geniuses of the Zhuanghe system. Although the origin of the Zhuanghe system wasn't as good as the AIMA realm continent, there were still a few exceptions. Furthermore, these native chosen were the geniuses of the Chengluo Mansion, one of the 36 prefecture in the Divine Kingdom of the Heavens. In the entire the Divine Kingdom of the Heavens, most of them were geniuses of the Chengluo Mansion. They were just ordinary geniuses. If they were in the entire AIMA realm continent, at most, they would be called outstanding geniuses. But, when it came to cultivation time, it was a completely different concept. Cultivators paid particular attention to the ways and methods of wealth and companions. However, the word, wealth, was ranked at the top, which was much more important than one's own talent. The abundant resources in AIMA realm continent was incomparable to the resources in Zhuanghe system. For example, those high-grade top-level true gods that could help top-level true god advance one's cultivation base. It was hard to find even a few of them in a river. However, in AIMA realm continent, it could only be considered ordinary. In fact, it could even be bought in many cities. They could sense the life force of native chosen. Each of them was very young, probably not even 10 billion years old. As for them, which one of them didn't live for trillions of years, or had lived for an entire era? It wasn't like none of them had lived for so long. Unfair, this really wasn't fair. He wanted to find Monogamy to argue, but in the end, all the words in his heart turned into a bitter smile. Theory. Who did they think they were? Monogamy was high and mighty, so why would he listen to an ant like them? It's over. This time, it's completely over. Looks like even if we were to become the disciples of the various major powers, we would still be afraid. He's just an ordinary disciple. In the future, not to mention breaking through to the domain god realm, even breaking through to the rank 9 top-level true god will be a difficult task. The last round of the test is actually to test the time of cultivation. Unconsciously, Yang Fann frowned. However, unlike the other river system true gods, he was not afraid that his cultivation time would be too long and he would not be able to receive any special training. On the contrary, Yang Fann was afraid that his cultivation time would be too short. Once his true age was exposed, it was hard to say what those realm gods would think. Although he tried his best to restrain his strength, and he didn't even use half of his true strength, he still displayed his strength that was above ordinary rank 9 top-level true god. A rank 9 top-level true god that wasn't even 5 million years old was one of the best. Not to mention that the divine kingdom of the heavens, there wasn't even a single person in the entire AIMA realm continent that could be found. At that time, what would these domain god sovereign think? A man who was not guilty of having a treasure would become a criminal. In this world, the most difficult thing to predict was the human heart. However, when Yang Fann's frown fell into the eyes of others, it was another meaning. Especially those native chosen, their eyes lit up. The pride of native chosen that was suppressed by Yang Fann once again burst out from their bodies. Hee. Yang Fann, so what if your combat strength is monstrous and is comparable to a rank 9 top-level true god? It's just that you have cultivated for a few more years than us. If I cultivate for hundreds of billions of years like you, I can kill you with just a finger. Yang Fann, you are destined to be my stepping stone in your life. When I break through to the rank 9 top-level true god, I will start with you. Now you are panicking. Yang Fann, you can only bully others because of your age. You are far from qualified to compete with others in terms of talent and potential. Next, I will have to humiliate this Yang Fann properly. He has made me worry about him for so long. This is truly a heinous crime. C1602 Qin Wushuang's training time Kunyu City, Transfer Square. Each of the native chosen of AIMA realm continent looked at Yang Fann with eyes full of ridicule. Finally, they had found a chance. Later, they would humiliate this Yang Fann and let him know that in terms of talent, all of you, river aborigines. Hong Long. In the center of Kunyu City, in the glorious divine palace. A playful smile appeared on the corner of the mouths of the group of domain god sovereign. This little guy had his worries. He had no idea how long this little guy had been cultivating for, or how many 100 billion years he had been cultivating. 1 trillion years, or even longer. However, unlike what native chosen had expected, they didn't really care about Yang Fann's cultivation. To be able to cultivate to the rank 8 top-level true god in the barren land of Zhuanghe system, Yang Fann had already proven his talent and potential. That was the true god child level monster. No matter how long he cultivated, he was still far from being comparable to these so-called geniuses. Both of them were on completely different levels. Above the void, Monogamy waved his right hand. Rumble. A beam of divine light flashed past. In the next second, an ancient bronze mirror emitting a brilliant glow appeared within the void. The bronze mirror was 3 feet tall, and it gave off a feeling that time was like water, and that time was like a song. It was ancient, desolate, and filled with endless vicissitudes of life. This is the time divine mirror. It's an auxiliary domain divine artifact that can clearly determine the age of your cultivation. Monogamy looked around and said, "All right. Now, according to the names I have read, each and every one of you will go forward to examine it." Chu Jin. This was a graceful Gongzi who was wearing a light green robe. His cultivation base was not weak, and he controlled 200,000 trillion of the little world's power. Among the 1,800 plus people who had passed the level, he was considered to be above average. Rumble. Just as Chu Jin arrived at the bottom of the time divine mirror, a gray light of chaos burst out from the mirror and covered Chu Jin's entire body. In less than a breath's time, a thick sound of great Tao came from all directions. Chu Jin cultivation time, 68, 56 million. 6. 8 billion, 5, 6 million years, less than 7 billion years, this. The hearts of the 600 River series true gods immediately sank. Although they had already expected that these native chosen would all be extremely young, possibly less than 10 billion years old, when everything truly became reality, they still couldn't help but feel a wave of bitterness in their hearts. 600 and 856 million years, not even a fraction of them had passed. There were even many people who went into seclusion once, and it wasn't just this bit of time. This time, these river system true gods, were likely going to lose a lot of face. This wasn't even the most important part. When they thought about the awkward situation they would face after joining the various great powers in the future, the river system true gods felt a wave of sadness in their hearts. Next, Luo Ming. Monogamy continued to shout. Just like Chu Jin, Luo Ming also came from Chengluo Mansion. Luo Ming, cultivation time, 72, 8 billion years. Next, Zhang Li. Zhang Li, cultivation time is 6, 363 billion years. Next, Autumn Wind. Autumn Wind, cultivation time, 5, 8 billion years. One top-level true god after another went up to test their cultivation age, and all of them were native chosen from the AIMA realm continent. It was obvious that monogamy was prepared to test native chosen first before testing all the river-type true gods. These people were worthy of being called the geniuses of Chengluo Mansion. Each and every one of them was very young. Up until now, the highest one had been cultivating for 6 billion years, and at least one person had been cultivating for less than 5 billion years. The hearts of the river series true gods sank even deeper. There was no way they could compare with these native chosen. There was really no way they could compare with him. Shengluo Alliance, what was there to be afraid of? Why did it have to compare the years of cultivation? 2 hours later, out of the thousands of native chosen, only Qin Wushuang and the other 6 geniuses were left untested. Next, Cao Yu's. Immediately, everyone turned to look at Cao Yu's. Although the 12 top-level heavens pride were famous and had their own legends in the vast Chengluo mansion, few knew the true details of their cultivation. Rumble. In an instant, a gray chaotic light enveloped Cao Yu's body. Cao Yu's, 23. 38 billion cultivation time. What? Less than 4 billion years. It seems like we have underestimated Cao Yu's. In terms of talent, he should be able to enter the top 5 among the 12 top-level heavens pride. In an instant, the surrounding top-level true god were shocked. Even Qin Wushuang took a second look at Cao Yu's. Among the 12 top-level heavens pride, Cao Yu's was ranked at the bottom, but his age was definitely in the top few, like Blood Fiend. Gao Shang and the others had already gained some fame 3 billion years ago. If he was given another few 100 million years, or even a billion years, Cao Yu's strength would definitely increase by another level, and he would have a chance to fight Blood Fiend and the others. Next, Shen Hanqing. Instantly, the eyes of the gods lit up. This was one of the 12 top-level heavens pride. The only woman. However, countless of native chosen, the goddess in their hearts, and countless true gods in the huge Chengluo mansion had fallen to his pomegranate skirt. Shen Hanqing, cultivation time, 1 billion years, 96 million years. Hiss. It hasn't even been 2 billion years. This talent, I'm afraid Qin Wushuang will only be like this. Terrifying, as expected of the goddess in my heart. Native Chosen's heart was violently shaken. His eyes were filled with heat as he looked at Shen Hanqing. One should know that Shen Hanqing was different from Cao Yu's. Among the 12 top-level heavens pride, he was at the bottom. His strength was so strong that even Shui Sha and Gao Shang had to be wary of him. He could almost be ranked 5th and 6th. Adding the terrifying training time, his talent was probably even greater than Shui Sha and the rest. He was almost comparable to the peerless sword god and Qin Wushuang. If they could win the beauty back, they would lose many years of hard work. At the center of Kunyu City, in the glorious divine palace. At this moment, even many domain god sovereigns' eyes lit up. This little guy was not bad. If they could nurture him with their utmost effort, they should have a 50% chance of breaking through to the domain god stage. This year's examination had really given them a lot of surprises. Next, Yuan Rui. Soon, another 3 top-level heavens pride came forward to examine. To be able to become the top-level heavens pride of Chengluo Mansion, these 3 had pretty good talent and potential. However, compared to Shen Hanqing, they were much weaker. Even compared to Cao Yu's, they were much weaker. Each of them had cultivated for the shortest amount of time, Yuan Rui. Each of them had cultivated for more than 3 billion years. Next, Qin Wushuang. As soon as Monogamy finished his words, the entire transfer square fell silent. Even the group of domain god sovereign in the glorious divine palace had their eyes fixed on Qin Wushuang with anticipation. If Yang Fann wasn't included in the list, Qin Wushuang was the indisputable number 1 person in this year's examination. He was able to attract the attention of so many domain god sovereign in this year's examination. It could be said that a large part of the reason was because of this Qin Wushuang. I wonder how long has this Qin Wushuang cultivated for? Among the 12 top-level heavens pride in Chengluo Mansion, In terms of mysteriousness, no one would dare claim to be number one when it came to the peerless sword god. Qin Wuxuang was ranked second. 100 million years ago, he appeared out of nowhere and defeated the other 11 top-level heavens pride with his sword. He even fought with a rank 9 top-level true god, and it was a draw. He had established his reputation as the number one youth in the young generation. If this Qin Wuxuang was like most native chosen, who had cultivated for 7 to 8 billion years, then, the number one young man in his generation would be greatly reduced. Many domain god sovereign would have to make other choices. However, if he was like Shen Hanqing, who had only cultivated for 2 billion and 12 billion years, then his talent would be terrifying. Even if he had cultivated for more than a few 100 million years, he would still be able to secure the position of the number one youth in the Chengluo mansion. Qin Wuxuang, I have been cultivating for a long time, 932,120,000 years. It was as if even the time divine mirror artifact spirit was shocked by Qin Wuxuang's cultivation time, and its voice actually stopped for a moment. What? 932,120,000 years, this. I didn't hear it wrong, did I? It hasn't even been a billion years, but he has already broken through to the rank 9 top-level true god. What kind of monster is this? What a peerless sword god Qin Wuxuang. He is truly unparalleled in the world. I'm afraid no one in the history of Chengluo Mansion can match his talent. The surrounding top-level true god exclaimed repeatedly. Shen Hanqing and top-level Heaven's Pride had bitter smiles on their faces. In less than a billion years, this terrifying amount of time had made them despair. They were afraid that they would have to live under the shadow of Qin Wuxuang for the rest of their lives. Right at this moment, Qin Wuxuang, an extremely dignified voice, descended from the sky and swept across the entire transfer square. My 9-Cloud Sword Sect's Dark Knight Sword Wei Xian, are you willing to join my sect and become my last disciple? C1603 Yang Fann's cultivation time in the center of Kunyu City, in the glorious Divine Palace. The group of domain god sovereign couldn't sit still any longer. The supreme elder of the 9-Cloud Sword Sect, the Dark Knight Sword God, Wei Xiang, even said directly that he wanted to take Qin Wuxuang as his last disciple. Last disciple? What was that? He was the true successor of his mantle. His status was even higher than that of the personal disciple. However, Qin Wuxuang did have the qualification to cultivate for less than a billion years. Throughout the history of Chengluo Mansion, there were only a few people who had such talent. Compared to the ordinary god-child level monster, he was only slightly inferior. It was hard to say whether he would become a middle-level domain god in the future, but he was confident that he could prove rank 4 low-level domain god's cultivation. With the strength of the 9-Cloud Sword Sect, although they didn't want to admit it, they had to admit that the possibility was really low. Whether it was the Virtual Element Palace, 100 Soldiers Hall, or the other 3 palaces, they were all stronger than the 9-Cloud Sword Sect. Why not take a step back and accept Qin Wuxuang as their disciple? It was better to play with a bird in the forest than a bird in the hand. Furthermore, Qin Wuxuang was a sword cultivator, which was suitable for their 9-Cloud Sword Sect. Hiss. In an instant, all the top-level true god couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. This was the last disciple of domain god sovereign. Even Qin Wuxuang's heart started to beat faster. He was considering whether he should agree or not. Although the 9-Cloud Sword Sect wasn't as powerful as the first palace and the third palace, it wasn't much weaker than the 9-Cloud Sword Sect. Among the 6 sects, it was the undisputed number 1 sect. On the surface, Supreme Sect Head and the elders of the 9-Cloud Palace and 10 Domain God Sovereign were in charge. Besides, they had become the direct disciples of the Dark Knight Sword God. At this moment, another dignified voice was heard, Qin Wuxuang, Palace Lord from the 100 Soldiers Hall Sword Palace, Jian Chen. As long as you are willing to worship me, you will be the young master of the 100 Soldiers Hall Sword Palace, Palace Lord. 100 Soldiers Hall. There were a total of 18 upper palaces and 36 lower palaces in the 100 Soldiers Hall. Palace Lord, who was in the lower palace, was usually a half-step domain god, while Palace Lord, who was in the 18 upper palaces, was domain god sovereign. The Sword Palace was one of the 18 upper palaces, and it was ranked 8th among the 18. Once Qin Wuxuang became the young master of the Sword Palace, he would immediately enter the upper echelons of the 100 Soldiers Hall. Qin Wuxuang, I am the light dark sword sovereign of the Dark Asura Palace, the Dark Asura. I can also accept you as my last disciple, and I guarantee that I will do my best to nurture you, so that you will be able to become my last disciple in 10 billion years. I will break through to the domain god stage. Another great figure spoke. He was one of the 13 devil monarchs of the secluded palace of the light and dark sword sovereign. A powerful first-grade top-level true god wanted to take Qin Wuxuang under his tutelage. It could be said that he had invested a lot. Even with Qin Wuxuang's talent and potential, it would not be easy for him to advance to the domain god realm in 10 billion years. The secluded palace would definitely pay a hefty price for this, and even use the palace's resources. Qin Wuxuang, I, Zhe Yun of Tongshuan Hall, as long as you are willing to join our Tongshuan Hall, I promise you that within 10 billion years, you will successfully break through to the domain god realm. Zhe Yun spoke as well, but he understood that he wasn't like Ming Luo and the others, who were sword gods and didn't expect Qin Wuxuang to take him as a disciple. As long as he could join their Tongshuan Hall, it would be great. Not only Zhe Yun, the other supreme beings from the other major powers also tried to recruit Qin Wuxuang. Given Qin Wuxuang's talent, he would surely have a bright future even if he was in the divine kingdom of the heavens. There was no way he would miss this chance. Gulp, gulp. The 10 major powers all spoke up. This was too exaggerated. The surrounding top-level true god were dumbfounded. All of them wished they could replace Qin Wuxuang with Qin Wuxuang. However, just thinking about it, with their little talent, even if it was the other 5 great top-level heavens pride, they would still be lucky to have domain god sovereign as their target. They even wanted to be like Qin Wuxuang and attract the attention of the crowd. That was simply a dream. In the end, Qin Wuxuang thought about it for a long time and decided to join the 9-Cloud Sword Sect and worship me, the Dark Knight Sword God. He was a sword cultivator and had been obsessed with the way of the sword for his entire life. Among the 10 major powers of 1 palace, 3 palaces, and 6 major sects, the 9-Cloud Sword Sect was the true number 1 sword sect. It was the holy land in the hearts of countless sword cultivator. In terms of attainments in the way of the sword, even the virtual element palace was inferior. More importantly, the Dark Knight Sword God had promised him that in the future, he would request Supreme Sect Head of the 9-Cloud Sword Sect, the Sword Master of the 9-Cloud Sword Sect, to personally teach him for a period of time. In the Chengluo Mansion, the Sword Master of the 9-Cloud Sword Sect was the indisputable number 1 sword cultivator. He had always been Qin Wuxuang's idol. The next second, Qin Wuxuang turned around and looked at Yang Fann with a provocative look. It was as if he was telling Yang Fann who the true number 1 person in this year's examination was. However, what disappointed Qin Wuxuang was that Yang Fann's expression did not change at all, causing him to be disappointed. It was as if he had used all his strength to punch a ball of air. What kind of joke was this? 1 billion years. How long was that? He couldn't even imagine it. If he really was given 1 billion years to cultivate, forget about a quasi-ranked 9 top-level true god like him. Yang Fann was confident that he would be able to suppress that ranked 9 top-level domain god. Up until now, he had only cultivated for less than 5 million years, but his actual combat strength was comparable to some low-level domain god warriors. From the beginning to the end, he had never taken Qin Wuxuang seriously. Not to mention a mere Qin Wuxuang, there was no one in the entire AIMA realm continent that could attract his attention. Despicable Yang Fann, humph, I would like to see how long you have been cultivating for. Go next, Wang Peng. Monogamy's voice rang out once more. Finally, it was River System True God's turn. I wonder how long these river aborigines have been cultivating for. In the Zhuanghe system, a barren land without any inheritance, resources, the time it takes to pass down an inheritance is 100 times, 1,000 times more than us. Kekeki, I can't wait any longer. I guess these indigenous beings won't let us down. Listening to the unrestrained discussions of native chosen, Wang Peng's face turned red. He was going to lose face this time, but he still forced himself to walk towards the divine mirror of time. Wang Peng. Cultivation time. 867,862 billion years. Pucci many. How much? I didn't mishear it. Is it really 867 trillion years? Is there a mistake? He's only a 4th grade top-level true god. He's just a pig. With so much time, his cultivation base must be more than that. Could it be that he's not even comparable to a pig? The group of native chosen looked at Wang Peng as if they were looking at a legendary creature. Although they had thought that the cultivation time of these Hexi natives would be thousands of times greater than theirs, they never expected that. It was actually such a terrifying technique. 867,862 billion years. How long had it been? Even without using any resources, just the spirit of heaven and earth alone was enough for them to surpass 4th grade top-level true god. Wang Peng's face flushed red. At this moment, he really wished he could find a hole to hide in. The other river system true gods were similarly not any better. All of their faces were flushed red. Right now, it was Wang Peng. How could they not be like this later on? In fact, many of them had cultivated for even longer than Wang Peng. They really didn't want to participate in the test. However, they only thought about it. It wasn't easy for them to pass the test, and they now had the qualifications to enter the 1st Palace, 3rd Palace, and 6th Sect. How could they give up on such a small rumor? If they really did that, they would really be stupid. Next, Zhao Yuan. 92 trillion years of cultivation. Riverside. 126 trillion years of cultivation. Huyun. Cultivation time is 212 trillion years. One by one, river god true gods stepped forward to test their cultivation time. However, the result was completely incomparable to those geniuses of the river system. There were many of them who would spend tens of billions of years, even hundreds of billions, or even trillions of years. These river aborigines are truly as stupid as pigs. This one has been cultivating for an entire era, but he is still only a rank 6 top-level true god. If it was me, I would have already smashed my head to death, so that I wouldn't come out and embarrass myself. Brother Chen, you don't know about this. These Hexi natives didn't have any other abilities. However, their skin is extremely thick. I'm afraid they don't know what it means to lose face. Native Chosen still had some restraint at the beginning. Towards the end, he no longer had any scruples. All kinds of mocking words were blurted out from his mouth. All of the river true gods were so angry that their eyes were spitting fire. They wished they could burn their bones and scatter their ashes. A group of bastards, wasn't it just because they were born with a good life? I will remember this debt. Just you wait. Sooner or later, I will find you all to settle this debt. An hour later, it was finally Yang Fann's turn. He was the last person to undergo the examination. It's finally Dark Star's turn. I wonder how long he has been cultivating for. That goes without saying. He must have started from 10 million years ago. He only relied on his own age. If I had cultivated for such a long time, I could have taught him how to be a human with just a finger. That's right. That guy is only a little older. There's nothing special about him. Tisk, tisk, tisk. I can't wait to laugh at him properly. After a while, C1604 Fright Kun Yu City, Transfer Square. Thousands of native chosen and more than 600 river element true gods completed their tests one after another. Finally, it was Yang Fann's turn. In an instant, the surrounding native chosen looked at Yang Fann with a mocking expression. They wanted to see whether this dark star had cultivated for 10 trillion years, 100 trillion years, or even more. At that time, they would definitely mock this guy and vent the anger in their hearts. They had been on tenterhooks for a long time in the air transport assessment, afraid that Dark Star would hit them. Many of them started to organize their thoughts. There weren't many opportunities for them to vent their anger. No matter what they said, they had to vent their anger. Yang Fann, I want to see how many billions of years you have cultivated for. Qin Wuxuang raised his eyebrows. A vague cold shine flashed across his eyes. It seemed like he, Qin Wuxuang, was suppressing the Chengluo mansion. Among the young generation, no one could surpass him. However, he was suppressed by this river aborigines. Although he didn't say anything, he was holding back some anger in his heart. The other 5 great top-level heavens pride of AIMA realm continent were also laughing coldly. Being ridden on top of river aborigines' head. That humiliation was not something that could be described with words. In the center of Kunyu City, in the glorious divine palace. The group of domain god sovereign were equally curious. They were even more interested in Qin Wuxuang than they were in him. This was god-child level monster. I wonder how long Yang Fann has been cultivating for. Although he was born in the Zhuanghe system, and because of the limited resources, he has wasted a lot of time. However, given his talent, it shouldn't take too long for him to cultivate. Indeed, Yang Fann's talent is so high that he could break through to the rank 8 top-level true god in the Zhuanghe system. Even amongst the many god-child level monster, he could be considered one of the top. It shouldn't be more than trillions of years, maybe even trillions of years. Look, Yang Fann has gone over there. The answer will be revealed soon. Bitch it, why am I so nervous? Old ghost Xinfeng, don't talk about you anymore. I am also the same. This is the first godchild level monster in our Luo mansion. Transfer square. Rumble. A gray light of chaos descended from the sky, covering Yang Fann's entire body. The next second, the heavy sound of great Tao resounded across the sky. However, that voice faintly contained a trembling sound. Yang Fann, cultivation time, 489,600, fuck, 400 trillion years, close to an era. Ha ha ha, I knew it. This fellow's natural talent isn't that great. With his current cultivation, it's nothing more than relying on cultivating for a few 100 trillion years more than us. Sure enough, the natives are the natives. Each and every one of them is as stupid as a pig. If I had cultivated for so many trillion years, I wouldn't be any weaker than this Yang Fann. Before the artifact spirit could finish its words, thousands of native chosen had already boiled up. All kinds of mocking remarks were constantly directed at Yang Fann, as if any one of them could easily surpass Yang Fann in the future. Bitch it, I thought it was peerless evildoer, but it turns out that he is just a piece of trash. More than 400 trillion years. A pig has lived for so long, but it still has more than this cultivation base. I really feel sad for Blood Fiend and the others. If they could cultivate for such a long time, I'm afraid that they would be able to kill this barbarian with just a finger. What a pity, what a pity. Qin Wuxuang gently shook his head and laughed at himself. It was really enough for him to compare such a trash to him. If he had cultivated for more than 400 trillion years, not to mention rank 9 top-level true god, there wouldn't be many low-level domain god warriors who would be a match for him. It seems like my mental state still needs to be strengthened. 4 trillion years. Yang Fann has actually cultivated for so many 100 million years. This shouldn't be. The River Series true gods who originally hoped that Yang Fann could slap native chosen in the face and help them regain some face side. Their last hope had been shattered. This time, their Zhuanghe system had lost all of their face. Central of Kunyu City, glorious divine palace. The group of domain god sovereign were dumbfounded. More than 400 trillion years, a total of 400 trillion years. How could this be? How could this be? Even though Yang Fann's talent was unparalleled, and he could be considered one of the best amongst godchild level monster, he had wasted so many years. Most of his potential had been used up. Perhaps, the remaining potential he had was not as good as those of Blood Fiend and the others. Not to mention breaking through to the middle-level domain god, it was still unknown whether he could break through to the position of domain god or not. Bitch, I was happy for nothing. I thought the Shengluo alliance was going to rise again. I didn't expect that. Right at this moment, the artifact spirit of the time divine mirror finally announced Yang Fann's full age, 53 years. Ah no, that's not right. I just heard that artifact spirit reporting a year, not 100 million years. All of a sudden, a domain god sovereign cried out in shock. His eyes were about to pop out of his eye sockets, and his face was filled with horror. What? It's Nian, 4,189,653 years. Paragon Ji Yuning, you must have misheard me. What kind of joke was this? A rank 9 top-level true god that was less than 2 million years old, even AIMA domain lord's direct descendants couldn't do it, let alone Yang Fann. No, that's not right. I think I heard that it was also the new year. It seems like the artifact spirit was telling the truth about 10 years, and not 100 million years. I heard the same thing. A few realm gods said uncertainly. Gulp. It can't be, right? Could it really be? This. 4,189,653 years, rank 9 top-level true god, is this possible? Even the most powerful god-child level monster wouldn't be this abnormal. But what if it's true? Why are you hesitating? Whether it's true or not, just ask the artifact spirit and you'll understand. Gulp. If this is true, then, the group of domain god sovereign swallowed their saliva. They didn't dare to continue their conversation. A rank 9 top-level true god who had less than 2 million years to live. What kind of talent was this? And it was in the Zhuanghe system, where resources were scarce. Compared to those god-child level monster, they were all trash and useless. There was no comparison at all. Yang Fann, cultivation time, 4,189,653 years. Under the requests of the domain gods, the Time Divine Mirror artifact spirit once again recounted Yang Fann's cultivation age. At this moment, no one doubted this result. The Time Divine Mirror was one of the few Shengluo alliances in the Shengluo Alliance. It was the ultimate treasure of the Shengluo Alliance, and it was impossible to make a mistake. 4,189,653 years. It's really 189,653 years. This. The group of domain god sovereign had blank eyes. They didn't know what to say to describe the shock in their hearts. A rank 9 top-level true god that was less than 2 million years old, let alone their AIMA realm continent, not even a single person in the entire universe or universal world could be found. On the transfer square, the group of native chosen, who was constantly mocking Yang Fann, and the true gods of the river series who were shaking their heads and sighing, were all stunned. 189,653 years, and less than 2 million years. Did I hear it wrong? Gulp. How is this possible? How can there be such a monster in this world? No. This is impossible. It's fake. This must be fake. In an instant, the entire transfer square was filled with wails. 4,889,653 years, not even 5 million years. There must be a mistake. It must be a mistake on the Time Divine Mirror. Otherwise, how could such an absurd thing happen? Thinking about their age and cultivation, many people didn't even seem to be true gods, right? And what kind of conditions did they enjoy, and what kind of environment was Zhuanghe's system? Not to mention 5 million years, even if it was 5 billion years, 500 billion years, they would be able to cultivate to the rank 9 top-level true god. It would be a miracle. 4,189,653 years. At this moment, Qin Wushuang, who was looking down on Yang Fann just now, was completely dumbfounded. His eyes were empty, like a puppet without a soul. Thinking about Qin Wushuang, his talent was unparalleled. Even in the history of Chengluo Mansion, he was one of the top peerless demons. Even so, he had spent nearly 1 billion years just to step into the rank 9 top-level true god. As for Yang Fann, how old was he? He was not even 5 million years old. The gap between them was more than 1,000 times, 10,000 times. He was basically a heaven and earth cloud and mud. Furthermore, Yang Fann was born in a barren land in Zhuanghe's system. Just his physical body alone was more than 1,000 times higher than Yang Fann's, but what about the result? Qin Wushuang, who do you think you are? It's more like you are trash. A rank 9 top-level true god that is less than 5 million years old. This talent is unprecedented and unprecedented. No, such a peerless monster is not something I can recruit. Inform Lord Palace Lord that I must inform him immediately. No matter what, no matter how great the price is, we, Tongshuan Hall, must obtain this ancient monster. C1605. All the big shots came out in the center of Kunyu City, in the glorious divine palace. The group of domain god sovereign finally came back to their senses and reluctantly accepted the frightening fact. The next second, domain god sovereign and the others shivered. No, they had to inform Palace Lord about Yang Fann. No matter what, no matter how big of a price they had to pay, they had to take Yang Fann as their disciple. Otherwise, it would be the greatest loss for the virtual element palace. Almost at the same time, the other 9 major powers domain gods also used their secret techniques to send messages to their respective sect masters and hall lord. A rank 9 top-level true god that was less than 5 million years old, what kind of monster was this monster? The scariness of its talent was beyond their imagination. Let alone intermediate and low-level domain god, even a high-level domain god was only a matter of time. It was even possible for him to surpass AIMA domain lord, break through to the top-level true god, and step into the legendary sovereign realm. As long as they could take Yang Fann under their tutelage, perhaps 1 billion could be counted. 10 billion years later, the sect that they belonged to would become one of the top powers in the AIMA realm, and even replace the celestial race and establish a new divine country. No matter what, they couldn't miss this opportunity given by the heavens. It was a pity that they didn't want to become Yang Fann's master anymore. They were only first-grade low-level domain god, the weakest among the domain gods. Would Yang Fann worship them? Even thinking about it was unrealistic. With his monstrous talent, he would probably take that step in less than 10 million years, be on equal footing with them, or even surpass them. Even their hall lord, the sect master, didn't have the qualifications to take Yang Fann as his disciple. Central region of Chengluo Mansion, Void Origin Mountain Range. This was the headquarters of the Virtual Element Palace, the #1 major power in the Chengluo Mansion. In one of the quiet gardens, a man was standing there casually. This man was a young man, who looked to be in his 30s. He was wearing a light green robe, and his aura was calm. There was not a single fluctuation of magic power from him. He was holding a nut in his hand, and a few cute spirit mice would jump onto his palm from time to time, pecking the nut. A few birds flew down from a nearby tree and landed on his shoulders, chirping happily. What a relaxed patty scene. It made one feel relaxed and relaxed. Without realizing it, one would be intoxicated by it, unable to extricate themselves from its soothe. Suddenly, a stream of light tore through the sky and landed in front of him. It turned into a golden shadow. Its mouth kept opening and closing, as if it was reporting something to him. What? No. A rank 9 true god less than 5 million years old. This. How is this possible? The calm expression on young man's face disappeared without a trace, and what replaced it was an indescribable shock. After a long while, he finally managed to believe the horrifying news. Monster. What a monster, but this is an opportunity for our virtual element palace. If we can take it back. We can't just wait here, I have to make a trip myself. In the next second, Poochie. Young man tore through the void and flew away. The Death Spirit Abyss was one of the 10 most dangerous places in the Chengluo Mansion. It was filled with countless dead spirits and ghosts. It was extremely dangerous. Even a rank 9 top-level true god would be killed by the endless army of dead spirits if they ventured into the Death Spirit Abyss recklessly. It was even rumored that there was a king of dead souls at the bottom of the abyss of dead souls that was comparable to Domain God Sovereign. It was Domain God Sovereign. If he was not careful, he might die here. To an ordinary top-level true god, the Dead Spirit Abyss was a lightning pool, a forbidden area, and it represented death. However, what was unbelievable was that at the bottom of the Dead Spirit Abyss that caused people's expressions to change, a terrifying figure was sitting cross-legged. Hiss, hiss, hiss. In all directions, countless dead spirits were like surging tides as they pounced towards the terrifying figure. However, in the eyes of outsiders, the incomparably terrifying army of dead spirits was just like the most delicious food that was easily swallowed by that person, causing his aura to rise bit by bit. Fortunately, there were no other living people nearby. Otherwise, they would have been scared to death. Was this still the death spirit that caused people to tremble in fear? Rumble, rumble. Suddenly, a mysterious power erupted from the terrifying figure. In an instant, the countless dead spirits in the surroundings retreated in all directions like mice seeing a cat. At this moment, the terrifying figure finally revealed its true form. It was black-clothed youth, who was about 27 or 28 years old. The chi around his body was extremely cold, like a block of ice that had been frozen for hundreds of millions of years. As long as it appeared near him, even his soul would be completely frozen. His eyes were flickering with an endless aura of death, as if with just a glance, he would be able to take away countless experts from the soul. Hiss. A rank 9 top-level true god that is less than 5 million years old, this. Is he still a human? No. This Yang Fann, Yuluo Palace, must obtain him. Dark Spirit Mountain. Within the Chengluo Mansion, there was a floating divine mountain. It was one of the 3 palaces, the headquarters of the Tongshuan Hall. Within a glorious divine palace in the Tongshuan Hall, a majestic figure sat cross-legged. He looked to be in his early 30s. He had long black hair and a peerlessly handsome face. There was a profound mark of the Great Tao between his brows. It seemed like thousands of Great Taos were under his control, and his aura was extremely mysterious. Rumble. Suddenly, his tightly shut eyes slowly opened. An endless Great Tao flowed within his eyes. It was like the legendary eye of the Great Tao. With just a glance, one would be able to face the source of the Great Tao and see through all secrets of the Great Tao. Less than 5 million years and he has already mastered 300 million trillion of the power of the little world. Such an ancient monster, even in the legendary Great Thousand World, I don't think there is a single person who can be found. If I can take him as my disciple, the Tongshuan Hall will surely become the greatest power in the AIMA realm continent. 100 Soldier City was the second largest city in Chengluo Mansion, second only to Chengluo City. One of the 3 palaces, the 100 Soldiers Hall, took root here. In the center of Bibing City, in a divine palace. A man wearing golden divine armors, with a spear, a staff, and a halberd on his body, was standing there. Countless silhouettes of divine weapons stood up. Their eyes were filled with disbelief. A rank 9 top-level true god who was less than 5 million years old, how could there be such a monster in this world? If it wasn't for the fact that the 3 palace lord from the 100 soldiers hall had sent this message to him at the same time, they would never believe it even if they were beaten to death. What kind of joke was this? Let alone 5 million years old rank 9 top-level true god, even their AIMA realm continent wouldn't be able to find a single rank 9 top-level true god, let alone a rank 9 top-level true god from the Xianxia system. It was impossible to find such a resource-deficient place. We can't let those old fellows snatch the monster away first. Yang Fann, it belongs to the 100 soldiers hall. No matter how great the price is, we won't hesitate to do so. 9 Cloud Sword Mountain, where Zhong's 9 Cloud Sword Sect was located. The entire Sword Mountain was countless light years tall. It was as if a supreme divine sword was inserted into the starry sky of the universe. Endless sword chi surrounded it, as if it was borrowing the endless profound meaning of the sword Tao. At this moment, at the peak of the Sword Mountain, a person stood proudly. He was a middle-aged man in white clothes. He was full of pride. He looked around like a lonely swordsman standing at the peak, looking around. He was at a loss and could not find a worthy opponent. The sword Qi Ling Yun around him was extremely terrifying. It was as if he could kill any powerful enemy with just a thought. A quasi-rank 9 top-level true god who has cultivated for less than 1 billion years. This time, Elder Qing Xiao has picked up a treasure. In less than 10 billion years, our 9 Cloud Sword Sect will have another great general. What? Cultivation time is only 4,018,953 years of rank 9 top-level true god. What kind of monster is this? It actually came from Xianxia system. Could it be that we have always been wrong? The Xianxia system is the true treasure land of my AIMA realm. The resources within it is far beyond the resources of the AIMA realm continent. No, such an ancient monster. The 9 Cloud Sword Sect is determined to get it. No matter how great the price is, it's worth it. Underworld God C, Underworld C Sect headquarters. This won't do. The Dark Sea Sect must take down this monster, Yang Fann, even if it means using the sect's resources. Myriad Manifestation Valley, where the Myriad Manifestation Sect was located. What an ancient monster Yang Fann pervert, what a pervert. Great Luo Heavenly Sect, Great Luo Heavenly Sect's lair. Yang Fann, Great Luo Heavenly Sect is determined to get it. Heavenly Spirit Sea, the headquarters of the Spirit Sea Sect. It seems like our sect is going to make a move as well. With this, how can a peerless monster not meet us? Dao Seeking Mountain, Heaven Seeking Sect's headquarters. Yang Fann, our sect has arrived. Rumble, rumble. One after another, the elusive palace lord and the sect master appeared and directly shattered the space, teleporting towards Kunyu City at their fastest speed. There was only one goal, and that was to take Yang Fann in as a disciple. Such an ancient monster was worth everything they had. C1606 Crazy Competition Kunyu City, Transfer Square. At some point in time, a group of domain god sovereign had left the divine palace. They were like stars surrounding the moon, surrounding Yang Fann in the center. The sound of praises could be heard without an end. At this moment, the group of domain god sovereigns seemed to have forgotten their identities. They had forgotten that they were the high and mighty domain god sovereign who could decide the fate of countless creatures of the world with a single thought. Each and every one of them had a clear idea in their hearts. Even if they couldn't accept Yang Fann as their disciple, they would at least have to get familiar with him and form a good relationship with him. When Yang Fann successfully advanced to the middle-level domain god or even the high-level domain god in the future, this would be a huge favor to them. It was hard to say when they would be able to receive such a favor. Their cultivation base would improve tremendously, or they might even turn misfortune into good fortune and save themselves from danger. Looking at Yang Fann, who was standing in the middle of the crowd, all the top-level true god warriors, including Qin Wushuang, felt bitter in their hearts. It was not something that could be described with words. Even Qin Wushuang and the other domain gods were only at the spiritual sense sound transmitting. As for Yang Fann, not only did he personally come here, but he also looked like he was trying to please Yang Fann. No matter how they looked at it, it made them feel like they were trying to suck up to him. Sigh. Comparing oneself to others is really infuriating. Rumble. Suddenly, the void distorted, and a young man in green clothes appeared out of thin air. This is Yang Fann, who was in the middle of the crowd, was astonished. The person in front of him had an ordinary chi and looked like he didn't know anything about cultivation. However, he had the impression that he was extremely dangerous. He was much more terrifying than the other region gods. It seemed like he could erase him from this world with just a thought. At that moment, greetings, Alliance Master. A group of region gods stepped forward to greet him. Alliance Master. Could it be that Asgard Master Shu Yuan? Native Chosen's heart skipped a beat. There seemed to be only one person in the entire Chengluo mansion who could make Domain God Sovereign call him Alliance Chief respectfully. That was the Master of Virtual Element Palace, the Asgard Master Shu Yuan, who had the title of the strongest man in the Chengluo mansion. Could it be that Asgard Master Shu Yuan is here for Yang Fann? Apart from this reason, they couldn't think of a second possibility. To a big shot like Asgard Master Shu Yuan, even the number one youth in the young generation, Qin Wushuang, was just an insignificant figure. It wasn't worth his effort. Gulp, gulp. This Yang Fann's face was too big, wasn't it? That was Asgard Master Shu Yuan. Asgard Master Shu Yuan nodded slightly at the domain gods, then his figure moved. He arrived in front of Yang Fann and said gently, Yang Fann, my virtual element palace's Shu Yuan. Your talent is the only one I have ever seen in my life. Even God-child level monster is very far away from you. As long as you are willing to join the Virtual Element Palace, you will be the young master of the Virtual Element Palace. You can use all the resources of the Virtual Element Palace as you wish. He accepted Yang Fann as his disciple. Shu Yuan had thought about it before. However, after thinking for a moment, he still chose to give up. Although he was a peak 4th grade domain god and was only a step away from the middle level domain god, he wasn't qualified to become the ancient master, like Yang Fann. Furthermore, Yang Fann was different from Qin Wushuang and Native Chosen. He came from the Zhuanghe system, and was most likely the ruler of a river or even a large river. He had always been a supreme existence, and would not easily be inferior to others. Instead of making Yang Fann feel conflicted, he might as well give up on this plan. As long as Yang Fann was willing to join the Virtual Element Palace, it would be the greatest fortune of the Virtual Element Palace. It wasn't impossible for him to surpass AIMA Domain Lord and become the new ruler of the AIMA Realm continent in the future. Hiss. Void. The young master of the Virtual Element Palace, this. The surrounding top-level true god, especially Native Chosen, gasped. That was the young master of the Virtual Element Palace. His status wasn't any worse than the young master of the 6 major sects. In fact, it was even better than the young master of the Virtual Element Palace. He had truly reached the heavens in a single step. In Chengluo Mansion and even the entire Luoyang County, he could do whatever he wanted. If they could become the young master of Virtual Element Palace, they would probably be able to wake up from their dreams at night. Unfortunately, they could only dream about it in their dreams. The young master of Virtual Element Palace, Palace Lord. Yang Fann's heart was slightly moved. The Virtual Element Palace was the number one major power in the Chengluo Mansion, and it had a very deep foundation. It was one of the top powers in the entire the Divine Kingdom of the Heavens. If he could receive the full support of the Virtual Element Palace, his strength would surely improve by leaps and bounds in a short period of time. 4th revolution of the 9 revolutions divine devil body. The 10,000 huge perfections required by a huge perfection was just a matter of a few words. Rumble. Before Yang Fann could say anything, a terrifying pressure descended from the sky and swept across the entire Kunyu city. In the next second, Yang Fann, Tong Zan, if you are willing to join our Tongshuan Hall, you will be the second hall lord of our Tongshuan Hall. Your status is equal to mine. You can use all the resources in our Tongshuan Hall as you wish. Another voice was heard. The second hall lord of Tongshuan Hall has the same status as the Tongshuan Hall lord. The surrounding top-level true god were dumbfounded. This condition wasn't any worse than the Virtual Element Palaces. In fact, it was even better than the Virtual Element Palaces. After all, one of them was only a young Palace Lord, and above him were Palace Lord and many other supreme elders. Yang Fann, the same goes for our 100 Soldiers Hall. As long as you join our 100 Soldiers Hall, you will be the second Hall Lord of our 100 Soldiers Hall, and your status will be equal to mine. Rumble. Almost at the same time, the leaders of the other 6 sects all teleported over and threw out tempting conditions to Yang Fann. The leaders of the 6 sects were even willing to retreat behind the scenes and become supreme elders. Yang Fann would be the master of the sect. They were also forced to do so. 1 palace, 3 palaces, and 6 sects. The difference in power between 1 palace and 3 palaces was not big. It could be said that they were on the same level as Yang Fann. As for the 6 sects, even the most powerful 9 Cloud Sword sect. The secluded palace was slightly weaker than the secluded palace, which was the weakest of the 3 palaces. If the conditions were the same, Yang Fann would only have his head squeezed by the door. Only then would he choose them. When people walked up, water flowed down. This was the truth of the world. However, they would never be willing to give up on Yang Fann, this ancient monster. A rank 9 top-level true god that was less than 5 million years old was still not at the early stage of the rank 9 top-level true god. A monster like this was not something they could estimate. In the future, he would definitely surpass the number 1 person in AIMA realm continent, AIMA domain lord. As long as they could take Yang Fann under their tutelage, they would be able to soar into the sky. Furthermore, it wouldn't take too long. These guys. A hint of anger flashed across Asgard Master Shu Yuan's eyes. Regarding this, the 9 masters of Tongshuan Hall acted as if they didn't see it at all and chose to ignore it. If it was any other top-level Heaven's Pride, considering that Asgard Master Shu Yuan was the Shengluo Alliance's alliance master, they might just grit their teeth and let him go. Although Domain God Sovereign was important, he wasn't indispensable. However, Yang Fann was different. It was impossible for them to quit. If they quit today, they would regret it for the rest of their lives. So what if it was the alliance leader? Even if the King of the Sky were to come personally, they might still have to fight for it. The surrounding top-level true gods' eyes were filled with envy, and they wished they could replace Yang Fann with Yang Fann. If one day, he could make so many powerful beings fight for him, it would be worth it even if they were to die immediately. Unfortunately, they could only think about it in their hearts. There was no need to talk about so many supreme beings fighting for him. If Domain God Sovereign took a fancy to them and was willing to accept them as his disciples, it would be a huge blow to their ancestors. Which one should we choose? Yang Fann's eyes were filled with Tier 9. Each and every one of the conditions was extremely tempting. It was truly difficult for him to choose. Furthermore, this decision wasn't that easy to make. If one wasn't careful, one might offend the other 9 major powers. It was not impossible for a certain big shot to have the intention to kill him. Although he could be considered powerful, he was far from being able to run amok in the AIMA realm continent. At most, he could only fight a first-rank 2 low-level domain god. The impression he got from the 9 masters of the Tongshuan Hall wasn't that much different from Asgard Master Shu Yuan's. If any one of them attacked him, he was afraid that escaping would be an extravagant hope. Everyone, our virtual element palace only wants Yang Fann. We won't take any of the other geniuses of this year's competition. How about we let all of you have it? Brother Shu Yuan, we, the Tongshuan Hall, don't want anyone else. We only want Yang Fann. That's right, Alliance Chief, the same goes for our Dark Ocean sect. And my 100 Soldiers Hall. The Tongshuan Hall Lord and the others sneered in their hearts. What a good idea. Just those useless fools of theirs. Even if all of them were added together, they wouldn't be able to compare to a single finger of Yang Fann. At this moment, the group of top-level true god. The sorrows in their hearts were like tidal waves, endless and endless. They were all the top geniuses in the world, Heaven's Pride evildoer. When had they ever been pushed and humiliated by Tathagata like a commodity? This was a direct insult to their dignity and dignity. Especially Qin Wushuang. That humiliation was even more so. He was the number 1 youth in the Luo mansion, and his talent was extraordinary. There had never been anyone in the Luo mansion who could compare to him, and he could be counted on one hand. He should be the one who should be the one being fought over. How could it be such a river aborigines? This shouldn't be. Everyone, how about I owe you all a favor? C1607 Alliance Vice Alliance Leader Asgard Master Shu Yuan was the strongest man in the Chengluo mansion. His cultivation base and strength were only a step away from the middle-level domain god. Even some middle-level domain god would have to pay a price to kill him. One of his favors was worth as much as a domain divine artifact, or even more than that. 9 major powers, 9 favors. That was 9 domain divine artifacts. The price was huge, enough to make many domain god sovereign go crazy over it. If it was any other ordinary top-level heaven's pride, they would grit their teeth and agree. However, it was a little too much to think about taking Yang Fann under their tutelage. Yu Luo Hall Lord sneered and said, "Everyone, how about a favor from me and a domain divine artifact each?" Although Yu Luo Hall Lord's strength was not as strong as Asgard Master Shu Yuan's, he was only slightly weaker. He was also one of the top rank 4 low-level domain gods among rank 4 low-level domain god. A favor from him was not much different from a favor from Asgard Master Shu Yuan. Plus, each of them had a domain divine artifact. This price was far greater than Asgard Master Shu Yuan's. A favor from me, and 2 more domain divine artifacts from each major power. What do you all think? The one who spoke this time was the 100 Soldiers Hall Master. In terms of financial resources, the 100 Soldiers Hall had never been afraid of anyone. It was just a domain divine artifact. In terms of second place, who would dare to claim first place? Among the 10 major powers, the 100 Soldiers Hall was the most skilled in artifact forging. The accumulation of several eras and the number of domain divine artifact was beyond the imagination of any ordinary power. Even the virtual element palace was far inferior to them. Brother Bibing, our Tongshuan Hall doesn't have as many 100 Soldiers Halls as your 100 Soldiers Hall. However, it's not like our Tongshuan Hall doesn't have any good stuff. A family of 9 Revolution Golden Dan. How about I owe you a favor? The 100 Soldiers Hall was one of the biggest armorers in the Chengluo Mansion. The Tongshuan Hall was the biggest pill refiner in the Chengluo Mansion. In the entire Chengluo Mansion, nearly half of the pill refiners came from the Tongshuan Hall. And this 9 Revolutions creation pill was one of the divine pill in the Tongshuan Hall. As long as it was a single divine pill, it would give a rank 9 top-level true god a higher chance of breaking through to the position of domain god. Its value was even higher than a low-level domain divine artifact. Taking out 9 turns creation golden pills in one go, to the Tongshuan Hall. There weren't many top-grade divine pills like this in the entire Tongshuan Hall. The higher the grade of a top-grade divine pill, the more difficult it was to concoct. In the entire Tongshuan Hall, there were countless alchemists, but those who could concoct a 9 transformation golden pill, a level 1 divine pill. Besides the Tongshuan Hall Lord, there was only the Supreme Elder of the Tongshuan Hall. Furthermore, the success rate of the divine pill was extremely low, it was less than 2 levels. Furthermore, since the birth of the AIMA realm continent, its resources were no longer comparable to when the heaven and earth first opened. Many resources had already gone extinct. In this era, wanting to gather enough heaven and earth divine herbs to refine a furnace of 9 revolutions good fortune golden pill, even with the strength of the Tongshuan Hall, it wouldn't be an easy task. The amount of time spent was 10 billion years, 100 billion years. However, as long as they could take down Yang Fann, all of this was worth it. Not to mention 9 revolutions good fortune golden pills, even if they took out another 9, the Tongshuan Hall Master would give them to them without saying anything. Yang Fann's value was not something that the 9 transformation golden pills could compare with. It was the true opportunity of fortune. In the future, he might even have a chance to become a first-grade middle-level domain god or even a high-level domain god. 10 billion years from now, the 9 cloud sword pool will begin again. I can give each family a slot. The next time our deep sea sect opens the bright sea cave, we can give each family 3 slots. Everyone, if the next batch of myriad origin divine fruits matures, our Xianxia sect is willing to take out 9 of them. Also, our Heavenly Net sect's Heavenly Net Divine Pond can also take out 10 spots. Comparing domain divine artifacts and top-grade divine pills. No matter what, they couldn't compare to Tongshuan Hall and 100 Soldiers Hall, but it wasn't like the 6 major sects didn't have any good stuff. For example, the 10,000 source divine fruit was one of the top 3 Chengluo mansions in the Chengluo Mansion, the divine country. It bloomed 10 billion years ago, and in 10 billion years, it matured once again, and only produced 12 divine fruits at a time. It had the effect of increasing one's origin and cultivation talent. Even for a level 1 Heaven's Pride evildoer like Qin Wushuang, the myriad origin divine fruit had a great help. For example, the Dark Ocean Paradise of the Dark Ocean sect was filled with the origin of the ocean. To a master of the ocean, it was the best blessed land in the world. Cultivating in there for 100 years was equivalent to cultivating in the outside world for 10 billion years or even longer. For the sake of Yang Fann, they were willing to throw caution to the wind. In the face of death, A quota like this was the foundation of a major power, and it was almost impossible for it to be open to the outside world. This one palace, 3 palaces, and 6 sects are indeed worthy of being one of the top 10 powers in the Chengluo mansion. There are indeed a lot of good stuff here. Yang Fann's eyes lit up slightly. However, he didn't say anything. All of you should just fight for it. It saves me the trouble of making my own choice and offending others. In fact, Yang Fann didn't really care about which major power he would join next. He didn't know much about these 10 major powers. He didn't have a good impression of them, nor did he hate any of them. It didn't matter which faction he joined. In any case, no matter which faction he joined, he could use all the resources in the faction as he wished. It was hard to say which major power he would join, but it would be a piece of cake for him to cultivate the 9 revolutions divine devil body to the 4th transformation huge perfection. Profit for the 3rd level of the Yuan Ming God Stone Mine. Asgard Master Shu Yuan gritted his teeth and threw down another heavy bet. The Yuan Ming God Stone Mine was the biggest God Stone mine in the Luo Mansion. The profit from the 3rd level was comparable to most of the income of the 6 major sects. Even if the 9 major powers were to split the profits would be enough to make a 3rd-grade realm god go crazy. I, Tongshuan Hall, am willing to take out. As time slowly passed, the 10 big shots refused to give in to each other. Everyone knew in their hearts that this was their chance to rise up. No one was willing to give up just like that. In the end, there was even a faint smell of gunpowder. Old man Tongshuan, let me tell you. This Yang Fann, the 100 Soldiers Hall, is determined to get him. Old man Bibing, you said you are determined to get this Yang Fann. Have you asked me? What? Old man Tong Zan, you are determined to make things difficult for me today, right? Old Bibing, do you really think I am afraid of you? Alright, let me experience your Bibing true scripture. We can't continue like this. Asgard Master Shu Yuan frowned slightly. The situation seemed to have gone out of control. If they continued arguing like this, they would definitely start fighting. If things went wrong, Yang Fann's appearance would not only not be their opportunity, but also their misfortune. The 4 prefectures of Luoyang County were not in a harmonious relationship. Once the 10 major powers started a civil war, the other 3 prefectures would not mind taking advantage of the situation. Now, it seems like it's impossible to take Yang Fann down alone. No one would choose to give up on the ancient monster. Asgard Master Shu Yuan said. He said in a deep voice, everyone, that's enough. Each and every one of you are the master of a region. It's not appropriate to be so noisy. As the number 1 person in Chengluo Mansion and the leader of the Chengluo Alliance, Asgard Master Shu Yuan still had a lot of power and influence. With this outburst, all the big shots who were ready to fight immediately quieted down. It's not a good idea to continue fighting like this. How about this? Yang Fann doesn't belong to our family alone. He will directly join the Chengluo Alliance and be given the position of deputy chief. His status will be equal to deputy chiefs. We, the 10 major powers, will gather all our strength and nurture Yang Fann. What do you all think? Will he not belong to any of us? Will he join the Chengluo Alliance? The Tongshuan Hall Lord nodded. He agreed, alright, I'll do as the Alliance Lord said. Alliance Master, I, the secluded palace, have no objections. I agree. The other 8 Master of Power agreed as well. At this moment, they understood that it was impossible for them to dominate Yang Fann alone. If they continued to cause trouble, good things would become bad things. In fact, this wasn't bad either. Everyone had a share of the benefits, and no one would be left behind. Phew. Everyone agreed. Asgard Master Shu Yuan heaved a sigh of relief. Just a little bit more and the wall would be destroyed. In the next second, Asgard Master Shu Yuan shifted his gaze to Yang Fann and asked in a gentle voice, Yang Fann, I wonder if you are willing to join our Chengluo Alliance. As long as you join our Chengluo Alliance, you can use all the resources in the alliance as you wish. Yang Fann was slightly startled when he heard this. He had never thought that they would argue for so long. There was such a good thing, the resources of the entire Chengluo Alliance. This was comparable to the resources of a family. It was much, much better. At that time, not to mention the 4th transformation huge perfection, even a 5th cycle huge perfection might have some clues. If he could really become a 5th transformation huge perfection, how strong would his strength be? One should know that a fourth cycle huge perfection 9 revolutions divine devil body's combat strength was comparable to a fourth cycle huge perfection. Compared to a low-level domain god, fifth transformation huge perfection. He was afraid that he would be able to defeat a middle-level domain god. At that time, he would be able to do whatever he wanted in the huge AIMA realm continent. Yang Fann's imagination had given Asgard Master Shu Yuan and the others a huge fright. Damn it, could it be that this Yang Fann doesn't like our Shengluo alliance? Yang Fann, don't worry. We won't go back on our word. Not only the resources of the alliance, but also the resources of 1 palace, 3 palaces, and 6 major sects. You can use them as you wish. Yes, Brother Tong Zan is right. If you don't believe us, we can swear that the Shengluo alliance will do our best to help you break through to the domain god stage or even the middle-level domain god in the shortest time possible. That's right, Yang Fann, as long as you join the Shengluo alliance, if we go back on our word and go back on our word, we will be haunted by our inner demons. We will never be able to make any progress in our cultivation for the rest of our lives. That's right, we will be haunted by our inner demons. C1608 wiping his memories Kun Yu City, Transfer Square. Asgard Master Shu Yuan and the other 10 overlords felt their hearts tighten. They were deeply afraid that Yang Fann wouldn't agree to join their Shengluo alliance. In the end, Deputy Chief even swore to join their Shengluo alliance. If he dared to go back on his word, he would be haunted by his inner demon, and his cultivation base wouldn't be able to improve for the rest of his life. To the ordinary geniuses, their Shengluo alliance was a first-class superpower. Each and every one of them had their heads sharpened, and they wanted to force their way into their Shengluo alliance. However, it wasn't so easy to deal with an ancient monster like Yang Fann. After all, in the entire AIMA realm continent, there weren't many powers that were stronger than the Shengluo alliance, but there were at least a few hundred of them. In fact, even in the divine kingdom of the heavens, the Shengluo alliance couldn't be considered a top power, and could only be considered a first-class power. With Yang Fann's heaven-defying talent, if he was willing to, even the high and mighty AIMA domain lord would probably wake up from his dream. This was the legendary seed of a sovereign. Once it truly grew, even a top-level domain god would benefit greatly from it. As for forcing Yang Fann to stay and force him to join the Shengluo alliance, the 10 overlords only needed to think about it before they were killed in the cradle. In this way, unless a monster that defies the heavens had no other choice, even if they couldn't become friends with him, they couldn't afford to offend him. Otherwise, once he grew up, the first person he would deal with would be the Shengluo alliance. At that time, the Shengluo alliance would be the one to suffer. Yang Fann smiled bitterly. He didn't expect that his momentary days would cause Asgard Master Shu Yuan and the others to let their imagination run wild. In the next second, Yang Fann nodded slightly and agreed. He had no intention of rejecting the Shengluo alliance. To him, at this moment, the Shengluo alliance was the best choice. Although the Shengluo alliance wasn't one of the top powers in the AIMA realm continent, it was still the best choice. It was enough for his current growth. If he really went to those top powers, there would be too many uncertainties. It was hard to say who would have evil intentions and want to plunder his fortune. Being able to possess the strength of a rank 9 top-level true god in less than 5 million years, and in a barren land like Zhuanghe system, even an idiot would know that he had a great fortune and fortune. Not everyone could resist the temptation of this day. The hardest thing to predict in this world was the human heart. All the top powers had middle-level domain god guarding them. Even high-level domain god warriors were in charge, and the expert was like a cloud in the sky. There were quite a number of rank 3 and 4 domain gods. With Yang Fann's current strength, he was truly nothing. However, the Shengluo alliance was different. As long as it wasn't the 10 overlords who acted personally. Even if the other domain gods wanted to attack him, Yang Fann was confident that he wouldn't be able to defeat them. He could still save his life. Now, Asgard Master Shu Yuan and the other 10 had made a solemn oath to their inner demons. Ordinary people could ignore their oaths, but cultivators like them couldn't ignore the power of their oaths, especially domain god sovereign, who was standing at the top of all living beings. They wouldn't dare to break their oaths so easily. As for Yang Fann, he only needed a little bit of time to grow. It wouldn't take long for him to reach the 4th transformation huge perfection after millions of years. At that time, even if he was a 4th grade domain god, Yang Fann had full confidence in fighting him. Of course, Asgard Master Shu Yuan and the other's sincerity was also a big factor. Choosing other powers might not be as bold as Asgard Master Shu Yuan and the others. Ha 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 ha. Good brother Yang Fann, welcome to our Shengluo Alliance. From now on, brother Yang Fann will be the deputy chief of our Shengluo Alliance. Elders, come and greet deputy chief. In an instant, the 10 overlords felt relieved. Fortunately, the worst case scenario didn't happen. Otherwise, they would definitely regret it for the rest of their lives. Under the greetings of the overlords, the group of domain god sovereigns stepped forward and greeted deputy chief respectfully. There was no longer any pride that domain god sovereign should have. Those who didn't know would think that he was a bootlicker. The group of top-level true god warriors were stunned by what they saw. Something seemed to have collapsed inside the Heart Sea. Yang Fann, he became the deputy chief of Shengluo Alliance just like that. I'm not awake yet, am I? One should know that among the domain gods of 1 palace, 3 palaces, 6 major sects, and 10 other major powers, there were only elders in the Shengluo Alliance. Deputy chief was either the master of 1 palace or the master of 6 major sects. He was a small group of people who stood at the peak of the Shengluo mansion. Elders, there is no need for this. Yang Fann smiled modestly. After pondering for a moment, he declined. However, I think we should forget about this deputy chief position. What did deputy chief mean by that? He did not care about deputy chief. As long as the resources promised to him were in place, everything else was fine. Even the position of deputy chief wasn't of any use to him. Instead, it was a hot potato for him. The Shengluo Alliance had been established for hundreds of millions of years. There were definitely many enemies. It was hard not to attract people's attention when such a deputy chief suddenly appeared. If they knew that he had the strength to fight a rank 9 top-level true god in less than 5 million years. What kind of stable life could he live in? Those hostile forces would definitely try to kill him. This was not something Yang Fann wanted to see. Right now, he only wanted to keep a low profile and develop his 9 revolutions divine devil body so that he could break through to the 4th transformation great perfection stage in the shortest time possible. At that time, even if someone really wanted to do something to him, he would have enough strength to deal with them with ease. Brother Yang Fann, if you have any dissatisfaction with the Shengluo Alliance, you can just say it. This deputy chief, Asgard Master Shu Yuan, immediately panicked. The other overlords and supreme beings were no better than him. He thought that Yang Fann had gone back on his word and joined the Shengluo Alliance. Alliance chief, don't be anxious. That's not what I meant. It's just that if I assume the position of deputy chief, this news will fall into the ears of those who are interested in it. Yang Fann didn't continue his words. All of them were old monsters who had lived for countless years. He just needed to stop at the tip of the iceberg. In an instant, Asgard Master Shu Yuan and the others jumped up. What was wrong with them? Why would they make such a low-level mistake? A tree that stands out from the forest will be destroyed by the wind. If those major powers were to find out about Yang Fann, the consequences would be unimaginable. Brother Yang Fann, your reminder is that we almost made a huge mistake, but we will have to make brother Yang Fann suffer. Asgard Master Shu Yuan said with a frightened expression. If Yang Fann died because of this, he would regret it for the rest of his life. It doesn't matter. As long as there are a lot of resources, an undeserved reputation is nothing. Yang Fann chuckled and reminded Asgard Master Shu Yuan. There were some undeserved reputations that could be put aside, but there were some interests that needed to be fought for. Of course. Brother Yang Fann, what resources do you need? Just tell me. Then I'll leave it to the Alliance Chief and everyone else. Brother Yang Fann, there's no need to be so polite. We're all brothers, it's our duty. That's right, we're all family. It's our duty to not talk about our own family. Alliance leader, what should we do with these people? Suddenly, a domain god sovereign pointed at those top-level true god warriors. With so many people around, the news might leak out. Help me erase their memories. Asgard Master Shu Yuan pondered for a moment and said coldly. In order to keep this a secret, they could only sacrifice themselves. In this world, there was only one kind of person who wouldn't reveal their secrets, and that was the dead. Ah no, Alliance Master, we promise that we won't tell anyone. Alliance Master, trust us. We will never tell anyone. If you don't believe us, we can swear on our source of life. It is true that when a person sits at home, trouble comes from the heavens. In an instant, thousands of top-level true gods started to wail and beg for mercy. Each and every one of them was in a constant state of anxiety, even Qin Wuxuang. A complicated expression that could not be described with words bloomed in his eyes as he wiped away his memories. It sounded simple, but in fact, it was extremely harmful to their souls. If they did not encounter any great fortunate encounters, it basically cut off their chances of advancing to the domain god realm. He had been called the #1 genius of the young generation, but he had never imagined that he would be reduced to such a state. This was truly a great irony. Attack. Wipe away their memories. Asgard Master Shu Yuan was incomparably cold. He would never allow anything to happen to Yang Fann. This was the hope for the rise of Shengluo Alliance and their future. It was already his greatest mercy to just erase their memories and not kill them. Yes, Alliance Master. Very quickly, the numerous domain god sovereign attacked one after another, quickly erasing all the memories of the top-level true god. To be precise, the memory of Yang Fann's exact cultivation age, rank 9 top-level true god, was nothing. In the entire Shengluo Alliance, there were at least a few 100,000 of them. A few breaths later, other than Qin Wuxuang and the other 6 great top-level heavens pride, a portion of the memories of the other top-level true god were erased. Alliance Master, what should we do with them? It's fine with the other examinee. In this lifetime, there was almost no possibility of advancing to the domain god realm. But Qin Wuxuang and the other 3 are different. They were all the most powerful top-level heavens pride in the world, especially Qin Wuxuang. As long as he didn't die prematurely, he would at least become a 3rd-grade low-level domain god in the future. It was a pity that they had erased their memories and severed their future path. A hint of hesitation flashed across Asgard Master Shu Yuan's eyes. Qin Wuxuang and the other 3's hearts were in their throats. They did not even dare to breathe loudly. They were extremely nervous. C1609 The power of 1,000,000,000,000,000 small worlds Chengluo Mountains, the mountain range at the center of Chengluo Mansion was the ancestral vein of thousands of spiritual mountains. It ran through the entire central region of Chengluo Mansion. It was unknown how many light years had passed. Looking down from above, it looked like a peerless divine dragon that was lying dormant on the ground, as if it could soar into the sky at any time and travel through the 9 heavens. This was the largest mountain range in the Chengluo Mansion, and the headquarters of the Shengluo Alliance was located here. In this place, true low-level true gods were everywhere. There were as many middle-level true god as dogs, except for those high-level true god. It was barely possible for them to have some status. Chengluo Feng, the main peak of the Chengluo Mountains. It was tens of thousands of light years tall, and it looked like a pillar that could support the heavens and earth. It faintly had the title of the #1 spiritual peak in Chengluo Mansion. The spiritual energy inside was so dense that it had almost become solid, 10 times stronger than before. 100 times denser than the Kunyu city. Not only that, even a pig would be able to successfully open up the little world after spending millions of years on this Chengluo Feng. It would break through to the true god stage and become a genuine divine pig. Countless disciples and deacon of the Shengluo Alliance wished to be able to open up a world within Chengluo Feng, and stay in Chengluo Feng for a long period of time. Unfortunately, all of this was just a beautiful dream. In the entire Shengluo Alliance, except for the high and mighty Asgard Master Shu Yuan, who was the master of the Alliance, and the 9 great deputy chief, who was the master of the 3 major palaces and 6 major sects, only those domain god elders were qualified to establish a heavenly world in Chengluo Feng. As for the others, no matter what kind of monster they were, they would still be able to establish a heavenly world in Chengluo Feng. Or how much credit they had made for the alliance, they would at most be able to cultivate in Chengluo Feng's heavenly passage world for a period of time. It was simply impossible to open up a heavenly passage world and live on Chengluo Feng for a long time. However, to break through to the true god realm and become a domain god, how could it be that simple? Since ancient times, it was rare for the virtual element palace and the other 10 major powers to produce a domain god every few trillion years. Many times, even after hundreds of billions of years, they might not be able to produce a new domain god. The resources in AIMA realm continent were more than 1,000 times more than in Zhuanghe system, but it was not something that could be achieved by resources. Comprehension, talent, and perseverance were also indispensable. Of course, if you were willing to accumulate resources 100 times or 1,000 times more, that would be a different story. However, this was obviously unrealistic. The resources of the various major powers were not unlimited. How could they possibly waste a huge amount of resources on a piece of trash? However, what was shocking was that a new heavenly passage world had been created on this Cheng Luo Feng, and its location was extremely close to the peak. It was almost equal to the heavenly passage world of the Tongshuan Hall Lord and the other 9 great deputy chief. It was only slightly lower than Asgard Master Shu Yuan, the Alliance chief. One should know that the closer Cheng Luo Feng was to the peak, the more abundant the spirit of heaven and earth was. The law of the Great Tao was clearer, so there was an unspoken rule in the entire Shengluo alliance. The difference in Cheng Luo Feng's world usually represented the strength and status of many domain god sovereign in the Shengluo alliance. The new heavenly passage world was on par with the heavenly passage world of the 9 great deputy chief in Tongshuan Hall. One could imagine the status of this new heavenly passage world in the Shengluo alliance. It was very likely that this new heavenly passage world was also a peerless deputy chief expert. Fortunately, Asgard Master Shu Yuan and the others had already used a secret technique to conceal the whereabouts of the heavenly passage world, even if it was a middle-level domain god. If they didn't come personally, they wouldn't be able to find this heavenly abode. Otherwise, it would definitely cause a huge commotion in the entire Luoyang County. Deputy Chief of the Shengluo Alliance, even if he wasn't the real rank 4 low-level domain god, he was still a top-tier 3rd-grade low-level domain god expert. His strength was enough to affect the structure of the entire Luoyang County. Cheng Luo Feng, a hidden world near the peak of the mountain. The area wasn't very large, which meant that it was just a small world. Compared to an intermediate world, it was no more than a few thousand light years. In the entire world center, a terrifying figure that was tens of thousands of meters tall sat cross-legged. His entire body was glittering with divine light. His appearance was solemn and sacred. It was none other than Yang Fann. In a flash, 10 days had passed since Asgard Master Shu Yuan and the others started recruiting Yang Fann. On that day, in order to prevent Yang Fann from attracting the attention of the other powers, Asgard Master Shu Yuan and the others had agreed to Yang Fann's resignation. However, the treatment given by Deputy Chief in the Alliance was equally great. All of them were preparing to give up on Yang Fann. This part of the heavenly abode was one of them. During this period of time, Asgard Master Shu Yuan still cherished his talents. He didn't ask anyone to erase the memories of Qin Wuxuang and the other 2. He only asked them to make a solemn vow. No matter what, they couldn't tell anyone about Yang Fann. All 6 of them had the potential to break through to the domain god realm. Qin Wuxuang was especially talented. Throughout the history of Chengluo Mansion, he could be counted on one hand. He might not be able to break through to the middle-level domain god in the future, but his achievements wouldn't be any less than the sword master of the continent of the 9 clouds. It was a pity that his memory was erased just like that. His origin was incomplete, and he had no hope of breaking through to the domain god stage. Of course, all of this was just a small matter, and it had nothing to do with Yang Fann. Currently, his main goal was to improve his cultivation base and strength in the shortest time possible. As long as he could break through to the 4th or 5th transformation great perfection stage with the 9 revolutions divine devil body, so what if his abnormal talent was exposed? He was fearless, even if AIMA domain lord and the other high-level domain god warriors were no match for him, none of them would be able to suppress him. Rumble. A ray of light flashed past and a 4th-grade top-level true god appeared in front of Yang Fann. The next second, rumble. A round of devouring black holes collided with the 4th-grade top-level true god's body. Boundless power of devourings exploded out, crazily devouring his strength of original life, strengthening all the cells in his body and the body's divine power. 300 years later, Pucci, the last 4th-grade top-level true god turned into a flying ash, and in a flash of light, a rank 5 top-level true god appeared in front of Yang Fann. Compared to a 4th-grade top-level true god, compared to a 4th-grade top-level true god, the number of strength of original life a rank 5 top-level true god could produce was several times more. Not only that, the weakest rank 5 top-level true god had increased Yang Fann's strength by dozens of trillion in Little World. Some of the top rank 5 top-level true god had even brought Yang Fann the strength of hundreds of trillion in Little World. After devouring hundreds of rank 5 top-level true god, Yang Fann's strength had increased by nearly 3 levels, surpassing the strength of 200,000 trillion. However, the amount of time he spent was also several times that of a 4th-grade top-level true god. By the time he refined the last rank 5 top-level true god, it had already been 2,000 years. Very quickly, another 60-year cycle passed. Pucci the First Lord rank 6 top-level true god had finally reached his limit. The last bit of the world's origin energy had been devoured by Yang Fann, and he had completely turned into a flying ash. Yang Fann had been in seclusion for 10,000 years. Pucci, the last rank 6 top-level true god, was reduced to ashes. Yang Fann's body's strength had successfully broken through 500,000 trillion of the little world's strength. This strength could be considered the top amongst all the rank 6 top-level true god. Furthermore, after devouring and refining hundreds, or even thousands of 4th order, 5th order, and rank 6 top-level true god warriors, Yang Fann's void world had successfully condensed 3 levels and stepped into it. The overall strength of a heavenly sovereign 3rd Empyrean was more than doubled. If it was said that Yang Fann only had the confidence to save his life in the hands of some first-grade domain gods, then now, he had full confidence that he would be able to defeat them in a direct battle. Ah, Yang Fann, you beast, my new source Yi family will never let you go. A furious roar filled with unwillingness was heard. The last rank 7 top-level true god was crushed into pieces, and not even his corpse was left behind. Rumble. An extremely pure strength of original life surged into Yang Fann's body, causing his pure strength of body to successfully surpass the power of a million trillion tons of little world. At the same time, his cultivation base had reached the heavenly sovereign 4th Empyrean stage. Sure enough, the AIMA realm continent was more suitable for Yang Fann. If he continued to stay in the Guangling boundary river, not to mention the fact that the body's divine power had exceeded 1 million trillion of the power of the little world in just 100,000 years, it would be a huge problem for him to double his strength after advancing to the 4th layer heavenly sovereign realm. It's their turn. Yang Fann's eyes flashed with excitement. A group of rank 7 top-level true god had caused his strength to skyrocket. Then, what kind of realm should these rank 8 top-level true god raise his strength to? Thinking about it, he felt a little excited. In the next moment, a bloody light cut through the void. A blood-red clothed evil blood appeared in front of Yang Fann. Is it finally my turn? Shui Sha's heart trembled, but there was no trace of panic in his eyes. One after another, they disappeared without a trace. In his heart, he had already thought of such a day. To him, death was even a form of relief. A large amount of origin had been devoured and robbed by Yang Fann, making it impossible for him to break through to the domain god stage in his lifetime. To Shui Sha, it was a fate worse than death. If it wasn't for the fact that all his energy was sealed by Yang Fann and he couldn't even commit suicide, he would have detonated his soul and ended his life. Shui Sha, you are the first rank 8 top-level true god that I have suppressed. I will give you a chance. Speak your last words. Yang Fann looked down at Shui Sha from above. I have nothing to say. Yang Fann, you do it. Shui Sha shook his head slightly. The winner was the king, and the loser was the bandit. He had been prepared for this ever since he decided to cultivate the great Tao of slaughter. Either the enemy died or he died. Furthermore, to be honest, Yang Fann had defeated him with his own strength. He couldn't blame anyone for being inferior to him. He is indeed a figure. Yang Fann narrowed his eyes, and a wisp of praise flashed across his eyes. In the current world, there weren't many people who could face life and death calmly like Shui Sha. All along the way, he'd seen many things. Most of them were those who were afraid of death. For the sake of their lives, they could abandon everything: dignity, familial love, and friendship. Alright, I'll give you one last level. Rumble. C1610. The 4th cycle of the 9-soul devil body. Great circle of the 4th cycle of the 9-soul Luoyang County. Chengluo Mansion, Chengluo Mountains. The main peak of the mountain, Luo Feng, was in a secret world located at the peak of the mountain. Yang Fann looked at Shui Sha, who was calmly going to die, and his eyes flashed with praise. There were countless intelligent races in this world, and there were billions of trillions of lives in this world. However, there were very few people who could face death directly, and they didn't care about life or death at all. There was only 1 in 100 million of them. For millions of years, Yang Fann had been used to the ugly ways of cultivators in the life and death realm. In order to survive, each and every one of them could abandon their wives and sell their dignity to their friends and family. They would do anything they wanted. As long as he was willing, they wouldn't frown even if they knelt down and licked his toes. There were really too few people like Shui Sha who were unafraid of death. If it wasn't for the fact that both sides had already become enemies, Yang Fann would really be willing to make friends with Xianxia. Right now, all Yang Fann could do was to give Xianxia a quick death, as a satisfactory explanation to this respectable opponent. The next second, rumble. The devouring black hole appeared out of thin air, crazily devouring the strength of original life of Xianxia. One had to admit that a rank 8 top-level true god was a rank 8 top-level true god. The essence of the strength of original life was pure and vast. It was far from what rank 7 top-level true god could compare with. Yang Fann's body's strength was rising at a terrifying rate of 10 billion little worlds per second. And the void world within his body. It was also solidifying at a speed visible to the naked eye. Advancing to the heavenly sovereign fifth Empyrean seemed to be within reach. Yang Fann had been in seclusion for 300,000 years. Pucci. The last trace of strength of original life was devoured by Yang Fann. In an instant, his entire body was covered with crisscrossing cracks, as if he would turn into a flying ash in the next second. At this moment, a gentle godly power instantly enveloped Xianxia's broken body, causing it to rapidly heal. In the blink of an eye, it recovered to its original state. Not a single wound could be seen on its body, and its expression was calm. If it wasn't for the fact that it couldn't sense a trace of life, the world would only think that Xianxia had fallen asleep. It was Yang Fann who had stabilized Xianxia's body. Although he couldn't leave Xianxia alive, he could still keep his corpse intact. In the next second, boom, a high-level divine artifact-level crystal coffin fell from the sky and absorbed Xianxia's corpse into it. In the blink of an eye, it was hidden within the dimensional space and disappeared without a trace. Without his guidance, even some domain god sovereign wouldn't be able to find the crystal coffin in the vast space and time, and disturb Xianxia's slumber. After dealing with Xianxia's matters, Yang Fann summoned another rank 8 top-level true god with a thought. It was Gao Shang, who was called the Desolate Ancient Bear King. However, compared to the Blood Fiend, Gao Shang's performance was much weaker. He begged Yang Fann the moment he saw him. He swore to become Yang Fann's servant, hoping that Yang Fann would spare his life. He didn't want to die. Gao Shang really didn't want to die. He hadn't even attained the Dao Domain Divine Realm, so how could he die so early? Unfortunately, Yang Fann didn't give him the chance at all. The limit of Gao Shang's potential was at the rank 2 low-level domain god. But now, he had ignited his bloodline. He had used up most of his potential, let alone the rank 2 low-level domain god. It was still unknown whether he could become a position of domain god or not. How could Yang Fann take a fancy to such a waste? If it was Qin Wushuang, he would barely be able to catch Yang Fann's eyes. Soon, another 10,000 years passed. Pucci. Gao Shang was completely devoured by Yang Fann, turning into a flying ash and dying without a burial ground. Such a soft bone didn't have the qualifications to allow Yang Fann to set up a tomb for him and preserve his corpse. In the next second, whoosh, a ray of light flashed, and another rank 8 top-level true god appeared in front of Yang Fann. It was that netherworld demon lord. No, Yang Fann, I beg you, please spare me at this moment. The current netherworld demon lord no longer had the same high-spirited attitude as when he was facing Yang Fann. He was like a bug that was kowtowing to Yang Fann. He only hoped that Yang Fann would let him go and spare his life. Aphids, be obedient and become my nourishment for my growth. Yang Fann went into seclusion for 340,000 years. Ah, Yang Fann, you beast, you will die a horrible death. I won't let you go even if I become a ghost. Lu Wenyuan, who was finally suppressed by Yang Fann, let out an extremely loud curse from the enmity. The flying ash was completely destroyed. At this point, not a single top-level Heaven's Pride was left in the Chengluo mansion, and he was completely devoured and refined by Yang Fann. The result was that Yang Fann's body's strength had exceeded 1.5 million little world strength in one go. This strength was considered not weak amongst rank 7 top-level true god. More importantly, the void world in Yang Fann's body had solidified once more. His cultivation base had successfully broken through to the heavenly venerate 5th Empyrean, and this was not all. The number of laws that Yang Fann controlled was also rapidly increasing. AIMA realm continent was different from Zhuanghe system. There was only a portion of the laws of the AIMA realm, and it had 810 complete laws of the AIMA realm continent. Although it was impossible for the geniuses of the Chengluo mansion like Xianxia to control all the complete laws. However, With over 1,000 top-level true god warriors working together, they had also mastered 720 complete laws. Now, all of this had been given to Yang Fann for nothing. The breakthrough of the body's power, the improvement of his cultivation base, and the increase in the number of laws was not as simple as 1 + 1 = 2. Instead, it had far surpassed 3 or 4, causing Yang Fann's overall strength to skyrocket, and increase by more than a few times. At this moment, even Yang Fann himself did not know where his limit was. However, once he thought about it, once his combat strength was fully unleashed, it would be earth-shattering and shake the entire AIMA realm continent. Spitting out a mouthful of foul air, Yang Fann waved his hand and took out an inferior top-level divine artifact. The 9 revolutions divine devil body required 10,000 huge perfections for the 4th transformation huge perfection. Yang Fann had already gathered all the Yang Fanns 10,000 top-level divine artifacts. To the major powers of Zhuanghe system, it was as difficult as ascending to the heavens. Hundreds of river systems were combined together. They might not even be able to take out 10,000 top-level divine artifacts, but if they were placed in the AIMA realm continent, even if it was nothing, many families and powers, they were all able to take out Shengluo alliances. A colossus like the Shengluo alliance. It was just a drizzle of rain. Especially since Yang Fann wanted the lowest grade of inferior top-level divine artifacts, it would be even simpler. Even if the number of Shengluo alliances increased by 10-fold or 100-fold, the Shengluo alliance would still be able to easily gather all of them for Yang Fann. Rumble. The devouring black hole, which had just disappeared for less than 3 breaths of time, reappeared once again. It crashed into the top-level divine artifact, crazily devouring the strength of origin that was refining the top-level divine artifact, causing the top-level divine artifact to continuously tremble and let out mournful cries. Time flew by. 100 years had passed. Pucci. That pagoda-shaped divine artifact had used up all of its strength of origin, turning it into a flying ash as his cultivation base and strength continued to break through. Yang Fann's attainment in the great Tao of devouring had become stronger and stronger. Originally, it would take him nearly 1,000 years to devour and refine the top-level divine artifact, but now, it only took him 100 years to completely devour it. This efficiency had increased by several times. Yang Fann had been in seclusion for 500,000 years. The number of Yang Fanns that Yang Fann had swallowed had exceeded 5,000. 550,000 years. 600,000 years. 700,000 years. 800,000 years. Grug. Time passed year after year. One top-level divine artifact after another transformed into flying ashes. Rumble. Yang Fann's aura steadily rose, rising endlessly. The terrifying image of a divine artifact kept flashing around Yang Fann's body. It was glittering with divine light, and it covered the entire world. It was as if at this moment, the entire world had turned into a divine artifact world. Countless great Taos evolved in the sky. The most dazzling one was the 720 light pillars of the law, which looked like pillars that could hold up the sky and pierce through the heavens and the earth. It was precisely the 720 complete laws that Yang Fann had mastered. Fortunately, Yang Fann was the only one in this world. Otherwise, he would have fainted from fear when he saw this unusual phenomenon. One should know that as long as one could master the 640 complete laws, one would have the chance to evolve a dimensional realm and break through to the domain god stage. Even amongst rank 4 low-level domain god, who was like Asgard master Shu Yuan, there were very few people who could master the 720 complete laws. In other words, in terms of Tao of Law alone, Yang Fann had already surpassed many rank 4 low-level domain god, and could even fight middle-level domain god warriors. As for those middle-level domain god warriors, they had been cultivating for many years, and most of them had been cultivating for a great era. However, Yang Fann had only lived for a few years. Terrifying, truly terrifying. Soon, another 100,000 years passed. This was the first million years since Yang Fann went into seclusion. Out of the 10,009 revolutions divine devil bodies needed for the 4th transformation huge perfection, there were only 96 left. The 4th transformation huge perfection seemed to be at his doorstep. 96, 80, 60, 30, 10. 9,500 years later, Yang Fann began to refine the last inferior top-level divine artifact. His mighty body trembled slightly, as though he could not suppress the excitement in his heart. 1 year, 3 years, 10 years, 50 years, 80 years. Rumble. All of a sudden, Endless divine light erupted from all the pores and cells in Yang Fann's body. He was like numerous white dragons that swept through the starry sky of the universe. His mountain-like body also grew infinitely taller. C1611 God's Bell Luo Yang County, Chengluo Mansion, Chengluo Mountains Cheng, Luo Feng. They were approaching a paradise world at the peak of the mountain. Rumble, rumble. Divine light shone brightly around Yang Fann's body. The aura around him was like the eruption of billions of volcanoes, surging and boiling. His mountain-like body was extremely tall, covering the sky and blocking out the sun. He looked like an invincible god that had descended to the world, making people unable to muster up any fighting spirit. Boom boom boom. Countless divine artifacts and 720 laws of the Great Tao shone brightly, reflecting the supreme Great Tao. It was as if ordinary cultivators were able to roam the ocean of the Great Tao with a single glance and comprehend the supreme Great Tao, allowing their cultivation to improve by leaps and bounds. After nearly a million years of bitter cultivation, Yang Fann had finally refined the 10,000th inferior top-level divine artifact and took that crucial step. The 9 revolutions divine devil body had successfully broken through to the 4th transformation huge perfection. Poochie poochie in all directions, large patches of space began to crack apart inch by inch, exploding into powder. The entire world seems to be on the brink of collapse at any moment. At this moment, if a true god were to mistakenly enter, even a rank 9 top-level true god would be crushed into dust by that terrifying pressure. At this moment, rumble, rumble, boundless multicolored divine light swept out from all directions like tidal waves, flattening everything wherever it passed. The shattered space was directly suppressed and restored to its original state. Yang Fann had been prepared for this breakthrough. Not only had Asgard Master Shu Yuan and the others set up a profound concealing formation, they had also set up layers of defensive mechanisms to protect the entire world. Even some middle-level domain god warriors would have to spend a lot of effort to break into the world. When Yang Fann broke through, the pressure that erupted from his body was terrifying, enough to crush some rank 9 top-level true god warriors. However, if he wanted to destroy this world, it could only be said that he was thinking too much. Perhaps, he would wait until he refined 10,000 low-level domain divine artifacts. 9 revolutions divine devil body 5th transformation huge perfection. Only then would there be a slight possibility. Rumble, rumble. Time slowly passed. Yang Fann's aura was rapidly rising, as though it was endless. However, no matter how much Yang Fann's chi increased, it was like an ant trying to shake a tree, and it was unable to shake the entire world. Soon, 10,000 years had passed. Chi. Yang Fann's wildly expanding aura gradually calmed down. Another 1,000 years passed. Wang. Yang Fann's tightly shut eyes slowly opened. There was an unconcealable joy in his eyes. Powerful. At this moment, he was truly incomparably powerful. It was not something that could be described with words. Compared to him who had yet to break through, he was more than 10 times, 100 times stronger. One should know that the current Yang Fann's pure strength of body alone had already surpassed 10 billion trillion of the power of Little World. Once he used the 9 revolutions divine devil body, his power would directly exceed trillions of trillion of the power of the Little World, and the 1,000 strength of world in his hand would be equivalent to trillions of the power of the Little World. An ordinary first-grade low-level domain god would usually only be able to produce a few middle thousand strength of world. Once the 9 revolutions divine devil body reached the 4th transformation huge perfection, god and devil would be able to kill some domain god sovereign with just his physique. These words were not false at all. If he really released everything, it was hard to say whether he would be able to fight with his full strength, but amongst rank 4 low-level domain god, he was not afraid of anyone. Even if he couldn't defeat rank 4 low-level domain god, it shouldn't be a problem for him to save his life. 4th transformation huge perfection 9 revolutions divine devil body. Yang Fann's strength had increased by leaps and bounds. His divine body's defense had also improved by leaps and bounds. The pure body defense was no weaker than some low-level domain divine artifacts. Under the full force of the 9 revolutions divine devil body, his defense had increased by 100 times. It wouldn't be much weaker than some middle-level domain divine artifacts. Although rank 4 low-level domain god was strong, it was basically impossible for him to destroy a middle-level domain divine artifact. Unless he had the high-level domain divine artifact in his hand. However, how could a high-level domain divine artifact be so easily obtainable? In the entire AIMA realm continent, there were only a few of them. and in the divine kingdom of the heavens, perhaps only the celestial race had a tiny possibility of owning a high-level divine artifact. As for the other rank 4 low-level domain god, it was better for him to give up on that extravagant idea and go to sleep. Only at this moment did Yang Fann finally have the ability to gain a foothold in the AIMA realm continent and have a sufficient sense of security. To be honest, before this, he had more or less felt a trace of uneasiness in his heart. It's about time to bring mom and dad over. Soon, a thought flashed across Yang Fanshihai's mind. At this moment, no matter if it was his identity or strength, he wasn't any weaker than Deputy Chief, the Tongshuan Hall Lord and the others. As long as he didn't offend those intermediate and high-level domain god warriors, he wouldn't be in any danger. He already had enough strength to protect his parents and the others. It would be better if he didn't think of this. It was like the eruption of a volcano had erupted in Yang Fan's heart, and it couldn't be stopped. It had been nearly 5 million years since he left Guangling River system. This amount of time was nothing to those domain god sovereign. They simply took a nap. It wasn't just a short period of time. However, for Yang Fann, this was an extremely long period of time. It had almost taken up more than half of his life. In his heart, it was absolutely a lie to say that he didn't miss his family. He also didn't know if his parents were safe or in danger. It was just that, his strength before was lacking, so he could only bitterly suppress the yearning in his heart. Forget it. Furthermore, the longer he stayed in Zhuanghe system, the greater the consumption of his potential. The possibility of him attaining the Tao and becoming a god in the future would be smaller. As for becoming a true god and becoming a domain god, that was even more negligible. If possible, Yang Fann really hoped that his parents and the others would be able to advance to the realm god or even surpass the realm god with him. Although as long as one attained the Tao and became a god, they would have 48,600,000 years of longevity in 9 eras, but for the growth of a universe, this amount of time was nothing. Not to mention the boundless universe, even some dimensional worlds existed for far longer than this little bit of time. One had to know that a normal dimensional world was born and destroyed. So long as it wasn't man-made destruction, then the limit of time could reach 981 eras. 9 eras, that was an ignorant child. Those low-level domain divine artifacts, it won't be too late to go into seclusion and refine them after we bring them back. Asgard Master Shu Yuan and the others said that they would fully support Yang Fann. They would support Yang Fann with all their might, without the slightest bit of exaggeration. After learning that Yang Fann needed Yang Fanns, the 10 great master of power of the first palace, 3 palaces, and 6 sects. Without saying another word, he took out all the inferior low-level domain divine artifacts in his inventory. He handed them over to Yang Fann. All of them were old monsters who had lived for hundreds of millions of years. How could they not know that investment was often proportionate to harvest? The more they invested, the greater their gains would be when Yang Fann successfully rose up in the future. Some of the advantages were the disadvantages. Even if they took all the ownerless Shengluo alliances from the Shengluo alliance, they would only get 328 inferior low-level domain divine artifacts. The gap between them and the 10,000 Yang Fanns Yang Fann needed was just too great. If he wanted the 9 revolutions divine devil body to reach the 5th transformation huge perfection, he would have to do whatever he wanted in the AIMA realm continent. It would be a long and arduous journey, of course. This couldn't be blamed on the Shengluo alliance. That was the domain divine artifact, a treasure that even domain god sovereign wanted. It wasn't the top-level divine artifact, he could get as many as he wanted. Besides, there were only a few domain gods in the entire Shengluo alliance. Including those old monsters who were in secluded cultivation, there were no more than 200 of them. To be able to take out 328 low-level domain divine artifact in one go was already considered his best effort. If he wasn't satisfied, it would be a little too much to ask for. Crackle. After stretching his muscles and bones, Yang Fann slowly walked out of the hollow. It was better to act than to be moved. Furthermore, with his current cultivation base and strength, it wouldn't take too long for him to make a trip to the Guangling River system. The reason why top-level true god couldn't travel back and forth between the AIMA realm continent and the various rivers was mainly because he was afraid of the space-time turbulence between the rivers. To the current Yang Fann, the space-time turbulence was nothing. Even if he didn't use his full strength, it wouldn't be able to shake him in the slightest. Without the obstruction of the space-time turbulence, it would take at most 1,000 years for him to return to Guangling River system. If he could borrow the power of the transportation array in star domain, the time would be greatly reduced. Dong dong dong. However, before Yang Fann could step out of the heavenly passage world, a long and ancient bell sound rolled and boiled, engulfing the entire Chengluo Mountains. In an instant, Yang Fann furrowed his brows. It's the divine summoning bell. Could it be that something has happened to the Saint Alliance? The next second, Yang Fann had no time to return to Guangling River system. He tore open the space and headed towards the Chengluo Divine Palace. C1612 Danding Sect's Divine Medicine World. The Chengluo Alliance had summoned the Divine Clock, and it was something that couldn't be shaken unless it was something major. Now that the Divine Bell had resounded in all directions, it was obvious that something big had happened. At this moment, Yang Fann didn't have the time to return to Guangling River system. He tore open the spatial zone and headed towards Chengluo Divine Palace, which was located in the center of the Chengluo Mountains. The Chengluo Alliance had nothing to say to Yang Fann. For example, the domain divine artifact was something that those quasi-domain gods who had stepped into the domain god stage would find extremely difficult to obtain. However, what about Yang Fann? He just casually opened his mouth and the Chengluo Alliance took out all the inferior low-level domain divine artifacts in their storage. If Yang Fann hadn't rejected those intermediate and high-grade low-level domain divine artifacts, Asgard Master Shu Yuan and the others would have emptied all the low-level domain divine artifacts in their storage. Yang Fann wasn't a heartless person. He would always remember all the good things that he had done for him. At this moment, if he didn't pay any attention to them, he would head to the Guangling River system as usual. Then, he wouldn't be Yang Fann anymore. The Chengluo Divine Palace was located in the center of the Chengluo Mountains. It was a huge divine palace that was several light years tall. It glittered with divine light and illuminated the world. It was the territory of Manager, where Asgard Master Shu Yuan and the other higher-ups of the Chengluo Alliance were. When Yang Fann arrived at the Chengluo Divine Palace, a large number of divine palaces had already gathered in the first level of the temple. Asgard Master Shu Yuan and the other 10 Master of Power had gathered together. Not to mention, there were also dozens of domain god sovereign from the Chengluo Alliance. Apart from them, there were also tens of thousands of top-level true god, and most of them weren't ordinary top-level true god. Most of them were at the rank 8 top-level true god, and most of them were at the rank 9 top-level true god. Among them, there were also a few acquaintances of Yang Fann. They were none other than Yang Fann's friends. They were precisely Qin Wushuang and the other top-level Heaven's Pride from the Chengluo Mansion. The major powers of Chengluo Alliance attached great importance to Qin Wushuang and the other 6 geniuses. In just a few million years, Qin Wushuang and the other 6 geniuses' cultivation base had improved by leaps and bounds. Currently, the weakest one among them had the strength of 60 million trillion of Little World. He was considered the top amongst all rank 8 top-level true god warriors, especially Qin Wushuang, who had already broken through to the rank 9 top-level true god, and wasn't as simple as breaking through to the rank 9 top-level true god. A rank 9 top-level true god who wasn't even a billion years old, this talent could be considered the top in the entire AIMA realm continent. Only god-child level monster was able to suppress him. If it wasn't for Yang Fann, this abnormal monster, Qin Wushuang would definitely be respected in this era. It seems like something big has happened. Yang Fann's heart skipped a beat. There weren't many people in the main hall, but more than half of the top combat strength of the Chengluo Alliance had gathered here. There were also many 8th and rank 9 top-level true god warriors who had gathered here. To put it bluntly, as long as these people were suppressed, the huge Chengluo Alliance would soon fall apart. Right at this moment, in the center of the Divine Hall, Asgard Master Shu Yuan and the other 10 Master of Power's eyes lit up, and they quickly walked towards Yang Fann. Yang Fann, you're here. Huh. Looking at Asgard Master Shu Yuan and the others who were walking towards him, Yang Fann's eyes sparkled. His prediction was right. After the 4th transformation huge perfection, even if he wasn't as strong as Asgard Master Shu Yuan, who was a quasi-middle level domain god, it was impossible for him to suppress Yang Fann. Before this, when he faced Asgard Master Shu Yuan, he was trembling with fear. That terrifying chi made him tremble from the bottom of his heart. It seemed like as long as Asgard Master Shu Yuan was willing, he could kill him with a wave of his hand. But now, that terrifying chi had disappeared without a trace. Obviously, it was very difficult for Asgard Master Shu Yuan to cause him any fatal danger. Am I seeing things? Alliance Master and the others actually personally welcomed that person. How is this possible? Who is he exactly? To actually make the Alliance Master and the others lower themselves and welcome him personally. In an instant, the noisy divine hall fell silent. The group of 8th and rank 9 top-level true god looked at Yang Fann in disbelief. Who were Asgard Master Shu Yuan and the others? They were the rulers of the Shengluo Alliance. Even an ordinary rank 4 low-level domain god didn't have the qualifications to ask them to welcome him personally. In order to prevent other hostile forces from finding out about Yang Fann's whereabouts, only a few of the Divine Elder of the Shengluo Alliance were informed of Yang Fann's whereabouts. Furthermore, every domain elder had made a solemn oath before they were told that they were not allowed to leak any information about Yang Fann to anyone. Yang Fann was related to the future of Shengluo Alliance, so they couldn't afford to be careless. Yang Fann is indeed Yang Fann, he really isn't someone we can compare with. Among the crowd, Qin Wushuang and the other 6 top-level Heaven's Pride had complicated expressions on their faces. There was envy and yearning. There was also a hint of respect and respect. Only a little bit of jealousy was missing. If a person was a little stronger than you would be envious and jealous, but if he was so powerful that you didn't even have the qualifications to look up to him, you wouldn't be able to arouse any jealousy. Without a doubt, Yang Fann was such a person. A rank 9 top-level true god who was less than 5 million years old and was in a barren land like Zhuanghe system. This talent was simply heaven-defying. Compared to them, the so-called Heaven's Pride evildoer was just a bunch of trash, or even trash. All of them thought highly of them. The difference between them was like the difference between a firefly and a bright sun. There was no comparison at all. Who on earth is this person? Could he be the son of some middle-level domain god? Or is he a genius from a royal family in the divine kingdom of the heavens? Time passed by slowly as the group of 8th and rank 9 top-level true god were secretly guessing. Soon, 15 minutes had passed. At this moment, in the huge divine hall, the number of 8th and rank 9 top-level true god warriors had already exceeded 100,000. Horrifying. One should know that any 8th and rank 9 top-level true god warrior would be placed in the Zhuanghe system. Hong Long. And here, there were more than 100,000 of them. And this was only the Shengluo Alliance. In the entire AIMA realm continent, how many 8th and rank 9 top-level true god were there? 10 million, or even more. Yang Fann's heart shook. He realized that he had underestimated the strength of the AIMA realm continent. Before this, he thought that the number of 8th and rank 9 top-level true god warriors in the AIMA realm continent could be counted as a few million, which was the limit. Right at this moment, boom! Asgard Master Shu Yuan took a step forward, and his entire body soared into the sky. In an instant, the entire divine hall fell silent once again. Today, I have gathered all of you. There is only one thing that I need to do. 3 years later, the divine herb world of the Danding sect will be opened once again. All the high-grade top-level true god of the Saint Alliance can enter the divine herb world. Asgard Master Shu Yuan didn't delay any longer, and went straight to the point. What? The divine herb world of the Danding sect is about to be opened. This is a great opportunity, I can't miss it. If I can obtain a godly fermented fruit by fate, I will definitely soar into the sky and break through to the domain god stage. In an instant, the eyes of the 100,008th and rank 9 top-level true god lit up, emitting a scorching light. Divine herb world of the Pill Cauldron sect. A trace of confusion flashed across Yang Fann's eyes. This was the first time he had heard of this name. Rumble. As if he had seen through Yang Fann's confusion, Asgard Master Shu Yuan circulated his spiritual sense and sent a message to Yang Fann. Danding sect was an ancient sect that existed 9 eras ago. It was famous for its Tao of alchemy. There were as many experts as the clouds in the sect, and the expert rained down like rain. Just domain god sovereign alone had more than 1,000 of them. Even the middle-level domain god had several of them, and they dominated the entire Luoyang county. After that, it was unknown whether they had offended some major power or some other reason. The Danding sect, which had been powerful for several eras, collapsed and fell apart. The Shengluo Alliance and even the other 3 major powers of the Luoyang county had benefited from the glory of the Danding sect. The divine herb world was the largest divine medicine garden in the sect. It was planted with a huge amount of divine herbs. Even domain god sovereign would go crazy for some of the top-tier domain god sovereigns. For example, the godly fermented fruit would bloom every 10 trillion years, bear fruit every 10 trillion years, and mature every 10 trillion years. As long as it was a godly fermented fruit, it would be enough to let a rank 9 top-level true god have the confidence to break through to the domain god stage, and it would be more than a level stronger than the Junting Hall Divine Pill, the 9 Revolutions Fortune Golden Pill in the Tongshuan Hall. This divine herb world was also opened once every 30 trillion years, and every time it was opened, it would last for 1,000 years. Divine herb world. Good. After digesting that information, Yang Fann's eyes lit up. Within the divine herb world, there were countless divine herbs. The most important thing was that the entire divine herb world was protected by a powerful restriction set up by Domain God Sovereign, preventing Domain God Sovereign from entering. That restrictive spell was strong enough to defend against the attacks of some middle-level Domain God warriors. If there was a high-level Domain God warrior attacking, although the divine herb world didn't have the power to defend itself, it would self-destruct and destroy all the divine herb worlds in the divine herb world. It was like a hedgehog with spikes all over its body, not giving any chance to Domain God Sovereign. This time, it was Yang Fann's turn. If Domain God Sovereign didn't show up, no one in the rank 9 top-level true god would be a match for him. If he could wipe out all the top-grade divine herb worlds in the divine herb world, his parents and the others would have a chance of surpassing the true god realm and becoming a domain god. At the very least, they would have a chance of breaking through to the 6th level. There were also those rank 8 and rank 9 top-level true god, all of whom were great tonics. Whether or not he could successfully evolve the little world and break through to the true god stage would depend on this. C1613 1 Palace 3 Alliances Guangling River System and AIMA Realm Continent are separated by millions of rivers. Even with the help of the Dimensional Transportation Array, it would still take decades to travel back and forth. However, the divine herb world of Danding Sect would open in 3 years' time. This amount of time was simply not enough for him to rush to Guangling River System. There was no other way. Yang Fann could only temporarily suppress his longing for his family. Not only did this divine herb world contain a huge amount of divine herbs, there were also tens of thousands or even hundreds of thousands of tier 8 and rank 9 top-level true god domain god sovereigns. More importantly, domain god sovereign was not allowed to enter. This was a heaven-sent opportunity for him to rise. Even his parents and relatives could borrow the large amount of top-grade Yang Fanns to break through to the true god realm, or even the domain god realm. No matter what, Yang Fann could not give up. He had waited for millions of years, and there was no longer a need to wait for another 1,000 years. Time passed day by day. In these last 3 years, every top-level true god was making their final preparations. The divine herb world was not a peaceful place. Every time it was opened, it would be accompanied by a bloody storm. In the past few eras, countless top-level true god had fallen in the divine herb world. Even those quasi-domain gods who had stepped into the domain god stage could not guarantee that they would survive in the divine herb world. If he made more preparations now, he would have a greater chance of surviving the divine herb world in the future. Of course, there was also one person who did not seem nervous at all before the war. It could even be said that he was very relaxed. Every day, he would enter the Shengluo Alliance's Compendium Pavilion without reading any secret technique, divine arts. He would only tour some miscellaneous books and ancient books to expand his knowledge. This man was none other than Yang Fann. Currently, he wasn't even afraid of a peak rank 4 low-level domain god like Asgard Master Shu Yuan, let alone those ants that weren't even domain gods. Even if all the top-level true god warriors joined forces, Yang Fann wouldn't fear them at all. Ordinary first grade, rank 2 low-level domain god, and top-level true god could still win by relying on numbers, but for third grade and rank 4 low-level domain god, the gap between them was too great. It was not something that could be made up for with numbers. In Yang Fann's eyes, the divine herb world was merely a blessed land that he had gotten some benefits from. There was no need for him to make any preparations. On the contrary, those historical records were what he urgently needed. Compared to those domain god sovereign who had lived for hundreds of millions of years, Yang Fann's knowledge was a little shallow. He did not know much about the general knowledge of AIMA realm continent. For this point, if he was not careful, he might suffer a huge loss. Yang Fann didn't want to hate the fact that he didn't have enough books when it came to reading. Chengluo Mountains, Chengluo Divine Palace. Asgard Master Shu Yuan stood in the middle. On both sides of him stood the Tongshuan Hall Lord and the other 9 Great Master of Power. Behind him were dozens of domain god sovereign. In front of them, there was a huge crowd of people. All of them were top-level true god warriors who were preparing to head to the divine herb world. Compared to the past 3 years, the number of these top-level true god warriors was clearly much higher. There were nearly 150,000 of them. During these 3 years, many Tier 8 and Rank 9 top-level true god warriors had returned to the Chengluo Mountains. The divine herb world only opened once every 30 trillion years. Even for Tier 8 and Rank 9 top-level true god warriors, this was an extremely long period of time. Once they missed it, they would have to wait. Basically, other than those Tier 8 and Rank 9 top-level true god who were in death seclusion, or those who were unable to escape due to some matters, the rest of the Tier 8 and Rank 9 top-level true god from the Chengluo Alliance were basically all gathered here. There are still 3 days until the divine herb world opens. Everyone, remember, you must be careful. Do not be careless, everything is to protect your own life. Once the divine herb is gone, you can obtain it again. If you lose your life, you will lose everything. At the end of his words, Asgard Master Shu Yuan gave Yang Fann a deep look. The others had fallen. They had fallen, but Yang Fann must not be harmed. The Chengluo Alliance couldn't afford to suffer such a loss. Asgard Master Shu Yuan even had the urge to prevent Yang Fann from entering the divine herb world. However, after thinking for a while, he still chose to give up. A monster like Yang Fann had a strong will, and it was not something ordinary people could imagine. Once the decision was made, the 9-headed bull would not be able to pull it back. Sometimes, forcefully stopping him from entering the divine herb world would result in the opposite effect. Forget it. With Yang Fann's monstrous talent, he had cultivated bitterly for 1,000,000 years. Even if his cultivation base and strength hadn't reached the quasi-domain god realm, it wouldn't be too far off. Adding the numerous trump cards given to him by them, there shouldn't be anyone who could truly harm him. In order to ensure Yang Fann's safety, Asgard Master Shu Yuan and the others had put in a lot of effort. They really wished they could equip Yang Fann to the teeth. Putting aside Yang Fann's combat strength, just those trump cards alone were enough to make Domain God Sovereign suffer. Even rank 4 low-level Domain God might suffer a great loss if he was careless. Alright, I won't say much else. Let's set off now. The next second, a layer of cloud rose in the hall and finally turned into a cloud the size of a field that covered an area of 10,000 miles. It dragged everyone and soared into the sky. The spatial barrier of AIMA realm continent was more than 10 million times bigger than the Zhuanghe system. With Asgard Master Shu Yuan's strength, it was easy for him to teleport by himself. It would be a piece of cake even if he could create a small wormhole. However, it would be impossible for him to create a large and stable portal that could allow hundreds of thousands of top-level true god warriors to pass through at the same time. Not to mention that Asgard Master Shu Yuan couldn't do it. There were only a handful of middle-level domain god warriors who could do it. The 4 prefectures mountain range was located at the border of the Chengluo Mansion, Heavenly Spirit Prefecture, Eternal Spring Prefecture, and Lingyun Prefecture. This was also the reason why the 4 prefectures mountain range was called the 4 prefectures mountain range. At the center of the 4 prefectures mountain range was a huge lake. It was like a boundless ocean that stretched as far as the eye could see. This lake was called the Divine Medicine Lake, and it was the entrance to the divine herb world. At this moment, there were already 2 major powers that had arrived on the surface of the Divine Medicine Lake. Their numbers were no less than the Chengluo Alliances, and each side had over 100,000 people. Just like the Chengluo Alliance, these people were at least at the rank 8 top-level true god, and Domain God Sovereign had no less than 50 of them. These 2 major powers were none other than the major powers of Skysoul Prefecture and Changchun Prefecture, the people of Skysoul Alliance and Changchun Union. The Skysoul Alliance consisted of the 8 major sects of Gloriesville Prefecture, and the Changchun Union was formed by the joint forces of the 12 major powers of Changchun Prefecture. Both of them were on par with the Chengluo Alliance, and even the Changchun Union was slightly stronger than them. Each alliance had over 100 domain gods in charge. In the entire AIMA realm continent, they were ranked as one of the top major powers. At this moment, the people of the 2 alliances were sizing each other up. Their eyes contained a shocking hostility and killing intent. They seemed to be ready to fight if there was a disagreement. The relationship between the 4 major powers in Luoyang County wasn't that harmonious. In fact, many of them were even sworn enemies. Furthermore, these people were all potential opponents in the upcoming trip to the divine herb world. Right at this moment, the sky darkened as a huge white cloud descended from the sky. The people from the Shengluo alliance are here. The tense atmosphere between the two alliances relaxed. One by one, top-level true god warriors and domain god sovereign raised their heads and looked at the sky. In the time it takes to breathe, the huge white cloud stopped in the sky above the divine medicine lake. Pucci. The white cloud quickly dissipated, revealing Asgard Master Shu Yuan and the group of Shengluo alliances from the Shengluo alliance. Elder Void Spirit, long time no see. I wonder if you have made any progress after all these years. In the Skysoul alliance, there was a man over 3 meters tall wearing a black Qilin armor. His body was covered with a murderous aura, making him look like a god of slaughter. He let out a strange laugh, and in an instant, a terrifying pressure rushed towards Asgard Master Shu Yuan and the Shengluo alliance. Pucci, a terrifying pressure. It crushed everything. The surrounding space was shattered into pieces. Behind Asgard Master Shu Yuan, the expressions of the 8th and rank 9 top-level true god warriors changed dramatically, and their eyes revealed an indescribable panic. Tuo Bahu, you are still as vulgar as ever. Asgard Master Shu Yuan furrowed his brows and unleashed his aura to confront him. Boom, boom, boom. The pressure from the two men was like two peerless berserk beasts that were swelling up. Terrifying energy waves seemed to want to overturn the entire world. Asgard Master Shu Yuan was the #1 man in the Shengluo alliance, and he was a quasi-middle level domain god. However, that Tuo Bahu wasn't weak either. For a moment, the two of them felt as if they were fighting against each other. Neither of them could do anything to the other. After 30 trillion years, Old Man Shu Yuan and Tuoba Old Ghost strength has improved by quite a bit. The Changchun Union's alliance master, Changchun Zi, frowned slightly. A trace of fear flashed across his eyes. He was an old man in a green robe. His aura was hidden and unpredictable, as if he was going to disappear at any moment. Right at this moment, the two of you are in a good mood. Do you want us to move somewhere so that you can fight with all your might? A slightly mocking voice descended from the sky and swept across the entire divine medicine lake. In an instant, a terrifying pressure that covered the sky and earth swept over like a gale. It's the cloud floating palace's Ling Yun, Old Ghost. C1614 Compete Luo Yang County, 4 Palaces Mountain Range, above the divine medicine lake. Asgard Master Shu Yuan and Heavenly Spirit Alliance's Alliance Master Tuo Bahu's auras were quickly restrained. A look of deep fear flashed across their eyes. The Luo Yang County's Cheng Luo, Changchun, Heavenly Spirit and Ling Yun's 4 residences, Cheng Luo, Changchun and Tian Ling's 3 prefectures were the top forces of the major powers. They formed an alliance and controlled a prefecture. Only the Ling Yun prefecture had the cloud floating palace, which dominated the entire Ling Yun prefecture. If it was a single force, even the virtual element palace would be much weaker than the cloud floating palace. In the entire the divine kingdom of the heavens, the virtual element palace could only be considered as a first-rate power, but the cloud floating palace was a true top power. Even among the top powers, the cloud floating palace's ranking wasn't low. The cloud floating palace's palace lord, Sovereign Ling Yun, was one of the 28 middle-level domain god in the divine kingdom of the heavens. The 4 deputy palace lord were all rank 4 low-level domain god, and there were more than 100 second and third order god realm elders. The reason why the Shengluo Alliance, the Changchun Union, and the Skysoul Alliance's 3 alliances were born was because of this. The cloud floating palace had contributed a lot. Back then, Sovereign Ling Yun was ambitious and wanted to conquer the 3 prefectures, unify the entire Luo Yang County, and become the second strongest disciple of the Danding sect. However, with the strength of the virtual element palace, if they didn't join forces, the only outcome awaiting them was to be defeated by the cloud floating palace one by one. Either they would be completely wiped out in the long river of history, or they would be integrated into the cloud floating palace, becoming the main branch of the cloud floating palace. In the time it takes to breathe. Rumble. Crimson clouds surged in the horizon and divine fire filled the sky. A terrifying fire phoenix with a wingspan of countless tens of thousands of kilometers tore through the sky and appeared in the sky above the divine medicine lake. This fire phoenix was none other than the palace protecting divine beast of the cloud floating palace, the mount of Sovereign Ling Yun, Phoenix King. It was a rank 4 low-level domain god beast with terrifying strength. Its combat strength was incredible. It could be considered the top of all rank 4 low-level domain god beasts. On top of this Phoenix King stood a group of terrifying experts that possessed an aura that was deep like an ocean. The number of people was as high as 200,000. Not to mention that it was a lot more than 3 alliances, even their average strength was slightly stronger than 3 alliances' top-level true god cultivation base. As expected of the number 1 major power in Luoyang County. The strength of Cloud Floating Palace was much stronger than any major alliance. Sorry for making you all wait for so long, but I am the one who is waiting for you. Don't worry, once you enter the divine herb world, my disciples will definitely treat you well. On top of the fire phoenix that covered the sky and covered the sun with its wings, there was a fire phoenix that was surrounded by divine fire. Great man, who looked like fire god had just woken up, looked around and said in a mocking tone. Old monster Ling Yun, don't be so proud of yourself. At that time, it is still uncertain who will take care of who. That's right, old monster Ling Yun, don't be too full of yourself. Asgard Master Shu Yuan and the other 2 men frowned. They started to fight each other, showing no signs of weakness. Although they were afraid of Sovereign Ling Yun, who was a middle-level domain god, they were only afraid of him. They were far from being afraid of him. Each of them was a quasi-middle-level domain god who had broken through to the middle-level domain god stage with a single step. With the resources of their respective alliances, even if they were to fight a middle-level domain god, they wouldn't lose the ability to fight him. At most, Sovereign Ling Yun could defeat them, but it was impossible for him to kill them all. Otherwise, Sovereign Ling Yun would have already conquered 3 alliances and unified the Luoyang County. Hee. Facts speak louder than words. Once you enter the divine herb world, there will be a time for you all to cry. Sovereign Ling Yun smiled coldly and said, all disciples listen up. If you encounter them, do not show mercy to them. Kill without mercy. Yes, Palace Lord. Upon hearing this, the eyes of all the top-level true god from the cloud-floating palace lit up with a fierce light. Killing intent surged in their hearts like a peerless god of slaughter that was about to slaughter the world and all the living beings in the world. Arrogant, totally not putting 3 alliances and the other top-level true god in their eyes. They were like a bunch of lambs waiting to be slaughtered by the top-level true god from the 3 major powers. Murderers. Those who kill. Boys, listen up. When you see these disciples of the cloud-floating palace, don't hold back. Old monster Ling Yun. My evergreen alliance isn't someone to be trifled with. All disciples, listen up. Once you meet a disciple of the cloud-floating palace, kill him. The same goes for my Shengluo alliance. If you run into a disciple of the cloud-floating palace, kill him. The cold shines in Tuobahu's and the other 2 men's eyes flickered as they gave their orders. The atmosphere became extremely tense. It was as if a huge battle was about to break out at any moment. 3 alliances, nearly 400,000 top-level true god warriors. Each and every one of them was filled with killing intent. Dissatisfied. Although your cloud-floating palace is the biggest power in Luoyang County, you shouldn't look down on them like this. They aren't people to be trifled with. Once they enter the divine herb world, they will definitely make these arrogant bastards pay the price. I hope you can still laugh after 1,000 years. Sovereign Ling Yun sneered and drove the Phoenix King to the side. The final facts would prove everything. He did not have the time to be eloquent. Very quickly, the other 3 alliances also occupied the side of the Divine Medicine Lake and waited for the Divine Herb World to appear. East side of the Divine Medicine Lake. A 9-level Divine Pagoda stood on the surface of the lake. The Primordial Void Divine Pagoda. Extremely low quality domain divine artifact, one of the ultimate treasures of the Virtual Element Palace. Its defense was so strong that even a middle-level domain god warrior would find it difficult to break through its defense. At the top floor of the Elemental Void Divine Pagoda, Asgard Master Shu Yuan stood in the void and looked down at the top-level true god below. He said in a serious tone, this disciple of the cloud-floating palace. If you encounter him, kill him if you can. If you can't kill him, don't force yourself. The most important thing is to protect your useful body. Remember, victory or defeat in a short period of time isn't a big deal. Only when you have the last laugh will you be the true winner. Although they didn't want to admit it, they had to admit that the top-level true god from the cloud-floating palace did have the right to be proud of themselves. Their overall strength was stronger than the Shengluo alliance, especially in the past few dozen trillion years. The cloud-floating palace had produced a few strange monsters, and their strength was terrifying. They were almost as strong as domain god sovereign. Ordinary quasi-gods would not be able to defeat them. In Shengluo alliance, among the 150,000 top-level true god warriors, there was no one who could be compared to them. At the end, Asgard Master Shu Yuan gave Yang Fann a stern warning. They were just afraid that Yang Fann would do something bad to him. Of course, this was the spiritual sense sound transmitting, and he didn't say it out loud in public. With so many people talking about it, it might attract the attention of the other three major powers. This wasn't something Asgard Master Shu Yuan wanted to see. Upon hearing this, Yang Fann nodded his head imperceptibly. He did not try to defend himself. He had never seen his true strength. No matter how much he said, it would only be a waste of saliva. Who would believe a rank 4 low-level domain god who was less than 6 million years old? Who would dare to believe it? To be honest, if they didn't see it with their own eyes, even Yang Fann would find it hard to believe it. Also, remember, the people of the Skysoul Alliance and the Changchun Union don't have good intentions. We can't easily trust them either. Although they seemed to have joined hands to fight the Cloud Floating Palace together, it seemed like they had a common enemy. As a matter of fact, the relationship between three alliances and the Cloud Floating Palace could not be considered friendly. If they could really unite, the Cloud Floating Palace wouldn't dare to be so arrogant. Although the Cloud Floating Palace was strong, it was only a level stronger than the three of them. If the two alliances joined forces, they would be able to gain the upper hand. If three alliances joined forces, he would be able to crush the Cloud Floating Palace. Furthermore, money was tempting. For the sake of a top-grade divine herb, even the alliance brothers would fall out with each other. They would draw their swords at each other, let alone the people of the other alliances. Of course, Asgard Master Shu Yuan's words were mainly directed at Yang Fann. As for the other top-level true god warriors, which one of them wasn't an old monster that had lived for hundreds of billions of years? Many of them had even ventured deep into the divine herb world more than once. Some of them were extremely clear. Only Yang Fann was young, and he came from the Zhuanghe system. As such, he didn't know much about the current situation of the Luoyang County. Perhaps, he had regarded the people from the Skysoul Alliance and Changchun Union as his allies. If he was cheated because of this, things would be bad. The other two alliances were also giving their final instructions. The Tier 8 and Rank 9 top-level True God weren't like those Tier 1 and 2 top-level True God. They were considered the backbone of the alliance. If too many of them died, it would be enough to shake the foundation of the alliance. Time passed bit by bit. Very quickly, a day passed. Rumble. Suddenly, the sky darkened. A massive world suddenly appeared in the sky above the Divine Medicine Lake. It was so sudden that the entire world was covered by a layer of dark shines, making it so that no one could see anything in the world. Everyone, prepare yourselves. The divine herb world is about to open. Asgard Master Shu Yuan's voice had just fallen. Grug grug grug, the black holograms surrounding the world. Like glass, they broke apart inch by inch before finally disappearing without a trace. The next second, rumble, rumble, boundless divine light erupted from that vast world, illuminating the entire Four Palaces mountain range. In an instant, a vast and beautiful world appeared in everyone's line of sight. This world was countless tens of thousands of light years wide. It made people unable to see the end. The sky was so blue. It seemed that divine herbs that were rarely seen in the outside world could be seen everywhere. Even though they were separated by the world crystal walls, they could still smell the alluring medicinal fragrance. It made one's heart palpitate and feel intoxicated. All right, the doors of the divine herb world were opened. Everyone, prepare to set off. Remember my words, the most important thing is to stay alive. I hope that all of you can return alive from the divine herb world. C-1615 first bared fangs in the sky above the divine medicine lake, within the endless divine light, the divine herb world finally descended, unveiling his mysterious veil. This was an ancient world of dreamlike glass. There were countless divine herbs within, making one go crazy. Rumble, rumble. In an instant, numerous top-level true god warriors turned into rays of light from all directions and charged towards the divine herb world. On the east side of the divine medicine lake, just as Yang Fann was about to enter the divine herb world, Asgard Master Shu Yuan's words rang in his ears. This time, Asgard Master Shu Yuan wasn't the only one. The Tongshuan Hall Master and the others didn't stop either. All of them started to instruct the sound transmitting. To be honest, they were really worried. The water in the distance could not quench the fire in close proximity. If something were to happen to Yang Fann in the divine herb world, they would have no other choice but to stare at him helplessly. Yang Fann smiled bitterly in his heart. He should be worried about the top-level true god from the cloud-floating palace, heavenly spirit and eternal spring. With his current strength, he wouldn't be afraid even if he were to fight Sovereign Ling Yun, a middle-level domain god. Even if he wasn't a match for him, he wouldn't be able to do anything to him. The terrifying divine body that could match the middle-level domain divine artifact had already made him invincible. Furthermore, these aphids that weren't even domain gods were just adding bricks and tiles to his advancement to the true god stage. However, on the surface, he still nodded cautiously. Palace Lord, don't worry. I'll be careful. No matter what, Asgard Master Shu Yuan and the others were concerned about him. The next second, Yang Fann's figure moved and turned into a ray of light, entering the divine herb world. He was truly afraid that Asgard Master Shu Yuan and the others would do something bad out of kindness and stop him from entering the divine herb world. That would be really bad. Not only would his parents and the others need all kinds of domain god stages to break through to the domain god stage, he would also miss out on a chance to quickly attain the Tao and become a god. There weren't many opportunities to capture cultivators of the 8th and rank 9 top-level true god in such a large scale. Otherwise, if he wanted to condense the little world and attain the Tao and become a god, he would need at least 100 million years, or even 1 billion years to do so. How could Yang Fann wait for so long? Swallowing the little world for his own use was the way to go. This Yang Fann. Sigh, forget it. A lucky child like him shouldn't be a short-lived person. Nothing will happen during this trip to the divine herb world. Seeing Yang Fann quickly enter the divine herb world, Asgard Master Shu Yuan and the others said the rest of their words. Now that things had come to this point, no matter how much they said, it wouldn't change anything. The seals around the divine herb world. They were not something that a 4th and 3rd grade low-level domain god like them could shake. 10 breaths later, out of the 4 major powers of the One Palace, 3 alliances, close to 600,000 tier 8 and rank 9 top-level true god, not a single one was left alive. All of them entered the divine herb world. In the entire divine alchemy lake, there were only 200 or so domain god sovereign from the 4 major factions left. At that moment, Sovereign Ling Yun looked around. He grinned and said, "There's no way we can just wait here. Why don't we make a small bet and have some fun? Old monster Ling Yun, what do you want to bet?" Tuo Bahu's eyes lit up. Asgard Master Shu Yuan and Changchun Zi also looked over. "We'll bet on the final number of casualties among the 4 major powers of the One Palace, 3 alliances, and the final number of casualties. At least one of the 4 major powers will be the winner. For every one of the other 3 major powers who falls, they will have to take out 100 top-level divine stones to win one of them. 100 top-level divine stones per person. That's 100 top-level divine stones." Tuo Bahu and the other 2 men frowned. According to the usual practice, every time the divine herb world was opened, the winner would be the winner. It wasn't impossible for tens of thousands of people from each of the 4 major powers to die. 100 top-level divine stones per person was equivalent to several tens of millions of top-level divine stones, or even a few million. Many of domain god sovereigns' possessions might not even have that many top-level divine stones. Even if they, 3 alliances, had a large family, this was still not a small amount. Most importantly, in the past divine herb world trips, 6 out of 10 batches was the cloud-floating palace who had the upper hand. Especially this time, the cloud-floating palace had produced several domain god battle forces. Within the divine herb world, they were virtually invincible. If they really wanted to make a fortune, their chances of winning were really too low. It was very likely that they wouldn't exceed 1 level. What's wrong? Could it be that the 3 of you are afraid? Sovereign Ling Yun squinted his eyes and gave a mocking smile. If that's the case, then pretend that I didn't say anything. Behind him, the group of domain god sovereign from the cloud-floating palace also looked at Tuo Bahu and the other 2 men with a mocking expression, as if they were saying, if the 3 of you are afraid, just say it. HMPH, let's bet. I'm not afraid of you. A hint of anger flashed across Tuo Bahu's eyes. He would never lose the battle formation if he lost. The Skysoul Alliance would be able to take out a few million Skysoul Alliances. I agree to this bet. I agree as well. Sovereign Ling Yun had already said what he wanted to say. If he really hesitated, didn't that mean they were afraid of the cloud-floating palace? How could they tolerate this? Wasn't it just a few million top-level divine stones? At most, they would only be able to injure some of the vital energies, but it wouldn't hurt them badly. Besides, it wasn't as if they had no chance of winning at all. Alright, awesome. I wonder if I can earn a few million top-level divine stones this time. Thinking about it, I'm really looking forward to it. Old monster Ling Yun, it's too early for you to be happy. It's still uncertain who will win and who will lose. Stellar shift, space-time shift. It was unknown if it was a day, a month, or even a breath. Yang Fann finally stepped on the ground with both of his feet. He looked around and found that there were no other top-level true god figures around him except him. Another random teleportation. However, Yang Fann was already prepared for this. If the teleportation really happened, the four major powers would start a war. Which one of them won? Which family would enter the divine herb world? There was no need to go through so much trouble. The spirit of heaven and earth here is really thick. Suddenly, Yang Fann's eyes narrowed, and a bright light flashed across his eyes. The Chengluo Mountains' main peak, the spirit of heaven and earth of Luo Feng, was already rich enough, but compared to this divine herb world, it was still far from enough. There's also this spatial barrier. Comparing it to the AIMA realm continent, it doesn't have the strength of a domain god. Looks like, although this divine herb world was also a dimensional realm, it was said that it was the fall of a middle-level domain god. It was formed from his inner world, but normally speaking, compared to the AIMA realm continent, there should be quite a big gap. Not to mention the divine herb world, even some high-level domain god inner worlds in the body of a middle-level domain god like this couldn't be compared to a dimensional world that was naturally born in a universe like the AIMA realm continent. Fortunately, the spiritual sense wasn't suppressed. Yang Fann secretly rejoiced. The dimensional realm was so vast that it couldn't be compared to the little world. Even the lowest level dimensional realm was no less than a river, let alone the dimensional realm within the body of a middle-level domain god. The dimensional realm within the body of a middle-level domain god was more than 100 times larger, more than 1,000 times larger. Once the spiritual sense was greatly suppressed, it would be difficult to find those tier 8 and rank 9 top-level true god in the divine herb world. In just 1,000 years, it would be the limit to find dozens or even hundreds of people. This was not something Yang Fann wanted to see. If possible, Yang Fann really wanted to eliminate all 400,000 8th and rank 9 top-level true god warriors from the Cloud Floating Palace, Skysoul Alliance, and Changchun Union. In the next second, rumble. Yang Fann's terrifying spiritual sense didn't hold back at all. It pierced through his body, and he wasn't afraid of alerting the enemy. In this divine herb world, he, Yang Fann, was invincible. Even if the three major powers and all the other major powers joined forces, they wouldn't be able to change anything. Furthermore, to be honest, with his spiritual power, he could sense the spiritual sense searching for him. There weren't many of them in the divine herb world. Only those quasi-domain gods who had stepped into the domain god stage had a slight chance of doing so. Suddenly, Yang Fann frowned slightly. I'm afraid this divine herb world isn't as simple as an ordinary first-grade middle-level domain god in the little world. It's very likely to be a third-grade or even a rank 4 middle-level domain god in the little world. After the breakthrough in his cultivation and the fourth transformation huge perfection in the 9 revolutions divine devil body, his strength of soul had increased by quite a bit. Although it couldn't be compared to a middle-level domain god, Yang Fann was confident. It wouldn't be much worse than some rank 4 low-level domain god. If it was an ordinary first-grade middle-level domain god inner world, even if he couldn't cover the entire dimensional realm with his spiritual sense, he could at least cover half of it. But now, Yang Fann felt that he couldn't sense the end of the divine herb world. Not to mention a portion or two, even 1 in 10,000 was still far from enough. Looks like it will take some effort to catch all those tier 8 and rank 9 top-level true god in one fell swoop. Fortunately, it has been 1,000 years. Although the reinforcement of the spatial barrier had caused Yang Fann's teleportation distance to drop drastically, he should be able to take a look at the divine herb world after 1,000 years. In the next second, Yang Fann's expression changed, and a cruel smile appeared on his face. Now, let's start with these top-level true god warriors. C1616 He swept all the way divine herb world. The ancient sect, the divine herb base of the Danding sect, was filled with all sorts of divine herbs. Even if it was every 30 trillion years, it would still be picked by the First Palace, the 3 alliances, and the 4 great factions. However, after resting for 30 trillion years, the various divine herbs within were still innumerable. It would not be an exaggeration to say that there were divine herbs everywhere. Basically, they could find a divine herb from a few million miles away. As for demigod, who was a level lower, there were simply as many weeds. With just a casual step, they might even be able to step on a stalk of demigod's medicine. Scary, incomparably frightening. If semi-god heavenly sovereign was lucky enough to enter this divine herb world, just by eating grass, he could easily attain the Tao and become a god. In 1,000 years, he could even break through to the middle-level true god, or even the high-level true god. This was the foundation of an ancient great sect. One could see just how powerful the Danding sect was when it was at its peak. Even if the One Palace Three alliances abandoned their former enmity and joined forces, they were afraid. Even if they joined forces, they would still be far from being a match for the Pill Cauldron sect. Divine Herb World, in a quiet valley. A rank 9 top-level true god from the Skysoul Alliance was looking at the 5-colored spiritual flower in the middle of the valley. His eyes were filled with greed, and even his breathing became rapid. The 5-elemental blood refining flower was actually the 5-elemental blood refining flower. It was truly my fortune. The 5-elemental blood refining flower contained the 5-elemental Great Tao. It could cleanse one's bloodline and increase one's potential. It could provide a great help to a top-level true god, and it was one of the grade 7 divine herbs. In the AIMA realm continent, many divine herbs were divided into first to rank 9, with the lowest grade being the first grade, and the highest being the rank 9. A grade 7 divine herb was already a very high grade divine herb. Even some low-level domain god would be tempted by it. A few tens of thousands of top-level divine stones were usually priceless. With this 5 elements blood refining flower, his potential would increase by a level. Originally, he had no chance of advancing to the domain god realm, but now he had a glimmer of hope. Although it wasn't even half a level yet, however, it was still a great opportunity for him. There were at least 500,000 rank 9 top-level true god warriors in the Luoyang County. And there was only a sliver of hope for them to break through to the domain god stage. There wouldn't be more than 1,000 of them. In the next second, the rank 9 top-level true god took a deep breath and walked towards the 5-elemental blood refining flower. At this moment, rumble, a mysterious energy suddenly surged out from all directions, covering the rank 9 top-level true god in an instant. Ah, what is this? The rank 9 top-level true god's expression changed abruptly, and an indescribable fear flashed across his eyes. The energy in his body was violently surging, but what made him despair was, under that mysterious energy, he was like a lowly aphid on the ground. He was completely unable to move at all. He could only watch helplessly as he was carried away by that mysterious power. He wasn't the only one. Almost at the same time, dozens of Cloud Floating Palace, Skysoul Alliance, 8th and rank 9 top-level true god warriors were bound by a mysterious force and carried away. Needless to say, it was Yang Fann who attacked. Within the range of his spiritual sense, besides the 12 top-level true god warriors from Shengluo Alliance, the other 3 major powers were top-level true god warriors. None of them were spared, and they were mercilessly captured by him. With Yang Fann's terrifying spiritual power, even if he was several hundred miles away from the little world, he wouldn't be able to fight against a mere rank 9 top-level true god warrior. Less than a breath's time. Puchi one by one, rank 8 and rank 9 top-level true god warriors tore through space and appeared in front of Yang Fann. Ah, could it be him? No, how is this possible? It's fake, this must be fake. The 18 steps and rank 9 top-level true god were all shocked, they couldn't believe what they had just seen. Among the dozens of them, the weakest was a rank 8 top-level true god warrior. The strongest one was a top-level rank 9 top-level true god who controlled nearly 1 billion trillion of the little world's power. It was impossible even for those monstrous quasi-gods of the Cloud Floating Palace, whose combat strength was comparable to domain god sovereign. They were all captured from several dozen or even hundreds of places in the little world. This strength even surpassed some rank 2 low-level domain god. And within this divine herb world, there was no real domain god sovereign. If one were to say that a true god had the power to fight a second or even third-grade domain god sovereign, it would be impossible. Not to mention seeing such a monster, he had never even heard of it before. Even those god-child level monster were only comparable to some peak first-grade low-level domain god in the true god stage. Rumble, rumble, the cold shine in Yang Fann's eyes flashed, completely ignoring the horror of the group of 8th and rank 9 top-level true god warriors. With a wave of his hand, he stored all of them into the space treasure. The spatial ring was one of the many spatial low-level domain divine artifacts given to Yang Fann by the Shengluo Alliance. It contained a dimensional realm. Although it was the lowest level dimensional realm, it was still the size of a river. As for the divine dragon tower that had been used for many years, it had been eliminated because it couldn't keep up with Yang Fann's pace. In the future, they might appear in the hands of Yang Fann's family and friends. The next second, an indescribable excitement climbed onto Yang Fann's face. This divine herb world was truly his blessed land. He had spent so much effort in the Kunyu city to suppress 6 rank 8 top-level true god warriors, but now, he was able to suppress so many 8th and rank 9 top-level true god warriors even though he had just entered the Kunyu city. The gap between them was truly not small. At this moment, Yang Fann seemed to have seen the position of true god waving at him. Letting out a breath of foul air, Yang Fann suppressed the excitement in his heart. With a thought, he picked up all the spiritual senses within the range of the spiritual sense. Although he didn't need these divine herbs himself, they were rare tonics for his parents and friends. Especially the grade 7 divine herbs like the 5-colored blood refining flower, it was enough to increase the chances of his parents and friends advancing to the domain god realm. The divine herb world, on top of a snowy mountain. A rank 9 top-level true god from the Shengluo Alliance was just about to pick the 4th grade divine herb on the peak of the mountain, white jade snow lotus. All of a sudden, a mysterious force flashed past. In the next second, the blooming snow lotus disappeared without a trace. Ah, divine herb, who is my divine herb, who stole my white jade snow lotus? The rank 9 top-level true god's eyes widened, and he looked like an enraged beast. Both of his eyes were red, and he wanted to eat someone. But soon, the anger on his face disappeared without a trace, and what replaced it was endless panic and uneasiness. To be able to silently pick the white jade snow lotus right under his nose, it was imaginable how terrifying the mysterious man's strength was. 8 to 9 out of 10 was a quasi-domain god. He was just an ordinary rank 9 top-level true god, and he was more than 10 times weaker than those quasi-domain gods who had just broken through to the domain god stage. If a quasi-domain god wanted to kill him, he wouldn't be able to use a second attack. Bang bang, a heart began to beat rapidly, as if it were about to jump out of his heart. After a while, he managed to suppress the panic in his heart. It's been so long. It seems that the quasi-god has already left. That man only took away the white jade snow lotus, but didn't kill me. He should have come from the Shengluo Alliance. I wonder which quasi-god he is. In the divine herb world, except for the disciples of the Shengluo Alliance, almost all of the top-level true god from the other 3 major powers were their mortal enemies. As long as they had the confidence to kill their opponent, they wouldn't show any mercy. Almost at the same time, the 7 rank 8 top-level true god and 4 rank 9 true gods who were a few dozen or even a few hundred miles away from the little world let out sighs of relief. Considering that they were all members of the Shengluo Alliance, Yang Fann wouldn't kill them, but he wouldn't give them too much face. Divine herb world. On top of a spiritual energy lake, there was a huge lotus that covered almost half of the lake. Rumble. Suddenly, a sword light cut through the void, revealing a peerless swordsman. This was a young man wearing a light green robe and carrying a divine sword on his back. His aura was deep and imposing, and he seemed to rule the world. His aura was so terrifying that even many rank 9 top-level true god warriors could not match up to him. Quasi-domain god. This was a powerful quasi-domain god. It's the dark mysterious sunflower water lotus. Good, my great Tao has succeeded mysterious underworld sunflower water lotus, the highest grade of grade 7 divine herb. It was a supreme divine herb for those who cultivated the great Tao of water. As long as they could refine this dark mysterious sunflower water lotus, they were almost certain that they would be able to take 3 steps forward and break through to the position of domain god. Adding his innate talent, the possibility of breaking through to the next level was close to the 4th level. This was not a low possibility. Right at this moment, rumble, an extremely terrifying spiritual power descended from the sky, wrapping itself around the azure-clothed sword cultivator. Ah, how is this possible? In that instant, the azure-clothed sword cultivator let out a heart-wrenching cry. It was as if he had lost his parents. The feeling that the terrifying spiritual power gave him. It was as if he was facing the supreme heavenly sword of the Skysoul Alliance's Heavenly Sword Sect, and the supreme heavenly sword was the real rank 4 low-level domain god. How could such an expert appear in the divine herb world that was known as the forbidden land of the domain gods? Ah no. C1617 The confused Chengluo Alliance God's divine herb world, a boundless wasteland. Yang Fann stood on top of the void. The aura around his body was flat, without a trace of the aura that an expert should have. His entire body emanated the aura of a concept that had returned to its original state. Pucci. Suddenly, the space in front of Yang Fann distorted. A peerless swordsman, who was wearing a green robe, was forcefully dragged out. Good, another quasi-domain god. A hint of excitement flashed across Yang Fann's eyes. Time passed quickly. 100 years had passed since the divine herb world had descended. In these 100 years, Yang Fann had swept through every top-level true god that appeared in his spiritual sense, as long as they weren't members of the Chengluo Alliance, no matter if they were disciples of the Cloud-Floating Palace, or disciples of the Heavenly Spirit and Eternal Spring Alliances. He didn't want to leave a single one alive. He wanted to suppress all of them. At this moment, within the low-grade domain divine artifact space treasure, the number of top-level true god that was suppressed had exceeded 10,000. Furthermore, it wasn't as simple as just breaking through, there were nearly 30,000 of them. Among them, there were 18,268 rank 8 top-level true god warriors. There were 9,783 rank 9 top-level true god warriors, and 36 quasi-domain gods who had broken through to the position of domain god with a single step. This was only 100 years. In 1,000 years, it was very likely that Yang Fann would realize his grand plan and suppress all 400,000 top-level true god warriors from the Cloud-Floating Palace, Skysoul Alliance, and Changchun Union. Tisk tisk. Thinking about it, it really made one's heart race. If he could absorb all 400,000 top-level true god warriors, not only would his cultivation base become divine, it would also be possible for him to break through to the high-level true god, or even the top-level true god stage. At that time, his combat strength would increase by more than 10 times, or even 100 times. Even if the 9 revolutions divine devil body wasn't a 5th cycle huge perfection, it would still be able to run amok in the middle-level domain god realm, or even fight a high-level domain god. Right at this moment, the green-clothed sword cultivator finally regained a trace of its consciousness. It looked at the young figure within the void. Its heart immediately trembled. Difficult. Could it be that just now? It was this person who had just captured me. This. A true god stage warrior could almost rival the Heavenly Sword supreme force of their Heavenly Sword sect. A monster like this, not to mention the divine kingdom of the heavens, there was no one in the history of the entire AIMA realm continent, or even the entire history of the AIMA realm continent. At this moment, he couldn't find any words to describe the shock in his heart. Come here obediently. Yang Fann grinned and clawed at the sword cultivator. Ah, no, master, please spare my life. Spare my life. The green-robed sword cultivator shivered and could no longer be bothered to be shocked. He started crying and begging, and he didn't want to die. He really didn't want to die. It wasn't easy for him to obtain his current cultivation base, so how could he die here just like that? Ah beast, you won't die a good death. My Heavenly Sword sect will never let you go. My Lord sect master will avenge me. Divine Herb World. In front of the Divine Medicine Garden, 2 forces were confronting each other from afar. One of them was from the Chengluo Alliance. There were 46 people in total, 18 of them were rank 8 top-level true god warriors and 27 of them were rank 9 top-level true god warriors. The leader was a quasi-domain god who had broken through to the domain god stage. He was a yellow-clothed swordsman with an ancient face and a single blade on his back. Invisible saber chi kept spurting out from all the pores and cells in his body, cutting in all directions. It was as if there were tiny and dense cracks in the space. Void-shattering blade god, Wangfu Yidao. The Chengluo Alliance was one of the 136 quasi-domain gods who had entered the divine herb world, and their ranking wasn't low. They had firmly entered the top 60. Of course, their opponents weren't weak either. This was a group of sword cultivators. Each of them had a sword chi that was as strong as the clouds, and their auras were as strong as the ocean. In just a breath's time, they would be able to unleash the invincible sword chi, the god slaughter devil. One of them was wearing a white robe that was as white as snow. His aura was like that of a sword god that had descended to the world. The sword chi could travel 90,000 miles, and it could light up 19 provinces with a single sword strike. In his eyes, the sword chi was unparalleled. It was as if a single thought was enough to eliminate all powerful enemies. The sword god, Xiao Mobai, was one of the top sword gods below domain god sovereign of the Skysoul Alliance's heavenly sword sect. He was dressed in a snow-white robe, and he was able to sweep across the entire Glory's Will prefecture. It could be said that he rarely met a worthy opponent, and his strength was no less than Divine Emperor's void-shattering blade. Desolate Mobai, this divine medicine garden was discovered by us first. Are you guys really going to fight with us? A trace of deep fear flashed across Divine Emperor's eyes as he spoke coldly. The strength of both sides was almost the same. If they were to really fight, even if they could win, it was very likely that they would be able to kill 1,000 enemies and lose 800 of their own. Brother Wangfu, the treasures of the heavens and the earth belong to those who are virtuous. If you want to monopolize this divine medicine garden, then it will depend on whether you have the ability or not. Sword light flashed in Xiao Mobai's eyes. If it was an ordinary divine medicine garden, he might just give up. After all, the void-shattering blade was Divine Emperor's blade. He was also a figure that couldn't be dealt with so easily. However, the divine medicine garden in front of him was a high-grade divine medicine garden. There were even a few 7th-grade divine herbs in it, which was enough for his talent and potential to increase by a notch. It was related to his path of Tao, so there was no reason for him to give in. This battle must be carried out. Good, good, good. Today, let me experience your snow-robed sword Tao. Wangfu Yidao's expression turned cold as he withdrew the space-splitting divine saber from its sheath and tore through the sky before landing in his hand. Rumble rumble in an instant, Wangfu Yidao's imposing aura changed abruptly, and his violent saber aura shot into the sky like a great river. Good, I also want to see your void-shattering saber move. The snow-robed sword god Xiao Mobai did not show any signs of weakness. As he spoke, his famous divine sword, the snow-robed divine sword, appeared in his hand. The sword chi was like a dragon, sweeping through the 9 heavens. Rumble, rumble. The other 2 major powers, the 8th and rank 9 top-level true god, also erupted. Divine artifacts and divine swords appeared in their hands one after another. A great battle was about to break out at any moment. Right at this moment, rumble, rumble, a mysterious and invincible power descended from the sky, instantly enveloping the snow-robed sword god and the group of sword gods from the heavenly sword sect behind him. In the next second, a terrifying scene took place. From the quasi-domain god snow-robed sword god to the ordinary rank 8 top-level true god, not a single one of them remained. They all vanished without a trace. Ah, what's going on? It disappeared, it all disappeared. Rumble, how could this be? Wangfu Yidao, the 8th and rank 9 top-level true god of the Shengluo Alliance, widened their eyes, as if they were fish eyes that were about to burst out from their sockets. Their hearts were filled with a terrifying chill that could freeze their soul in an instant. That mysterious force could easily take away Sword God Shui Yi and the other 52 sword gods of the Heavenly Sword Sect. It could also easily take them away. At this moment, they were so frightened that their hair stood on end. They didn't even feel the divine medicine garden behind them being wiped out. The divine herb world, the sky above the herb mountain that was countless light years long. Rumble, rumble. A group of top-level true god were fleeing at high speed. It was as if there were prehistoric berserk beasts chasing them from behind. Each of them was using all their strength. Many of them were even willing to waste their potential and use forbidden techniques to forcefully increase their speed. Among this group of people, besides the people from Cloud Floating Palace, there were also people from Chengluo, Tianling, and Chongchun 3 alliances. Kekaki kekaki. Run for your aphids. 3 breaths of time had passed, but it had already been 2 breaths of time. Cruel Jia Jia Jia. All of a sudden, a mocking voice sounded from behind the void. It was boiling and boiling, engulfing the entire herb mountain. A million light years behind the group of top-level true god warriors, a man stood proudly. This was Men in Black, who was about 30 years old. His facial features were extremely handsome, as if he was carved out of jade. His eyes were pitch black, like a black hole in the universe, as if he could devour everything. The corner of his mouth curled up slightly, as if a cat was playing with a mouse. True God Huan Ling, Kui Shuo, one of the 5 strongest true gods of the Cloud Floating Palace. He once fought with a first-grade low-level domain god for 3 days and 3 nights, and neither victory nor defeat could be determined. His strength was so terrifying that even an ordinary quasi-god would find it very difficult to withstand his attacks. All right, 3 breaths of time has passed. Aphids, are you all ready? I'm coming. True God Huan Ling let out an evil laugh. With a single movement of his body, he turned into nothingness. Huan Ling's real body was spinning and changing constantly. When he reappeared, he had already caught up to the group of rank 8 top-level true god warriors at the back. Kekaki little aphid, I have caught up to you guys. Your lives have come to an end. Amidst the strange laughter, true god Phantom Plume, Kui Shuo, sent out a palm strike towards the group of rank 8 top-level true god warriors. This palm strike looked so casual, as if it didn't contain any power. It was just a casual strike, but in the eyes of the group of rank 8 top-level true god warriors, it made them despair. It made them unable to summon any resistance thoughts. Ah no, don't kill me, please spare my life, my lord, I don't want to die, I don't want to die. In the blink of an eye, true god Phantom Plume, who was looking at the group of rank 8 top-level true god warriors who were wailing in despair with a mocking expression, turned pale. His pupils rapidly widened, and he could not hide his fear and despair. Ah, how is this possible? This power. No, don't. Let me go, let me go. C1618 150,000 true god prisoners, divine herb world, the sky above a vast herb mountain. Ah no, it's gone. True god Phantom Plume, Kui Shuo, has disappeared. We're saved. We're saved. This isn't a dream, right? The rank 8 top-level true god, who thought that they would be unable to escape from this calamity, had a dumbfounded expression on their faces. It was as if they had yet to wake up from their sleep. It was as if they had fallen into a dream. How could they possibly survive? The killing intent of that true god Huan Ling was extremely strong. He was one of the top-level true god warriors in Luoyang County. It was a ferocious name. In many cities, it could even stop children from crying. Furthermore, it was also under Sovereign Ling Yun's orders. There was no reason to show mercy to them. He was actually able to survive. This was simply a great miracle. Not only them, even the rank 9 top-level true god who were running for their lives in front of them were stunned. They couldn't believe what they had just witnessed. However, very quickly, the expressions of the gods changed. A terrifying chill that made their souls tremble shot up from their feet. True god Phantom Plume's final desperate cry was heard by all of them. It was obvious that a mysterious power had suddenly attacked and completely suppressed him. True god Phantom Plume Kui Shuo, it was one of the 5 strongest true gods of the Cloud Floating Palace, and its combat strength was comparable to some first-grade low-level domain god. Its strength was more than 1,000 times greater than theirs, even if they combined all of their strength. Otherwise, they wouldn't have run away without fighting. However, even such an expert was like a lowly aphid on the ground, completely unable to resist the mysterious power. It was completely suppressed. It was imaginable how terrifying that mysterious force was. It was not something that they could imagine. If he suddenly attacked them, what could they use to resist? The more they thought about it, the more panicked they became. Many top-level true gods' legs were trembling, as if they were going to fall from the sky. Right at this moment, Buzz the Void fluctuated for a moment before that invincible energy once again appeared, and it enveloped all the Tier 8 and Rank 9 top-level true god experts present. Ah, it's here. That energy is here again. He's trying to catch all of us in one fell swoop. Ah, don't. Spare me. Senior, spare me. I don't want to die. I don't want to die. I beg of you, spare us, spare us. I'm willing to surrender. I'm willing to surrender. In an instant, all the Tier 8 and Rank 9 top-level true gods' faces turned deathly pale. Only those who had truly experienced that power. It was a power that far exceeded their imagination. At this moment, they, the Tier 8 and Rank 9 top-level domain god. Compared to the ignorant ants on the ground, they were even worse. That mighty energy shook slightly. It was as if it could erase them from this world. One breath later, that mysterious and mighty power disappeared without a trace. Along with it were the 72 warriors of the Skysoul Alliance, Changchun Union, and Rank 9 top-level True God, leaving only 28 warriors of the Shengluo Alliance, who were at the 8th and Rank 9 top-level True God. Ah, I didn't. I'm fine. I'm really fine. No, I'm not here anymore. The people of Skysoul Alliance and Changchun Union are all gone. What's going on? And why did that mysterious force leave us alone? The 28 8th and Rank 9 top-level True God of the Shengluo Alliance were at a loss. In their eyes, other than doubt, there was also doubt. That mysterious force had clearly restrained them. Why did it let them go in the end? Could it be that the mysterious senior found us weak and disdained to kill us? However, when he thought about it, that wasn't right. Of the 72 true gods of the Skysoul Alliance and Changchun Union, there were some who were weaker than them, but none of them were spared. Or is it because that mysterious senior has some kind of relationship with the Shengluo Alliance, and that's why he let us go? In the Shengluo Alliance, the legend of Tongshuan Hall had some unclear relationship with the Danding sect. Many of the precious divine pills were inherited from the sect. Even if they racked their brains, they wouldn't know that there was no mysterious supreme being in the sect. Cultivating in the divine herb world was merely the doing of a new disciple of the Shengluo Alliance who had just joined the alliance for less than 1,000,000 years. Dozens of little world away from the herb mountain, Yang Fann's eyes were filled with an indescribable excitement. This time, he had caught a big fish. The strength of this true god Kui Shuo was no less than that of some first-grade low-level domain god who controlled 2 middle thousand strength of world. The little world within his body was so vast that it was even wider than the void world within Yang Fann's body. It was only a tiny bit away from transforming into a middle thousand world. After devouring and refining the benefits of this true god phantom plume, Kui Shuo was definitely not much weaker than refining a first-grade low-level domain god. Just him alone could match up to 1,000 rank 9 top-level true god, or even more. Divine Herb World, a vast and boundless wasteland. Hundreds of Tier 8 and rank 9 top-level true god warriors were engaged in a frenzied battle. Cloud Floating Palace, Skysoul Alliance, Changchun Union, and Shengluo Alliance. All of them were powerful. At this moment, all the top-level true god warriors from the 4 major powers were filled with killing intent. All kinds of killing techniques, including the forbidden arts, were unleashed at the same time. Rumble, rumble. In all directions, huge mushroom clouds kept rising, as if it was the end of the world. Bang bang from time to time, top-level true god's divine body would explode, and the divine blood would rain down like rain, sprinkling down voids. Rumble, rumble. Suddenly, a mysterious power descended from the sky, enveloping the entire battlefield. In the next second, over 100 top-level true god from the Shengluo Alliance were stunned on the spot with blank expressions on their faces. This. Where is my opponent? No. They are all gone. What in the world happened? Ignoring the dumbfounded Shengluo Alliance gods, Yang Fann threw the hundreds of 8th and rank 9 top-level true god warriors into the spatial ring and continued on his way. Ah no, please, spare me, please let me go. Let me go. Woo 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 woo, I don't want to die, I don't want to die. The great path is unfair, my luck unmatched, destined to advance to the supreme being level. How could I die prematurely here? I can't accept this, I can't accept this. Miserable wails that sent chills down one's spine could be heard from the divine herb world. From time to time, it would erupt from every corner of the divine herb world and spread in all directions. It's gone, it's all gone again. What exactly is going on? The top-level true god from the Shengluo Alliance unconsciously felt an indescribable feeling of gloominess in their hearts, although it was a mysterious force. Up until now, it seemed like they were all targeting Ling Yun, Tian Ling, and Changchun. They had no intention of dealing with the Shengluo Alliance, but who could guarantee that? As usual, the mysterious black hand wouldn't harm them. Many top-level true god even secretly thought of retreating. However, this divine herb world could only be sent away by a repulsive force when the 1,000-year deadline arrived and the world once again concealed itself. As for the other paths of leaving, they had yet to discover them. Time slowly passed as Yang Fann continued to capture and suppress them. Very quickly, half of the 1,000 years had passed. Yang Fann's footprints had covered nearly half of the divine herb world. The number of top-level true god warriors from the 3 major powers in the spatial ring had exceeded 150,000. Among them, there were more than 90,000 rank 8 top-level true god warriors and 60,000 rank 9 top-level true god warriors. There were 148 quasi-domain gods who had broken through to the domain god stage with a single step. 2 of the 5 strongest true gods of the Cloud Floating Palace had been captured by Yang Fann. Apart from true god Huan Ling, there was also Ji Hong, who was also known as true god Zhen Yu. The gains were not unbountiful, but the ones Yang Fann had hoped for were a little early. At this rate, it was basically impossible for them to capture all the top-level true god warriors of the 3 major powers in 1,000 years. However, there was no other way. The divine herb world was vast and boundless, and those top-level true god warriors were not dead. They would stay there forever. If he stayed in one place and waited for Yang Fann to capture and suppress them, it wouldn't be easy for him to suppress the 3 major powers in just 500 years. It was already very difficult for him to suppress the three major powers, who were at least at the third or fourth level of the top-level true god. If he wanted to capture all of them in one fell swoop, he would have to use his strength of soul to increase his power by 1,000 or 10,000 times. With the spiritual sense, he would be able to cover half or even more of the divine herb world. Otherwise, it was simply an extravagant hope. Divine herb world, on a plane. Die 9 Heaven's sword kill rumble. The half-life divine weapon in Qin Wuxuang's hand, unparalleled divine sword, moved. The terrifying sword chi was like a hot knife cutting through butter. With the help of the supreme sword intent that could destroy everything, it instantly killed a rank 9 top-level true god from the cloud-floating palace in front of him, completely destroying his soul. This Qin Wuxuang was worthy of his reputation as the peerless sword god. He was a natural sword god. In just a few million years, he had almost mastered the ultimate technique of the 9 Cloud Sword Sect, the 9 Cloud Sword Scripture, to the mastery. It was unprecedented, and no one had ever done it before. Even the master of the 9 Cloud Sword Sect, the sword master of the 9 Cloud Sword Sect, the sword master of the 9 Cloud Sword Sect, was inferior to him. At this moment, the power of Qin Wuxuang's attack was no less terrifying than some top-level rank 9 true gods. In the entire divine herb world, his strength was enough to push him into the top 10,000, or even higher. If it wasn't for Yang Fann, this monster, he would definitely be the brightest star in the Luoyang County. Of the other top 10,000, which one of them hadn't cultivated bitterly for hundreds of billions of years, trillions of years, or even tens of billions of years? Qin Wuxuang, on the other hand, wasn't even a billion years old. However, Qin Wuxuang's current condition wasn't good. He didn't even have the time to retrieve the spatial divine weapon left behind by the rank 9 top-level true god. He quickly fled far away, as if there was some ancient prehistoric berserk beast chasing after him. C1619 The tragedy was Qin Wuxuang divine herb world, on a vast plain. Rumble. A brilliant sword light tore through the skies, and with a speed of tens of thousands of light years per breath, it fled far into the distance. Qin Wuxuang didn't even have the time to collect the spatial divine weapon left behind by the rank 9 top-level true god. It seemed like there was a group of prehistoric berserk beasts chasing him crazily from behind. If his pace slowed down slightly, he would fall into an irrecoverable situation. Rumble. Rumble. Not long after Qin Wuxuang left, several more escape lights descended from the sky, revealing 5 terrifying experts with powerful auras that were as deep as an ocean. All of them were rank 9 top-level true god rank 9 top-level true gods. The one in the middle controlled nearly 1 billion trillion of the little world's power. Even amongst all the rank 9 top-level true god warriors, he was considered one of the best. Despicable bastard, how dare you kill a disciple of my cloud-floating palace, chase after him even if he was poor. He would never let that bastard leave the divine herb world alive. The top-level rank 9 top-level true god in the middle looked at the remaining spatial divine tool. His facial expression changed instantly and he said coldly, Qin Wuxuang was the one that Palace Lord and Sovereign Ling Yun wanted to kill. Unlike Yang Fann, Qin Wuxuang didn't have any information about him. Even some of the Asgard Master Shu Yuan swore to never reveal any information about Yang Fann to anyone. However, although the information about Qin Wuxuang and the other 6 geniuses was protected, it was only a certain degree of secrecy. After paying a small price in Cloud Floating Palace, the information of Qin Wuxuang and the other 6 top-level Heaven's Pride, including their years of cultivation, had appeared in front of Sovereign Ling Yun. A rank 9 top-level true god less than a billion years old. This talent and potential was not much weaker than Sovereign Ling Yun's. Once he was allowed to grow, he would have another Asgard Master Shu Yuan. At that time, the overall strength of the Shengluo Alliance would definitely not be any weaker than the Cloud Floating Palace, and they would be able to compete with the Cloud Floating Palace. Similarly, it was rank 4 low-level domain god. That was true. There were 3 to 6 grades and 9 grades. Rank 4 low-level domain god, who was at Asgard Master Shu Yuan's level, was comparable to 2 or 3 Deputy Palace Lord of the Cloud Floating Palace. This was definitely not what Sovereign Ling Yun wanted to see. If he died, Qin Wuxuang must die. Sovereign Ling Yun had already issued a strict order before entering the divine herb world. It was fine if it was the others, but Qin Wuxuang must make him stay in the divine herb world for the rest of his life. Because of this, Sovereign Ling Yun even promised a heavy reward. No matter who it was, as long as they could get Qin Wuxuang's head, they would be allowed to enter the Lingyun Pavilion and cultivate for 10,000 years. One should know that the Lingyun Pavilion was the foundation of the Cloud Floating Palace's palace. It was filled with a large amount of origin spiritual energy. One day of cultivation in it was equivalent to 10,000 years of bitter cultivation in the world. A chance to cultivate for 10,000 years in the Lingyun Pavilion was something that even true god Phantom Plume, Kui Shuo, and the other true gods would want. Their interest was enough to save them trillions of years of painstaking cultivation. It wasn't impossible for them to even take the opportunity to break through to the domain god stage. Because of this, after many top-level true god warriors from the Cloud Floating Palace entered the Divine Herb world, they started searching for Qin Wuxuang crazily. In fact, it wasn't the same for the gods of the Cloud Floating Palace. The gods of the Skysoul Alliance and Changchun Union were also crazily searching for Qin Wuxuang. It was enough for the Cloud Floating Palace to dominate the two alliances. They didn't want another Shengluo alliance to appear above their heads. Before entering the Divine Herb world, Tuobahu and Changchun Zi had also issued the same order to kill Qin Wuxuang. For this, they had promised a lot of benefits. Even if it was 10,000 years of bitter cultivation in the Lingyun Pavilion, it wouldn't be much inferior. A tree that was outstanding in the forest would be destroyed by the wind. It was precisely this principle that the more talented one was, the faster the opposing forces would be dealt with. This had nothing to do with right or wrong. Everything was for the sake of their own interests. Asgard Master Shu Yuan would definitely give a similar order if they were in his shoes. Of course, this was also because Asgard Master Shu Yuan and the others had intentionally let them go. If it was in the past, it would be fine for the other 5 geniuses, but for someone like Qin Wuxuang, who was a quasi-god child level monster, he would definitely be the most important target for Shengluo Alliance to protect. It would definitely not be an easy task for Sovereign Ling Yun and the others to obtain Qin Wuxuang's information. With Yang Fann's monstrous monster, Qin Wuxuang didn't seem to be in a hurry. By letting Sovereign Ling Yun and the others know about Qin Wuxuang easily, this could be considered as a form of protection for Yang Fann. With Qin Wuxuang attracting the attention of the 3 major powers in front of them, it was likely that they wouldn't have any ideas about Yang Fann anymore. If sacrificing Qin Wuxuang could allow Yang Fann to grow safely, Asgard Master Shu Yuan, including the 9 Cloud Sword Master, wouldn't have any objections. Compared to Yang Fann, Qin Wuxuang's talent could only be considered ordinary, or even mediocre. Both of them were heaven and earth, cloud and muds. As long as Yang Fann could truly grow, the benefits that the first palace, 3 palaces, and 6 sects would obtain would never be the same. A mere Qin Wuxuang could be compared to him. His words were a little cruel. But that was the reason. Sometimes, for the sake of the bigger picture, it was inevitable to sacrifice some people. Over the past 500 years, Qin Wuxuang had barely lived a peaceful life. If it wasn't for the fact that the 9 Cloud Sword Master had given him many life-saving trump cards before he left, he wouldn't have been able to hold on for much longer. In terms of talent, in the entire Luoyang County, apart from Yang Fann, who was a monster, he didn't fear anyone else. Even true god Huan Ling, Kui Shuo, and the other 5 supreme true gods were slightly inferior to him. However, he had only cultivated for a short period of time, so he didn't use many trump cards. His overall strength was only at the threshold of the top-level rank 9 top-level true god. Among the people chasing after him, not to mention top-level rank 9 top-level true god, there were even many quasi-domain gods who had broken through to the domain god stage with a single step. To the top-level true god of the 3 major powers, Qin Wuxuang was their greatest opportunity, the guarantee that they could advance to the domain god realm. His temptation was not any weaker than the divine herb world-suppressing divine fruit, the godly fermented fruit. For the past 500 years, Qin Wuxuang had fought bloody battles time and time again. There were at least 800 top-level true god warriors who had fallen in his hands, and even a few quasi-domain gods had fallen. It could be said that he had gained a lot of victories. But now, he was almost at the end of his rope. He had used up all the trump cards that the Sword Master of the Continent of the 9 Clouds had given him. 3 days later, Dai 9 Heaven's sword Qin Wuxuang's sword had pulverized a rank 8 top-level true god who was blocking his way, causing him to pant heavily. At this moment, he had almost run out of oil. His top-level true god recovery ability was amazing, especially for a rank 9 top-level true god like Qin Wuxuang. He was even more frightening, but he still couldn't withstand the continuous battles and the recovery of his energy. It was far from being as good as the consumption of his energy. 2 hours later, Qin Wushuang was surrounded in a valley. Waves of powerful spiritual sense energy locked down the entire valley and covered his entire body. 8 quasi-domain gods, 36 top-level rank 9 true gods, and hundreds of 8th and rank 9 top-level true god. This was an extremely luxurious lineup. Apart from the 5 supreme true gods, there was probably no one else in the massive divine herb world that could withstand such a grand lineup. In the surroundings of the valley, all of the top-level true god warriors' eyes lit up as they looked at Qin Wushuang, who was standing in the middle of the valley. They were like hunters looking at the fattest prey, but none of the true gods dared to make the first move. No one could guarantee that Qin Wushuang still had some trump cards that could save his life. They didn't want to sacrifice themselves for him. There was only Qin Wushuang left. Here, the 3 major powers were gathered together. There were too many monks and too little food. No one was willing to give away the benefits that they had obtained. If there really was someone who couldn't suppress the greed in his heart and attacked first, Qin Wushuang wouldn't even need to do anything before he would be killed by the other top-level true god experts. In the middle of the valley, Qin Wushuang was no longer as calm as before. His entire body was covered in blood. It was unknown whether it was his blood, the blood of other true gods, or both of them. His hair was messy and his face was extremely pale. It was impossible to see the color of blood that a normal person should have. He was truly in a sorry state. He felt the terrifying aura around the valley that was as deep as an ocean. And the gazes that looked like hunters looking at their prey, Qin Wushuang's heart was filled with bitterness and despair. This time, I'm afraid I won't be able to escape calamity. Not to mention the current him, his body was severely injured, and he couldn't even unleash a 10th level of his combat strength. Even an ordinary rank 9 top-level true god could teach him how to be a human. Even if he was at his peak, he still wouldn't have any chance of winning. In the next second, an indescribable unwillingness and resentment rose from the bottom of his heart. He, Qin Wushuang, was born as a sword god, and was destined to become domain god sovereign in the future. He was even destined to break through to the middle-level domain god, but he had died just like that. He couldn't accept it, he really couldn't accept it. Also, Yang Fann was clearly the monster of the Shengluo alliance. The number 1 monster, what right did he have to be blamed for this? The Great Tao was unfair, the Great Tao was unfair. C. 1620. The Divine Annihilation Lightning Divine Herb World, a valley surrounded by mountains. Rumble, rumble, boundless resentment and resentment were like a surging tide. Qin Wushuang's heart was in turmoil, causing huge waves to surge up into the sky. He, Qin Wushuang, was born with great fortuitous encounters, and his luck was unparalleled. He should at least be a rank 4 low-level domain god in the future. How could he die in this unknown valley? Furthermore, these Ling Yun, Tian Ling, and 3 alliances should be chasing after that monster, Yang Fann, even if they wanted to kill him. In terms of talent and potential, Yang Fann was more than 1,000 times, 10,000 times stronger than him. A rank 9 top-level true god that was less than 5 million years old was not even found in the entire AIMA realm continent. Such a monster, the monster, was the greatest enemy of the 3 major powers. Are all of you blind to hunt down a mediocre, like me? At this moment, Qin Wushuang really wanted to expose Yang Fann without saying a word. He was the number 1 genius of Shengluo Alliance. He really didn't want to bear the responsibility of being the number 1 genius of Shengluo Alliance. However, these words were just a thought in his mind. He couldn't let them say it out loud. 1,000,000 years ago, they swore an oath to their inner demons. It wasn't as simple as it seemed. The oath was fused with some kind of mysterious ancient heart devil seal. As long as Qin Wushuang dared to reveal any information about Yang Fann, he wouldn't need the help of those top-level true god experts from the 3 major powers. He would be killed instantly. Even the soul-searching technique was an extravagant hope. Soul-searching wasn't omnipotent. Once it came into contact with Yang Fann's information, the heart devil seal would immediately explode and completely destroy Qin Wushuang's soul. If it wasn't for the powerful restriction of the Heart Devil Oath, Qin Wushuang and the other 6 geniuses wouldn't have been able to move so easily. Otherwise, even if Asgard Master Shu Yuan and the others pitied their talent, they wouldn't be able to escape the fate of being imprisoned in the Chengluo Mountains. If they wanted to participate in the Divine Herb World expedition, that was something they didn't even need to think about. Compared to Yang Fann, these so-called top-level Heaven's Pride were not worth mentioning. In order to ensure Yang Fann's safety, Asgard Master Shu Yuan and the others wouldn't even furrow their brows even if they gave up on all 6 of their geniuses. East side of the valley. Ming Quan and Dong Tian, junior brother. You will lead the rest of the junior brother to hold the line for your brother. Stop them for a while. Allow me to retrieve Qin Wuxuang's head first. A hint of impatience flashed across the eyes of a quasi-domain god of Cloud Floating Palace. He turned to the 2 quasi-gods of Cloud Floating Palace and said, if we delay, something will happen. They weren't the only ones who had designs on Qin Wuxuang. If more people came, the chances of them snatching the bounty would be even lower. When the time comes, we will discuss the distribution of the 10,000 years of cultivation in the Lingyun Pavilion. The cultivation time in the Lingyun Pavilion could be split up. It didn't mean that one had to cultivate for 10,000 years. Moreover, the 10,000 years could also be occupied by many people. As long as all of them cultivated for less than 10,000 years, everything else could be freely controlled. In fact, if they were willing to trade their cultivation time, it would not matter. However, under normal circumstances, no one would make a deal with them. As the foundation of Cloud Floating Palace's palace, even some domain god sovereign would have to pay a hefty price if they wanted to enter the pavilion to cultivate, let alone true gods like them. In the past, it was almost impossible for him to enter the pavilion to cultivate. It was not easy for him to obtain such a small amount of time, but it was still not enough for him to use it, let alone use it to trade. World of cultivators, what kind of background did they have, and what kind of big shot was their backer? Sometimes, it was all fake. The only thing that he could truly rely on was their own cultivation base and strength. In this aspect, each and every one of them were old monsters who had lived for billions of years. Their hearts were as clear as a mirror. Chen Feng, senior brother, leave them to us. Ming Quan and Dong Tian, the 2 quasi-domain gods of Cloud Floating Palace, were barely noticeable. They nodded. Amongst the people present, Cloud Floating Palace was the strongest. There were a total of 3 quasi-gods in charge. As for the Skysoul Alliance and the Changchun Union, each of them was led by 2 quasi-gods. Even if Chen Feng was temporarily excluded, given their cultivation base and rank 9 top-level true god strength, it was impossible for them to defeat the people of the Heavenly Spirit and Eternal Spring Alliances. However, it was still very easy for them to hold them back. All right, Chen Feng calmed his heart. With a move of his body, he ripped apart the void and lunged at Qin Wuxuang, who was in the middle of the valley. Ah, not good, Chen Feng, you dare. Bastard, come back here. In an instant, the Skysoul Alliance and Changchun Union's gods were all furious. For Qin Wuxuang, they had paid a great price and expended a great deal of energy. They hadn't even been able to pluck the divine herb properly. If Chen Feng really got his hands on the divine herb, all their efforts over the past few hundred years would be in vain. The loss was simply immeasurable. The divine herb world, 30 trillion years. It would only be activated once every 30 trillion years, and it only lasted for a short period of 1,000 years. Rumble. A large number of ultimate skills seemed to be free. They exploded towards Chen Feng. HMPH, your opponent is us. Everyone, junior brother, stop them. We must not let them disturb Chen Feng and senior brother. Ming Quan and Dong Tian were prepared for this. They brought a group of rank 9 top-level true god from the Cloud Floating Palace and blocked the attack of the 2 alliances. Bitch it, Ming Quan, get the hell out of my way. Dong Tian, you really want to stop me? Bitch it, get the hell out of my way. Nearly 200 top-level true god warriors from the Heavenly Spirit and Eternal Spring Alliances roared furiously and attacked crazily. Unfortunately, Ming Quan, Dong Tian, and the other top-level true god from the Cloud Floating Palace were not to be trifled with. They blocked their attacks with all their might, not allowing them to take a single step forward. One had to admit that the strength of the disciples of the Cloud Floating Palace was indeed much stronger than those from the 2 alliances. Even though the number of people was almost double of the opponents, the gods of the Cloud Floating Palace were only slightly at a disadvantage. In the center of the valley, Qin Wuxuang, since you can die in my hands, you will be able to rest in peace under the 9 springs. A ferocious smile emerged on Chen Feng's face, and he thrust his palm at Qin Wuxuang. His eyes were filled with excitement. Although the final reward was to be split among everyone, as the leader of the team, Qin Wuxuang was the true killer. Even if he didn't have the 5th floor, he would at least have 3 floors. The 3,000 years of bitter cultivation in the Lingyun Pavilion was enough for his cultivation base to reach a higher level. In the next few hundred years, if he could have some more fortuitous encounters in the divine herb world, it would be possible for him to break through to the domain god stage in one go and become one of the higher-ups of the cloud-floating palace. Am I really going to die? An ominous sign of falling apart suddenly enveloped Qin Wuxuang's heart. He couldn't block this palm strike, he really couldn't. Even if he was at his peak, he would still be severely injured by this palm strike. Rank 9 top-level true god, quasi-domain god, there was a qualitative difference between a single step. Even the weakest quasi-domain god could control more than 10 billion trillion of the power of little world. As for rank 9 top-level true god, it was extremely rare for him to have more than 1 billion trillion of the power of little world. Furthermore, this Chen Feng was not as simple as an ordinary quasi-god. Among the hundreds of quasi-gods that had entered the divine herb world, he could almost be ranked in the top 100. In the next second, rumble, Qin Wuxuang's eyes flashed with a brutal light that sent shivers down one's spine. The ferocity in his heart was completely ignited. If you want my life, even if I have to die, I will drag you down with me. Buzz, a dark shine flashed, and a fist-sized ball appeared in Qin Wuxuang's hand. It was pitch black, like the legendary source of darkness, representing absolute darkness. Let us die together in an instant, a terrifying aura that made Chen Feng, a quasi-domain god's heart palpitate erupted from the black sphere in Qin Wuxuang's hand. Bitch, it's the divine lightning of extinction. You don't want your life anymore. Chen Feng's expression changed abruptly, his entire person was like a mouse that had seen a cat. With an even faster speed, he fled towards the back. He only hated his parents for giving him 2 legs. What? Silent destruction, divine lightning, not good, run, run. The faces of the true gods in the middle of the battle changed drastically. They no longer cared about the battle as they fled in all directions. The Terminator divine lightning was a forbidden divine lightning refined by one of the 10 major powers of the divine kingdom of the heavens, the Terminator sect. Once it exploded, its power would be comparable to a first-grade low-level domain god's self-destruction. Even a rank 2 low-level domain god would lose a layer of skin if he didn't die. The rank 9 top-level true god and quasi-domain gods like them would die as many as they came. This was a method to perish together with one another. Madman, this Qin Wuxuang was simply a madman. If they had known that he had a Terminator divine lightning in his hand, they would have prepared for it no matter what. Only then would they have attacked Qin Wuxuang. Although the Nirvana divine lightning was powerful, there were many things in this world that could suppress it. This was also the reason why Qin Wuxuang decided to detonate the Nirvana divine lightning. Next time, when these top-level true god were prepared, it would be hard to say whether he would still have the chance to detonate the divine lightning of extinction. With his current condition, even if he managed to survive with the help of the divine lightning of extinction, he wouldn't be able to escape the pursuit of the 3 major powers. It's too late to escape now, all of you can die with me. C-1621. The fruit of tribulation has ripened, divine herb world, above a valley. Rumble, rumble, hundreds of top-level true god exerted all their strength, fleeing in all directions. At this moment, they only hated their parents for giving them 2 legs. They never thought that Qin Wuxuang would have a divine lightning of extinction. This was the legendary forbidden divine lightning, a terrifying divine lightning that could even severely injure a rank 2 low-level domain god. With just a little bit of their strength, not to mention the core of the explosion, even a slight wave of qi would be enough to completely destroy them and turn them into ashes. Run, run far away immediately. The huge bounty and the opportunity to cultivate hard in the Lingyun Pavilion had all been forgotten by them. The world was big, and they had the biggest life. They did not even have a life. Even if they had a great opportunity, what could they do? In the middle of the valley, between life and death, Qin Wuxuang's heart calmed down. The silent extinguishing divine thunder had already exploded. He had no way to live anymore. Before his death, he could drag hundreds of top-level true god warriors along with him to die with him. He had not suffered too much in his life. Looking at the fleeing top-level true god, Qin Wuxuang couldn't help but smile mockingly. It was too late for him to think about escaping now. Although the silent extinguishing divine thunder was similar to the self-destruction of a true god and required a little bit of time, with the speed of a rank 9 top-level true god warrior, they couldn't run very far. Even some quasi-gods could only run for 1,000,000 light years in the divine herb, which couldn't be teleported. Once the Nirvana divine thunder erupted, the terrifying energy tide would be able to destroy a little world in just a breath's time. If it was in the outside world, it would teleport away immediately. They still had a chance to live. In this place, these true gods could only die. 1 breath, 2 breaths, 3 breaths. Very quickly, 5 breaths passed. Ah, what in the world is going on? I escaped the range of the Terminator Divine Lightning's explosion. When did my speed become so fast? The group of top-level true god gradually realized it. No, the explosion of the Terminator Divine Lightning required some time. However, it had only taken them 1 or 2 breaths of time. However, they were still alive and kicking, and they hadn't even experienced the slightest impact. This wasn't right at all. They were very clear about their speed. Under the condition that they could not teleport, running out a million light years in a few breaths of time was their limit. At such a short distance, not to mention leaving the range of the explosion of the Terminator Divine Thunder, even wanting to stay away from the core of the explosion would be a big problem. Could it be that it's not the Terminator Divine Thunder at all, but a piece of trash? Not good, I've been fooled. Other than this reason, they really couldn't find a second reason. Motherfucker, what a cunning brat. He even dares to cheat when his death is at hand. I won't forgive him. Let's go and find that kid to settle the score. Rumble, rumble. In an instant, the group of top-level true god changed their direction and flew towards Jujiu. A few breaths later, the group of top-level true gods' energy stagnated, and they couldn't figure out what was going on. Logically speaking, Qin Wushuang should have already fled far away from them this time by taking the opportunity to trick them. However, this made them hesitate a little. What made them uncertain was that Qin Wushuang just stood there blankly, as if he had lost his soul. He kept muttering to himself. It was gone. It's gone. What was going on? Could it be that Qin Wushuang had lost his mind, or was it his scheme again? There was no more. Could it be the Terminator Divine Lightning? Some of the sharp-eyed top-level true god noticed that Qin Wushuang's right hand that was holding the Divine Lightning of Extinction was now empty. Could it be that Qin Wushuang's mind had collapsed because of the sudden disappearance of the Nirvana Divine Lightning, causing him to become like this? Gurgle gurgle, was it possible? If that was really the Divine Lightning of Extinction, even some third-grade domain god sovereign wouldn't have much confidence in controlling a Divine Lightning of Extinction that had already been ignited. Unless it was the 4th-grade domain god sovereign himself, this was the forbidden divine herb world of the domain god Forbidden Ground. How could a 4th-grade domain god appear here? That was why he had set up the suspicious formation. This fellow must be deliberately setting up the suspicious formation. Right at this moment, a mysterious and invincible force descended from the sky, instantly enveloping all the top-level true god experts of the 3 major powers. What? This force? Domain god sovereign, this is definitely domain god sovereign's power. He isn't even an ordinary 1st-grade domain god. Could it be that there really is a 4th-grade domain god in this divine herb world? He was the one who controlled the Nirvana Divine Lightning that was about to explode. It was obvious that this was Yang Fann's handiwork. No matter what, this Qin Wushuang was a member of the Shengluo Alliance, and was in the same sect as him. It would have been fine if he hadn't met him. Since they had met, they had the power to do so. Yang Fann naturally wouldn't stand idly by and watch as he was blasted to death by the Terminator Divine Lightning. Of course, the most important thing was that once the Terminator Divine Lightning exploded, the top-level true god experts from the 3 major powers would be finished. That was close to 400 rank 9 top-level true god and 7 quasi-gods. How could they give up so easily? However, it had to be said that the Terminator Divine Lightning was worthy of being called a forbidden divine lightning. In order to suppress the power of the Terminator Divine Lightning, even with Yang Fann's current strength, he had to put some effort into it. Because of this, the top-level true god from the 3 major powers were able to last for another dozen breaths of time. Ah no, Master, please spare my life, please spare my life. After a long while, Qin Wushuang finally managed to regain his senses. No, it's gone, it's all gone. They also seem to have been. In that case, although Qin Wushuang was in a daze just now, it did not mean that he did not have any sense of the situation in the outside world. In the next moment, Qin Wushuang's entire body erupted into cheers after surviving the calamity. I survived, I survived. How many people would be willing to die if they didn't die? Not to mention a peerless evildoer like Qin Wushuang. He still had a bright future ahead of him, and he had yet to attain the Dao Domain Divine Realm. How could he die so early? Phew. Taking a deep breath, Qin Wushuang forcefully suppressed the surging emotions in his heart and solemnly bowed towards the void. Many thanks to Senior for saving me. This junior, Qin Wushuang, will remember your great kindness in my heart and will never forget it. Senior, please show yourself. Regardless of the reason why that mysterious supreme being attacked, saving his life was an undeniable fact. Senior, please show yourself, Junior. Unfortunately, no matter how he shouted, there was no response. Yang Fann didn't have the time to wait for Qin Wushuang to thank him. After suppressing the group of top-level true god, he quickly left. At this moment, he was already tens of thousands of light years away. Furthermore, to put it bluntly, Yang Fann really didn't care about Qin Wushuang's repayment at all. Within a mountain range of divine herb worlds. Luo Shu, take this move of mine and gather the stars. Kill Thousand Feather Army Destroyer Rumble. Two pseudo-domain deified terrifying giant spirits that were tens of thousands of light years tall began to expand and expand. Starlight and arrows shot out in all directions. The two of them could be considered old rivals, and their cultivation levels were almost the same. Both of them had nearly 20 billion trillion of the little world's power. This battle could be said to be a battle of chess against a genius. For a moment, the sky and earth turned dark, and the sun and moon lost their splendor. Clumps of mushroom clouds rose in all directions, and they seethed without end. Terrifying energy waves destroyed the spiritual peaks. Right at this moment, rumble, a horrendous hand that blotted out the sun descended from the sky like a supreme god king, suppressing everything. Ah, what is that? No, no. Bang, like an eagle grabbing a chicken, the heaven-sheltering big hand easily grabbed the two quasi-gods. Alright, another two quasi-gods. Very quickly, Yang Fann's figure appeared in the sky above the battle between the two quasi-gods. This was already the 232nd quasi-god that he had captured. Time flew by, and another 400 years passed. It was less than a 60-year cycle away from the 1,000-year period. In the past 400 years, Yang Fann had been roaming all over the divine herb world, crazily capturing top-level true god warriors from the three major powers. At this moment, in the spatial ring, the rank 8 top-level true god warrior that was suppressed had already reached the peak of the rank 8 top-level true god. 160,000. Nearly 100,000 rank 9 top-level true god warriors. Including the 232 quasi-gods, this time, almost all of the top-level true god warriors from the Cloud Floating Palace, Skysoul Alliance, and Changchun Union who had entered the divine herb world had been wiped out by Yang Fann. They had suffered a great loss. Without 100 trillion years or even longer, they would never be able to recover their energy. The only flaw was that the remaining 3 combat strength of the Cloud Floating Palace were comparable to Domain God Sovereign's Supreme True God. Yang Fann, however, had never encountered any of them. In the center of the divine herb world, there was a terrifying giant tree with roots spanning tens of thousands of light years. It was also over 10,000 light years tall, as if the legendary world tree was supporting the entire divine herb world. This divine tree was none other than the number 1 divine tree of the divine herb world, the guardian divine tree of the Danding sect, the divine tree of calamity. Rumble, rumble. On this day, a strange fragrance was suddenly emitted from the tree of calamity. It spread out in all directions, as if it was going to engulf the entire divine herb world. This fragrance is the medicinal fragrance emitted when the godly fermented fruit matures. Good, after waiting for so long, I have finally waited for this day. This time, I will definitely get a portion of the 12 godly fermented fruits. C1622 Hand over the god fruit of calamity, otherwise they would die. The divine herb world was located in a mountain forest near the world's center. Rumble. A 3-meter tall great man, who was wearing a black divine armor and had an overbearing aura, was bending over to pick up a 6th grade divine herb. Suddenly, great man raised his head. His eyes glittered with a divine light, as if he could see through the endless space and time and see the tree of God of Doom in world center. Ha 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 ha, I have finally waited for this day to come. Godly fermented fruit, I am going through all kinds of ups and downs, I'll definitely get it. God, 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 devil, kill all devils that stand in my way. Guandang, one of the quasi-gods of Cloud Floating Palace. Although he was not as powerful as the 5 supreme true gods, he was still one of the top 20 quasi-gods of Cloud Floating Palace. He had the ability to protect his life in the hands of a rank 1 domain god. In the next second, boom boom boom, the entire mountain forest started to shake violently, and it was as if 10,000 beasts were trampling on it. Guangdong's speed was pushed to the limit in an instant, and he charged towards the place where the tree of God of Calamity was located. In the sky above a wasteland, a person was walking in the air. This was a young man, who was wearing a long silver robe. He looked to be around 30 years old. His face was as clear as jade, and the lines on his face were very gentle. However, his eyes were flickering with the vicissitudes of life. The ancient charm of time was like a song, and his steps were not very fast. He had a leisurely stroll, but he was well versed in the Tao of space. Close, yet worlds apart, he took a step forward. He was already a million light years away. Good patron saint's restriction is indeed no longer here. Godly fermented fruit. I'm coming. Suddenly, the eyes of the silver-robed youth lit up. Good it wasn't that the gods didn't want to stay under the godly fermented fruit tree. To quasi-gods like them, a person who was close to the water tower was the first to obtain the moon. What was truly useful was the godly fermented fruit that had 5 levels of certainty to help them break through to the domain god stage. However, this was simply an extravagant hope. Perhaps it was to protect the Tree of Doom, but many domain gods of the Danding sect had laid down layers of divine seals around the Tree of Doom. Only when the godly fermented fruit matured would the divine seals dissipate for a short period of time. Only then would they have the chance to approach the divine Tree of Doom. As for forcefully breaking through the divine seals, even an ordinary middle-level domain god wouldn't be able to do it. As for these quasi-domain gods, they were just delusional. Above a divine lake, rumble, a powerful and wild aura swept past, and a beam of light pierced through the void, rapidly closing in on the Tree of Doom. Vaguely, one could see a great man wearing a purple-gold divine armor walking in this long beam of light. His aura was extremely noble, like a high and mighty emperor patrolling the mountains and rivers. With just a glance, he was able to make all living beings submit to him. Rumble. Almost at the same time, streams of light flashed in all directions. Numerous peerless experts with terrifying auras tore through the sky and sped towards the Tree of Doom. At this moment, all the divine herb worlds in the center of the divine herb world were boiling. No one would choose to give up a supreme treasure like the godly fermented fruit if they had the slightest chance. That was a chance to break through to the 5th level. A little bit more preparation. Breaking through to the domain god stage was almost certain. In the center of the tree, 12 huge purple divine fruits that were 3 meters tall and shaped like pears hung below the branches and leaves. Waves of profound aura of the great Tao continuously emanated from within. It was as if with just a glance, one would be able to sink into the sea of the great Tao and control the supreme great Tao. Rumble. A brilliant sword light descended from the sky, and a peerless swordsman walked out from it. He was a young man who was wearing a silver robe. His body was surrounded by a sharp aura, and his eyes were filled with sword chi. It seemed like he could kill a rank 9 top-level true god with just a single glance. The minor sword master was Jian Haoying, the son of the Skysoul Alliance's Heavenly Sword Sect's supreme sword master. He was one of the strongest quasi-domain gods in the Skysoul Alliance. His combat strength was terrifying, and he was able to catch up with true god Huan Ling, Kui Shuo, and the other 5 true gods. Amongst the 600,000 top-level true god warriors who had entered the divine herb world, he was definitely ranked in the top 30. Ha ha ha. 12 godly fermented fruits is not a small amount. Looks like I'm the first one to arrive. Luck. It's really my luck. These 12 godly fermented fruits are all mine. Jian Haoying could not suppress the excitement in his heart. Although each person could only consume 1 godly fermented fruit, the second godly fermented fruit had no effect at all, but such a top-grade divine fruit. No one would complain about having too many of them. Putting aside everything else, just bringing them back to their Heavenly Sword Sect was enough for their Heavenly Sword Sect's strength to soar by a large margin. At that time, the authority of their Heavenly Sword Sect in the Skysoul Alliance would surely rise by a huge margin. In the next second, Jian Haoying's figure moved. He wanted to pluck the 12 godly fermented fruits. Some of the top-grade divine herbs needed a special method to pluck. If he picked them incorrectly, the medicinal effect would be greatly reduced. If it was serious, it would directly damage the divine herbs. He had to pluck the godly fermented fruits with his bare hands. The other methods, strength of soul, and the power of laws, would only damage the medicinal effects of the godly fermented fruits. But before Jian Haoying could approach the godly fermented fruit, a terrifying saber light fell from the sky. It was as if it wanted to cut the godly fermented fruit in half. If he didn't choose to block it, there was only one possibility waiting for him. he would be minced into pieces by the terrifying blade light. If it was light, he would be severely injured, and if it was heavy, his body and soul would be destroyed. Bitch it break from me rumble. A brilliant sword light burst out from Jian Haoying's body. In an instant, it split into thousands and thousands of sword lights. Each sword light was able to severely injure an ordinary rank 8 top-level true god. Using a mysterious sword force, it formed a terrifying sword dragon that killed everything in its path. Pucci the sword light and the sword light collided, and were completely destroyed. But just like that, a person appeared beside Jian Haoying and said in a cold voice, Jian Haoying, aren't you afraid of being held back if you want to keep all 12 godly fermented fruits for yourself? White Knight Old Ghost, you. A serious look flashed across Jian Haoying's eyes. The fallen Night Saber God, White Knight, was one of the top quasi-domain gods of Changchun Union. The two of them could be considered old rivals with one blade and one sword. Rumble, rumble. Before Jian Haoying could finish his words, dozens of dazzling divine lights descended from the sky, revealing numerous peerless experts with terrifying auras. In an instant, fear flashed across Jian Haoying's eyes. Among the dozens of people who appeared, none of them were mediocre. The weakest one was a quasi-god who had mastered 30 billion trillion of the little world's power. There were even a few peak quasi-gods who were on the same level as him. It seemed like it was impossible for him to monopolize this godly fermented fruit. However, I will definitely have a share of this godly fermented fruit. Very quickly, Jian Haoying made a decision in his heart. If he couldn't take it all for himself, then he could only take the second best option. With his cultivation base and strength, it wouldn't be a problem for him to obtain a godly fermented fruit. Swoosh, Jian Haoying's figure moved, and he flew straight towards a godly fermented fruit. This time, fallen Night Saber God White Knight didn't stop Jian Haoying. These people were Jian Haoying's competitors, so how could they not be his opponents? At this time, if Jian Haoying fought to the death with them, it would only benefit others in vain. Not to mention, there were even more quasi-gods rushing towards them. Pucci 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 godly fermented fruit after godly fermented fruit were plucked and placed into the divine wood box made from the branches of the godly fermented fruit tree. Only this sort of special box could successfully store godly fermented fruit. The other jade boxes and talisman boxes were all useless. In the blink of an eye, 12 godly fermented fruits were picked by Jian Haoying and the other 12 people. Roar, stay behind, for me you want to leave. Be good and leave the godly fermented fruit behind. Bastard, how dare you steal my godly fermented fruit, die now. In an instant, a great battle was about to erupt. To Jian Haoying and the other lucky 12, the true test had just begun. If they wanted to truly possess the godly fermented fruit, they would have to have the ability to break out of the encirclement. Otherwise, even if they obtained the godly fermented fruit now, they would only be temporarily keeping it for others. At this moment, whatever identity, background, and big shots behind them were all useless. In front of the level 1 divine fruit, even the friendship between them and the alliance seemed to be unnecessary. Attacking the quasi-gods of the other 3 major powers was already the limit. Wanting them to help them break out of the encirclement was simply an extravagant hope. Die, get the hell out of my way. If you want the godly fermented fruit, I'll take your life first. Die, heaven seizing sword. Jian Haoying and the other lucky 12 shouted furiously and fought back crazily. All kinds of great dows were constantly being displayed in their hands. The saber chi sword light and the thunderstorm were everywhere. Although Jian Haoying and the other lucky 12 were all outstanding quasi-domain gods, and the weakest among them was able to control the power of 100 billion trillion little world, it was impossible for them to stand out among the crowd and seize the godly fermented fruit. However, their opponents were not weak either. All of them were quasi-domain gods, and their numbers were several times greater than theirs. For a moment, not a single one of them was able to break out of the encirclement. Furthermore, as time passed, more and more quasi-domain gods began to rush over. This situation was becoming more and more disadvantageous to them, especially the weaker quasi-domain gods, who were in imminent danger. Their divine bodies had been blasted apart more than once, but none of them had given up on the godly fermented fruit in their hands. This was their only chance. Without this godly fermented fruit, the chances of them breaking through to the domain god stage by themselves would be too low. They wouldn't be able to break through to the next level. Right at this moment, a terrifying pressure that far surpassed that of a quasi-domain god descended from the sky, causing the gods who were engaged in a chaotic battle to freeze for a moment. In the next second, a high and mighty voice rang out. It came from all directions. The godly fermented fruit is not something you can covet. Hand over the godly fermented fruit obediently. Otherwise, die. C 1623. The might of three supreme true gods. Arrogant. That voice was extremely arrogant. It was as if he did not put the quasi-gods present in his eyes at all. It was as if giving them a way out was already his greatest mercy. However, what was strange was that even though all the quasi-gods felt extremely aggrieved in their hearts, the eyes of many quasi-gods seemed to be on the verge of spitting fire, as if they were completely enraged beasts. However, none of them dared to refute him. They were all extremely familiar with the voice. To many quasi-domain gods, the owner of the voice was the nightmare of their entire lives. Nightmare god, Lian Yuan. He was one of the 5 strongest true gods of Cloud Floating Palace, and he controlled the illusion Tao. He was known as the #1 illusion grandmaster under the realm god. His nightmare great spell was extremely terrifying. Even some domain god sovereign might suffer a great loss if he was not careful. There was once a first-grade realm god who was dragged into a dream by him. It took him 10,000 years to wake up. It was that battle that allowed him to reach the top of the 5 supreme true gods. It was even to the extent that many quasi-region gods would rather fight against the other 4 supreme true gods than become enemies with him. The Tao of Nightmare was mysterious and unfathomable. For many quasi-gods who were not proficient in the Tao of Soul, it was truly terrifying. At this moment, Pucci the Void was forcefully torn apart like a curtain. In the next second, a person appeared out of thin air. It was a man in black. His face was completely covered by a layer of black fog, making it impossible to see his face. He was extremely mysterious, and his figure was tall and thin. His temperament was extremely cold. To be precise, it should be cold and gloomy. It made people feel fear from the bottom of their hearts, as if he was a poisonous snake hiding in the dark. He did not know when he would give a fatal blow. The newcomer was none other than Nightmare God and Lian Yuan. According to the legends, the layer of black mist on his face was a kind of taboo. No one had ever seen his true face under the black mist, because those who had seen him before had already become dead men. Other than the disciples of my Cloud Floating Palace, the rest of you, leave behind your godly fermented fruit and scram otherwise, die. An incomparably cold voice sounded out from within the layers of black fog, as if the high and mighty god was announcing something. Hearing this, the 3 quasi-gods of the Cloud Floating Palace who had seized the godly fermented fruit relaxed slightly. To be honest, in their hearts. Similarly, they were very nervous. When faced with a supreme treasure like the godly fermented fruit, the divine fruit. A mere friendship between fellow disciples was nothing. Even if he couldn't use it, he could still use it to exchange for it. One godly fermented fruit was worth a low-level domain divine artifact. And it was a high-grade and extremely low-quality domain divine artifact. Luckily, this Lian Yuan, senior brother, was quite particular about it. They weren't crazy enough to attack them. However, Jian Haoying and the other 9 quasi-gods. That's another extreme. Damn it, what should we do now? Could it be that he was going to hand over the godly fermented fruit just like that? However, if they didn't hand it over, Lian Yuan, this beast, would never be polite to them. With their strength, even if the 9 of them joined forces, it would be very difficult for them to be a match for Nightmare God and Lian Yuan. A domain god, a quasi-domain god. The difference in a word was that it was a heaven and earth, cloud and mud. Among them, the strongest was Jian Haoying and the fallen Night Saber god, White Knight, who could barely withstand a few strikes from a first-grade domain god. Nightmare God, on the other hand, was a domain god battle force. He had the strength to fight domain god sovereign, and he was the master of the illusion Great Tao. What he was best at was group battles. Lian Yuan, we aren't people to be trifled with either. Aren't you afraid of a life and death struggle? Jian Haoying said in a threatening manner. He was silent for a moment. In the end, the greed in his heart overcame his fear of Nightmare God and Lian Yuan. With his talent and potential, it wasn't that there was no possibility of him becoming a Tao domain god, but it was just that the possibility was too low. It would not exceed the 3rd level. Furthermore, who knew how many billions of years had passed? With this godly fermented fruit, things would be completely different. As long as he could refine it, he would definitely be able to reach the domain god stage. Right, a life and death struggle. Lian Yuan, we're not to be trifled with either. If you want the godly fermented fruit, we'll have to die. The fallen Night Saber god, White Knight, chimed in one after another. They knew very well that the only way they could fight Nightmare God and Lian Yuan was by joining forces. If Jian Haoying was unwilling to part with the godly fermented fruit, how could they be willing to part with it? Many people's situation was even worse than Jian Haoying's. Without the godly fermented fruit, they probably wouldn't even have the chance to break through to the first level of the domain god realm. Rumble, rumble. In an instant, fiendish cheese erupted from Jian Haoying and the other quasi-gods. Nightmare God and Lian Yuan continued to force them. They would fight to the death at all costs. Fight to the death. With just you? Nightmare God asked. Lian Yuan's voice was full of disdain, totally not putting Jian Haoying and the other three in his eyes. Right at this moment, Jian Haoying suddenly rolled his eyes and shouted, "Everyone, once the godly fermented fruit falls into Lian Yuan's hands, if you want the godly fermented fruit, then you won't have any chance. That's right, fellow disciples, the godly fermented fruit, we will compete for it. That is an internal matter of my three alliances. No matter what, we can't let it fall into the hands of the cloud floating palace." That's right. The strength of the cloud floating palace is already strong enough. If we let them obtain 12 more godly fermented fruit, our three alliances' life will be even worse. The eyes of the other 8 quasi-gods lit up as well. They called out to their allies. With the strength of the 9 of them, they might not be able to fight Lian Yuan. However, if Tian Ling, Cheng Luo, Chong Chun 3 alliances and over 100 quasi-gods were included, the situation would be different. Among these 100 quasi-gods, there was no lack of peak quasi-gods who could control the strength of a trillion people in Little World. With the combined strength of all of them, it was enough for them to fight Nightmare God and Lian Yuan. Alright, Haoying senior brother, we'll come and help you. That's right. These 9 godly fermented fruits will never fall into the hands of Cloud Floating Palace. Lian Yuan, if you want the godly fermented fruits, it will depend on whether we agree or not. Very quickly, over 100 quasi-gods of 3 alliances stood out one after another. What Jian Haoying and the others said was right. The strength of Cloud Floating Palace was far above any of their alliances. If there were 12 more godly fermented fruits, there would be an additional 12 domain god sovereign. The gap between the two of them would be even greater. They would meet the disciples of the Cloud Floating Palace in the future. They would have to keep their tails between their legs and behave in private. If the godly fermented fruit fell into Lian Yuan's hands, they would have no chance of snatching it from him. They could stop Jian Haoying and the others, but Lian Yuan was determined to leave. There was no way they could stop him. You want to bully us with numbers? Have you asked us? Lian Yuan, senior brother, we are here to help you. Do you really think that there is no one else in Cloud Floating Palace? 3 alliances is son of a bitch, let me fight you all. The quasi-domain gods of Cloud Floating Palace rolled their eyes and shouted out loudly. Out of the 9 godly fermented fruits, Lian Yuan, senior brother only needed 1. If he was in a good mood, he could reward them with 1 godly fermented fruit. Bitch it. Jian Haoying and the others cursed in their hearts. They had gathered all the quasi-power of domain gods. In other words, they had the ability to fight Nightmare God and Lian Yuan. Now, with the participation of these quasi-gods from the Cloud Floating Palace, the scale of victory was immediately tilted towards Lian Yuan's side. These quasi-gods of Cloud Floating Palace were not weak at all. There was no lack of peak quasi-gods, like Guangdong. Their strength wasn't any weaker than Jian Haoying's. However, what caused them to feel even more despair was yet to come. A bunch of useless chickens and dogs want to fight against the Cloud Floating Palace. They really don't know what's good for them, along with a contemptuous voice, a terrifying pressure that was no weaker than Nightmare God and Lian Yuan descended from the sky and swept across the entire scene. The next second, boom boom boom, heavy footsteps rang out as they stepped into the void. It was as if 10,000 beasts were galloping through it, causing the entire sky to tremble violently. A purple and gold-robed great man came from the eastern sky. He looked like he was in his early 30s. He had a proud expression on his face, as if there was nothing in this world that could make him worry. His aura was supreme, and he was the sole ruler of the world. Every single move he made could give birth to a kind of fear that came from the bottom of his heart. True God Violet Wings, Chen Chan. Jian Haoying and the others felt their hearts tremble, and even their breathing started to quicken. Zi Chan was another supreme true god that was on par with Nightmare God and Lian Yuan. In fact, he was one of the 5 supreme true gods. He was ranked even higher than Nightmare God and Lian Yuan. It was said that his bloodline was extremely noble. Even some of the descendants of the royal clan of the heavens were inferior to him. He had once suppressed a first-grade domain god sovereign. He was truly a ferocious man. One nightmare god, Lian Yuan, was already troublesome enough. Now, with another purple wings true god, Yuan Chan, the danger had increased by more than double. Right at this moment, Lian Yuan, senior brother, you are too kind. In my opinion, if these aphids dare to disobey me, I will just kill them. There is no need to go through so much trouble. Before he finished his words, Hong Long, a terrifying dark shine descended from the sky like a pillar, piercing through the heavens and earth. A peerless ferocious god walked out from within. He wore a dark black divine armor, and his aura dominated the heavens. Every step he took left a huge dent in the sky. Every cell in his body seemed to be filled with a terrifying killing intent that made one's hair stand on end. Just a single glance was enough to cause one's mind to collapse. Star of Slaughter, Zhu Jie. The three great evil spirit of Cloud Floating Palace have gathered. It's over, it's really over now. C 1624. He had crushed three mighty true gods divine herb world, underneath the tree of doom. Cheng Luo, Tian Ling, Chongchun, three alliances, and the hundreds of quasi-gods all had looks of despair on their faces. They were all wailing in their hearts. One nightmare god, Lian Yuan, and all of them combined could still fight him. With the addition of the purple winged true god, Yuan Chan, they had completely fallen into a disadvantageous position. They had almost no chance of winning. Now, even the Star of Slaughter, Zhu Jie, was here. With the combined strength of the three supreme true gods of Cloud Floating Palace, even the slightly weaker rank 2 domain god could fight against him. It was simply not something they could fight against. 9 godly fermented fruits were not enough to protect him. Not to mention, even their lives might not be able to be saved. Among the 5 supreme true gods of Cloud Floating Palace, the Star of Slaughter, Zhu Jie was famous for his murderous intent. He might not give up just like that and let them leave safely. While 3 alliances and the other quasi-gods were feeling uneasy, a cold voice came out of Nightmare God and Lian Yuan's mouth once again. I'll say it one last time. Hand over the godly fermented fruit and get lost. Nightmare God and Lian Yuan had a short conversation. They had given up on the idea of capturing 3 alliances and hundreds of quasi-gods in one fell swoop. After all, 3 alliances' strength wasn't weak either. For example, the Sword Master Jian Haoying, the Fallen Knight Saber God, White Knight, and the others. Compared to the 3 of them, they were only a grade lower. With their strength, they could indeed kill all of them. However, under their desperate counterattack, the 3 of them would probably have to pay a painful price. If they were not careful, it wasn't impossible for them to suffer an indelible Dao injury. All of them were old monsters that had lived for countless billions of years, peak experts below the domain god level. How could they not have some trump cards in their hands? Were still in their hands. If they were really forced to go too far, they would bet everything they had, hoping that they wouldn't be able to obtain them, and that they absolutely wouldn't be able to obtain them. If they destroyed those 9 godly fermented fruits, it would be too late to regret it. Fortunately, they were temporarily spared. They could run away as monks, but they could not run the temple. It would not be too late to deal with them after they had attained Dao Domain Deity Realm. With their natural talent and strength, once they attained the Dao Domain Divine Realm, it was absolutely not something an ordinary rank 1 domain god could compare to. It wouldn't be difficult even for them to jump ranks to challenge rank 2 domain god. This. A hint of hesitation flashed across the eyes of Jian Haoying and the other 3. Although they were already at the edge of the cliff and were only a step away from being crushed into pieces, they were still unwilling to hand over the godly fermented fruit in their hands. Position of domain god was right in front of them. They really didn't want to give up just like that. What? Do you really think we won't dare to kill you? Nightmare God and Lian Yuan instantly felt a chill down their spines. Purple Wings True God, Yuan Chan. Although the Star of Slaughter and Zhu Jie didn't say anything, they still had an imposing aura around them. It rose sharply, especially the Star of Slaughter, Zhu Jie's killing intent sword. It was as if Jian Haoying and the other 3 had hesitated for a moment and would immediately launch a thunderous attack on them. They were all killed here. 1 aphids, giving them a chance to live, and even giving them excuses. This was simply giving them face. Sigh, forget it, I really can't keep this godly fermented fruit anymore. The desire to survive finally overcame the greed in their hearts. Now that the godly fermented fruit was gone, it wasn't like they didn't have the chance to obtain it in the future. Furthermore, the next batch of godly fermented fruits would mature, and without the suppression of Lian Yuan and the others, with their cultivation base and strength, the chances of them obtaining the godly fermented fruit would be very high. It's only 30 trillion years. I can afford to wait for this amount of time. After comforting himself, Jian Haoying took out the divine tree treasure box that contained the godly fermented fruit and said with some frustration, Lian Yuan, I'll pay for the godly fermented fruit. I'll hand it over too. This is mine. At least you know what's good for you. Get lost. With a light shout, Nightmare God and Lian Yuan moved their right hand and grabbed 3 of the divine wood boxes. Purple Wings True God, Yuan Chan, Star of Slaughter. The 2 of them did the same. One after another, they waved their hands and grabbed 3 of the divine wood boxes. Fortunately, the other 2 didn't come. Otherwise, it would be difficult to divide the 9 godly fermented fruits. At that moment, rumble. The void was forcefully ripped apart like a curtain. A pair of pure white hands passed through and grabbed the 9 divine tree treasure boxes. Ah, who is it? Nightmare God and the other 2 never thought about it. What? Nightmare God and the other 2 had never thought that someone would snatch the food from the tiger's mouth at this moment. In an instant, a terrifying and invincible killing intent erupted from the bodies of Nightmare God, Lian Yuan and the other 2, sweeping across all directions. Each of their eyes were red like the eyes of an enraged beast. The fury in their hearts was like the eruption of billions of volcanoes, and they couldn't control their anger. The quasi-gods around them were also dumbfounded, and their faces were filled with disbelief. Fuck, they actually dared to snatch food from the tiger's mouth. This was too bold. It was True God Phantom Plume, Kui Shuo and True God Junyu, Ji Hong. These 2 supreme true gods didn't dare to make a move at this time. This was completely the result of Nightmare God, Lian Yuan, and Ji Hong fighting to the death. Even some domain god sovereign couldn't bear the consequences of this. Bastard, get the hell out here. An ant dares to bark in front of me. Who gave you the guts? An extremely contemptuous voice descended from the sky, rolling in from all directions, engulfing the entire region of the divine tree. Fuck, how dare you scold Lian Yuan and the other 2? This. In the huge area of the divine tree, all the experts were extremely shocked. They could not believe their ears. Nightmare God, Lian Yuan, and the other 2 great experts. However, the supreme experts that were comparable to a first-grade domain god were just some domain god sovereign. This man was too ferocious. Not only did he snatch food from the tiger's mouth, but he also spoke such a heaven-shocking arrogant words. At the border of the divine tree region, the hearts of the few rank 8 top-level true god experts were filled with monstrous waves. They were extremely familiar with this voice. If it wasn't Yang Fann, who else could it be if he wasn't the one who almost cut off their path to becoming a region god? Although Shen Hanqing, Cao Yuz, and the other geniuses knew that with their cultivation base and strength, they weren't qualified to compete for the godly fermented fruit, they still had the mentality of being lucky. What if the goddess of luck really favored them? Each and every one of them would instinctively approach the divine tree of calamity. However, they didn't expect that they would encounter such a shocking event before they could even see the shadow of the godly fermented fruit. Gulp gulp, how dare Yang Fann? How dare he? Although Yang Fann's talent was unparalleled in the world, he was still too young and hadn't truly grown up yet. Currently, he could only fight an ordinary quasi-domain god. Provoking the 3 supreme nightmare gods of Nightmare God was like throwing an egg at a rock. He had no chance of winning at all. Not to mention the 3 supreme experts, even if it was just one person. It was not something he could deal with. Rumble, rumble. As the main characters, the fury in the hearts of Nightmare God and the other 2 wasn't something that could be described with words. Ants. Barf. Dog guts. When had they ever been insulted like this? If they didn't grind the ignorant aphids to ashes and shred them to pieces, their names would be written upside down. Bastard, what kind of tricks are you playing? If you have the guts, get the hell out here. You're just like an ant, yet you still dare to bark. Die now. Yang Fann's voice sounded once again. The next second, rumble. The sky darkened as a terrifying heaven-sheltering big hand descended from the sky. It was like the hand of the legendary Chaos Devil God, suppressing everything. In the face of the 3 great domain god battle forces, Yang Fann had used some of his true abilities. Not only had he activated the power of the void in his body, but he had also raised his 9 revolutions divine devil body to the 3rd revolution. His strength was so terrifying that it exceeded 50 of the 1,000 strength of world. This was one of the attacks of a peak rank 2 domain god. It was truly capable of destroying the heavens and earth, destroying all worlds. Poochie poochie poochie, wherever the heaven-sheltering big hand passed, countless spaces would crack apart like glass, exploding apart inch by inch. Ah, how could this be? In an instant, Nightmare God, Lian Yuan and the other two burst out with a heart-wrenching cry. They were mourning for their parents. Under the heaven-sheltering big hand, they could feel an extremely dangerous chi, as if they were going to be crushed into pieces by the heaven-sheltering big hand in the next second. This strength had already far exceeded their imagination. Roar! Everyone attacked together at this moment. Lian Yuan and the other two couldn't care about fairness anymore. If they couldn't block this palm strike, they would surely die. Roar! Nightmare Great Law, unleash the Nightmare Great World Purple Origin Divine Veins, fight the heavens and earth slaughter origin, gods extinguishing death. Rumble, rumble. None of Lian Yuan and the other two dared to hold anything back. All of them were their trump cards. They were at the moment of life and death. If they had any other thoughts, that would be courting death. This joint attack could be said to be terrifying. Even some rank 2 domain god would be moved by it. However, under Yang Fann's terrifying power that exceeded 50 of the dimensional strength of worlds, everything was just an illusion. In less than a breath's time. Grug grug grug, the nightmare world, the violet light, the dark shine. All of these things were destroyed into dust. Ah, how could this be? I am the strongest under the realm god realm. How could I lose? How could I lose? I have yet to advance to the domain god level. I can't accept this. I can't accept this. C1625. All of them were suppressed silence. The vast area of the divine tree was like a grave. It was terrifyingly silent. What did they see? It was just a single palm strike. Nightmare God, Lian Yuan, Zishu, Star of Slaughter. The three supreme true gods of Zhuje were mercilessly suppressed. Gulp, gulp. How was this possible? How was this possible? Illusion. This must be my illusion. How can there be such an absurd thing in this world? They couldn't believe it. They really couldn't believe it. Everything was real. Nightmare God, Lian Yuan, True God Ziyi, Zongchen, Sha Xing, Zhuje and the other two. Which one of them wasn't a peerless expert that ran amok, and their combat strength was comparable to a first-grade domain god? The three of them joined forces. Even some of the rank 2 domain god could fight. How could they be suppressed by a single palm strike when they couldn't even withstand it? Of course, the ones who were the most shocked were Shen Hanqing, Cao Yuz, and the other geniuses. Others might not know the identity of the mysterious man, but they knew it very well. He was River Aborigines, who was less than 6 million years old. Yang Fann. Was he really still human? Less than 6 million years. He was only 6 million years old. He almost had the ability to match a peak rank 2 domain god, or even a rank 3 power of domain god. Just what sort of monster was this? He had thought that he had overestimated Yang Fann, but now he realized that he had only seen the tip of Yang Fann's iceberg. In his life, not to mention looking down on him, he had only achieved 1/10,000th of what this monster had achieved. It was all because of the explosion of the ancestral grave. After a while, the gods finally accepted this horrifying fact. Lian Yuan, senior brother, Sun Chan, and senior brother Zhuje. Woo woo woo. How could this be? 3 senior brother are invincible. How could they lose? How could they lose? Wails that sounded like mourning parents resounded through the world. Many top-level true god from the cloud-floating palace were on the verge of collapsing. Lian Yuan and the other two were the strongest experts below the realm of the cloud-floating palace. They had always been revered by countless true gods of the cloud-floating palace. They were regarded as the divine beings in their hearts. The gap between the realm of the true gods was like a deep abyss. Throughout the history of the Luoyang County, there were only a few people who could challenge domain god sovereign, who was at the true god stage. There were no more than 3 of them. Every one of them was a legend of their generation. But now, the idol and legend in their hearts had collapsed just like that. This blow was not something that could be described with just a few words. However, a group of people shuddered and reacted. No, we can't stay here. Leave, we have to leave immediately. The mysterious expert had suppressed the 3 great legends of the cloud-floating palace. It could be said that the cloud-floating palace had completely fallen out with it. Would he let these disciples of the cloud-floating palace go just like that? This possibility was really a little low. If he didn't remove the roots from the roots, he would grow again in the spring wind. In any case, if they were in his shoes, they would never be soft-hearted. Rumble, rumble. In an instant, the quasi-domain gods, level 8 and rank 9 top-level true god of cloud floating palace turned into rays of light and fled in all directions. They no longer looked like quasi-domain gods or top-level true god. They were like stray dogs that had lost their homes. It's too late to think of escaping now, Yang Fann sneered. How could such a large piece of meat that reached his mouth allow him to slip away under his nose? The next second, buzz, the terrifying strength of soul directly covered the entire area of the divine tree, imprisoning all the top-level true god from the cloud floating palace. Ah no, spare my life, my lord, spare my life, woo 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 woo. I don't want to die, I don't want to die. It's over. This time, the cloud floating palace has suffered a huge loss. Three Alliances' heart trembled, and a trace of horror flashed across his eyes. For the sake of the godly fermented fruit, almost all the top-level true god that could arrive in time had rushed over. Among the imprisoned cloud floating palace gods, there were more than 50 quasi-domain gods, and more than 10,000 of them were at the 8th and rank 9 top-level true god. In addition, the 3 true gods that were regarded as the future pillars of the cloud floating palace, this loss was too great. It was enough to shake the foundation of the cloud floating palace. If they knew that the other 2 supreme true gods of the cloud floating palace, true god Huan Ling, Kui Shuo, and true god Junyu, Ji Hong, had already been suppressed by Yang Fann, and the other 8 and rank 9 top-level true god experts had exceeded 100,000, what would they think? They would probably be scared to the point of pissing their pants. This was no longer shaking the foundation of the cloud floating palace. It was completely breaking the foundation of the cloud floating palace at this moment. Rumble, rumble. The terrifying and invincible strength of soul once again swept out, enveloping the entire region of the divine tree. In an instant, the region was completely locked down by 3 alliances, hundreds of quasi-gods, tens of thousands of quasi-gods, and rank 9 top-level true god. Ah, how could this be? Bitch, it can't be that he wants to catch all of us in one fell swoop, right? Woo woo woo. Don't, I don't want to die, I don't want to die, how could this be? Woo woo woo. Someone save me, save me. In an instant, endless panic and despair swept across the hearts of tens of thousands of experts. Many people began to wail loudly. Never did they expect that this mysterious expert would be so frenzied. Putting aside the fact that it had taken care of all the deities of Cloud Floating Palace, it even wanted to take care of them as well. Was he not afraid of the joint pursuit of 1 palace, 3 alliance, and 4 major powers? Even if it was the 4th grade domain god sovereign who offended the 4 major powers at the same time, he would most likely end up in a hopeless situation, with only a slim chance of survival. Of course, the ones who couldn't accept it the most were Xianxia, Cao Yu's, and the other geniuses. At this moment, they were cursing in their hearts. Bitch, this bastard Yang Fann, we were all competitors during the exam, so it's fine if you act ruthlessly. But now, we are all members of the Shengluo Alliance, and we are all on the same side. How could you still do such a thing? Can you still be considered a human? Don't you feel pain in your conscience? In the time it takes to breathe. The Alliance of Heavenly Spirit and Eternal Spring consisted of tens of thousands of Tier 8, rank 9 top-level true god, and over 100 quasi-gods. Not a single one of them was left alive. All of them were stored in Yang Fann's spatial ring. In the next moment, ZZZT, the strength of soul that had trapped the tens of thousands of top-level true god and nearly 100 quasi-gods of the Shengluo Alliance retreated like a tidal wave. In the blink of an eye, it disappeared without a trace. Ah, we survived. We survived. This. What exactly is going on? The people of Shengluo Alliance were at a loss. They couldn't believe what had just happened. 3 alliances, the people of Skysoul Alliance and Changchun Union, had all been mercilessly killed. Why were they the only ones left alive? Some of the top-level true god who had seen Yang Fann's attack had a thoughtful expression on their faces. Could this mysterious expert be the senior of the domain god who attacked them just now? Similarly, he only attacked the other 3 major powers. With the same terrifying strength, how could there be so many coincidences in this world? It seems like this senior really has a deep connection with our Shengluo Alliance. Shen Hanqing, Cao Yu's, and the other geniuses rolled their eyes speechlessly when they heard the top-level true gods discussion. They were cursing in their hearts. What senior? What kind of connection is this? That guy is a member of our Shengluo Alliance. Unfortunately, due to the restriction of the Heart Demon Oath, they couldn't reveal any information about Yang Fann to anyone else. However, Yang Fan still had a conscience and didn't do anything to his fellow disciples. Bitch it, I was really shocked just now. This time, the Cloud Floating Palace, Skysoul Alliance and Changchun Union were in a miserable state. With the terrifying progress of that monster, I'm afraid that it wouldn't take more than millions of years for the entire Luoyang County to be ruled by the Shengluo Alliance. Becoming a member of the Shengluo Alliance is the greatest fortune in my life. In this battle, Yang Fan had obtained a total of 12 godly fermented fruits. He only needed one. Even with his talent, he didn't need any Yang Fans. If he could obtain a godly fermented fruit from that monster, perhaps he would be able to break through to the domain god stage within a billion years. Thinking of this, the eyes of Shen Hanqing, Cao Yu's, and the other geniuses became fiery hot, especially Shen Hanqing. His phoenix eyes were spinning, and no one knew what he was thinking. If a monstrous monster like Yang Fan could become his woman, it wouldn't be impossible for him to surpass a domain lord in the future. Yang Fan naturally wouldn't know what Shen Hanqing and the others were thinking. After suppressing tens of thousands of top-level true god warriors from the three major powers, Yang Fan immediately left the Divine Tree region. There was nothing worth remembering here. The Divine Tree of Tribulation was a supreme treasure, but not to mention, it might not be able to survive if he left the Divine Herb world. The seals around the Divine Tree were not something he could deal with right now. Although the seals had already disappeared. In fact, it was just a disguise. If someone really wanted to attack the Tree of God, they would not know what to do. Even a middle-level domain god could be killed mercilessly if he wasn't careful. Time passed slowly. Yang Fan continued his hunt as usual. However, compared to before, it was much more difficult now. Soon, another 60-year cycle passed. Rumble. All of a sudden, a terrifying repulsive force acted on the remaining top-level true god warriors. Is the millennium over? C1626 Furious Divine Herb World, a desolate land. Rumble. Yang Fan's body trembled, and he felt a terrifying repulsive force acting on his body. The terror of that force was not something that could be described with words. Even though Yang Fan's current strength wasn't any weaker than some of the rank 4 low-level domain gods, he still couldn't put up any resistance. The repulsive force immediately pushed him toward the Divine Herb world. Yang Fan even had a feeling that even some of the rank 2 middle-level domain god couldn't put up any resistance against that terrifying repulsive force. 1,000 years of time has finally come. Very quickly, a flash of understanding appeared in Yang Fan's mind. He stopped resisting and allowed the repulsive force to expel him from the Divine Herb world. Although he hadn't done his best, he had still managed to capture more than 400,000 top-level true god from Ling Yun, Tian Ling, and Changchun. In the last 60 years, he had captured nearly 10,000 top-level true god. At this moment, the number of captives in Yang Fan's spatial ring had exceeded 300,000, close to 300 to 90,000. Among them, there were rank 8 top-level true god warriors. The maximum number was 20 to 50,000, rank 9 top-level true god, 135,000, quasi-domain gods 436, and 5 true gods that were comparable to a first-grade domain god. This was a huge harvest. If he could devour and refine this batch of top-level true god, not to mention achieving the Tao and becoming a god, even breaking through to the middle-level true god would be a piece of cake. It was not impossible for him to even break through to the high-level true god. At that time, his strength would be able to sweep across the divine kingdom of the heavens with ease. Even the divine master of firmament, who was very likely to have broken through to the high-level domain god realm, might not be a match for him. Thinking about it, he was really looking forward to it. Rumble, rumble. Almost at the same time, numerous top-level true god were enveloped by a terrifying repulsive force, and were sent flying out of the Divine Herb world. Outside the Divine Herb world, on the Divine Medicine Lake, the Cloud Floating Palace, Shengluo Alliance, Skysoul Alliance, and Changchun Union had nearly 200 domain god sovereign gathered together. 1,000 years had passed, and it was about time for them to come out. Elder Void Spirit, Old Monster Tuoba, Old Man Changchun, prepare the top-level divine stone. Sovereign Ling Yun burst into laughter. He seemed to be in high spirits. He was extremely confident in the strength of the Cloud Floating Palace's gods. This time, there were a total of 198,612 people from the Cloud Floating Palace who had entered the Divine Herb world. Compared to Cheng Luo, Tian Ling, and Changchun three alliances, there were more than 10,000 more. As for the high-end combat strength, the gap was even bigger. 3 Alliances was a quasi-domain god who had broken through to the domain god stage with a single step, and there were only about 100 of them. The cloud-floating palace had a total of 236 of them. Not to mention, there was also Nightmare God, Lian Yuan, and the other 5 supreme experts. Each of them could almost match up to 100 ordinary quasi-domain gods. Unless 3 alliances could work together, there was no way he could fight against the cloud-floating palace. But was this possible? There were many dirty things between 3 alliances. Thinking about it, 3 alliances' losses this time would definitely exceed the losses of the previous few years. It wasn't impossible for him to lose tens of thousands of top-level true god warriors. At that time, Grand Elder Shu and the others would be infuriated. Thinking about it, it was really something to look forward to. Old monster Ling Yun, don't be too full of yourself. The gods of Skysoul Alliance are not to be trifled with either. Tuobahu furrowed his brows and snorted coldly. However, his voice gave people a feeling that he was lacking in confidence. Compared to the cloud-floating palace, the Skysoul Alliance was indeed much weaker. It was just that Lian Yuan and the other 3 were too unsolvable. They had not even broken through to the domain god stage yet, but they already had the domain god battle force. It was already considered not bad that one of them had appeared in the past years. But this time, there were 5 people from the cloud-floating palace. He really had no idea what kind of luck this old monster Ling Yun had. At the end of his thought, Tuobahu was filled with envy, jealousy, and hatred. Why couldn't Lian Yuan and the other 3 join the Heavenly Tiger sect? Otherwise, how could this old monster Ling Yun be so arrogant? That's right, old monster Ling Yun, the victor has yet to be decided. You're speaking too early. Now that you've said so much, be careful that you might suffer a huge setback later. Asgard Master Shu Yuan and Changchun Zi also spoke. Although they didn't have much hope in their hearts, knowing that the winner of this bet would most likely be Sovereign Ling Yun, they didn't want to lose the battle. Besides, they also had a glimmer of hope in their hearts. What if they could win? After all, the number of people who had fallen wasn't small in the area of the divine herb world. According to the legends, it was formed by the dimensional realm in the body of a rank 3 middle-level realm god. Even some rank 4 low-level domain gods' footprints might not be able to cover the entire divine herb world in just 1,000 years, let alone those top-level true god and quasi-domain gods who were no stronger than first-grade low-level domain god. Within 1,000 years, he would be able to step into a small portion of the divine herb world. Perhaps, wherever Lian Yuan and the others went, there wouldn't be many true gods in their alliance. And if they couldn't even touch a person, then no matter how great their cultivation base and strength were, it would be useless. Of course, Asgard Master Shu Yuan was more concerned about Yang Fann's safety. As long as Yang Fann could survive, the outcome of the bet wasn't too important. At most, it would cost a few million top-level divine stones, and the Shengluo Alliance would still be able to afford it. Yang Fann, you have to live for me. If anything bad happened to Yang Fann, the Shengluo Alliance would suffer a huge loss. It was not something that a few million top-level divine stones could compare with. It was tens of millions of top-level divine stones. A few 100 million Yang Fanns could not even compare to 1 in 10,000 of Yang Fanns. Right at this moment, rumble, rumble. In the sky above the divine medicine lake, the divine herb world trembled slightly. A black fog that had disappeared without a trace once again spread out, with the momentum of covering the entire divine herb world. In an instant, everyone present, including Sovereign Ling Yun, held their breaths. Their eyes stared fixedly at the divine herb world above them. Their gazes were complicated, filled with anticipation and apprehension. They were also uneasy. When the black fog covered the entire divine herb world, it was time for the gods to come out. Under the complex gazes of the domain gods, time passed, one breath at a time. Half an incense stick of time later. Rumble. The last bit of light within the divine herb world was completely covered up by the black fog. The entire divine herb world shook violently, and an invisible energy began to shake in all directions. In the next second, whoosh swoosh swoosh, streaks of flowing light shot out from within the divine herb world like a meteor shower. Good, he's out. I wonder how many people from the cloud-floating palace are coming back alive this time. Not many top-level true god have fallen. This year is the strongest batch of people who have entered the sect in the past 10 years. Elder. Void Spirit, Old Monster Tuoba. Old Man Changchun, let's see how you're going to keep your mouth shut. Sovereign Ling Yun squinted his eyes, as if he could already see millions of Sovereign Ling Yuns waving at him. Even with the wealth of Cloud Floating Palace, 10 million top-level divine stones was not a small amount. The Cloud Floating Palace had earned a lot, but the cost was not small either. Furthermore, top-level divine stones were different from high-level divine stones. Even in the AIMA realm continent, it was a rare commodity. 10 billion years, even 100 billion years. They might not even be able to accumulate more than 10 million top-level divine stones. But very quickly, the smile on Sovereign Ling Yun's face stiffened. It was as if his parents had died. His face turned extremely pale, and he let out a heart-wrenching wail. Ah, how could this be? How could this be? I don't believe it. I don't believe it. Dong, what did he just see? The number of true gods that came out of the Cloud Floating Palace was actually less than 10,000, and out of the 236 quasi-gods, only 13 remained. 5 of the greatest experts had been completely wiped out. This loss was truly disastrous. It had almost destroyed the roots of the Cloud Floating Palace. One had to know that the Cloud Floating Palace only had a total of less than 300,000 Tier 8 and Rank 9 top-level true god experts, and less than 300 quasi-domain gods. This had directly caused the Cloud Floating Palace to lose nearly the core strength of the 7th level. Tuo Bahu and Chong Chunzi's expressions were also not any better. Both of their eyes were red, as if they were about to spurt out flames. They were like beasts that had been completely enraged. Why? Why did this happen? Fake. This must be fake. I don't believe it. I don't believe it. 100,000 top-level true god and over 100 quasi-gods. However, there were only a few who had returned. There were less than 10,000 top-level true god and very few quasi-gods, and they could be counted on one hand. This loss was not something that the two alliances could afford. Some people were happy while others were worried. Asgard Master Shu Yuan nearly fainted from joy. What did he just see? Not only did Yang Fann, whom he cared about the most, return unharmed, even the others had returned to the 9th floor. There were very few people who died, less than 2,000 of them. This was simply a miracle. Looking at the miserable state of Cloud Floating Palace, Skysoul Alliance, and Changchun Union, Asgard Master Shu Yuan seemed to have seen the magnificent scene of Shengluo Alliance sweeping across the 3 prefectures and unifying the Luoyang County. After losing so many high-grade top-level true god, the 3 major powers wouldn't be able to recover in less than 100 trillion years or even longer. This was their Shengluo Alliance's chance. Whoosh, ha ha ha, looks like I won this bet. Ling Yun, old ghost, I won't be polite with your top-level divine stones. Ha ha ha, C1627 all goes back to where you came from on the herbal lake. Asgard Master Shu Yuan burst into laughter. There's an unspeakable excitement. The Shengluo Alliance had gained a lot from this trip to the divine herb world. They had lost less than 2,000 people, and more than 100 quasi-gods were still alive. This loss was almost negligible. Furthermore, a large amount of top-level divine stones would be in their hands soon. The Cloud Floating Palace had lost nearly 190,000 top-level true god, which was a total of 19 million top-level divine stones. The Skysoul Alliance and the Changchun Union had also lost nearly 130,000 top-level true god. Combined, they had lost over 44 million top-level divine stones. Such a huge amount of top-level divine stones had almost taken up the entire storage of the first floor of the Virtual Element Palace. Even in the entire Shengluo Alliance, they had nearly 30% of the storage. It was more than enough to make up for the loss this time. However, Asgard Master Shu Yuan's words fell into the ears of Sovereign Ling Yun and the other two. Hong Long. Bitch it, this old man Shu Yuan really went too far at this time, he even sprinkled salt on his wounds. The 3 major powers had all suffered heavy losses, especially the Cloud Floating Palace. Even the 5 greatest experts that they had regarded as their future had been completely destroyed. The losses were so great that they had never encountered such a thing since the establishment of the 3 major powers. It almost made them spurt out blood. However, the Shengluo Alliance had only lost less than 2,000 top-level true god, and most of them were rank 8 top-level true god warriors. He couldn't bear it, he really couldn't. Why should the Shengluo Alliance not suffer any losses? At the same time, he was also puzzled. They had explored the divine herb world more than 50 times, and they were well aware of the situation inside. Logically speaking, It was impossible for such a huge loss to occur. If something were to happen, the four major powers should have suffered heavy losses, but why did the people of the Shengluo alliance not suffer any great losses? This was completely illogical. Or was this the doing of the Shengluo alliance? With this thought in mind, Sovereign Ling Yun and the other two quickly planted their roots in their hearts and grew strong. That's right, it must be the Shengluo alliance. It must be them. Otherwise, the strength of the Shengluo alliance's gods was far from the cloud-floating palace, so why did nothing happen to them? In the next second, Grand Elder Shu, how dare your Shengluo alliance cheat? Sovereign Ling Yun stared at Asgard Master Shu Yuan. His qi was rising rapidly. A terrifying pressure was pressing down on all the gods of the Shengluo alliance. That was a 7th level top level true god of the cloud-floating palace. It was unforgivable and unforgivable. Old man Shu Yuan, how dare you plot against us? If you don't give us an explanation, don't blame us for being rude to you all. That's right, old man Shu Yuan, your Shengluo alliance must give us an explanation. Tuo Bahu and Chong Chunzi launched their attacks at the same time. Two terrifying auras that were only slightly weaker than Sovereign Ling Yun's burst out from their bodies, crushing towards Asgard Master Shu Yuan. Old man Ling Yun, what nonsense are you talking about? When the three major powers encountered an accident in the divine herb world, it could only be said that the luck of the three major powers wasn't good. What does it have to do with our Shengluo alliance? Asgard Master Shu Yuan was furious at this moment, although he wasn't clear about it. Why did the cloud-floating palace, Skysoul Alliance, and Chongchun Union suffer such a huge loss this time? But one thing was certain. This had absolutely nothing to do with the Shengluo alliance. He was well aware of the strength of his subordinates. The cloud-floating palace alone was not something they could deal with, let alone the three major powers at the same time. This was complete nonsense. Suddenly, a spiritual light flashed across Asgard Master Shu Yuan's sea of consciousness, and he questioned, Old monster Ling Yun, could it be that you can't afford to lose, so you purposely put a poop basin on my Shengluo alliance's head? Over 10 million top-level divine stones. It was not a small amount. Furthermore, the three major powers had suffered heavy losses. It was not impossible for them to not want to pay this huge sum of money. Senior Void Spirit, who can't afford to lose? It's just a few million top-level divine stones to the virtual element palace. It's just a drop in the ocean. Sovereign Ling Yun's voice was filled with anger. I just don't understand why nothing happened to your Shengluo alliance. Tell me, who else could it be if it wasn't you, Grand Elder Shu? Ha ha ha. Upon hearing this, Asgard Master Shu Yuan felt as if he had just heard the funniest joke in the world. He laughed loudly, ha ha ha. Ling Yun, old ghost. You really think highly of me. About the divine herb world. Not even a middle-level domain god can interfere. If I really have that ability. Everything within the divine herb world, do you think there is still a possibility for the cloud-floating palace to continue their inheritance in the Luoyang County? In an instant, Sovereign Ling Yun's qi stagnated. Asgard Master Shu Yuan's words had rendered him speechless. The divine herb world was something that even a middle-level domain god like him couldn't interfere with, let alone a quasi-middle-level domain god like Asgard Master Shu Yuan. Even some high-level domain god warriors couldn't do anything about it. Otherwise, the three alliances wouldn't have been able to control the divine herb world in these past few eras. But in next to no time, a wisp of ruthlessness flashed past Sovereign Ling Yun's eyes. He said coldly, who knows what tricks you, old man Shu Yuan, have used? Today, your Shengluo alliance must give me a satisfactory explanation. Even if the Shengluo alliance was most likely innocent in this matter, it was their bad luck to have touched the taboo of the divine herb world. But today, he had to put the blame on the Shengluo alliance. This time, the cloud-floating palace had suffered a huge loss. Their core force had almost lost 7 levels. Putting aside the high-end combat strength of the domain gods, the Shengluo alliance had far surpassed the cloud-floating palace in terms of their core force. This was definitely not something Sovereign Ling Yun wanted to see. Today, the Shengluo alliance would at least leave half of the hundreds of thousands of top-level true god behind. Yes, old ghost Shu Yuan. Your Shengluo alliance must give us an explanation. Tuo Bahu chimed in. Although Chongchun Zi didn't say anything, it wasn't difficult to tell what he meant from the way he stared at Asgard Master Shu Yuan. Today, if the Shengluo alliance's power wasn't weakened to a certain extent, the Shengluo alliance would be riding on their two alliances. What right do you have to give us an explanation? Asgard Master Shu Yuan coldly harumphed. He had already understood what the three major powers were planning. It was just that they didn't want to see the Shengluo alliance. Everything else was just an excuse. This was the human heart. He was unlucky, and he couldn't wait for others to suffer the same fate as him. In the next second, Asgard Master Shu Yuan called out to his subordinates, "Let's go." He was too lazy to bother with Sovereign Ling Yun and the other two. As for the tens of millions of top-level divine stones, judging from Ling Yun's attitude, it was impossible for him to give them to them. Forget it, he would remember this debt first. The Shengluo alliance didn't lack this amount of resources for the tens of millions of Shengluo alliances. Old man Shu Yuan, are you feeling guilty? Stop them in an instant. The three major powers and the 100 territories gods spread out. Terrifying energy erupted from their bodies, sweeping across the land and sealing off all paths of escape. Old man Ling Yun, Tuoba old ghost, Changchun old monster, are you really going to make things difficult for our Shengluo alliance? Asgard. Master Shu Yuan's face was ashen, and his eyes were blazing with flames. He was like a wounded beast as he shouted. Old man Shu Yuan, 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 old man Shu Yuan today, your Shengluo alliance. If you don't give us a satisfactory answer, you won't have to leave today. Sovereign Ling Yun's expression is cold. He has made up his mind to leave a portion of the top-level true god in the Shengluo alliance behind. Old man Ling Yun, I know what all of you are thinking. However, the Shengluo alliance isn't a place to be trifled with. At most, it will be a life and death struggle, Asgard Master Shu Yuan said. His expression was firm. There were three major powers who didn't want to give way, and they didn't hesitate to fight him. At this moment, he couldn't retreat, or else, he would regret it. It was fine if he was just an ordinary top-level true god. If he wasn't careful, these three major powers would kill Yang Fann. At that time, they wouldn't even have a place to cry. Yes, at most, it would be a life and death struggle behind them. The Tongshuan Hall Master and 52 Domain God Sovereign had the same resolute expression. Each and every one of them were old monsters who had lived for hundreds of millions of years. What Asgard Master Shu Yuan could think of and what they could think of. If they were to retreat at this moment, who knows how many top-level true god would face their tribulation, and whether Yang Fann would be one of them. It was really hard to say. They didn't dare to bet on this. Rumble, rumble. In an instant, countless phenomena appeared behind the domain gods, and the aura around them rose madly. Bitch it. Sovereign Ling Yun and the other two cursed in their hearts. They felt like they were riding a tiger that couldn't get off the tiger. They had never thought that Asgard Master Shu Yuan and the other domain gods of Shengluo Alliance would be so tough, as if they were going to fight them to the death. Although the strength of the three major powers was far greater than the Shengluo Alliance, if they really fought, they would certainly win, but they would also suffer heavy casualties. Every single one of them who could cultivate to the domain god stage had a few trump cards that could save their lives, especially those fourth-grade domain gods. If they really fought with their lives on the line, it wouldn't be impossible for them to bring them along with them. Right at this moment, old man Ling Yun, are you really not going to let me? Alright, let me experience the secret technique of my Void Origin Palace. All techniques return to origin. The 10,000 voices resonated in unison. Around Asgard Master Shu Yuan, the 3,000 great Daos were flickering crazily, making him look like the incarnation of the great Dao. With just a glance, he seemed to be intoxicated by the endless great Daos, forever sinking and unable to extricate himself from it. All methods return to the source, bitch it. This old man Shu Yuan is crazy. For the sake of a bunch of ants, there's no need for that C-1628 concession on the herbal lake. Bitch, Sovereign Ling Yun and the other two major powers domain gods really had the guts to fucking chase him away. This Asgard Master Shu Yuan, his mother, was simply a lunatic. Didn't they want to keep some top-level true god warriors? Was there really a need to be so crazy over such a bunch of ants? All techniques return to the source. This was the secret technique of the Void Origin Palace. 10,000 techniques returned to origin, with 10,000 Dao added to his body. He unleashed an attack that far exceeded his own cultivation base. With Asgard Master Shu Yuan's quasi-middle-level domain god cultivation base, once he used the 10,000 techniques return to origin, he would unleash an extremely powerful attack. It was precisely a first-grade middle-level domain god like Sovereign Ling Yun. If he wasn't careful, he would be in danger of dying. As for quasi-domain gods like Tuobahu and Changchunzi, there was no need to even mention them. It was basically a situation of life and death. Of course, the 10,000 techniques return to origin was a secret technique of the Void Palace, and it wasn't something that could be used so easily. The starting point of cultivation was domain god sovereign, a true god expert. He didn't even have the qualifications to cultivate it, and the side effects were equally terrifying. As long as this strike was launched, all the nomological laws that he had comprehended would be integrated into the space-time of the Great Tao, turning into nothingness. To put it simply, he was able to unleash the Great Tao he had comprehended at once. At that time, his strength would drop drastically, and his inner world would collapse. His hundreds of millions of years of painstaking cultivation would be completely wasted. It could be said that he was truly giving it his all. If it wasn't for the fact that they were truly in a hopeless situation, no one would have used this forbidden arts. But now, am I threatening this old man Shu Yuan's life? However, this old man Shu Yuan used such a great killing move without saying anything. Fuck, could he still play happily? It's just a bunch of true god stage ants, is it worth him to fight so desperately? Right at this moment, 10,000 techniques return to origin. 10,000 techniques return to origin, all methods return to the source. Loud shouts were heard from behind Asgard Master Shu Yuan. Countless great Taos sparkled and illuminated the starry sky. Finally, they turned into incarnations of great Taos. It was the 8th-domain god sovereign from Yuan Void Palace. Their eyes were filled with an indescribable determination. They immediately unleashed the myriad returning arcane art. Roar profound opening precious technique 100 weapons possession netherworld profound technique. The 8th-domain god sovereign from the palace seemed to have given the other 48th-domain god sovereign from the Shengluo alliance an inspiration. Each of them used the arcane art of the 3 major palaces and 6 major sects, unleashing a terrifying aura that far surpassed theirs. In an instant, they seemed to be able to suppress nearly 200 domain god sovereign from the 3 major powers. Poochie 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 in all directions, countless spatial zones couldn't withstand the violent pressure, and started to crumble inch by inch. Motherfucker, could it be that they have gone mad? Fuck, each of them was using the forbidden arts secret technique, they didn't want to live anymore. Was there a mistake? Wasn't it just a single aphids? Did they really need to risk their lives to protect it? Ling Yun, Tian Ling, and Chong Chun were all dumbfounded. They couldn't believe their eyes. One of Asgard Master Shu Yuan's heads had been kicked by a donkey. It was one thing for him to be this crazy, but to think that all the domain god sovereign from the Shengluo alliance would dare to fight to the death. Was this still the Shengluo alliance that they knew? Or was it because they had been in seclusion for too long that they couldn't keep up with the trend of the times? Since when was the domain god so fearless of death? This was completely illogical. Below the realm god, all were ants. To domain god sovereign, true gods were just a bunch of ants. In other words, those quasi-domain gods who had broken through to the domain god stage with a single step could be slightly valued by them. For a group of lowly ants, they would sacrifice their lives to fight to the death. This was totally unrealistic. However, such an absurd thing had truly appeared in front of them just like that. At this moment, the realm gods really had some sort of motherfucker to say. Old man Ling Yun, Tuoba old ghost, Changchun old monster, are you guys going to let me or not? Asgard Master Shu Yuan's voice was extremely cold, and his eyes were filled with determination. As long as Sovereign Ling Yun and the other 2 were here, they would definitely use the 10,000 techniques return to origin to fight them to the death. Buzz as if it was to prove Asgard Master Shu Yuan's determination, the middle-level domain god's Great Tao incarnation in the sky suddenly opened the Great Tao Divine Eye. Its chi was incomparably cold, and it didn't carry any emotions or emotions. It was filled with endless killing intent. Hee hee. Brother Shu Yuan, why are you so angry? We were just joking with you, joking with you. When he saw Asgard Master Shu Yuan's cold gaze, Changchun Zi's heart trembled. He was afraid that Asgard Master Shu Yuan would launch a deadly strike at him if he wasn't calm enough. Before he finished his words, Tuobahu also smiled brightly and said, Brother Shu Yuan, it's all a misunderstanding. It's all a misunderstanding. Tuobahu and Zhang Chunzi were terrified. It's impossible for them not to be terrified. Under the effect of the 10,000 techniques return to origin, Sovereign Ling Yun, this middle-level domain god, might be able to save their lives, but the 2 of them were only at the quasi-middle-level domain god. If Asgard Master Shu Yuan really chose them as his targets, even if he used all of his resources, the chances of them surviving wouldn't exceed 1 level. The probability of this happening was too low. Although the death of more than 100,000 top-level true god warriors was heartbreaking, it wasn't enough for them to lose their lives. Not to mention a few 100,000 top-level true god warriors. Even if it was the Skysoul Alliance, all of the top-level true god in the Changchun Union were dead, it wouldn't be enough for them to pay with their lives. Humans were selfish, especially these old monsters who had lived for several eras. All of them had a firm heart, and were extremely selfish. In their hearts, the most important thing was none other than themselves. Everything else was secondary. Even if it was their own children, once their lives were endangered, they would completely abandon them without saying a word. Old man Ling Yun, what about you? Asgard Master Shu Yuan looked at Sovereign Ling Yun coldly. Bitch it. Anger flashed across Sovereign Ling Yun's eyes. He was in a dilemma, and he was forced to retreat. His heart was filled with unwillingness. If he allowed the gods of Shengluo Alliance to leave just like that, the gap between the Shengluo Alliance and the Cloud Floating Palace would be infinitely closed. Although the Cloud Floating Palace still had close to 100,000 warriors of the 8th and rank 9 top-level true god, the talent of these people. Each of them could only be considered ordinary amongst top-level true god warriors of the same level. They were far from being comparable to Lien Yuan and the others. There was almost no hope for them to step into the position of domain god in their lives. On the other hand, there were many good seedlings in the Shengluo Alliance. Adding on the divine herb world, it wouldn't take long for him to gain a few more domain gods. However, if he really refused, then the 10,000 techniques return origin would be like the sword of Damocles floating above his head. If he were to land, even if he managed to survive, he would still be severely injured, and might even be on the verge of death. At that time, Chong Chunzi and Tuobahu would definitely not let go of this chance to finish him off once and for all. Even though the three of them shared a common enemy, they knew very clearly in their hearts that this was merely an illusion. In their hearts, they hoped that the other party would die sooner and reincarnate. Forget it, let them off for now. In the future, they would think of a way to get back at them. Sighing in his heart, Sovereign Ling Yun made a decision. The next second, Senior Void Spirit, I will remember this debt. After giving Asgard Master Shu Yuan a deep look, Sovereign Ling Yun chose to compromise. Old man Ling Yun, what means do you have? I will accompany you to the end. Asgard Master Shu Yuan snorted coldly, but he secretly heaved a sigh of relief in his heart. The reason why he acted so strongly was to scare the three major powers. He didn't have any intention of fighting back. At that time, even if he could kill one of Sovereign Ling Yun, Tuobahu, and Chong Chunzi, he would have to die along with them. His cultivation base had fallen by a level, and he had lost all comprehension of the laws. His combat strength was probably at the bottom of all the third-grade low-level domain god. He might even be weaker than some rank 2 domain god. How could he fight Sovereign Ling Yun and the others? Almost at the same time, all the domain gods heaved a sigh of relief. It could be said that no domain god was willing to fight this battle. Of course, the three major powers had the power to destroy the 57 domain gods of Shengluo Alliance. However, under the desperate counterattack of the enemy, at least half of them would be buried with them. This group of people was a bunch of lunatics, and they couldn't argue with them. For the sake of a group of top-level true god, they had to pay with their own lives. They knew that they weren't that great. After the numerous domain gods of Shengluo Alliance, Yang Fann's heart gradually calmed down. It wasn't because he was worried about his own safety. If he really started a war with the three major powers, Yang Fann was confident that these domain gods wouldn't be able to do anything to him. Even Sovereign Ling Yun would at most be able to defeat him. However, it was hard to say what would happen to the rest of the Shengluo Alliance. It was very likely that less than 1 out of 10 of them would survive. It was even possible that all of them would be wiped out. The difference in strength between the two sides was indeed not small. The battle between domain god Sovereign and the top-level true god was not something a top-level true god could interfere with. No matter how many top-level true god warriors there were, they were just a bunch of decorations, unless it was Nightmare God, Lien Yuan, and the other monster. However, it was not easy to encounter such a monster, the monster. Yang Fann felt really bad about the entire Shengluo Alliance because of him alone. Fortunately, the worst-case scenario did not happen. Asgard Master Shu Yuan and the other domain gods were so decisive that they scared their opponents. Very quickly, a cloud rose from beneath their feet, dragging the Shengluo Alliance gods along as they soared into the sky. Bitch it, old ghost Shu Yuan and the Shengluo Alliance, just you wait. This matter isn't over yet. Sovereign Ling Yun and the other two stared in the direction where the white clouds had disappeared. Today, they had no choice but to compromise. However, there would be a day when they would settle this score with them.